Having transitioned to the profession of a sewer summoner, I unexpectedly awakened a demon contract enhancement rune, sacrificing my life force limit in exchange for the talent of summoning beasts. Is the summoner weak? I shall directly max out my talents. How shall you respond, my esteemed adversary? Chapter 1. Only someone with a questionable mindset would choose the summoner profession. Let me remind you once more, once you select a profession, it cannot be altered. This vocation will accompany you for a lifetime. Your profession not only determines how far you may advance in the future, but also directly influences your standard of living. While some may argue that every profession has its future, the timing of their potential varies significantly. The warrior profession is undoubtedly the most suitable for you. It requires no financial investment, minimal talent, possesses combat capabilities from the outset, and guarantees employment upon reaching level 10. In Class 1, Section 3 of the Vocational Awakening School, the homeroom teacher reiterated this mantra, which he had repeated countless times, once more. In summary, if you meet the conditions to transition to a warrior, regardless of how well other professions may seem to align, choose the warrior. If your family is affluent, and by affluent, I mean they can readily provide you with $10 million to purchase equipment, $10 million for spells, and another $10 million to hire bodyguards, do not hesitate. Choose a life of luxury. If you do not qualify as a warrior and your family lacks wealth, what then? The students in the class chorused in unison, support professions. Yes, choose support. Do not aspire too high. Avoid professions such as druid, ranger, monk, or shadowcaster. I do not imply that these professions are weak, but rather, we must possess self-awareness. These professions were simply not designed for us. Ultimately, choose either a warrior or a support role, or directly rely on parental wealth. The homeroom teacher insisted repeatedly. He understood that his statements bore a certain negativity. However, there was no alternative. The school he taught at was merely an ordinary vocational awakening high school. The highly talented students had already been siphoned off by prestigious institutions. The remaining students were predominantly of average aptitude. He was merely attempting to guide his students toward a more secure path. All right, after the lunch break, gather on the playground, prepare to transition at the temple. The homeroom teacher nodded approvingly at the obedient students, contemplating that this year's employment rate should be stable. Once the homeroom teacher departed, the classroom erupted in animated discussions. Finally, we can awaken. I have awaited this day for a long time. It's meaningless. After all, we will all be warriors. Being a warrior is fine. At least I can start earning money. My father has already arranged for me to join the largest angel pharmaceutical company in our province as soon as I reach level 10, with a starting salary of 8,000. How enviable. What do you mean by being a warrior is fine? Being able to transition is already a significant achievement, considering our class had only a 50% pass rate on the previous tests, meaning half of us cannot transition. Sigh. Although I can transition, my strength talent rating is inadequate to become a warrior. Fortunately, my mental strength meets the requirements, so I can become a priest. A priest is also excellent. Many professionals pay to hire priests for the abyss. This is a lucrative profession. I plan to transition to a shield warrior and serve as a meat shield for the mages. Come on, a meat shield requires at least level 15 to withstand level 1 abyss damage. Whether you can reach level 10 remains a question. I wonder what profession you will choose. Our class leader should also be a warrior, right? Isn't that a pity? His intelligence talent rating is so high. It can't be helped. His family lacks wealth, and he is unwilling to choose a support profession. Regardless, his warrior rating is adequate, so he can transition to a spell warrior later. A spell warrior is a rare profession. Does he truly believe anyone can become one? What a pity. What is there to pity? We are uncertain about our own futures, yet we have the leisure to worry about others. That is indeed true. At that moment, the boy named Zhengyu, the subject of the discussion, sat in a corner, listening to his classmates' discourse. Zhengyu, the class leader of Section 3, held the highest talent rating in the entire grade. Aside from a slightly lacking agility talent, his other attributes were exceptional. This performance was considered outstanding in Class 1, yet merely average in the broader Jianshui city. Brother Yu, have you decided which profession to choose? Zheng Yu's desk mate, Tao Qian, also overheard the discussions and turned to inquire about his thoughts. Zheng Yu shrugged. Of course, I will choose the warrior. Why is everyone selecting warriors? Tao Qian lamented for Zheng Yu. What a waste of your 4.7 intelligence rating potential. What is there to lament? Employment outweighs all else. Even if I choose mage, I lack the funds for equipment and spells. I might as well honestly choose warrior. Zheng Yu felt no sense of loss. He entirely agreed with the homeroom teacher's earlier statements. It was akin to choosing a vocational school to learn a skill versus attending an ordinary third-tier university for a degree. The warrior profession resembles a technical skill. It is straightforward, easy to grasp, and boasts a high employment probability. Professions such as druid, ranger, assassin, shadowcaster, and monk are akin to third-tier universities. This is not to say these professions are inferior. Rather, Attending a third-tier school to study law likely leads to unemployment, whereas attending a prestigious university offers substantial prospects. The individuals present are all of average talent akin to third-tier students. Selecting warrior is the most secure path. The military will recruit level 10 warriors, but will not consider level 10 rangers. Major corporations will only hire low-level warriors, not low-level monks. In this world, leveling up is exceedingly challenging. As a time traveler who once toiled in the workforce, Zheng Yu understands the significance of employment. Thus, the warrior remains his first choice. Survival is paramount, Zheng Yu solemnly conveyed to Tao Qian. Due to the universal transition phenomenon, there are virtually no universities. After high school, one can transition and level up, then seek employment. Students unable to transition will opt to attend technical schools, studying subjects such as law, management, architecture, and mechanics. In this world, those who can transition are the most critical entities, tasked with defending against the abyss, safeguarding the last remnants of humanity, and amassing strength to prepare for the harrowing apocalyptic prophecies. In summary, strength reigns supreme in this world. The level of a professional is a symbol of status. Therefore, Zheng Yu feels quite content with his ability to transition into a warrior. It is certainly better than being unable to transition at all. Tao Qian, with a serious expression, declared, "I plan to become a monk." Gambling on talent? Yes, taking a gamble on my talent. If I could achieve an A-grade talent, I would soar. Someone nearby scoffed upon hearing this. Gambling on A-grade talent? You might as well gamble for a hidden profession. It is said that last year, there was only one A-grade talent professional in the entire Jiangshui city. Last year, the whole Jiangnan province only had one S-grade talent professional and 30 A-grade ones, yet there were over 30 hidden professions in the province. Tao Qian defiantly replied, "Is it not possible that I could be one of those 30? Best of luck to you." Seeing that Tao Qian was already bewitched, the others ceased their persuasion. Instead, Tao Qian began to urge Zheng Yu, "Brother Yu, I believe we should not heed the homeroom teacher. Such a life is far too ordinary. We must take a gamble. What if an old bicycle transforms into a motorcycle?" Zheng Yu retrieved his potential test results from the day before and handed them to Tao Qian, saying, "I would like to gamble, but take a look at my results." Tao Qian examined Zheng Yu's test results. Strength, potential rating, 3.7. Intelligence, potential rating, 4.7. Constitution, potential rating, 4.0. Mental strength, potential rating, 3.8. Agility, potential rating, 1.9. This isn't too shabby. A rating above 3 is considered excellent. Your scores overshadow mine. Zheng Yu pointed to the bottom of the evaluation. "Now, look at this." Tao Qian noticed that the bottom featured a recommended profession. According to the temple's assessment, the profession that best matches you is summoner. Tao Qian's mouth slightly agape. Summoner? That cannot be true. Your potential ratings, while not on par with the top geniuses, are certainly not low. How could they recommend summoner for you? Zheng Yu chuckled lightly, nonchalantly responding, "Perhaps the temple makes mistakes. After all, it has been decades, and no one has truly studied its origins. In any case, I do not trust the temple's recommendations. Even if summoner were the most suitable for me, I would never choose it. A quintessential profession of the underbelly. Who chooses it is bound to be deceived. I would rather die than select it. Being a warrior is far superior. Each year, the number of individuals opting for the summoner profession is minimal. Those who do choose it are predominantly those who have been compelled to do so due to failing to meet the standards for other professions. Warriors have always been formidable. Monks and druids are powerful mid-game. Assassins and shadowcasters shine in the late game. Mages are the true divine professions in the late game. Although shield warriors, paladins, and priests may lack strength, their role as support ensures they have no trouble forming teams. However, summoners, a profession despised by many, weak in every phase, more costly than mages, unable to compete with paladins, and the only strategy one could claim as advantageous, the tactic of numbers, has been outperformed by necromancers. It demands the most financial investment while being the most foolish profession. No one wishes to team up with a summoner. They cannot even handle solo encounters. The summoner is a profession utterly abandoned by practitioners. Only someone with a flawed mindset would choose summoner, Zheng Yu stated earnestly. Tao Qian echoed, "Indeed, only a fool would select summoner." Just as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Detection indicates that the host harbors profound biases and misconceptions regarding the summoner profession, thus triggering the advanced activation of the summoner's divine talent. Hexdeck Enhancement Rune Talent. Hexdeck Talent. Every 5 levels, randomly select 2 Hexdeck Enhancement Runes, whose effect shall apply solely to summoned entities. This talent is exclusively for the summoner profession. Should the host decline the summoner profession, the system will angrily self-destruct. Therefore, the host is urged to choose wisely and treat this matter with the utmost seriousness, and not to consider it a trivial jest. Zheng Yu, the good news is the system has arrived. The bad news is it seems he just insulted the system. Well, it appears he may have also berated himself. Chapter 2. The Eighth Contract and the Heart of the Steward. Only those with a troubled mind would choose to become a summoner. This was a sentiment he had just voiced himself. Indeed, he had firmly chastised himself. According to the system's description, if he did not opt for the summoner class, not only would he forfeit a divine level talent, but he might also endure the catastrophic repercussions of the system's self-destruction. He had not anticipated that the system he had long awaited, an essential tool for traversers, would be intrinsically linked to the summoner class. Zheng Yu wore a look of resignation. Have the systems of this era become so temperamental, threatening the host with self-detonation? Yet, it mattered little. Since the system had promised him a divine-level talent, any profession would suffice, even the much-maligned summoner. After all, it was a divine-level talent. The pinnacle of talent in this world was the SSS rank. Only one individual in the entire world possessed it. This person, the unparalleled war god of Jiuzhou, Nanmu, currently held the top position across all leaderboards, level rankings, combat power rankings, and monster slaying rankings in the abyss. Talent descends from SSS to SS, S, A, B, C, and finally to F. A rank is already regarded as genius. For S rank, resources from the entire province are pooled for cultivation. SS rank individuals are marked as national key cultivation targets, ensuring a lifetime of abundant resources. Apart from the exceptional SSS rank talent of Nanmu, SS rank is considered top tier. Yet, divine level talent had never been witnessed. However, there exists Hextech. Is this not a gameplay mechanic from the game Teamfight Tactics? Similar to enhancement runes, each technology possesses a unique enhancement method that can empower summon pieces. Pieces are equivalent to summons, while Hextech serves as a collective enhancement rune. Furthermore, every 5 levels, 2 Hextech enhancements are granted. Currently, the highest ranked war god, Nanmu, stands at level 71, and it appears he has not leveled up in quite some time. It seems he has encountered some form of bottleneck. Or perhaps the experience required to reach level 71 is exceedingly vast, making it difficult even for a powerhouse of his caliber to progress. Yet, even at level 70, he possesses a staggering 30 opportunities for Hextech selection. At the very least, there are 30 collective enhancements. No wonder this talent can only be wielded by summoners. For any other profession, this rune would lose its efficacy. 30 collective enhancements equate to 30 talents. Truly, this is a divine level talent. Even if the individual Hextech talents do not match the SSS level, possessing at least 30, and possibly more, would allow for a cumulative effect that could yield divine level results. It remains uncertain, however, what the real-world manifestation of Hextech runes would entail. Zheng Yu began to anticipate the upcoming class transition in the afternoon. After the lunch break, Zheng Yu boarded the school bus that took them to the Sanctum branch in Jianshui City. In the wake of the Abyss's arrival and the invasion of foreign races, the 9 principal sanctums of Jiuzhou emerged, each situated in the provincial capitals of the 9 provinces. They bestowed power upon humanity and instilled hope for survival. Endowed with the power of profession by the sanctums and engaged in relentless struggles over decades, humanity managed to retain its territory. Although threats and pressures from the abyss and foreign races persist, humanity has gained a measure of strength, all thanks to the sanctums. The Jianshui City Sanctum serves as a branch, primarily facilitating initial class transitions for newcomers, potential testing, and leaderboard displays. Please summon Zhao Kuan, student number 00278, from Class 1. Grade 3 at Experimental High School, to Station 3 for the class transition ceremony. Upon entering the sanctum, Zheng Yu noticed a large gathering of individuals. Many schools had already begun their transitions. Zheng Yu, please escort your classmates to Station 4 for their transitions, instructed the homeroom teacher. As the class monitor, Zheng Yu naturally took charge of these matters. Understood. Having visited the Jianshui City Sanctum before, he was quite familiar with the process: registration, obtaining a number, and then waiting at Station 4. After approximately an hour of anticipation, it was their class's turn. Please summon Zhang Ao, student number 01876 from Class 3. Grade 3 at Jianshui No. 1 High School, to Station 4 for the class transition ceremony. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Ao's expression tightened, and he quickly stood, whispering, "It's my turn." He felt a twinge of nervousness. Although the test results indicated suitability for the warrior profession, there had been instances of individuals passing the tests yet failing to transition. Please stand in the center of the transition platform. You may experience nausea, dizziness, vomiting, or even fainting during the process. Do not be alarmed. These are normal occurrences. Just endure for 5 seconds, the staff explained. Upon success, you will be able to view your attributes, profession information, and talent level. If your talent level exceeds B rank, please inform us. As the staff member spoke, Zhang Ao stepped into the center of the transition platform, standing there in a daze, unsure of what to do. Buzz. In the next moment, a beam of light projected from the sanctum's ceiling. Zheng Yu recalled reading in the textbooks that the transition light at the branch was actually transmitted from the main sanctum. The staff member then announced, according to the feedback from the sanctum's holy light, you meet the conditions for transitioning to a warrior. Your first recommended profession is monk, and your second is warrior. You may choose either profession for your transition. Zhang Ao's face lit up with joy as he immediately declared, warrior. He opted for the most stable path. Transition successful. Congratulations, you are now a warrior transitioner. The staff member congratulated him in a rather unenthusiastic manner. They continued. You may now proceed to the second floor to locate the warrior guild office. Joining a guild will expedite your understanding of the warrior profession. They will instruct you on how to level up and the rules governing professionals. Thank you. Zhang Ao replied, his excitement palpable. Achieving the warrior transition signified a promising future ahead, essentially guaranteeing him a secure career path. Next, please summon Zheng Yu, student number 01877 from Class 3, Grade 3 at Jiangshui No. 1 High School, to Station 4 for the class transition ceremony. Zheng Yu was the second to approach. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates and homeroom teacher, he stepped up to the transition platform. They were all curious about his choice. For Zheng Yu, the mage would likely be his primary option, yet they were all acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding his family. Not everyone could afford to pursue the financially demanding mage profession. Transitioning to a warrior would seem a waste of his intellectual talents. However, several other professions could also be suitable, depending on Zheng Yu's choice. You are familiar with the process, so I won't elaborate further. The staff member stated succinctly to expedite the proceedings. Zheng Yu nodded in acknowledgement. In the next instant, the beam of light enveloped him. A warm sensation enveloped his entire being. The staff member's voice echoed in his ears. According to the Sanctum's holy light feedback, your most suitable primary profession is summoner. With no secondary recommendation, the staff member paused in surprise, having noted Zheng Yu's testing data. According to the metrics, he was eligible for transitions to all professions except for the rogue and ranger, which required agility above 35. Yet, the Sanctum had presented only one recommendation. The key point was that this recommended profession was a summoner. The staff member remarked, according to the data feedback, you could also transition to a mage, warrior, priest, or paladin. I choose summoner, Zheng Yu declared. If one were to forsake the path of the summoner, one might envision alternative career paths with closed eyes, contemplating their desired vocation. What would you choose? The staff member, momentarily perplexed, asked for clarification. Zheng Yu reiterated, summoner. You should consider this carefully, the staff member advised. An unusual note of caution in their tone. As a transition specialist, they were acutely aware that the number of individuals choosing to become summoners was substantially lower than those gifted with S-class talents. In fact, there had yet to be a single summoner this year. Yet Zheng Yu, with a smile, replied, since the temple recommends I pursue the path of the summoner and does not suggest any other profession, it indicates that I am indeed well suited for this role. The temple is not infallible, the staff member muttered softly. However, I choose to place my faith in the temple, Zheng Yu declared, unwavering as he selected summoner on the transition interface that materialized before him. To be candid, it was not that he had faith in the temple. He had never entertained the notion of becoming a summoner, having previously regarded such choices as foolish. However, the system had bestowed upon him too many advantages. Only a fool would not seize an extraordinary S-class talent. You have successfully transitioned to the summoner profession. Activating S-class talent Hexdeck Enhancement Rune. Extracting Hexdeck Enhancement Rune. Congratulations. You have obtained your first rune, Prismatic Grade Rune, Demon Pact. Congratulations. You have obtained your second rune, Silver Grade Rune, Heart of the Steward. Chapter 3. I am envious, yet it does not hinder my admiration. Demon Pact. Zheng Yu's face lit up with astonishment. The Demon Pact was renowned as the most formidable hexdeck rune in the early stages, bar none. To his surprise, his first talent was indeed a prismatic grade rune. Hexdeck enhancement runes exist in 3 tiers, silver, gold, and prismatic. The 2 enhancement runes he had just acquired were 1 silver grade Heart of the Steward and 1 prismatic grade Demon Pact. Demon Pact, prismatic grade enhancement rune. Sacrifice a portion of your maximum health to gain talent points, which can only be applied to your summoned creatures, enhancing their innate abilities. The health sacrificed is irrecoverable, resulting in a permanent reduction of your maximum health. Heart of the Steward, silver grade enhancement rune. Your team is regarded as possessing an additional steward, and you receive a steward's emblem. Gasping at the effects of the Demon Pact, Zheng Yu inhaled sharply, truly worthy of its prismatic grade designation. It was indeed the legendary Eightfold Pact, exchanging maximum health for talent, a precarious trade-off, yet exhilarating in its allure. The reason summoners were often regarded as being in the gutter was due to the insufficient strength of their summoned creatures, coupled with the high difficulty of nurturing them, requiring significant investment for each one. However, with the Eightfold Pact, Zheng Yu could ensure that each summoned beast reached its peak potential. According to the system's modified Demon Pact, even in later stages, it would prove immensely beneficial, as a practitioner's health would increase with level advancement. As long as there was health, his summoned creatures would continue to grow stronger. A sigh interrupted Zheng Yu's contemplation, turning to see the staff member and the homeroom teacher. He noted that the sigh had come from the staff member, while the teacher wore an expression of confusion and disappointment. They both struggled to comprehend why Zheng Yu had chosen the gutter profession of summoner. The homeroom teacher shook her head in dismay, saying, I have encountered many students, some of whom possessed exceptional talents, even comparable to yours. Yet, ultimately, due to their hubris, they opted for other professions. Years later, without exception, none have continued on the path of a practitioner. I believed you were unlike them, but now I see you have taken a more extreme route. Do you truly understand the consequences of your choice to become a summoner? The teacher's face was etched with disappointment. Even selecting a mage or a shadow assassin would be preferable to choosing the summoner. Summoners lack their own guilds and governmental support. Even if one accepted these shortcomings, how would one level up? Relying on a level 1 goblin? Even a level 1 abyss creature posed a lethal threat, even in a party. I feel as though all my previous counsel has fallen on deaf ears. The teacher's agitation stemmed from her genuine belief in Zheng Yu's potential for future development, as talent often indicated the speed of future growth. Zheng Yu was well aware of the expectations placed upon him by his teacher and recognized that her words were rooted in concern and misunderstanding. With a smile, he replied, "Everyone claims that summoners are weak. But if I possess an S-class talent, can a summoner still be considered weak?" As he spoke, he revealed his attribute sheet, prominently displaying the S-class talent, Demon Pact, within the talent attributes section. SS class. The staff member's voice soared an octave higher. The homeroom teacher stood in stunned silence, gazing at Zheng Yu's attribute sheet. It is indeed S-class. After a moment, the teacher regained her composure, but she had never encountered such a talent before. Zheng Yu remarked, "While I cannot disclose the specifics of my talent, do you truly believe that this S-class talent is a fabrication?" The staff member excitedly nodded. "Of course it is real. Anything appearing on the attribute sheet cannot be false." Zheng Yu inquired, "Will I be eligible for welfare resources?" "Absolutely. As of this year. No other practitioner with an S-class talent has emerged. You're the only one." "Then that settles it," Zheng Yu replied to his teacher. "Initially, I intended to heed your advice. Yet I had an inescapable feeling that not choosing the summoner path would lead to regret. After all, the Temple's feedback indicated that I am best suited for the summoner role, so I decided to take a gamble. I chose wisely. Rather than a warrior with ordinary talent, I would prefer to be a summoner with an S-class talent." After Zheng Yu's explanation, the homeroom teacher found it more acceptable. In many cases, a practitioner's intuition often outweighs experience. Yet, the uncertainty surrounding the summoner role still lingered, leaving the teacher somewhat apprehensive. Zheng Yu, however, dismissed her concerns, saying, "It's fine. The S-class talent's welfare resources only require a talent level and do not specify that an S-class summoner cannot benefit from them. As long as there are funds and resources, everything will be all right." The teacher nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of his point. Regarding Zheng Yu's transition to the summoner profession, his classmates initially planned to mock him for what they perceived as a foolish choice. However, before they could voice their derision, they learned of Zheng Yu's S-class talent. The sensation was more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride, leaving them with expressions of complex emotions. While Zheng Yu was well-liked among his peers and had many friends, jealousy inevitably surfaced. After all, they feared their brother's struggles, yet also envied his triumphs. An S-class talent was indeed remarkable. What a pity he was a summoner. Yet, would they truly lament this? When the class monitor chose to become a warrior, they expressed regret. Now, with Zheng Yu possessing an S-class talent, they found themselves envious. Why not reflect on their own circumstances instead of bemoaning his? Their remarks were tinged with bitterness, as they thought, if Zheng Yu were an S-class mage or warrior, at the very least, they could say, "The top-ranked expert on the leaderboard is my high school classmate, and I still have his contact information." But as for a summoner, it was hard to envision how a summoner, even with an S-class talent, could ascend the overall leaderboard. The summoner with an S-grade talent seems less appealing to me than an A-grade talent paired with a warrior. Tao Qian, overhearing this, felt a twinge of discontent. Have you all underestimated the S-grade talent? To date, no practitioner who has awakened an S-grade talent has ever faltered. Huh. Then Zheng Yu will be the first S-grade practitioner to fail. Indeed, even if I possessed an F-grade talent, I would never choose to be a summoner. Do you truly believe that a single talent can revive a profession? Nonsense. I am eager to see how far he can elevate the summoner class. An S-grade talent bestowed upon a summoner is nothing but a sheer waste. Quite frankly, it would be better allocated to me. Tao Qian rolled his eyes dramatically. Ah, yes. Yes, you are all absolutely right. Tao Qian ceased to argue with these individuals, recognizing that their foolish remarks stemmed from jealousy, rendering further debate unnecessary. How sour. Continue to wallow in your bitterness, for you too possess F-grade talents. What audacity do you have to mock Zheng Yu, who wields an S-grade talent? However, before Tao Qian could finish his thought, he noticed the very students who had spoken ill of Zheng Yu hastily rising and heading in a particular direction. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Zheng Yu had completed his registration and returned, surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic classmates. Notably, the ones nearest to Zheng Yu were precisely those who had been the most scathing moments before. Yet, in Zheng Yu's presence, their demeanor had transformed entirely. They wore broad smiles and said, "Class monitor, given our relationship, you must look out for me in the future. With your S-grade talent, once you achieve success, don't forget about us. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to celebrate our brother Yu awakening his S-grade talent." Join me at my father's restaurant, where I'll have him serve the finest vintage of Matai. Tao Qian thought to himself, isn't this a rapid change of face? When he wasn't around, you were quite different. Publicly, they were friendly comrades, but behind closed doors, they were envious fiends. Just moments ago, they dismissed summoners as inferior. Now, they shamelessly seek his favor? In that instant, Tao Qian grasped the essence of growth. This is growth. This embodies the quintessence of adult life. Even if I harbor a deep-seated resentment, I shall not display it. After all, although Zheng Yu is a summoner, his S-grade talent remains a formidable asset. There is no fear of Zheng Yu failing to develop. The true concern lies in him becoming a powerful practitioner. At that point, trying to curry favor would be futile. Chapter 4. Early abandonment leads to early treatment, early factory work, early earnings, and avoids 40 years of detours. Ultimately, Tao Qian transitioned to a monk and was fortunate enough to receive a B-grade talent. Though not an A-grade, he appeared quite content with the outcome. After Tao Qian completed his job change, Zheng Yu decided against lingering in the temple and returned home early. As summoners lack guilds, among the millions of practitioners in the entire realm, fewer than 100 can be found. Moreover, among those, 98 are unlikely to consider pursuing the practitioner path. It is inconceivable to have a guild without seasoned predecessors to guide them. Thus, all must be explored independently. Zheng Yu bore little interest in the job change status of others. He awaited only Tao Qian. He could discern genuine brothers from false friends. Upon returning home, Zheng Yu navigated through a clutter of debris and entered his room. This was a relief house allocated to impoverished families by the state. When he traversed into this body, the parents of the boy who shared his name had long since vanished, leaving Zheng Yu to be raised by his grandfather. 2 years prior, his grandfather passed away due to illness, and this state-provided relief house now served as Zheng Yu's sole residence. Upon entering his room, typically fastidious, Zheng Yu had arranged the space neatly. Although small, it exuded warmth. His time spent with his grandfather in this world was not extensive. Burying his grandfather was a means of providing closure for this body. Following that, he faced a solitary existence, not dissimilar to his previous life. So Zheng Yu felt little discomfort from his reincarnation. After a simple meal, he commenced his serious work. He brought up his attribute panel. Name, Zheng Yu. Title, none. Profession, summoner. Level, 1, 100 experience points until next level. Health, 1100. Mana, 110. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 11. Remaining free attribute points, 5. Skills, contract array. Summon beast frenzy. Summon beast space. No summoned beasts contracted, currently can contract 1. Talent, demon contract, heart of a steward. Equipment, none. The talent list displayed not hex deck enhancement runes, but rather the recently drawn prism level demon contract and silver level heart of a steward. The S-grade talent witnessed by the staff and homeroom teacher was, in fact, the manifestation of the demon contract. Nevertheless, Zheng Yu sensed that the demon contract was far more complex than merely an S-grade talent. The demon contract allows for the consumption of maximum health to obtain a summoned beast talent, which necessitates having a summoned beast first. Zheng Yu gazed at his empty summoned beast space and discovered a dusty tome titled Starting from Zero, Mastering the Summoner Profession. Oh, a textbook that had been abandoned for ages, one that hadn't even been opened once. Zheng Yu had never contemplated becoming a summoner. Thus he had never glanced at this book. He knew nothing about how to contract summoned beasts or develop them. Truly, it was a fresh start. Zheng Yu scoffed. Upon opening the first page of the textbook, he was greeted with a blunt statement. Please abandon the summoner profession. An unambiguous discouragement. If you have no other choice but to become a summoner, be prepared for a life in the factory, for this book offers no assistance. Zheng Yu remarked, good heavens. Is this really a textbook? So straightforward. Exercising patience, he flipped through the pages and, in less than 10 minutes, had perused the entirety of the 100-plus page textbook. There was indeed little content. Aside from the initial pages teaching how to contract summoned beasts, the remainder was filled with images. The author had compiled numerous pictures and information about summoned beasts and had written some rather trivial commentary, barely assembling a book. At the conclusion of the textbook, Zheng Yu noted the author's aspirations regarding summoners. The relationship between a summoner and their summoned beast transcends that of other practitioners and their skills. It is one of mutual growth. Summoned beasts are akin to being sealed by skills, achieving a partnership through contracts that aid in battle and grow together. The attack and skill damage values of summoned beasts are directly linked to the summoner, suggesting that the summoner's talent restricts the growth of the summoned beast. Conversely, it also indicates that if a summoner possesses high talent, they can cultivate their summoned beast to a level where it can compete with other professions. Certainly, this is merely a figment of my imagination. Fellow summoners, and the aspiring young ones on the verge of becoming summoners, it is best to relinquish such illusions. If one possesses that kind of talent, why not opt for other vocations that offer swifter growth? Warriors and mages are far more appealing, are they not? In conclusion, the sooner one abandons this path, the sooner one can heal, enter the workforce, and earn money, thus avoiding a protracted detour of 40 years. Author, Zhang Anshuan. Zheng Yu. The fact that such a book can be selected as a textbook underscores how little esteem summoners are held in. Yet, in truth, there is little to impart. Unlike warriors, who must decide between paths of bloodlust or frenzy, balancing offense and defense, or focusing purely on damage output, every specialization necessitates careful skill selection. The allocation of skill points, attribute points, and equipment choices, as well as the selection of which abyssal region to farm, all require meticulous consideration. A single misstep can lead one astray. This is precisely why textbooks and vocational courses exist. I first need to acquire a summoning skill book suitable for level 0. Zheng Yu powered up his computer and navigated to the temple website constructed by the Department of Justice. On the homepage, he found the shop section where equipment, skill books, and various potions, items yielded from the abyss, were available for purchase. Summoning skill book. Zheng Yu searched for the keyword, resulting in hundreds of items available for sale. Though there were few summoner players, many still offered summoning skill books online, and in abundance. Primarily, they were of no use sitting idle. And listing them on the site incurred no fees. One could simply wait for an unsuspecting buyer. After a lengthy selection process, Zheng Yu finally found a level 0 summoning skill book. Summon Goblin. Skill book, level 0. Single-use item, disappears upon learning. Summoners may learn it to obtain a trainable goblin. Price, 500 yuan. Astoundingly affordable. Zheng Yu would wager this was the cheapest item in the entire store. Even a potion that restored 200 health points cost 1,000 yuan per bottle. Zheng Yu chuckled, self-deprecatingly remarking, "This must be the sole advantage of being a summoner, low prices. Because they do not sell, and no one buys. Prices remain low." He noted that a tradable skill for warriors, a level 0 skill called Furious Slash, was priced at 120,000 RMB. The summoner's skill book was hardly a fraction of that. Due to the limited availability of only one level 0 summoning skill book, the dilemma of choice was alleviated. A goblin it is, then, better than having nothing at all. Now, it remains to be seen how effective the demon contract will be. Zheng Yu purchased the skill book, which was conveniently transported directly into his personal inventory via the temple's holy light. He swiftly set up the contract array. The contract array is a fundamental skill inherent to summoners. Upon using the skill book, a green-skinned goblin materialized at the center of the array. Unlike other professions, where skill books teach skills, summoner skill books summon living beings. As noted in that textbook, summoned creatures are life forms sealed within the skills contract. With Zheng Yu's command, the array illuminated, and the goblin's initially confused gaze gradually cleared, evoking a sense of familiarity as it looked towards Zheng Yu. Congratulations. You have successfully contracted with the summoned creature goblin. The goblin will be summoned as a skill and will grow in strength with your level. The summoned creature can equip items. If the summoned creature dies, there is a chance to drop its equipment. The summoned creature does not truly die. Upon death, it will await resurrection within the summoner's space. After successfully signing the contract, Zheng Yu was presented with the goblin's attributes. Summoned creature, goblin. Level, 1, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 400. Attack power, 325, 13 summoner's intelligence, 25 coefficient. Talent, 0, 1 point away from leveling up. Skill, jumping smash LV1. Leaps high to deliver a swift strike to the enemy, causing 625, 5 coefficient, 325 goblin's attack power, damage, with a 15 chance to stun the opponent. Skill, rock throw LV1. Accurately throws a rock, dealing 130, for coefficient, 325 goblin's attack power, damage. Summon creature equipment, none. Zheng Yu gazed at the goblin's attributes, feeling somewhat speechless. It is no wonder that summoners find it challenging to level up. With such weak stats, no one would wish to form a party with a goblin. With a mere 400 health points, it already fell significantly short compared to other professions. The goblin's attack power and skill damage are linked to his own intelligence, proportionally scaled by the coefficient, which is alarmingly low. A single skill barely delivers over 100 points of damage. Though the summoned creature is currently only level 1 and will improve with leveling, the issue remains. No one is willing to team up with a summoner, compelling the summoner to farm the abyss alone. With these values, even minor monsters would be formidable foes. The crux of the matter is that the summoner possesses minimal combat prowess, relying entirely on the summoned creature. The goblin offers no sense of security. Zheng Yu placed his hopes on the demon contract. He opened the demon contract talent. A prompt appeared. For every 10 points of health limit sacrificed, gain 1 talent point. After some contemplation, Zheng Yu tentatively sacrificed 600 points of health limit, accruing 60 talent points. He chose not to sacrifice all his health. For while the summoned creature could be resurrected upon death, his own demise would be final. It was prudent to retain some health for self-preservation. Upon observing a symbol following the goblin's talent section, he clicked the plus sign. Ding! Goblin, 0th tier. Talent evolves into Goblin Warrior, 1st tier. Chapter 5, the 3rd tier. Goblin Wolf Cavalry. While still within the contract array, the goblin's body suddenly expanded. Its formerly diminutive stature now reached approximately 1.7 meters, though its curved spine made it appear shorter than Zheng Yu. However, Its muscles were prominently defined, and the goblin's overall presence had greatly amplified. It was no longer clad in coarse fabric, but donned reflective armor instead. The data was refreshed accordingly. Summoned creature, Goblin Warrior. Level, 1, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 800. Attack power, 39, 13 summoner's intelligence, 3 coefficient. Skill, Warrior's Strike LV1. The Goblin Warrior channels power to attack its target, with damage increasing based on the charge time, delivering 273,468, 7 coefficient, 39 goblins attack power, 12 coefficient, 39 goblins attack power, damage. Summoned creature equipment, none. Excellent. Zheng Yu regarded the refreshed data of the Goblin Warrior with satisfaction, nodding in approval. With the elevation of its talent, its overall stats had improved significantly, and it had acquired a warrior-type skill as well. Health surged to 800. Both the smashing and striking skills could now inflict damage exceeding 200 points. Although still insufficient to solo the Abyss, this only consumed 1 talent point. Zheng Yu still clutched 59 talent points and had a health cap of 500. There was still room for enhancement. Zheng Yu clicked the talent increment button 10 times in succession. Another upgrade followed. Ding! Goblin Warrior, first tier, talent evolved into Elite Goblin Warrior, second tier. Health, 8001500. Attack power, 3952, 13 summoner intelligence x 4 coefficient. 50 talent points remain until the next tier upgrade. Quite impressive. The health of the Elite Goblin Warrior had already surpassed Zheng Yu's own. Its attack coefficient had also reached 4. Yet, it was still insufficient. To solo a dungeon at level 1, barring a few hidden classes, other classes must team up. This is because the bosses in the level 1 Abyss possess health exceeding 10,000, making it nearly impossible to defeat them alone. Teamwork is essential to vanquish the abyssal bosses. This is the reason why leveling up as a professional is so arduous. The difficulty of the Abyss, referred to as a dungeon, is excessively high. The requirements for team composition are extremely stringent. Typically, a summoner would struggle to find a group. Zheng Yu's only option for leveling up was to solo. With 49 talent points remaining, he needed 50 to reach the 3rd tier. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu decided to expend 10 health points to restore his talent points to 50. A mere 10 health points. Zheng Yu currently had 490 health points left. He allocated all 50 talent points to the Goblin. Ding! Elite Goblin Warrior, 2nd tier, talent evolved into Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 3rd tier. A low growl reverberated from the summoning array. An exaggeratedly large wolf materialized within the summoning circle, with the Elite Goblin Warrior mounted upon it, exuding an aura far superior to before. Health, 1,500 3,000. Attack power, 5265, 13 summoner intelligence x 5 coefficient. A health of 3,000 and an attack coefficient of 50. Quite satisfactory. Zheng Yu felt a sense of contentment. Although he was still a bit short of being able to defeat the boss, this was more than adequate to handle the minor monsters in the level 1 Abyss. After leveling up, his stats would be even higher. Additionally, Zheng Yu discovered that the Goblin Wolf Cavalry had acquired a new skill. Skill, Wolf Cavalry Charge LV1. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry charges at the target, delivering a strike that inflicts 1640, 65 Goblin attack power x 25 coefficient, points of damage. Hiss, 1600 points of damage? In the novice area, this is no trifling number. This is still without Zheng Yu wearing any equipment, and the Goblin also lacking gear. The equipment for summoners is the same set as that of mages. Mages, as is well known, are a money-burning profession. Summoners, as a little-known fact, burn even more money than mages, using the same equipment, spending the same amount, yet failing to deal the damage that mages can. Zheng Yu glanced at the summoner equipment in the shop and muttered, another reason for the summoner's abandonment. Throughout the entire temple mall, there wasn't even a designated area for summoners. Zheng Yu could only browse in the mage equipment section. Eventually, he chose a novice staff priced at 6,000. Equipment name, Novice Staff. Equipment level, 1. Equipment attributes, Intelligence 10, Strength 2, Magic value 50. Equipment origin, Level 1 Abyss. Equipment durability, 50-50. Although Zheng Yu felt that spending 6,000 on a novice staff that only added 8 points of intelligence, with no other effects, was hardly worth it. He had no choice but to buy it. Unlike in the real game, newly transitioned professionals do not receive a novice gift pack. Everything must be purchased independently. This was already quite fortunate. At least he did not have to venture into the wild alone. Zheng Yu recalled from his history lessons that the first batch of human professionals had entered the Abyss empty-handed. Countless lives were lost. The early adventurers faced massive fatalities. Nowadays, being able to easily find strategies for the Abyss and purchase level-appropriate equipment is all due to the efforts of predecessors. This is why the top-ranked player, Nenmu holds a level of 70. He is currently undertaking the arduous task of exploring level 70, a dungeon that humans have yet to set foot in. Zheng Yu conducted another search for summoner equipment and was pleasantly surprised to find a vendor selling it. Summoner equipment, Sharp Fong. Equipment level, 1. Equipment attributes, Health, 300. Attack power 5. Price, 500. Well, that is all. Simple attributes. An affordable price. He equipped the novice staff and transferred the Fong to the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. The overall stats increased once more, but that was not the end of it. Zheng Yu still had one final method of enhancement. The Silver Tier Hex Runes, Butler S. Heart. Butler S. Heart. Your team is regarded as having an additional Butler and gains a Butler emblem. The emblem can enhance the bonds of a flag. Zheng Yu was astonished to discover that the modified emblem could also enhance the bonds of summoned creatures. If multiple summoned creatures could form a high bond arrangement, it would provide a formidable boost. He wondered if luck-based bonds like Fortune Star and Pirate were included. Perhaps he could take a gamble. Zheng Yu opened the heart of the emblem and retrieved a Butler emblem. Butler Bond, 2468. Butler summons will be upgraded to VIP status, evolving into more powerful abilities. Currently, 2 Butler Bonds are activated. 2. Choose a summoned creature to evolve into a VIP Butler. All Butlers will gain 20 health and 20 attack power. The VIP Butler will acquire special skill enhancements. Zheng Yu VIP Butler? Special skill enhancements? His interest was piqued. He was familiar with VIPs and Butlers, but he was curious about what a VIP Butler Goblin would entail. Chapter 6. VIP Butler. A Goblin Noble? Your Goblin Wolf Cavalry has equipped the Butler emblem. Currently, 2 Butler Bonds are activated. You may choose to evolve the Goblin Wolf Cavalry into a VIP Butler. Will you proceed with the evolution? Yes. Could he possibly refuse? That was out of the question. Ding. Your Goblin Wolf Cavalry has evolved into a VIP Butler level Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Skill: Wolf Cavalry Charge enhanced to Wolf Cavalry Charge. A brilliant light enveloped the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. The elite Goblin warrior seated upon the wolf underwent an instantaneous transformation in demeanor, resembling an upper-class noble goblin. Well, although the demeanor was noble, it was still a goblin. Ugly, yet impeccably groomed, with a green face and sharp fangs, yet possessing a gentlemanly gaze, exuding an air of nobility. In summary, it was quite incongruous. A goblin noble? Unimaginable, yet it was a reality standing before Zheng Yu. He observed that even the colossal wolf bore a coat of flowing fur, reminiscent of a regal Pekingese freshly groomed at a pet salon. Zheng Yu found it hard to look directly at it. Nonetheless, the newfound strength was indeed a welcome change. The noble goblin was also difficult to behold, yet the evolved attributes sparked a glimmer of excitement in Zheng Yu's eyes. Summoned Beast. VIP Butler Class Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Level 1. Level increases with the summoner's level. Health points: 3,900, 3,000 base health, 600 from the Butler Bond, 300 from the Blade attribute. Attack power: 120, 23 from Summoner's Intelligence, 50 coefficient, 5 Blade attribute, 230 from Butler Bond. Talent: Level 3, requires 100 more points for upgrade. Skills: Jumping Hammer Strike LV1. Leaps high to deliver a swift blow to the enemy, inflicting 600, 5 coefficient, 120 Goblin attack power, points of damage, with a 15 chance to stun the opponent. Skills: Archery Mastery LV1. Precisely shoots arrows, dealing 600, 5 coefficient, 120 Goblin attack power, points of damage. Skills: Warrior's Might LV1. The Goblin Warrior charges a powerful attack on the target, with damage increasing based on the charge time, inflicting 840 to 1440, 7 coefficient, 120 Goblin attack power, 12 coefficient, 120 Goblin attack power, points of damage. Skills: Enhanced Cavalry Charge LV1. The Goblin Wolf Cavalry charges forth, striking multiple, 3, targets and dealing 3,120 Goblin attack power, 25 coefficient, points of damage. Summoned Beast Equipment, Sharp Blade. Now, this is what one would call a summoned beast, Zheng Yu remarked, gazing at the attribute chart. A health pool of 3,900 far surpassed that of a paladin, the quintessential tank class. The most terrifying aspect was undoubtedly the skills enhanced by the VIP Butler, dealing 3,000 points of damage to 3 targets. To think that before sacrificing his own health, Zheng Yu had merely 1,100 health points. Who could withstand such a charge? Furthermore, he noticed that the previously simplistic stone-throwing skill had transformed into archery mastery. This made perfect sense. After all, being a VIP butler and an elite warrior, resorting to stone-throwing was hardly befitting of his status. An elite goblin warrior mastering archery was entirely logical. Truly a divine talent. Truly a demonic pact. Although his health cap had plummeted to 490 and could never be restored, acquiring such a formidable summoned beast was well worth the trade. It was time to venture into the abyss. In the southern district of Jiangshui City, what was once a bustling street several decades ago had now been fortified by military presence, transformed into an abyss dungeon for novice adventurers to level up. Although it was already midnight, the area remained brightly lit and crowded. Cold Street Abyss. Level 1 Abyss. The level of the abyss corresponds with the level of the adventurers. Although labeled as a level 1 abyss, it was, in reality, a level 110 abyss. Adventurers below level 10 could enter freely. However, those exceeding level 10 would face backlash upon entering Cold Street Abyss and be hunted down by the butchers roaming the depths. While the powerful race orchestrating the abyss remained a mystery, the priority for these fledgling adventurers was simple: level up. Looking for a party. Level 1 warrior. Equipped with a novice shield and a full set of 5 novice gear. Armor, shoulder pads, trousers, boots, gloves. Seeking to clear the simple Cold Spring Abyss. I am a level 7 blood warrior with 4 successful runs through the simple Cold Street Abyss, with 2 slots available, 150,000 per run, non-negotiable. Quick passage through Cold Street Abyss. Need 1 warrior, level 3 or above. Hurry in. Self-sufficient. Simple Abyss, current team composition. 3 level 1 warriors, 1 level 1 priest. Looking for another warrior or paladin. New gaming hero, seeking a party. Level 10 berserker build warrior, offering a run through the ordinary Cold Street Abyss, 100,000 per run. Seize the opportunity. Upon entering the Abyss lobby, Zhengyu was immediately struck by the cacophony of voices calling for party members and offering power leveling services. The screens in the lobby continually scrolled with party information. Posting on these screens incurred a fee of 100 yuan each time. It was not exorbitant, yet not insignificant either. If one missed the scrolling message, they would have to pay again for another chance to see it. Zhengyu glanced around, noticing that all the requests were for warriors. Some teams even comprised solely of 5 warriors, eschewing support, tanks, or mages entirely. It seemed warriors were in high demand. Zhengyu. He heard someone call his name. Turning, he spotted Tao Qian waving at him amidst the crowd. Beside him stood several familiar faces, around a dozen classmates in total. Why did you take so long to arrive? We've been here for quite a while, Tao Qian remarked, clearly having come directly to Cold Street Abyss after leaving the temple, wasting no time. Did you clear it? Zhengyu inquired. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Clear what? We can't find a party. Zhengyu frowned. You've been here for several hours. And you still haven't found a party? Guofeng and Xu Xiaozhan had managed to form a group, given that both were warriors with B-level talents, making them quite sought after. Xu Xiaozhan even purchased a set of novice warrior equipment for 100,000 yuan, only to be whisked away by another party right upon his arrival. The novice warrior set consisted of 7 items: novice sword, novice shield, novice armor, novice shoulder pads, novice trousers, novice boots, and novice gloves. While each item was initially inexpensive, the overwhelming demand for warriors had inflated their prices significantly. Why don't you try forming a party to go in? Zhengyu asked curiously, sensing that their time spent waiting here was simply a waste. Tao Qian sighed in exasperation. It's mainly out of fear. You didn't see what happened to a team of pure newbies that went in, did you? They came out as a pile of minced flesh. It was terrifying. Tao Qian spoke with a lingering dread. Although guides existed for the Cold Street dungeon, there was a stark difference between theory and reality. One truly needed an experienced individual to lead the way. Well, I just saw on the big screen that a group of level 1 warriors was looking for teammates, Zhengyu pointed out. Stubborn fools. They aren't afraid of death. But I'm not here to risk my life in the abyss. I came for a better life, not to perish in there. I'll wait a bit longer. I refuse to believe that as a B-level talent monk, I can't find a party. Zhengyu offered. How about I take you along? Tao Qian grinned. I was hoping you'd say that. With your S-level talent as a beacon, finding teammates will be no trouble at all. Tao Qian could indeed find a party. As a monk, his early game utility surpassed that of mages and rangers, and with his B-level talent, he could easily attract attention without spending money. He was simply waiting for Zhengyu. With Zhengyu in the mix, their team would undoubtedly be formidable, ensuring a smooth run through the dungeon. Let us quickly post a message to find 2 strong allies for a swift clear, Tao Qian exclaimed. Zhengyu, however, interrupted Tao Qian's words. I wish to compete for the ranking. Tao Qian was taken aback, then turned to Zhengyu with a serious gaze. Although he had always supported Zhengyu, this matter was no trifling matter. Are you confident? Zhengyu did not indulge in pleasantries, responding directly, absolutely. Then that's settled. Tao Qian gritted his teeth, deciding to trust Zhengyu this once. Competing for the ranking meant vying for a position on the level leaderboard. Each year, on the day when newcomers transitioned to their professions, the sanctuary would unveil a leaderboard, a limited-time event lasting 1 month for the rookie-level rankings. After a month, the leaderboard would be finalized, with the sanctuary distributing rewards, alongside additional rewards from both the city and provincial levels. Zhengyu was in need of money, and he had already established his status as an S-rank talent, requiring a high-profile display of his abilities to garner attention. His singular aim was to secure more wealth. Zhengyu had also done his homework, familiarizing himself with the methods, timelines, and rewards associated with the ranking competition. To acquire more experience swiftly, the Abyss could accommodate a maximum of 5 participants. The greater the number of players, the slightly stronger the monsters would be, thus increasing the experience gained. The notion of soloing actually entailed entering with 4 auxiliary teammates, where the captain would slay the Abyss monsters while the remaining teammates would merely chant praises. The experience would primarily benefit the captain. Teammates would not only refrain from siphoning experience, but would also raise the difficulty of the Abyss, granting Zhengyu even more experience, thereby maximizing his gains. Of course, this was contingent upon possessing sufficient strength. Tao Qian chose to trust Zhengyu, and after Zhengyu made his decision, he promptly called out to those around him. S-rank talent competitor seeking 3 auxiliaries, priority to first-tier professionals. Hurry. Chapter 7. Forming a team. Entering the instance. The Cold Street Abyss. Is someone competing for the ranking? Who is it? They say it's an S-rank talent. So formidable. Do we have an S-rank talent in Jianshui City? You don't know? The WeChat account for Jianshui City has announced it. Zhengyu from the first tier, an S-rank summoner. What? You heard that right, a summoner. Huh. What's he competing for? A trivial ranking. I thought he was a big shot. Turns out he's just posturing. A summoner? In this day and age, someone actually chose to be a summoner? But even if he is a summoner, he possesses S-rank talent. Shouldn't you consider that rather than fixate on the summoner profession? Let me put it this way. If Zhengyu is forming a team, I would gladly latch onto him, because even as a summoner, his S-rank talent surely indicates formidable strength. However, he aims to compete for the ranking. Do you understand what that entails? It means he brings along 4 auxiliaries, monopolizing the experience while soloing a level 1 abyss. If he were a warrior, I'd jump at the chance, but since he's a summoner, I doubt he possesses that capability. Frankly speaking, he lacks the strength to compete for the ranking and might even jeopardize himself and his 4 auxiliaries due to his arrogance. You make a valid point. It seems I was overly optimistic, thinking I could hitch a cheap ride. Many were intrigued, yet no one stepped forward. They all remained hesitant, with most lacking faith in Zhengyu. Damn, these blind fools. Seeing no effect, Tao Qian turned to his classmates, who subtly took a step back. Zhengyu and Tao Qian. Little did we expect that a mere step back would inflict such damage. Tao Qian spoke with irritation. Forget it. I shan't rely on these timid souls. I'll send out a broadcast message and see if any brave souls emerge. Zhengyu had no words to say. After all, the use of the word brave was telling. Clearly, following him into the abyss before demonstrating his prowess required a degree of courage. Broadcast sent. S-rank talent competitor seeking 3 auxiliaries. Priority to first-tier professionals. Hurry. The impact was evident. A flurry of private messages flooded in, inquiring about details and prices. However, upon seeing Zhengyu's profession as a summoner, they fell silent. Yet, an assassin professional reached out directly to Zhengyu. Kuing, assassin, are you truly an S-rank talent? Zhengyu, summoner indeed. Kuing, assassin, could you offer a discount? I'm quite strapped for cash. Would 5,000 suffice? Zhengyu turned to Tao Qian. What is the market price for carrying an auxiliary in the level 1 abyss? 150,000. Though they are auxiliaries, the experience they gain is not negligible. So the price remains unchanged. Zhengyu nodded and sent a message back to the assassin. Zhengyu, summoner, that's acceptable. Just send the request. The price was inconsequential, as few dared to team with him. Once inside the abyss, unless they cleared it, they could not exit. Any mishaps could lead to death. Zhengyu wished to avoid wasting further time. Kuing, assassin, thank you so much. Shortly thereafter, an assassin joined the team. Kuing, assassin, great master. I see there is still room. May I bring in a friend? Zhengyu, summoner, of course. Kuing, assassin, thank you. I'll add her right away. Zhengyu, summoner, understood. Faced with Zhengyu's succinct and aloof response, Kuing bore no dissatisfaction. Rather, she was elated to have found such an economical opportunity. Meanwhile, when Rinxin Yu, observing the conversation, remarked, this guy is silent, trying to play the expert, huh? But, littling, are you really considering joining this team? Isn't it a bit too perilous? Many are too afraid to join. Kuing remained silent, directly opening her banking app to showcase her meager balance. This is all I have left. Unless you have a better plan? They had spent an entire day trying to form a team. Yet no one was willing to pair with an assassin unless compensation was offered. To make matters worse, they were both assassins. A simple instance required 150,000 for one. Thus, they needed 30,000 between them. Noticing when Rinxin Yu's concern, Kuing reassured her, trust my judgment. I believe there is little chance of anything going wrong. Just think, this Zhengyu is an S-rank talent. Those with true talent are least likely to take risks. Only those who are desperate would resort to such measures. The higher the talent, the more they value their lives. Besides, where else can you find such an affordable team? When Rinxin Yu conceded that Kuing had a point, yet she still voiced her apprehensions. Let us hope so. I just hope this isn't our last foray into the abyss. Kuing, however, was not as pessimistic as when Rinxin Yu. With a smile, she replied, in truth, every option carries its risks. Entering as a team is even more perilous. You can never be certain if your teammates are reliable, unless they are from a well-coordinated group. Recruiting others also entails risks. What if they make a mistake? At least with Zhengyu, there is the assurance of his S-rank talent, which I believe makes him more dependable than others. The reason professionals find it challenging to level up is primarily due to the inability to exit the abyss instance swiftly. When faced with danger, one must disengage from combat to leave the abyss. The methods to disengage involve either disappearing from the monster's line of sight or defeating the present monsters, both of which are quite arduous. In most cases, if one falters, they become ensnared by the abyss monsters, leading to inevitable demise. Of course, one could purchase revival items and teleportation tools, but both types of items come at exorbitant prices. Let alone newcomers, even high-level professionals might not be able to afford them. Thus, only 3 types of new professionals can rapidly elevate their levels. There exists a category of individuals who are reckless, another who are immensely powerful, and yet another who are affluent. The remaining individuals, akin to classmate Zhengyu, who fear the abyss of death, must seek a formidable team. However, such esteemed teams often reject them, leaving them to linger in a state of anxious anticipation. It is likely that their first day was merely an attempt to tempt fate. In subsequent days, they would resort to spending money to enlist assistance. After all, 150,000 is not exorbitant. Most families could muster the funds with some sacrifice. Upon the entry of Ku Ying and Wen Rinxinyu, Tao Qian also summoned a friend, a tall and robust young man who appeared significantly older than both Tao Qian and Zhengyu. Tao Qian introduced him to Zhengyu. This is my coach, 3 years my senior, named Wu Zong. He graduated from our school and, like me, is a monk. He remained at level 1 due to financial constraints. Then, turning to Wu Zong, he continued, this is our team leader, endowed with S-level talent. Zhengyu nodded in acknowledgement, a silent greeting. However, Wu Zong's gaze betrayed a hint of hesitation, particularly upon inspecting the team's composition, 1 summoner, 1 monk, and 2 assassins, all at level 1. Had there been a warrior or a healer, he would have deemed it acceptable, but this configuration felt exceedingly unusual. Nevertheless, retracing the path of a professional was a long-held aspiration of his. All he needed was an opportunity, and he resolved to take the plunge. Even if Zhengyu faltered, his years of training had instilled in him the confidence to extricate himself from peril and escape the abyss. Most crucially, the cost was remarkably low, merely 5,000. To put it in perspective, his monthly salary, after taxes, barely exceeded 3,000. At the original price of 150,000 per attempt, he would need to save for half a year. The costs of pursuing a professional career only escalated in the later stages, and unlike a warrior, he did not belong to a money-making class. He had to be frugal with the savings he had accumulated over 3 years. Thus, the team was formed, an S-level talent summoner, his trustworthy companion Tao Qian, and 3 desperate individuals who valued money less than their lives. Shall we proceed? Zhengyu announced in the team voice chat. Tao Qian, monk level 1 go. Ku Ying, assassin level 1 let us go. Wen Rinxinyu, assassin level 1. Wu Zong, monk level 1 I'm ready, we can enter. Under the prompt of the interface, Zhengyu selected the cold street abyss. 5 beams of light descended, and Zhengyu, Tao Qian, Ku Ying, Wen Rinxinyu, and Wu Zong vanished from their original location. Observing Zhengyu's disappearance, his classmates began to murmur. Zhengyu really did find 4 mere bystanders. Does he genuinely intend to compete for the leaderboard? I thought he was joking. We'll see tomorrow if he emerges unscathed, or if he slap us all in the face. It would take until the next day. The fastest recorded time for the Cold Street dungeon was 4 hours and 41 minutes. As a summoner, Zhengyu would likely take longer. My guess is 8 hours. If he manages to clear it, that would be impressive. I suspect he will not. Oh, that would be quite the spectacle. An S-level talent perishing in a level 1 abyss dungeon. That would make headlines. Can't you wish for something positive? Zhengyu is, after all, the only S-level talent in Jiangshui City. It's a matter of pride. Not my pride. Why would I wish him well? If that S-level talent were mine, I'd surpass him. Really, how far can a summoner go? They dared not voice such sentiments in Zhengyu's presence. But in his absence, they spoke freely. As this group, consumed by jealousy, spoke indiscreetly, Zhengyu and his party had already entered the Cold Street abyss. Chapter 8. A single arrow to kill, the mighty goblin wolf rider. A gust of frigid wind swept through. It's freezing. I'm dying. Tao Qian shouted, donning a coat from his inventory. Zhengyu also retrieved a military coat he had prepared, putting on gloves and a thick hat to envelop himself snugly. At that moment, he also glanced at the 2 female assassins he had just teamed up with. Ku Ying was petite, her face appearing quite youthful. Had it not been for the requirement of adulthood for class advancement, he might have mistaken her for a minor. Wen Rinxinyu bore the typical appearance of a freshly graduated high school student, embodying youthful exuberance. The presence of 2 distinct types of beautiful young women in the party alleviated the otherwise oppressive atmosphere of the abyss dungeon. Zhengyu addressed Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Rinxinyu. Are you aware of the rules? Wu Zong nodded. Ku Ying, being the more talkative, replied, yes. We'll observe while you handle the monsters and clear the dungeon. No looting, no wandering, no interfering, and no stealing kills. Wen Rinxinyu, with curiosity, added, we understand the rules. I'm just intrigued about how a summoner plans to solo the abyss dungeon. Zhengyu smiled and replied, how else would I clear it? Naturally, with my summoned beasts. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a summoning array materialized. Howl! A wolf's howl echoed from the array. As the light of the summoning array faded, a massive wolf appeared before them. An elite goblin warrior, perched atop the giant wolf, bowed respectfully to Zhengyu, its movements exhibiting the poise of a gentleman. After greeting its master, it politely nodded at Tao Qian and Wen Rinxinyu, acknowledging them. Tao Qian exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, I can't believe this goblin has more charisma than I do. Wu Zong simply stated, no need to feel that way. It indeed possesses more charm than you. Like a noble gentleman. What a peculiar sensation, an amiable goblin. Kuing scrutinized the goblin wolf rider with a sense of wonder. Her gaze slightly bold until the giant wolf glared at her, prompting the goblin to gently stroke the wolf's head, calming its temperament. As if to convey that one should not be discourteous to a lady. The dissonance of such a scene was striking. Moreover, the goblin and its colossal wolf exuded an aura that stifled any inclination to resist. 900 health points. An attack power of 120? At that moment, Tao Qian finally took note of the goblin's statistics. While the health of 900 was manageable, akin to a paladin of the same level boasting over 3,000 health, the attack power of 120 was astonishing. Tao Qian glanced at his own strength, which was a mere 13 points. A single furious slash would yield around 200 damage. Yet this goblin's attack power alone was 120. Realizing the implications, Tao Qian remarked, "Yugo, it turns out you weren't exaggerating after all." Just from observing the goblin wolf rider's stats, he sensed that this dungeon was likely secure. Zheng Yu, puzzled, inquired, "You always thought I was boasting? Then why did you follow me in?" Tao Qian chuckled, believing my buddy is different from thinking he's exaggerating. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the sound of ice shards shattering echoed around Cold Street. From the sides of the street emerged some frozen corpses. Abyss monster, cold corpse. Level, LV1. Health, 500. Attack power, 20. Skill, bite. Skill, slow aura. With the appearance of the cold corpses, the temperature in the vicinity dropped a few degrees further. Tao Qian, Kuing, and the two others tactically retreated behind Zheng Yu, not only to avoid encroaching upon Zheng Yu's experience points, but also to safeguard their own well-being. Despite the cold corpses possessing 500 health points and an attack power of 20, their numbers were overwhelming. In an instant, nearly 7 or 8 cold corpses emerged from both sides of the street. They withdrew to observe the battle. The elite goblin warrior drew a longbow from his back, while seated atop a giant wolf, remaining still as he knocked an arrow, aimed, and released. Whoosh. The arrow struck the nearest cold corpse with pinpoint accuracy. Crack. The arrow shattered upon impact as if it had struck a solid block of ice, resulting in a headshot. A damage value floated above the cold corpse's head. 693. Killed cold corpse, LV1, gained 7 experience points. Wow. Wu Zong, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but express his astonishment at the displayed value. It was indeed exceedingly high. To them, the arrow shot by the goblin seemed like a mere ordinary attack. Yet it was actually the result of a proficiency in archery. Dealing nearly 700 damage and instantly eliminating a cold corpse was quite extraordinary. Ku Ying and Wen Renqing Yu exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. They had placed their bets correctly. This summoner was indeed a tremendous asset. Moreover, at such a speed of dispatching cold corpses, setting a record would hardly be excessive. They had watched videos of other adventurers traversing the depths of the cold street and had never seen such effortless annihilation. The cold corpses possessed a slowing aura that could hinder the warrior's speed, and with 500 health points, they certainly could not be dispatched in a single blow. The first wave of 12 cold corpses would require careful kiting. Even half an hour would be considered swift. Yet here, the goblin warrior had already loosed 4 arrows in mere seconds, consecutively eliminating 4 cold corpses. Dispatching all 12 cold corpses would likely take less than 3 minutes. This was simply absurd. Was the summoner truly this formidable? Wen Renqing Yu finally set aside her prejudices against summoners, replaced by a profound curiosity. If the summoner was so powerful, why was there a consensus on their weakness? At that moment, Tao Qian, overhearing, proudly remarked, "It's not that the summoner is strong. It's my buddy who is exceptional." Meanwhile, Zheng Yu was contemplating the damage calculations. According to the values and skill coefficients, a shot from the proficiency in archery could yield 600 damage, and that was merely theoretical, not accounting for the opponent's armor and level. The cold corpses were also level 1, lacking any suppression. Armor would mitigate some damage, yet the damage dealt soared to 700 points. Could it be due to the headshot? Zheng Yu speculated. The theoretical and actual damage must differ. Headshots were likely a significant factor in increasing the damage output, given the slow speed of the cold corpses. The goblin warrior could nearly guarantee a headshot with each arrow, eliminating 1 small cold corpse at a time. 666. Killed cold corpse, LV1, gained 8 experience points. 711. Killed cold corpse, LV1, gained 9 experience points. 705. Killed cold corpse, LV1, gained 8 experience points. 619. Killed cold corpse, LV1, gained 7 experience points. 659. Killed cold corpse. 782. The final arrow struck directly between the eyes. Killed cold corpse, LV1, gained 8 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, LV1 to LV2, 200 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 410, 510. Magic, 160, 170. Intelligence, 23, 26. Strength, 13, 14. Zheng Yu felt a surge of joy at this newfound level. Leveling up meant an increase in health points. With a bit more accumulation, he could further enhance his summoning abilities. Chapter 9, Charge Strike, 3,000 damage. The area of the Cold Street Abyss was extensive, requiring traversing the frozen streets and delving deep into the alleys to locate the boss. They were currently positioned at the entrance of the Cold Street. After slaying 8 cold corpses, Zhengyu waited at the first intersection for a few minutes, adhering to the Abyss strategy. According to the guide, a level 4 cold corpse lurked within a shop. If they did not wait for it to emerge and simply pass through, they would find themselves caught between the Abyss creatures ahead and the level 4 cold corpse behind. The strategy for the Cold Street was a lesson every student from Jiangshui City needed to master. For Zhengyu, the tactics for the Cold Street were etched into his mind as deeply as the poem The Difficulty of the Shoe Road. Crack, crack. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the ground began to freeze. A massive cold corpse emerged from a shop. Abyss creature, cold corpse. Level, LV4. Health, 2000. Attack power, 80. Skills, bite. Skills, slow aura. Skills, ice axe throw. Roar. The level 4 cold corpse emitted a low growl, warning the goblin wolf cavalry encroaching upon its territory. With a clattering sound, other shops nearby echoed ominously as nearly a dozen cold corpses emerged from the shadows. What the heck? So many, Tao Qian exclaimed. Beside him, Wu Zong added, no wonder so many teams chose not to group with me. It turns out I really am of little use. Both Tao Qian and Wu Zong, who was 3 years their senior, were entering the Abyss for the first time. Previously, they had only gleaned information from videos and online images. They had assumed the teams that excluded them were merely overly cautious, and that those who perished in the Abyss were simply inept. However, after experiencing it firsthand, they finally comprehended the Abyss's daunting difficulty. In other words, without Zhengyu, they might not even have been able to overcome the first wave of cold corpses, let alone confront the formidable level 4 cold corpse boasting 2,000 health points. Tao Qian, Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Rinqingyu swiftly distanced themselves from the battlefield, keeping a safe distance from the level 4 cold corpse. Now I truly understand why Zhengyu is eager to compete for the leaderboard. That group of people simply didn't believe him. Just this level 4 cold corpse is beyond our capability as mere level 1 novices, Tao Qian remarked, gazing apprehensively at the colossal cold corpse emanating frigid air. Thank goodness we retreated quickly. Wu Zong nodded in agreement, stating, this is precisely why I trust you. Had I known you weren't entirely confident, I would never have followed you in. He chuckled, saying, but I'm glad I did. Who could have anticipated that a summoner could be this powerful? Wu Zong wore an expression of having struck gold, though the level 4 cold corpse was strong. It was up against a goblin wolf cavalry capable of inflicting over 700 damage with a single strike. The goblin wolf cavalry had hardly moved, remaining stationary as it rained arrows, resulting in the demise of numerous cold corpses. Truly remarkable. Wen Rinqingyu, who had harbored biases against the summoner Zhengyu, now expressed her admiration. Observing the attributes of the level 4 cold corpse, she curiously inquired, I now seriously doubt whether those warriors outside can truly defeat this cold corpse. Seated beside her, Zhengyu was the one providing answers. Although the cold corpse appeared formidable, its attack power was merely 80, and a single skill could inflict only 400 or 500 points of damage. The warriors outside, tasked with escorting newcomers, typically comprised more than one individual, usually at least 2 warriors accompanied by a paladin or a priest for support. While they might not be able to swiftly eliminate the cold corpses, their low agility allowed them to engage in a drawn-out battle without much difficulty. Amidst Zhengyu's detailed explanations, Wen Rinqingyu was solely preoccupied with one question. What was he doing here? Zhengyu shrugged. Am I not allowed to be here? Wen Rinqingyu replied, you are, but it feels rather odd. It seems as though the one guiding us is that goblin wolf rider, not you. They were stationed far from the combat zone, dutifully playing the role of bystanders, yet it was surprising to find that their supposed guide was comfortably lounging here. Seemingly at ease, he was indeed reclining, having somehow procured a lounge chair. Zhengyu, reclining in his chair, chuckled and remarked, you're correct. The one leading you is indeed that goblin wolf rider, while I am a summoner. It seemed that this was a novel experience for Tao Qian, who had never encountered a summoner before. The sensation of being accompanied by a summoned beast was quite intriguing. Tao Qian inquired, where did you get that lounge chair? I brought it from home. My inventory space is ample, Zhengyu replied. Just one? Tao Qian asked. Only one, but I have another at home. I'll bring it next time. All right, it looks rather comfortable. It's decent enough. I plan to bring my lazy sofa next time. By the way, would you like some coffee? Do you have hot water? I brought a kettle. It said that the Cold Street Abyss is quite chilly, so I thought hot water would be necessary. Or perhaps you simply enjoy it. Observing Tao Qian and Zhengyu engaging in what appeared to be perfectly normal conversation, others looked on with bemusement considering the current circumstances. Is this the Abyss? Why does it feel like you two are on vacation? You even brought tea? Zhengyu glanced up and asked, would you like some hot tea? Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Rinqingyu replied, yes, please. Thus, a rather peculiar scene unfolded in the Cold Street Abyss. In the foreground, the goblin wolf rider was skillfully taking down cold corpses one by one, while behind them, a group of young men and women were cheerfully chatting while holding a teapot. This was more incongruous than even the goblin exhibiting gentlemanly demeanor. Zheng Yu sipped his tea. Accruing experience points. 694. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 9 experience points. 777. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 8 experience points. 782. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 9 experience points. Following his level up, the goblin's precise archery skills were also enhanced, allowing it to eliminate the remaining cold corpses. The level 4 cold corpse, unable to remain passive, hurled a spinning ice axe towards the goblin. Whoosh! The ice axe missed its target, as the goblin had already readied its bow and leapt up, evading the icy assault and landing directly in front of the level 4 cold corpse. With a hammer in hand, it swung fiercely at the creature's head. Bang! 890. The leap strike obliterated more than half of the cold corpse's health. The skill's attack coefficient was identical to that of the archery, but this strike was executed with greater precision, landing squarely on the head. Moreover, the actual damage from close combat was indeed higher than that of ranged attacks. Stun. The precise hit to the head triggered a stunning effect. The cold corpse, already sluggish, was left immobilized by the blow. The goblin warrior, muscles tensed, seized the moment to charge up. The heavy hammer struck. Bang. 1,750. A fatal blow. The damage overflowed. The level 4 cold corpse's body was smashed in half. Kill cold corpse, LV4, gained 72 experience points. Experience surged significantly, and with just one more wave of cold corpses, they could reach level 3. Levels were relatively easy to gain early on. Completing a simple dungeon could easily elevate one to level 4. Zheng Yu's approach of merely accompanying others allowed for even quicker advancement. Goodness! 1,750 damage, exclaimed Tao Qian, spilling half of his hot tea. Wasn't this goblin supposed to be a novice summoner? How could it be so powerful? Tao Qian had managed to remain composed until he witnessed the goblin wolf rider deliver blows that totaled nearly 3,000 damage. He could hardly contain his astonishment. That could easily slay a paladin, Ku Ying remarked, equally shocked. No need to speculate. While a level 1 paladin can reach 3,000 health, I doubt they'd even get close before my brother Yu's goblin took them down, she continued. In light of their astonishment, Zheng Yu felt somewhat unfazed. After all, this was a fully charged strike. If the damage were not substantial, it would hardly justify the 15% chance of stunning. The warrior's powerful strike combined with the leap's stunning effect was perfectly timed to achieve maximum charge. A 12-fold coefficient strike, alongside various stat enhancements, was precisely what Zheng Yu had anticipated. Subsequently, the goblin wolf rider dispatched the remaining cold corpses. A total of 14 level 1 cold corpses yielded 112 experience points, while the level 4 cold corpse provided 72 points. They were just shy of leveling up, though the only disappointment was that the level 4 cold corpse did not drop any equipment. Chapter 10. Annihilating level 5 cold corpses, an unstoppable advance. 778. Kill cold corpse, LV1, gain 8 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV2 to LV3, 349 experience points needed for next level. Health, 510-640. Mana, 170-180. Intelligence, 26-31. Strength, 14-15. After re-entering the cold street, they encountered another wave of level 1 cold corpses, which were easily dispatched, resulting in further level gains. The goblin wolf rider also leveled up to 3, with health increasing to 4,500 and attack power rising to 160 due to Zheng Yu's enhanced intelligence. Now, the goblin wolf rider could inflict 900 damage with a single arrow. Thanks to its precise archery, almost as soon as a cold corpse appeared, it would be eliminated. The advance was rapid, albeit the experience points awarded were somewhat lacking, with each cold corpse yielding only 78 points. Encounters with level 3 and 4 cold corpses were rare, providing 30 to 40 and 70 to 80 experience points, respectively. After dispatching several waves of cold corpses, they reached the depths of Cold Street, where the final boss would spawn. Had the map not been so vast, wasting time traveling and waiting for the slow cold corpses to respawn, they could have progressed even faster. Throughout their journey, Zheng Yu and his companions moved intermittently. The goblin wolf rider led the way, effortlessly taking down each small cold corpse. No matter how many cold corpses respawned, they could hardly reach them. Considering the cold corpses' sluggish pace compared to their own, this was their final destination. Tao Qian gazed towards the park at the end of the cold street and spoke to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu nodded earnestly and declared to them, "Let us commence our action." Indeed, Wu Zong skillfully retrieved a barbecue grill from the inventory and expertly set it up. Tao Qian tended to the fire, igniting the charcoal, and, with a note of concern, inquired, "Old Wu, are you truly proficient in barbecue?" "Rest assured, before I became a coach, I spent 3 months perfecting the art of grilling," Wu Zong replied confidently. "Very well, the task is yours. Ku Ying and Wen Renxing, you were also busy arranging small tables. Wen Renxing, you prepared tea, while Ku Ying focused on snacks and plating. As for Zheng Yu, he produced a reclining chair and comfortably reclined. Although the cold wind swept through the street, The heater beside Zhengyu provided a perfectly comforting warmth. As Tao Qian stoked the flames, he remarked, "I have thoroughly surveyed this area. No cold corpses will spawn here. We are absolutely safe." They were situated atop a small villa adjacent to Central Park. Zhengyu had not only brought tea but also instant noodles, the barbecue grill, snacks, and even meat skewers. A descent into the abyss would last nearly 3 hours at the very least. As a summoner, he need not engage in battle himself. Would he simply endure the cold? Thus, Zhengyu had nearly emptied his refrigerator and had even borrowed the barbecue grill and heater that the elderly man downstairs was not currently using. It was all about indulging in the ultimate experience. While preparing tea, Wen Rinxinyu whispered to Kuing, "Do you think what we are doing is truly acceptable?" Kuing rolled her eyes, replying, "Who could possibly find fault? Do you believe we are being disrespectful to the cold corpses? Or do you think barbecue is unappetizing?" After a moment of silence, Wen Rinxinyu finally said, "I just feel that it seems rather unrealistic." To this, Kuing concurred, "Not just unrealistic. I never imagined I would clear the abyss in such a manner." Wu Zong chimed in, "From now on, if anyone claims that summoners are weak, I shall be the first to object. Haven T, I told you, the strength lies with Zhengyu, not the summoner." Tao Qian joined the conversation. Wu Zong shook his head, saying, "No, what I mean is, no matter how strong a warrior may be, he cannot clear the abyss while enjoying barbecue. Imagine a warrior attempting to lie down and clear it. If even the mighty martial god Nan Yun were to witness this scene, he would surely exclaim in disbelief." Tao Qian nodded, recognizing the truth in Wu Zong's words. "Indeed." Wen Rinxinyu added, "Wu Go, once you finish grilling, let me take a photo for my moments in the game." Zhengyu, not far off, overheard their banter and turned to Wen Rinxinyu, saying, "Once you have taken the photo, do send me a copy. I wish to share it as well." "Sure thing. Now, great one, look this way." Wen Rinxinyu snapped a picture of Zhengyu, who reclined in the chair, sipping hot coffee, a look of pure contentment on his face. Below the photo, she captioned, "Abyss, coffee, barbecue, cold corpses, and the great Zhengyu." While Tao Qian's charcoal fire had yet to reach its peak, commotion erupted below. A series of cracking sounds echoed from the depths of the park's forest. The ground shimmered with a layer of visible ice crystals. This was merely the first wave. Zhengyu, sipping his hot coffee, observed the situation below. Those summoners did not require extensive maneuvering. They had simple tasks. First, to issue commands to their summoned beasts. And second, to find a place to hide, ensuring their own safety. The rest could be entrusted to the summoned creatures, making it a profession characterized by simplicity. Suddenly, a level 5 cold corpse burst forth. The level 5 cold corpse possessed 2,500 hit points. Its massive size and wide slow aura affecting even the goblin wolf riders over 100 meters away. An elite goblin warrior drew his bow and loosed an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow struck the cold corpse squarely in the forehead. A critical hit, yet it did not fell the beast. 928. A staggering high damage number appeared, deducting over a third of the cold corpse's health. Whoosh! With no cooldown on his precise archery, the goblin could continue shooting as long as he had stamina. His shooting speed tied to his agility. The second arrow followed closely. 901. With a minimum theoretical damage of 848 from level 3 archery, plus the critical headshot damage, and accounting for the cold corpse's icy armor resistance, every strike inflicted over 900 damage. Whoosh! Another arrow flew. 910. 3 arrows brought down a level 5 cold corpse. Kill cold corpse, LV5, gain 105 experience points. Impressive. Wu Zong, responsible for the grilling, could not help but exclaim at this display. Having studied the depths of the cold street abyss longer than Zhengyu and Tao Qian, he was well aware that in all of Jiangshui City, the cold street abyss was the only level 1 abyss. Over the past 3 years, he had reviewed countless strategies for it. He recalled distinctly that upon entering Central Park, one would encounter a level 5 cold corpse, and it was imperative to avoid letting it get close. One must utilize the surrounding structures to outmaneuver the level 5 cold corpse. Otherwise, being ensnared by its slow aura could lead to the annihilation of the entire team. As the cold corpse sported 2,500 hit points and 100 attack power. This was considered the first challenge of the cold street abyss, how to swiftly eliminate the level 5 cold corpse. Yet, witnessing it being felled in just 3 arrows, the goblin's straightforward approach rendered all strategies and formations moot. Is the S-level talent truly this formidable? He recalled that several S-level talent practitioners had emerged from Jiangshui City, yet none had displayed such extraordinary prowess. At that moment, the level 5 cold corpse lay defeated, while the first wave of cold corpses that should have spawned alongside it had only just begun to emerge. Roar! The cold corpse, emerging from the depths of the park's forest, barely had time to roar before being struck down by an arrow. Whoosh! 941. Whoosh! 909. Whoosh! 932. The goblin wolf riders did not permit the cold corpses to linger more than 3 seconds. As soon as they revealed themselves, they were met with an arrow. Clean, swift, and decisive. The first wave was obliterated, and the level surged directly to level 4. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level LV3 LV4, 600 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 648-110. Mana, 180-190. Intelligence, 31-37. Strength, 15-16. Zheng Yu realized that leveling up was particularly significant for him. Not only did he gain additional health, but he also increased his skill damage. The rise in intelligence augmented his base damage, and the skill coefficients followed suit. Now, his precise archery could theoretically inflict 1,000 damage, and in reality, it would be even higher, surpassing the standard of practitioners at the same tier. Most importantly, as long as Zheng Yu concealed himself well, the abyss creatures would not attack him. If he aspired to tackle the more challenging, or even nightmarish abyss dungeons, the goblins would require even greater strength. Should he go all in? Previously, Zheng Yu had hesitated to take such a risk, fearing that his low health might lead to a swift demise if a creature from the abyss laid a finger on him. Additionally, evolving his Tier 3 Goblin talent to Tier 4 required a staggering 100 talent points. His maximum health was insufficient. He estimated that leveling up once more would suffice. Zheng Yu resolved to take a gamble, preparing for the forthcoming challenge of the difficult level Cold Street Abyss. Chapter 11. Why should we make it easy for them? Delicious. Tao Qian let out a grunt reminiscent of a pig. Paired with a cup of distilled liquor, sheer bliss. Surprisingly, despite the average quality of the meat and wine, partaking in such a feast within the abyss proved to be more pleasurable than dining outside. The wine was brought by Tao Qian, who claimed it was to bolster his courage, as he harbored a considerable fear of death. The meat was grilled by Wu Zong. However, neither of them contested the remark about the mediocre quality of the barbecue or the wine, as it was Zheng Yu who had voiced it. Who would dare to refute him? Downstairs, a goblin exuding a gentlemanly aura was diligently attending to the fallen, yet unvanquished cold corpses around Central Park. Upstairs, a group of young men and women were merrily grilling and feasting. To any observer, it would be hard to believe this was the abyss. After the second wave concluded, they would need to wait 20 minutes for the third wave of cold corpses and the boss to emerge from the forest. Wu Zong remarked while grilling skewers. When Renkinjiu inquired, then why don't we just venture into the forest directly? It was apparent that you hadn't thoroughly examined the strategy guide, interjected Kuing, who was devouring her food. In the simple level Cold Street Abyss, all one needed to do was wait in Central Park. Entering the forest would only waste more time. Kuing was right. Something must be drawing these cold corpses to Central Park, causing them to congregate here. Therefore, waiting here was the most expedient method to complete the simple level Cold Street Abyss. I see, when Renkinjiu responded, stuffing a skewer into her mouth. Clearly, she was not overly concerned. Tao Qian curiously asked, you don't even look at the strategy guide, yet you wish to become a professional? When Renkinjiu glanced nonchalantly at Kuing beside her, with a scholar like Kuing around, why would I bother with the guide? Even if I did manage to comprehend it, I wouldn't remember it anyway. It's better not to look at all. This slacker attitude drew admiring glances from everyone around. Thus, let us hasten our pace. In 20 minutes, we shall conclude the battle and exit, Zheng Yu interjected. Understood. The group replied in unison. When Zheng Yu stated that they would finish in 20 minutes, it was an assurance that there would be no discrepancies. The simple level Cold Street Abyss posed no challenge whatsoever for Zheng Yu. At this moment, Wu Zong asked, you want to be challenging the simple level again, will you? It was an obvious question. Zheng Yu shook his head. No, I plan to increase the difficulty. Had it not been for the requirement for novices to challenge the simple level Abyss at least once, Zheng Yu would have likely opted for either the normal or the difficult level straight away. Given the market rate, a normal dungeon costs 100,000 per run. I've managed to save a little over the past few years. Can you take me along next time? Wu Zong asked earnestly. He needed to cling to Zheng Yu's coattails, although he could find someone willing to take him for the money he had. Zheng Yu is the one capable of breaking speed records. The temple rewards those teams that complete the dungeons the fastest, and such rewards bear significant weight for professionals. If you find the price too low, you can raise it. I could still secure a loan, Wu Zong queried anxiously. He was aware that once they exited the abyss, Zheng Yu would surely be the one to shatter everyone's expectations. Furthermore, upon re-entering the abyss, the price would undoubtedly escalate, with everyone clamoring to team up with Zheng Yu, including those professionals hailing from affluent families with the means and status. So what if I'm embarrassed? For the sake of a record, what does pride amount to? Yet Zheng Yu merely smiled and shook his head. This gesture sent a chill down Wu Zong's spine. Indeed, such bargains were only attainable once. Just as Wu Zong's spirits began to dwindle, he heard Zheng Yu declare, 100,000 is certainly insufficient. Let us make it 300,000. This left Wu Zong utterly speechless. Even Tao Qian beside him couldn't help but exclaim, dude, that's a bit steep. However, Kuing chuckled wryly. It's not exactly exorbitant. Given Zheng Yu's speed through the abyss, I estimate he could also set a record in a normal level dungeon. For the sake of a record, many would be willing to pay 300,000. When Renkinjiu simply gazed at Zheng Yu without uttering a word, clearly sensing something. Zheng Yu feigned innocence. ISNT 300,000, a reasonable price for clearing a nightmare level dungeon? Indeed, it's not unreasonable, after all. The rewards for records in normal level dungeons are quite substantial, right? Wait a moment, Wu Zong suddenly realized. Did you say nightmare? Zhongyu nodded. Yes. I intend to challenge the nightmare level next. I've heard that thus far, no one has cleared the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. And I plan to take on that challenge. If I succeed, not only will it be a first completion, but I could also simultaneously claim the historical record. 3 rewards. First completion, Nightmare Dungeon reward, and historical record reward, all for 300,000. Is that too much? Wu Zong immediately shook his head, hurriedly exclaiming, not at all. Not expensive in the slightest. But are you truly willing to take me along? Wu Zong appeared somewhat incredulous, considering it was the nightmare level abyss. Not to mention the abyss in Jiangshui City. Even the centers where prodigies congregated in the Middle District had many nightmare level dungeons that remained unconquered to this day. Zhongyu smiled. As long as you're not afraid, I will take you. Not afraid, Wu Zong declared, eager to assert his readiness lest he miss out. Are you really not afraid? This is a nightmare level abyss. Zhongyu looked at Wu Zong. Wu Zong chuckled sheepishly. What is there to fear? If you're unafraid, why should I be? This was no longer a gamble. It was a fleeting opportunity that could not be missed. Wu Zong was not concerned about Zheng Yu's ability to conquer the nightmare level abyss. Rather, he feared the regret of passing up this chance. Once missed, such an opportunity would never come again. After Zheng Yu finished speaking, he turned to Ku-ing and Wen Renkinjiu, asking, what are your plans? Wen Renkinjiu promptly replied, we're in. Not afraid. 600,000 for the two of us. We'll transfer it to you shortly. Beside her, Ku-ing whispered, but we don't have any money. Wen Renkinjiu shot a glance at Ku-ing. Are you really that foolish? Get a loan. Back when you didn't know Zheng Yu's strength, you would dare to gamble. Why not now? Ku-ing nodded but still posed a question to Zheng Yu. Why are you willing to take us along? This was also what Wu Zong and Wen Renkinjiu were eager to know. They all turned their gazes toward Zheng Yu. Even Tao Qian was curious. After all, in a nightmare level dungeon, even if Zheng Yu set the price at 1 million, there would be those willing to pay. Zheng Yu explained, the reason is simple. I don't wish for others to reap the benefits. Zheng Yu was indeed rather petty. He recalled how, when he was recruiting teammates, those who had looked on with disdain, rejected him, or even made remarks akin to ridicule. He remembered them all. Why should I make it easy for them? What I desire is for them to regret not teaming up with me. I want them to have no further choices. I am indeed petty. Since they treated me poorly in the past, they shall have no association with me henceforth. The record for the first completion of the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss shall not belong to them. The historical record will not be theirs either. As he spoke, Zheng Yu looked at Ku-ing, Wu Zong, and the others, smilingly stating, moreover, each of you possesses exceptional skills, adept at brewing tea, grilling meat, and well-versed in etiquette, all while maintaining an appealing appearance. Why would I willingly complicate my life by seeking out additional teammates who are disobedient, unattractive, and lacking in courage? Zheng Yu spoke plainly. Finding new teammates may not yield compliance like these three. Wen Renkinjiu concurred, stating, indeed, they must be made to regret it. Ku-ing chimed in, absolutely. Let them forego teaming with my esteemed Zheng Yu. A roar echoed from the depths of the forest. The final wave of frost corpses had arrived. Chapter 12. Annihilating the frost corpses with stunning power. Depths monster, boss frost corpse. Level, LV7. Health, 11,000. Attack power, 150. Skill, level 3 slow aura. Skill, ice shockwave. Skill, enhanced ice armor. Skill, summon swarm of corpses. The boss frost corpse from the frost abyss finally made its appearance, accompanied by 2 level 5 frost corpses, 2 level 4 frost corpses, and a horde of nearly 20 level 1 frost corpses. The boss frost corpse towered at an imposing height of approximately 25 meters, enveloped in a thick layer of ice armor. With a furious roar, it turned its gaze towards the goblin wolf cavalry, unleashing an enraged bellow. With that roar, a chilling wave swept through the surroundings. Crack! The ground, trees, and even the air began to freeze. This frigid air even affected Zheng Yu and his companions watching from above, rendering the heater ineffective as the temperature plummeted. Each boss in the abyss possesses substantial health, and this frost corpse was no exception, boasting over 10,000 health points, a sight that could daze onlookers. First shatter the ice armor, then charge. Zheng Yu cautioned the goblin wolf cavalry, fearing they might waste their skills on the ice armor and exhaust their energy unnecessarily. Whoosh! The elite goblin warrior initiated a ranged attack with arrows. The advantage of the goblin wolf cavalry lies in their versatility, capable of engaging in both melee and ranged combat, with high health and the mobility of their giant wolves, making them a formidable summoning beast. Even their sole disadvantage of not being particularly attractive was somewhat mitigated by the effects of the VIP attendant bond. 0. An arrow struck the ice armor of the level 7 boss frost corpse. Crack! A fissure appeared in the ice armor, yet no damage was inflicted. A scenario that Zheng Yu had anticipated. In the strategy guide, it was noted that the ice armor could withstand 3 attacks before refreshing every 30 seconds, presenting a challenge that stymied many adventurers and prolonged the duration of the Abyss dungeon. Given the frost corpse's health exceeding 10,000, Novice adventurers with low attack power could only chip away at its health gradually, compounded by the protective ice armor, increasing the difficulty. A well-configured team, lacking high-level adventurers to lead them, could only stall for time, with 5 hours to defeat a single frost corpse being considered a swift endeavor. Thus, in general circumstances, a pure novice completing the simple level Frost Street dungeon in 8 hours could be described as impressive. Those capable of soloing within 8 hours were regarded as strong. After all, it was a solo endeavor. The records on the leaderboard were all held by level 10 adventurers. Whoosh. 0. Whoosh. 0. The Goblin Warrior unleashed 2 more arrows, piercing through the ice armor. Roar. The enraged boss Frost Corpse bellowed at the Goblin Warrior, prompting the surrounding Frost Corpses to accelerate towards him. Whoosh. 1167. Whoosh. 1098. Whoosh. 1200. In the face of the numerous Frost Corpses, the Goblin Warrior remained remarkably composed, akin to a seasoned veteran, steadily and swiftly launching arrows. The giant wolf beneath him skillfully dodged the ice axes hurled by the Frost Corpses. Despite its 3-meter length, the giant wolf moved with an elegant grace, evading the incoming ice axes and allowing the Goblin Warrior to maintain stability and continue his precise archery. Watching the Goblin Wolf cavalry in battle was a delight. Indeed, had I known that summoner operations were this straightforward, why choose the monk? Wugo, you selected the monk because you can only transform into one, right? With your intelligence score of 0-1, you couldn't possibly become a summoner. Oh, don't mind those details. Amidst their banter, the Goblin Wolf cavalry leapt high, launching a fierce assault on a level 4 Frost Corpse. Bang! The sound of a shattering skull echoed as the level 4 Frost Corpse fell lifeless. Without a moment's pause, the Goblin Warrior released 3 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1099, 1122, 1097. The boss Frost Corpse's health plummeted by 3,000 points in an instant. Roar. The furious boss Frost Corpse unleashed a chilling aura. Buzz. The ground trembled as the cold air radiated outward like a shockwave. The boss Frost Corpse's skill, Ice Shockwave, was a wide-ranging ability. Crack. 817. A damage value appeared above the Goblin Wolf cavalry, as the giant wolf's fur became encrusted with ice shards. Lacking defensive gear, the summoned beast bore a higher damage intake. However, the level 4 Goblin Wolf cavalry possessed substantial health, totaling 4,900 points. Absorbing a hit did not significantly impact them. Howl. With a wolf's howl, they charged. Following the Frost Corpse's skill release, there was a brief moment of rigidity. Seizing this opportunity, the Goblin Wolf cavalry executed their most potent skill, Wolf Cavalry Charge. Enhanced by the VIP Attendant Bond, the Wolf Cavalry Charge evolved into a VIP skill, boosting its damage coefficient and enabling simultaneous strikes on 3 targets. The Wolf Cavalry's charge was exceptionally fierce, with 2 giant wolf phantoms appearing alongside them. The colossal wolves thundered forward. Boom. A tremendous sound resonated as the Goblin Wolf cavalry collided with the boss Frost Corpse, while the 2 phantoms struck the level 5 Frost Corpses. 5,762. 5,542. 2 staggering damage values shattered the level 5 Frost Corpses. Defeated Frost Corpse, LV5, gained 110 experience points. Defeated Frost Corpse, LV5, gained 104 experience points. The level 5 Frost Corpses were annihilated in an instant. 4,819. A high damage value appeared above the boss Frost Corpse as well. Due to level suppression, the damage did not surpass 5,000. But it still deducted a significant portion of the boss's health. Yet it was not over. The Goblin Wolf cavalry wasted no time allowing the boss Frost Corpse a moment to react. In the very instant the charge concluded, they pivoted and unleashed 3 arrows. Crack. 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 0. 0. 0. Freezing time, they shattered the freshly restored ice armor of the Frost Corpse. At the moment the ice armor was breached, the Goblin Wolf cavalry swiftly switched to a massive hammer, leaping high to deliver a powerful strike to the Frost Corpse's head. 1,200. Upon upgrading the Leap Hammer Strike skill to level 4, the chance of stunning increased to 19. It is uncertain whether the Goblin Warrior possesses exceptional luck or if the Frost Corpse is inherently vulnerable to stunning. Almost every Leap Hammer Strike successfully triggers a stun. The Goblin Wolf cavalry pivoted, positioning the hammer as far back as possible, gathering strength. Then, with all their might, they brought the hammer crashing down upon the Frost Corpse's head, which had just regained consciousness from the stun. The Goblin Warrior never targets the body. A blow to the head is all that matters. With a whoosh, the hammer sliced through the air. Bam! The warrior's fully charged strike landed with tremendous force on the Frost Corpse's skull. Crack! It shattered like a frozen watermelon, the head splintering into several pieces. 3,005. This charged strike dealt an astonishing damage of 3,000. Previously, the Frost Corpse had already sustained damage from an arrow. The Wolf Cavalry's leap and the warrior's charged strike combined to unleash a seamless series of attacks totaling exactly 10,000 damage, instantly vanquishing the boss, the Frost Corpse. Witnessing this scene, Tao Qian and the others fell silent. Though they had grown somewhat accustomed to such high damage, they remained utterly stunned into silence. 5,000 damage. Is this truly achievable by a level 4 novice summoner? Even the highest damage-dealing hidden class, the swordsman, would struggle to match this, wouldn't they? This outrageously excessive damage instilled Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Rinxinyu with an added sense of confidence for the impending nightmarish abyss they were about to enter. With sufficient damage and health to withstand, this straightforward abyss dungeon would be an effortless endeavor for Zhengyu. If they exercised caution, remained diligent, and incorporated more tactical maneuvers, the nightmarish abyss should pose little difficulty. The thought of becoming the first professional team from Jianshui City to conquer the nightmarish Cold Street Abyss filled Wu Zong and the others with immense joy. After all, they had previously been deemed unwanted professionals. Defeated Boss Frost Corpse, LV7, gained 521 experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained Ice Armor, LV1. Congratulations. You have acquired Novice Mage Boots, LV1. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, LV4 to LV5, 1,000. 446 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 810-1010. Magic, 190-200. Intelligence, 3745. Strength, 1617. Agility, 1213. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Skills, Contract Magic Array. Summoner Frenzy. Summoner Space. VIP Steward Level Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Currently available for contract, 2. Talent, Demon Contract, Steward's Heart. 2 chances remaining to draw Hex-enhanced runes. Equipment, none. Chapter 13. Refreshing Historical Completion Records. The Abyss. Is this it? You have completed Cold Street Abyss, easy level. Received reward, Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level. 300 experience points for professionals, and 5 life recovery potions, 200. In 1 minute, you will be teleported outside the Abyss. Prepare yourself. Is this truly the end? Wen Rinxinyu remarked, still somewhat dazed. It was too easy, too swift. In less than 3 hours, enjoying barbecues, sipping drinks, and strolling alongside Zhengyu's summoned beasts, they had completed the dungeon. Tao Qian boastfully exclaimed, the Abyss? Is this it? Haha, pathetic. Zhengyu, it seems you're the one who completed it. Before Zhengyu exited the dungeon, he stated, after we go out, I want to disband the team. Ku Ying and Wen Rinxinyu. You both need to secure loans quickly. I'll wait for you. But be swift. If I want to climb the leaderboard, I must minimize downtime. Ku Ying and Wen Rinxinyu nodded. Understood. To be fair, Zhengyu wouldn't take others along, but he wouldn't do it for free either. 300,000 for a single record of clearing the nightmarish abyss is already quite a bargain. Normally, clearing an abyss consumes an immense amount of a professional's energy and stamina. Considering the continuous battles and navigation lasting 7 or 8 hours, no one could endure that. Typically, one would rest for a day to recuperate before continuing. However, Zhengyu was different. Consuming energy? Who has ever seen someone lose energy while enjoying barbecues? Wasting stamina? He wasn't the one fighting. As long as the summoned beasts possessed ample stamina, he had no concerns about fatigue. To climb the leaderboard, every second counts. Buzz. As the minute elapsed, the 5 were teleported outside the abyss. It was around 1 a.m. The Cold Street Abyss Hall remained crowded, mostly filled with those waiting to form teams. Many professionals had even set up tents in the hall, opting to reside there. Luck ISN team merely stumbled upon. It's something earned. To ensure they could latch onto a powerful ally at the first opportunity, they chose to remain vigilant here. Another team emerged from a successful run. How enviable. This rookie who exited at this hour was likely a professional who had just transitioned and entered the dungeon, part of the first tier. Wait, ISNT that Zhengyu? Don't be ridiculous. Zhengyu entered the abyss 3 hours ago. He won't be out until tomorrow morning. Whether Zhengyu can even emerge is up for debate. Exactly. Are you all blind? Can't you see that SR class leader Zhengyu? Or maybe I'm the one who is blind. You know, this person does bear a striking resemblance to Zhengyu. However, the issue lies in the fact that he can't possibly be Zhengyu. I've been tracking the time. His entry into the abyss was less than 3 hours ago. It's impossible. Is there a possibility? No way, absolutely not. He is a summoner. The notion that summoners are weak and incapable of clearing the abyss has deeply ingrained itself in their minds. Just as some began to recognize Zhengyu but struggled to believe he could clear the abyss so swiftly. An announcement from the sanctuary for all professionals silenced the entire hall. Notice. Congratulations to the professional team of Summoner Zhengyu for breaking the historical completion time of Cold Street Abyss, easy level. Completion time. 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zhengyu Summoner. Team members, Tao Qian, Monk, Wu Zong, Monk, Ku Ying, Assassin, Wen Rinxinyu, Assassin. Rewards, 500 experience points for professionals, Historical Record Gift Pack, Cold Street Abyss Easy Level, and title of Historical Record Holder, Cold Street Abyss Easy Level, X1. Silence reigned as the dominant melody in the hall. The sanctuary had informed all professionals in Jianshui City, not just the novice ones. This announcement was a direct hit, ensuring that no professional could miss this information. News of record-breaking achievements often circulated, especially as professionals progressed and novice professionals enjoyed better treatment, resulting in frequent updates to records. Yet, this time felt distinctly different. The team composition was remarkably peculiar. The leader was a summoner, flanked by 2 monks and 2 assassins. Assassins are virtually useless before level 15. They may be slightly stronger than mages, but not by much. Monks have some combat capability. Yet in comparison to mainstream warriors and knights, they are notoriously difficult to form a team with. Is it possible that they truly managed to clear it? And even break the record? It must be a fabrication. How could he possibly be a summoner? Someone questioned. Yet, others had already begun to privately message Zheng Yu, only to find that he had disabled private messaging, rejecting all attempts at direct communication. Nevertheless, this did not deter their determination to seek his favor, particularly among his former classmates. "Congratulations, Hugo," they exclaimed. Zheng Yu responded, "Oh, congratulations for what?" "For breaking the solo record." Zheng Yu retorted, "My record breaking has nothing to do with you. What right do you have to congratulate me?" Hugo, have you had a drink?" Zheng Yu replied, "No. I'm not thirsty. Have you eaten? Why not take a break? I'll treat you to a meal." Zheng Yu dismissed him. "No, I'm not hungry." Every attempt to get closer was met with rejection. "In the past, you treated me with indifference. Now that I have achieved something, you find yourselves unworthy of my company." Zheng Yu was not a magnanimous individual. In fact, he was quite meticulous and vengeful. "Hugo, I'm a warrior, having cleared the Cold Street Abyss once. How about we tackle the normal abyss together next time?" Zheng Yu replied, "Not interested. You are too weak." "But I'm a warrior." Zheng Yu countered. "What does being a warrior mean to you? You think warriors are weak? Can you solo the abyss?" I can tank damage and deal damage." Although you cleared the easy abyss, there is a significant difference between the normal and easy levels. Zheng Yu stated bluntly, "You won't survive. I'm a level 4 warrior with the Iron Wall skill. How can you say I can't withstand it?" Zheng Yu nodded. "Indeed, you cannot." You truly are overestimating yourself. Believing that clearing the easy abyss makes you strong? Without a warrior to absorb damage, you won't pass the normal dungeon. You think you can compete on the leaderboard without teammates? I've never seen a genius who relies on the easy abyss to rank. Faced with this scorn, Zheng Yu looked at him seriously and asked, "Do you know the difference between you and Neza?" "What?" "Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms. You have 1 head and 2 arms." After speaking, Zheng Yu retreated into the tent recently constructed by Tao Qian, seeking solitude. Inside, Tao Qian queried, "Why is this different from what I imagined?" Zheng Yu asked, "How so?" Tao Qian replied, "I thought they would regret not teaming up with you and lament over it." Tao Qian expressed disappointment at not witnessing the scene he had envisioned. Zheng Yu chuckled, "Not yet. This is merely the easy dungeon. Besides, this is perfectly normal. When they feel regret, they'll begin to make excuses, stubbornly believing that just because they passed the easy level, they surely will not pass the normal level. Those who genuinely regret not joining me will suppress their feelings. Even if they feel miserable, they won't show it. Just watch. Even if we clear the nightmare level abyss, there will still be those who stubbornly assert that summoners become weak later on and that their future is bleak." Having encountered the giants of the online world, Zheng Yu understood these dynamics all too well. Thus, he resolved not to accompany any other adventurers beyond Tao Qian and his 3 companions. "That's unfair," Tao Qian protested. Yet Zheng Yu smiled. "You are mistaken. Their stubbornness is merely a facade. When they return home, in the stillness of the night, they will lie awake, restless, turning over their thoughts, browsing the internet in despair. They will begin to feel regret, guilt, and reflection. This emotion will be magnified exponentially after we clear the nightmare level abyss." Zheng Yu added with a grin, "Especially that warrior from earlier. He believes it is an honor to be my teammate. However, in due time, he will regret why he didn't lower his pride when speaking to me, why he didn't choose to team up with me at the first opportunity. But you won't witness his lamenting. If you were in his shoes, you wouldn't either." Tao Qian nodded in understanding. "You're right. If I were him, I would stubbornly refuse to admit it as well. Do not allow anyone else into the tent. I have some matters to attend to," Zheng Yu instructed Tao Qian. "Rest assured, with me here, no one will disturb you," Tao Qian assured him, standing outside the tent to block anyone who wished to speak with Zheng Yu. Wu Zong had stepped out to borrow money from friends due to his financial constraints. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu had gone to seek a loan nearby, leaving Zheng Yu alone in the tent. He was ready to enhance his strength in preparation for the upcoming nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. He claimed his historical record rewards. Experience increased by 500. Level up. Chapter 14, 3rd Stage Talent. Twin Fire Demons. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level. LV5 to LV6, 1700. 1046 experience points needed for the next upgrade. Health, 1010 1230. Magic, 200 210. Intelligence, 45 53. Strength, 17 18. Agility, 13 14. Remaining free attribute points, 17. With the addition of the novice staff providing 10 points of intelligence, his overall intelligence rose to 53 points after reaching level 6. His health cap also exceeded 1000 once more, and he still had 17 free attribute points available. Zheng Yu contemplated and decided to allocate all attribute points to health. After upgrading to level 5, the summoning slots increased to 2, meaning he could summon a second creature. Going all in would not only elevate the goblin to the 4th tier, but also promote the new summoning creature to the 2nd tier. Rather than augmenting intelligence for a negligible damage increase, enhancing the summoner's capabilities was far more beneficial. Otherwise, a tier 0 summoning creature would be of little use against the nightmare-level abyss monsters. Zheng Yu first opened the rewards. One was the completion reward. Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level. Can yield Cold Street Abyss equipment, potions, materials, and valuable ores. The other was the easy level Historical Record. Historical Record Package, easy level. Can yield high-level Cold Street Abyss equipment, LV5, high-level potions, LV5, and other items. Both treasure chests were unlocked. Congratulations. You opened the Cold Street Treasure Chest, easy level, and obtained a Novice Warrior's Armor. Congratulations. You opened the Historical Record Package, easy level, and obtained an Ice Crystal Pendant LV5, silver. Silver equipment. Zheng Yu's expression brightened. Equipment is classified into 9 tiers: no grade, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, radiant, legendary, and divine. Surprisingly, the package yielded silver-level equipment, which is considered remarkable for novices. Ice Crystal Pendant, silver level. Required level, LV5. Attributes: Intelligence 25, Magic 100. Effects: increases ice resistance by 10 points, reduces ice attribute slowing effects by 20, and provides immunity to 1 instance of freezing, activates every minute. Not bad. In addition to the 25 points of intelligence, the ice resistance, immunity to freezing, and reduction in slowing effects are all particularly advantageous for the Cold Street dungeon. The attributes are rather mediocre, yet their effects are exceptionally suitable for Zheng Yu at this moment. He equips all available gear, including a frost armor obtained from the boss, the Frost Corpse, and a pair of mage boots. The frost armor grants an additional 300 health and bestows a frost shield effect, which, despite its lengthy cooldown, proves immensely beneficial for a low health class like Zheng Yu. The mage boots provide an extra 150 health and 5 agility. The 450 health accrued from the equipment cannot be sacrificed. It is precisely due to these 2 pieces of gear that Zheng Yu feels emboldened to prepare for the forthcoming high-stakes gamble. He allocates all 17 points of his free attributes into health. Consume 1 point of free attributes to increase maximum health by 50. Consumption. With 17 points of free attributes, he gains 850 health. Currently, Zheng Yu possesses a health total of 2080, augmented by the 450 health from his gear. Without hesitation, he sacrifices 1,000 points of health to acquire 100 talent points, directing all of them into the Goblin Wolf Cavalry. Goblin Wolf Cavalry, Tier 3, evolves into Goblin General, Tier 4. Base health, 4000 to 8000. Attack coefficient, 50 to 60. New skill, General's Command. Note, General's Command is enhanced by the VIP Steward, evolving into VIP Steward level General's Command. General's Command, VIP Steward level summons a Goblin Army, 18 units. The number of summons increases with level, for temporary combat, including 2 Goblin Wolf Cavalry, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Assassins, 5 Goblin Shield Bearers, and 1 Goblin Sorcerer. The summoning duration is unlimited and cannot be resummoned until the entire Goblin army is defeated. Hiss. Quite impressive. Zheng Yu gazed at the newly acquired skill, feeling that this expenditure of health was well worth it. Evolving from the Goblin Wolf Cavalry to a general not only significantly enhances his power, but also introduces a skill that solidifies the Goblin's role on the battlefield. The emergence of this skill instills in Zheng Yu a greater confidence in overcoming the nightmare-level abyss. Next, Zheng Yu opens his phone and enters the temple market. He proceeds to purchase the Summoner Skill Book he had long added to his cart. Summon Fire Sprite. Skill Book can be learned at level 5. One-time item. Upon learning, the Skill Book disappears. Summoner class practitioners can learn it to obtain a trainable 0-tier talent Fire Sprite. Price, 2,000 yuan. Still quite affordable. Other classes' level 5 skills typically sell for no less than 5,000, while warrior skills have been inflated to several tens of thousands. In the tent, he draws the contract formation. The tent constructed by Tao Qian is spacious enough for summoning a fire sprite. Buzz. A burst of flames flickers, and a fireball appears in midair. In the next moment, the fireball establishes a mental connection with Zheng Yu, sensing the chill within his body and voluntarily releasing warmth to envelop him. Instead of being scorching, it provides a pleasant warmth perfectly suited to Zheng Yu's body temperature. The fireball emits no sound. It is a pure elemental being. Much like a mage can manipulate fire elements, this fireball embodies an elemental entity imbued with life. Summoned Beast, Fire Sprite. Level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health 1100. Attack power 172, 78 from the summoner's current intelligence 20 coefficient. Talent 0 tier, 2 talent points needed for upgrade. Skills, Flame Aura LV6. Can control temperature within a 10-meter diameter, at maximum. Inflicts 121 points of burning damage per second to all objects. 172 fire sprite attack power, 0.7 coefficient. Skills. Fireball LV6. Releases a fireball that pursues and locks onto a target, dealing 551, 172 fire sprite attack power, 32 coefficient, points of fire damage. Summoned beast equipment. None. Upon examining the attributes of the fire sprite, Zhengyu truly comprehends the limitations of the summoner class. Although the sprite levels up alongside the summoner, the enhancements are minimal. A warrior at level 6 could easily conquer the basic level Cold Street Abyss, yet without boosting the fire sprite's attributes, it would still struggle to overcome even the simplest challenges. A single fireball inflicts 551 points of damage. How many fireballs must be cast to vanquish the Frost Corpse boss with 10,000 health? Zhengyu glances at the current attributes of the Goblin General. Summoned Beast. VIP Steward level Goblin General. Level 6. Increases with the summoner's level. Health 8900. Attack power 489. Talent 4 tier, 500 talent points needed for upgrade. With a total of 60 attributes, Blade Tooth Gear, and Steward Bonds, the attack power approaches 500. Skill damage has nearly doubled. Currently, a warrior can unleash a minimum of 4,000 points of damage. It is a complete domination over the fire sprite. It appears the summoner's strength is entirely contingent upon the talent level of the summoned beast. Fortunately, the demon contract can enhance the talent level. Zhengyu casts a glance at his remaining health. 1080 base health plus 450 from equipment. Since the fire sprite is a level 5 summons, it surprisingly requires slightly more talent points for upgrades than the goblin. The first tier needs 2 talent points, the second tier requires 15, and the third tier demands 85 talent points. Upon calculation, a total of 102 talent points are needed, which translates to 1020 points of maximum health. Just enough. Zhengyu, observing his meager 60 base health, cannot help but chuckle. I may very well be the practitioner with the lowest health in history. Thankfully, with 450 from equipment, otherwise 60 health would mean a single hit could spell doom. Zhengyu promptly elevates the fire sprite to tier 3. Summoned Beast. Fire sprite, 0 tier. Evolves into Summoned Beast. Twin Fire Spirits, 1 tier. Summoned Beast. Twin Fire Spirits, 1 tier. Evolves into Summoned Beast. Fire Demon, 2 tier. Summoned Beast. Fire Demon, 2 tier. Evolves into Summoned Beast. Twin Fire Demons, 3 tier. Chapter 15. The Essence of Companionship. Boom. The flames roar intensely. If it weren't for the contract formation, this tent rented by Tao Qian might have been reduced to ashes. The searing flames do not harm Zhengyu, the summoner. Rather, a wave of familiarity washes over him. The flames dance, ultimately forming 2 fire demons that snuggle closely together. Floating in midair, the fire demons stand about 1 meter tall, resembling the adorable little fire beings from Ice Fireman, with a charming and graceful appearance that far surpasses that of any goblin. However, their aura lacks the imposing and majestic presence of the VIP Steward General. The twin fire demons exude an aura akin to that of an endearing and obedient child from the neighborhood, well-behaved, understanding, lively, and intelligent. At this moment, their attributes undergo a significant transformation. Summoned Beast, Twin Fire Demons. Level 6, increases with the summoner's level. Health, 3000. Attack power, 375, based on the summoner's current intelligence, with a coefficient of 48. Talent, Tier 3, 150 points away from the next upgrade. Skill, Flame Aura, LV6. It can control the temperature within a 10-meter diameter, and at maximum capacity, inflicts 825 points of burn damage per second to all objects within the range. 375 fire sprite attack power with a coefficient of 22. Skill, Fireball LV6. Releases a fireball that locks onto and pursues the target, dealing 2,325 points. 375 fire sprite attack power with a coefficient of 62 of fire damage. Skill, Twin Pact, a special skill with no level. The twin fire spirits coexist symbiotically and can unleash skills simultaneously, resulting in damage stacking and doubling fire attribute damage. Skill, Flame Cage LV6. Designates a location for the flame cage, which automatically triggers when an enemy enters its range, enveloping the area in intense flames. Inflicting 2,100 points of damage per second, 375 fire sprite attack power with a coefficient of 56. Summoned Beast Equipment, none. 2 additional skills have been acquired. One is the Twin Pact, and the other is the Flame Cage. The essence of the Twin Pact is to double the casting and attribute damage, rendering the twin fire spirits damage truly formidable. The Flame Cage, on the other hand, is a trap-type skill focused purely on damage. Although the damage may seem modest, upon closer inspection, it inflicts 2,100 damage per second. It may not possess the explosive power of a wolf cavalry charge, but with a consistent 2,100 damage, it can slay a 10,000 health frost corpse in just 5 seconds. Wait, Zhengyu suddenly realized. The 2,100 damage does not account for the twins' double enhancement. This means that if the fire sprite were to combat a 10,000 health frost corpse, it could conclude the battle in 3 seconds. Impressive. Zheng Yu couldn't help but admire. However, despite the strength of the twin fire spirits, they still fall short compared to the Goblin General, who boasts a 4th-tier talent. The Goblin General's current damage values allow it to annihilate a frost corpse with a single charge, showcasing greater might. After enhancing the fire sprite, Zheng Yu had one crucial upgrade remaining, which was his core, the Hextech Enhancement Rune. For every 5 levels gained, he would acquire 2 Hextech Enhancement Runes. Zheng Yu eagerly initiated the drawing Hextech Enhancement Runes. Congratulations, you have drawn the 3rd rune, a gold-level rune emphasizing companionship. Congratulations, you have drawn the 4th rune, a silver-level library card. Companionship provides a training dummy. All damage directed at the summoner will prioritize attacking the training dummy. If the training dummy survives after each abyss run, it grants 10 talent points. Library card grants a book of emblems, allowing the selection of 1 from 4 random bond emblems and acquiring an equipment forging tool. This seems rather promising. Although he did not draw a prism-level rune, the effect of the training dummy was precisely what Zheng Yu needed at this moment. One must first attack the taunting unit, the training dummy, a quintessential life-saving rune. Given that Zheng Yu's health pool is already limited, having a training dummy ensures he won't be ambushed and killed. It is an excellent rune. Moreover, for each abyss cleared, it grants 10 talent points for free, equating to a 100 health cap. He currently lacks talent points. Zheng Yu, without hesitation, opened the emblem book bestowed by the library card rune. Please choose 1 emblem from the Mage emblem, Ionia emblem, Barrier emblem, or Steward emblem. The Steward emblem seems fitting. A single emblem cannot activate a bond, since he already possesses 2 Steward emblems, equipping another on the fire sprite. While it may not activate a 4-fold bond, will still allow the fire sprite to share the benefits of a 20 health and 20 attack power enhancement. Acquired Steward emblem. Acquired equipment forging tool. Equipment forging tool can transform unusable equipment into usable items for oneself. This is excellent. Zheng Yu stored the equipment forging tool in his item space and equipped the Steward emblem on the fire sprite. Everything was now prepared. At that moment, Zheng Yu received a message from his homeroom teacher. Zheng Yu, it was you who broke the record, right? Zheng Yu replied, yes. The homeroom teacher quickly called him. So, if you have time tomorrow, please visit the Jiangshui City Government Building. The mayor wishes to meet you. Zheng Yu was not surprised, as every year, newcomers who break records are personally received by the mayor and rewarded. Zheng Yu responded, is it for a reward? The reward is one aspect. The other is to promote you. And then before the homeroom teacher could finish, Zheng Yu interjected, I might not have the time. You can just collect the reward for me. The homeroom teacher seemed somewhat troubled. Zheng Yu directly stated, just tell the mayor that I am about to enter a nightmare-level dungeon. If he does not want this record, then I will go. Zheng Yu disliked such occasions primarily due to the lack of tangible benefits. He only desired the reward. Everything else was inconsequential. After all, in the grand scheme of things, he is merely a low-level professional. Fame and reputation are not currently important. It is troublesome and burdensome. Nightmare level? The homeroom teacher thought he had misheard. Yes, you heard correctly. It is nightmare level. In any case, please do not ask too much. I do not wish to elaborate. The mayor will understand. After saying this, Zheng Yu ended the call. On the other end, the homeroom teacher scratched his head, somewhat bewildered, and dialed the mayor. Brother, can you lend me some money? In the martial arts hall, Wu Zong sought out his elder brother, Wu Xian, the owner of the hall. How much do you need? 205 million, please. What? Wu Xian nearly dropped his teacup. Not that. We are brothers. If you need money, of course, I will lend it to you. But asking for 50 million straight out? Do you think I am made of money? If not, go find somewhere cool to wait. However, Wu Zong was not angry. He merely showed Wu Xian something. The title? Record holder for the historical completion of the Frost Street Abyss? Wait a moment. Wu Xian immediately sprang from the sofa, opened his computer, and accessed the Jiangshui City Sanctuary's official website. There was no need to search extensively. The page immediately displayed a notification. Congratulations to the professional team of Summoner Squad for breaking the historical completion time of the Frost Street Abyss, easy level. Completion time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Wu Zong, Monk, Kuing, Assassin, Wenren Qingyu, Assassin. Wow, you did it! Wu Xian exclaimed. I wondered why you didn't come to work today. Turns out you are back on the path of a professional. Wu Xian was overjoyed. He had always known that his brother had been reluctant to eat or spend money these past few days to save up for another attempt at the professional path. He never expected that he would succeed. Not only did he succeed, but he also set a record. The reason he was so confident that the record was fabricated lay in his profound understanding of Wu Zong's capabilities. A martial monk with only D-grade talent certainly lacked the ability to set new records. He then took note of the team composition. Brother, this team configuration is rather peculiar. Wu Zong remarked. Regardless of class, Zheng Yu possesses S-grade talent. No wonder, he replied. So, are you still not planning to transfer the money to me? He intends to lead me through the Nightmare Abyss. I need to inform your sister-in-law. No one has ever cleared the Nightmare Abyss in the Cold Street depths. This is something that will be recorded in the Ancestral Tome. Our family will be able to kneel in the first row during the incense offerings next year. Let us go to the bank. For Southerners venturing here to establish their careers, nothing holds more significance than bringing glory to their ancestors. How much do you wish to borrow? Asked the tattooed bald man, scrutinizing Ku Ying and Wen Rinxinyu. 2 million. Do you have any collateral? No. On what grounds should I lend to you then? Or perhaps, the bald man gestured towards the camera on the table. How about a couple of photos? Just as Ku Ying was about to express her anger, Wen Rinxinyu intervened, fixing her gaze on the bald man. Are you certain you won't lend? If not, I shall seek assistance from other firms. The bald man's surprise was evident. He had never encountered someone so audacious in their request for a loan. Yet, he maintained his composure and inquired, what do you need the money for? To traverse the abyss. What level? Nightmare level. Are you mocking me? You must be serious. Do you honestly think I would deceive you? Many have come here to swindle money, but none returned unscathed. It would be wise not to provoke my ire. Then forget it. If you refuse to lend, I was merely considering how, after the great Zheng Yu leads us through, I could promote your services. Who? Zheng Yu. Don't you know? The bald man certainly knew. He too was a practitioner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the audacity to lend high-interest loans to professionals. The news that had erupted just hours earlier remained the most discussed topic on the forums. After all, a summoner had achieved remarkable results. 2 hours and 45 minutes. What does that signify? The previous record was 3 hours and 49 minutes. This means that a summoner, a profession universally regarded as the weakest, not only shattered the record, but did so an entire hour earlier. He intends to directly challenge the Nightmare Abyss? The bald man's tone softened somewhat. Indeed. He explicitly stated this to us. How can I trust you that he will take you inside? Wen Rinxinyu displayed the team information. It has been several hours since we exited the abyss. If he intended to form a team, he would have already distanced himself from us. So, will you lend or not? I will lend. This time, the bald man hesitated no longer. Even if Zheng Yu ultimately failed to clear the abyss, he would approach the loan with a mindset of trial and error. He was acutely aware that if Zheng Yu could indeed conquer the Nightmare Abyss, resources from the entire province would unconditionally gravitate towards him. The prospects for the future were limitless. Such a prodigy, even if relationships could not be cultivated, should not be antagonized. 2 million, correct? Let us be clear. Regardless of whether Zheng Yu can conquer the Nightmare Abyss, any borrowed money must be repaid, along with interest. Given that I am uncertain about the relationship between these two beautiful girls and Zheng Yu, it is prudent to clarify this in advance to prevent any potential defaults. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu. Our lending company's rules are sacrosanct. Otherwise, my business would become untenable. No problem, Wen Rinxinyu replied with a smile. Chapter 16. This pretense was becoming increasingly unrefined. Upon returning from securing the loan, Ku Ying and Wen Rinxinyu found Zheng Yu seated outside the tent, engaged in conversation with a group of individuals. This is bad, Ku Ying exclaimed upon seeing the group. What's wrong? Wen Rinxinyu inquired, still unaware of the significance. The individuals conversing with Zheng Yu were the team that had shattered the historical record for the ordinary level abyss yesterday. Ku Ying explained. Wen Rinxinyu recalled that earlier that day, there had indeed been an announcement regarding the record-breaking clearance of the ordinary level abyss. Two significant events transpired yesterday. Zheng Yu, as a summoner, single-handedly led a team through the simple-level Cold Street depths, while 4 A-grade talent practitioners accompanied a B-grade talent practitioner to set a new record in the ordinary level abyss. In terms of heat and discussion, Zheng Yu, the summoner, undoubtedly garnered more attention, for anything he did was bound to attract interest. However, in terms of significance, the refresh of the ordinary level abyss warranted greater scrutiny. Among this year's new practitioners, our Jiangshui city boasts an unprecedented number of 4 A-grade practitioners, the highest in nearly a decade. Now that they have formed a team, I suspect they are here to recruit the great Zheng Yu. After Ku Ying's explanation, Wen Rinxinyu finally understood her friend's panic. If Zheng Yu were to join their team, they would be left without anyone to guide them. Not only would they have borrowed money for nothing, but they would also need to repay the interest, especially since the bald man was no legitimate lender. We must hurry over, Wen Rinxinyu urged, pulling Ku Ying closer. Just then, a voice brimming with arrogance declared, initially, we held little regard for you, considering you merely a summoner, fearing you might impede our progress. However, you have proven yourself by leading a solo clearance of the abyss. Though it was only at the simple level, it is still commendable. Who is this? Wen Rinxing, you could not resist glancing over. The speaker was a handsome young man, but his haughty demeanor and disdain for Zheng Yu's summoner profession rendered his attractiveness rather greasy in her eyes. Both Ku Ying and Wen Rinxinyu recognized him. Li Feng, a fellow student, a warrior class with A-grade talent, rumored to possess an exceptionally suitable talent for combat. He was not only a highly sought-after profession, but also a genius, thus justifying his arrogance. Therefore, after our discussions, we have come to acknowledge your abilities and decided to invite you to join our team for the abyss clearance. As Li Feng spoke, the only B-grade talent warrior in the team wore a grim expression. Clearly, not everyone was in agreement. At least this B-grade warrior was opposed. After all, once Zheng Yu joined their ranks, the B-grade warrior would have to vacate his position, hence his animosity towards Zheng Yu. Yet Zheng Yu looked on in bewilderment, asking, "So who are you? What do you want from me?" His expression seemed to convey a sense of incredulity. "Are you flaunting your superiority before me?" Unfortunately, Li Feng, overly confident that Zheng Yu would be grateful to join their team, failed to perceive the meaning behind his expression. He genuinely believed Zheng Yu was unaware of his identity. "I am Li Feng, an A-grade warrior. I am aware that you just cleared the simple level abyss. We, on the other hand, have merely cleared the ordinary level abyss and set a new historical record." Li Feng boasted with pride. "Oh, that is indeed rather mediocre." Li Feng. You said mediocre?" Zheng Yu nodded. "No, you must have misheard. I was referring to the ordinary level historical record." "And then?" Zheng Yu inquired, his expression unchanged. "Do you not find that surprising?" Zheng Yu chuckled. "Brother, the moment you uttered that, your pretense dissipated. How can one boast while soliciting validation from others?" "I'm exceptional. Are you surprised?" "The pretense has lost its finesse," Li Feng remarked. "In any case, you claim to be average, so I followed your lead." "And then you became agitated." Zheng Yu, pointing at Li Feng, spoke with the tone of someone who had been through it all. "Your pretentiousness lacks depth." Li Feng was rendered speechless by this exchange. He had never encountered someone quite like Zheng Yu in conversation, although he had indeed come to flaunt his superiority. Intending to demonstrate that, as an S-class talent, Zheng Yu still needed to join their team. It was meant to be a moment of triumph for him, granting himself prestige while securing a formidable ally. However, he did not anticipate that Zheng Yu would show him no respect. "Are you out of your mind?" A fellow A-class talent standing beside Li Feng chastised. "Though you possess an S-class talent, do not forget that you are a summoner. We are extending an invitation to you out of respect. Do not take our kindness for granted." This individual clearly had a better grasp of the situation. Zheng Yu was merely toying with Li Feng, thus he responded with sharp words. "In Jiangshui City, you are the sole S-class talent to emerge in several years. Yet you chose to become a summoner, which tarnishes the city's reputation. We are being magnanimous in offering you a place in our team. And you repay us with disdain? Do not delude yourself into thinking that merely clearing the simple level of the Cold Street Abyss makes you someone of significance. When the S-class talents from other cities eclipse you, it is the face of Jiangshui City that will be lost." Zheng Yu was left speechless. My goodness. Are we resorting to moral coercion now? This guy would likely be a top-tier boxer if he were on Weibo. Realizing that he had spoken too harshly, Li Feng quickly interrupted his teammate, addressing Zheng Yu. "To be frank, we plan to tackle the difficult level Cold Street Abyss next. We aim to set another record. We had known of your S-class talent long ago, but due to your summoner profession, we did not intend to include you. After all, you are well aware that summoners are notoriously weak. However, things have changed. You have proven your strength, and you are now worthy of joining us. We wish to ensure you do not fall too far behind other S-class talents, at least securing a difficult level record." Li Feng's tone softened this time, yet it still brimmed with an undeniable air of condescension and arrogance. Beside them, Ko Ying and Wen Renqing you were in stitches. "This is too funny. Ha ha. He actually thinks he can pull Jing Yu up? Who's pulling whom?" The most amusing part is his belief that allowing Jing Yu into his team is doing him a favor. I can't breathe from laughing. Their laughter was rooted in the realization that, given Li Feng and his team's tone and attitude, Zheng Yu would never join them. Without a strong ally, everything will be more manageable, one of Li Feng's teammates remarked. Exactly, and they still wish to compete for the leaderboard? They lack vision. Even if Li Feng and Zheng Long's tone and attitude are problematic, if you wish to contend for the leaderboard, you must endure. Are you sure you are helping me? Li Feng retorted. Your attitude is indeed problematic. We had agreed to include Zheng Yu in the difficult level abyss, increasing our chances of success, yet you present yourself so haughtily. Before this lone sensible teammate could finish, Li Feng and the others pulled him away. Zheng Yu looked at them with amusement. He could comprehend the mindset of Li Feng and his companions. With A-class talent and a popular profession, they had just set a record, and their spirits were high. Moreover, the misconceptions surrounding his summoner profession made it difficult for them to act solely for benefit without regard for pride. Youth is a time when one is concerned with reputation and prone to pretense. Have you managed to secure the funds? Zheng Yu inquired of Ku Ying and her companions. Ku Ying nodded and handed Zheng Yu 600,000. Zheng Yu acknowledged, yes, received. Tao Qian and Wu Zong have gone to gather the ingredients. They should return shortly. If you two have anything you wish to prepare, do so promptly. Do not let it be that when we enter the abyss, there's nothing you enjoy. Though they understood his intent, it still felt rather strange. Are we truly entering the abyss? And not just going on an outing? Ku Ying asked. I want to prepare some desserts, she added. Wen Renqing glanced at Ku Ying. You seem to be adapting quite quickly. I'll prepare some fruits as well. Chapter 17. The mortality rate is extremely high. Please choose wisely. Zheng Yu declined Li Feng's invitation, and this incident quickly spread, becoming yet another topic of discussion on the forums. Zheng Yu has become arrogant, rejecting a team of 4 A-class talents. As the only S-class talent in Jiangshui City and the first to emerge in years, his actions are perplexing. A detailed analysis of the Cold Street Abyss's simple level completion time of 2 hours and 45 minutes. A rational analysis suggests that Zheng Yu's refusal of Li Feng's invitation is, in fact, a positive sign, demonstrating his immense confidence. I believe Zheng Yu is simply afraid. Having cleared the simple level is already quite satisfying for him, especially since Li Feng's team is preparing to tackle the difficult level abyss. Cowardly Zheng Yu, worthless summoner, purely derogatory, enter at your own risk. I predict Zheng Yu will enter the ordinary level abyss and still lead solo. I stand by this. Zheng Yu cannot compete for the leaderboard. After being rejected by Zheng Yu, I have decided to vent my frustrations. The Jiangshui City professional forum was flooded with posts about him. Zheng Yu found it quite amusing, enjoying the experience of being the subject of discussion. The internet possesses a magical ability, no matter how great the reversal or how painful the slap in the face. The poster always remains in the shadows, with little to lose in terms of face. Words can be flippantly spoken, and stances can be easily altered. As long as he clears the nightmare level abyss, the forum would likely present an entirely different scene. In short, it was quite entertaining. Zheng Yu passed the time perusing the forum. When Tao Qian and Wu Zong returned from their errands, Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu had procured fruits and snacks, all placed in their inventory. Brother Yu, we are ready, Tao Qian announced. Zheng Yu nodded but, after a moment's thought, cautioned, if you have the funds, it would be wise to purchase a resurrection item, just in case. Tao Qian quickly responded, a resurrection cross is now priced at 5 million each. We cannot afford it. Wu Zong added, I believe there is no significant danger. I trust Brother Yu's strength. Zheng Yu replied, you are 3 years my senior, yet you call me brother? Wu Zong shrugged nonchalantly. Well, in the realm of knowledge, there are those who precede others. Strength dictates who is the elder. Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow and turned to Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu. What about you two? Wen Rinqing Yu remarked. Neither of us possess the funds to purchase the resurrection cross prop, yet we have acquired 5 stealth potions. With that, she directly distributed one to each member in the team chat, including Zheng Yu, who also received one. Stealth potion. Enter stealth mode for 1 minute, ignoring any damage. Movement is allowed, but attacking will break the stealth state. The market price seems to be around 300,000 each, right? Tao Qian exclaimed in astonishment. I know an apothecary who procured them for 200,000 each. While expressing his surprise at Wen Rinqing Yu's resourcefulness, Tao Qian added, 200,000 each is not cheap. Are you truly gifting them to us? Consider it a gesture of gratitude, and a means to align myself with the illustrious Zheng Yu, Wen Rinqing Yu candidly replied. Her approach was straightforward. She unabashedly indulged, treating all equally rather than in a subservient manner. Utilizing borrowed funds to purchase the stealth potions was actually Ku Ying's idea. However, Wen Rinqing Yu believed that if they were to buy, it should not be solely for themselves. Thus, they purchased 5, 1 for each member. She aimed to secure her hold on the team. In essence, this team represented her future. Even if Zheng Yu's abilities surpassed theirs in the future and he chose not to team up with them, Wu Zong and Tao Qian would still prove to be excellent allies. With the initiation into the nightmare level abyss, the pathway ahead, while not without its challenges, promised to be far from bleak. Zheng Yu did not refuse the gift and discerned Wen Rinqing Yu's subtle intentions, promptly accepting the stealth potion. He could not always rely on Tao Qian, who remained at level 4 while he had already advanced to level 6. After conquering a nightmare level abyss, reaching level 10 would necessitate a shift to a new map, leaving Tao Qian behind. Wen Rinqing Yu and her companions were commendable teammates. For Tao Qian, who offered unwavering trust, Zheng Yu harbored hopes that he could carve out his own path as a practitioner, rather than perpetually depending on him. With his pace of advancement, solo play seemed more fitting, as no teammate could keep up with his rhythm. Zheng Yu accepted the stealth potion and promptly selected the nightmare level difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss from the display interface. Notice, you have chosen the nightmare level difficulty of the Cold Street Abyss, which restores the abyss's true visage and its entire historical narrative, making it exceedingly challenging with a high mortality rate. Please choose wisely. 3, 2, 1. The system graciously granted Zheng Yu 3 seconds to contemplate. Do you insist on entering the nightmare level abyss? Yes. Prepared well in advance, he found no reason to decline. Zheng Yu, summoner, no issues. We are entering the abyss. Tao Qian, monk, charge. 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 I'm coming for the nightmare level abyss. Wu Zong, monk, it's my first time in the nightmare level abyss, and I'm feeling a bit anxious. Ku Ying, assassin Zheng Yu, best of luck. Wen Rinqing Yu, assassin 1. Entering the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. Please hold on. Meanwhile, all practitioners waiting in the Cold Street Abyss lobby received a notification. Notification. The summoner team has entered the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Is this summoner team the one led by Zheng Yu? Among all present practitioners, who else, aside from Zheng Yu, is a summoner? Just him. What the hell, this is insane. Nightmare level? I can only say, it's a death wish. Impressive. Regardless of whether Zheng Yu is a summoner, his audacity to enter the nightmare level abyss commands my respect. How bold. Having just cleared the easy level, he's diving straight into the nightmare level? The leap is staggering. It appears the forum analyses were correct. Zheng Yu has indeed become overconfident, mistaking the clearance of an easy-level abyss for the capability to tackle a nightmare-level abyss. This is beyond mere arrogance. It's insanity. Is there a possibility that Zheng Yu might actually clear the nightmare level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Zheng Yu, as a summoner, were to conquer the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss, I would willingly stand on my head and eat excrement. How archaic. In this day and age, who still uses traditional fans? They should just go and feast on seafood from the land of the cherry blossoms. I dare not. At this moment, Li Feng and others, preparing to enter the hard-level abyss, also received the notification. They were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. We absolutely cannot enter the nightmare abyss, declared a B-level talent warrior. Zheng Long furrowed his brow tightly. Zheng Yu is being too reckless, diving straight into the nightmare-level abyss. If we proceed to the hard level, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage? That's not recklessness, that's courting death. To be precise, it's tantamount to seeking demise. Regardless, I refuse to enter the nightmare abyss. Anyone who wishes to go can do so. I'm merely a B-level warrior, and I withdraw. Seeing the team divided, Li Feng interjected, do not be overzealous. Zheng Yu is his own person. Whether he lives or dies has no bearing on us. There is no need to risk our lives for pride. Zheng Yu was clearly provoked by our earlier remarks and is now entering the nightmare abyss to meet his end. We merely need to navigate the hard abyss steadily to surpass 90 of A-level talent practitioners. Li Feng remained relatively composed, though fear lingered beneath the surface. He lacked confidence in clearing the hard-level abyss, hence his invitation to Zheng Yu to increase their chances. Nightmare level? It was a thought he dared not entertain. In other words, the nightmare level was not designed for us, nor even for A-level talent practitioners. Rather, it was intended for the true geniuses taken by the Central District, the SS-level talent practitioners. In summary, Zheng Yu is doomed. We need not follow him into the abyss. After all, he is unlikely to clear the nightmare-level abyss. If Zheng Yu were an SS-level talent, he might warrant some concern. Moreover, he was entering with 4 mere tagalongs, as a summoner, so he was hardly worrisome. Chapter 18. The Pork Shop Owner, Cold Corpse, Bone-Cutting Knife. Hiss. The temperature here is significantly lower than that of the easy-level Cold Street Abyss. I feel as though each breath I take sends sharp pains through my lungs. As they entered the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss, the frigid air enveloped Tao Qian and the others, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Only Zheng Yu, having contracted the fire spirit, exhibited some resilience to the cold. It is said that the nightmare-level difficulty simulates the true scene of the abyss at that time. Unlike the easy-level abyss we previously entered or the hard-level abyss that Li Feng and his group are now tackling, both were simplified and weakened versions. Ku Ying recalled the information she had perused. Tao Qian, wrapped in a thick coat, remarked, so what you're saying is, it's not that the nightmare-level abyss has been intensified, it simply lacks the previous mitigations? That seems to be the case. Ku Ying nodded. At that moment, Zheng Yu stated, I've uploaded 2 documents to the chat group. The first contains basic information about the nightmare-level abyss, while the second is a strategy guide for the Cold Street Abyss at hard level that someone previously compiled. I'm uncertain of its usefulness, but having some knowledge can't hurt. Zheng Yu's decision to enter the nightmare abyss was not a spur-of-the-moment whim. Prior to entering the abyss, he had conducted considerable research. He possessed an understanding of the Cold Street Abyss as well as the nightmare-level difficulty. In school, Zheng Yu was regarded as an academic achiever. As Zheng Yu perused the materials alongside Tao Qian and others, he remarked, before we venture into the abyss, we received a forewarning. The nightmare-level abyss reveals the true visage of the abyss and restores the entirety of its historical narrative. The abyss resembles a sealed segment of time and history. Professionals can enter the abyss and continuously relive that history. The nightmare-level abyss encapsulates the history preserved by the abyss, and the difficulty, as one might surmise, is undoubtedly exceptional. With its storyline diverging from those of lesser difficulties, I have perused every strategy regarding the Cold Street Abyss on the forums, which has enabled me to outline a basic narrative framework. While summoning the Goblin General, Zheng Yu continued, in the easy-level Cold Street Abyss, we can only reach Central Park. Defeating a level 7 boss, the Cold Corpse, will conclude the battle. In the ordinary level Cold Street Abyss, we must enter the forest to locate a spring, which serves as the source of the freezing affliction plaguing this street. We must defend this spring until we withstand all attacks from the Cold Corpses. Only then can we deem the task completed. The highest level in the ordinary difficulty is the level 9 Cold Corpse, which poses a moderate challenge. Moderate challenge? Upon hearing Zheng Yu's description, Tao Qian and the others exchanged glances, suppressing their doubts but refraining from voicing them. Only you could deem a level 9 Cold Corpse as a moderate challenge. In the difficult level Abyss, in addition to protecting the spring, one must also retrieve a frozen female corpse from within the spring and transport it to a non-freezing lake deep within the forest. Along the way, a spider-shaped special Cold Corpse will pursue us. Defeating this spider or enduring the cold while delivering the corpse to the center of the lake will also suffice to complete the dungeon. This concludes the strategy. As there are currently no guides available for the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. Listening to Zheng Yu, Tao Qian quipped, of course, there can be no guide for the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. After all, no one has ever cleared it. Wuzong added. Those who have entered the nightmare level abyss have never emerged. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqing Yu shivered, clearly apprehensive. Only Zheng Yu smiled and said, well then, it seems you have to repay your loans. Wuzong, Ku Ying, and Wen Rinqing Yu responded in unison. Speaking of which, you go. Your goblin wolf riders seem somewhat different. Tao Qian observed the goblin general closely. As he locked eyes with the goblin general atop the massive wolf, an overwhelming sense of pressure washed over him. It was as if this upright, gentlemanly goblin was a seasoned general, capable of instilling fear with just a glance. Not just a little different, but vastly transformed, Zheng Yu joked without elaborating. He concealed the goblin general's attributes. With nearly 10,000 health points and almost 500 attack power, it was indeed intimidating. To avoid further explanation, he simply refrained from displaying the goblin's information. With a roar, as the goblin general approached the entrance of the cold street, familiar growls echoed around them. The cold corpses emerged from the shops as per the usual pattern. Based on prior experience, the goblin would need to slay at least 3 or 4 waves of cold corpses, which would likely take about an hour. Whoosh. The goblin general was more decisive than the previous goblin warriors, loosing an arrow without uttering a word. Crack. 3051. A seemingly ordinary shot dealt over 3,000 damage. Defeated cold corpse, LV5, gained 110 experience points. The level 5 cold corpse fell instantly. What? Does the first wave of the nightmare level abyss begin with level 5 cold corpses? Tao Qian exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the cold corpse's level. What level 5? Look behind. Wen Rinqing Yu pointed at a shop hidden on either side of the street. A corpulent figure, weighing at least 300 pounds, wielded a cleaver and fixated its gaze on the goblin general. Isn't this a type of cold corpse exclusive to the difficult level? Having just reviewed Zheng Yu's difficult level strategy, he recognized the hefty cold corpse wielding the cleaver. Wuzong could not help but remark, indeed. The nightmare level begins with foes comparable to the strongest cold corpses from the difficult level, aside from the bosses. Roar. The obese cold corpse let out an enraged roar, but did not advance. It seemed to be attempting to intimidate the goblin general into retreating from the cold street. However, the goblin general was undeterred, raising a hand and releasing another arrow. Whoosh. Crack. 0. The fat cold corpse possessed icy armor, preventing any damage. Undeterred, the goblin general loosed several more arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The goblin general's speed was significantly enhanced, with agility double that of the goblin warriors, resulting in a much quicker rate of fire. 0, 0, 2998. An arrow pierced through the fat cold corpse's thick flesh, striking its face and embedding itself beneath its eye. Roar. Realizing its threat was ineffective, the cold corpse let out a furious bellow and charged out of the shop. Due to its immense size, it shattered the door frame and collapsed part of the wall, like a tank made of flesh. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly. As it barreled towards the goblin general, unfazed by the massive creature, the goblin general gripped his heavy hammer. And just as the fat cold corpse was about to collide with him, he gently tapped the great wolf's neck. The wolf understood immediately, leaping aside with ease. Evading the collision. Boom. The fat cold corpse crashed into a stone pillar, shattering it. 1087. A damage number appeared above the fat cold corpse's head. According to the difficult level strategy, the fat cold corpse possessed tremendous strength and health, but lacked intelligence, relying solely on its brute force. Thus, the recommended approach to dealing with cold corpses was to continually evade their charges while slowly whittling them down. However, that was the method of ordinary professionals, inefficient and fraught with risk. The optimal strategy was to eliminate them swiftly. At the moment the fat cold corpse collided with the pillar, the goblin general had already positioned himself, bringing his heavy hammer crashing down upon the creature's head. Bang! 3596. A staggering damage value appeared. Thanks to the ambush from behind and a precise strike to the head, the cold corpse was stunned. Now a level 6 goblin general. The leap and strike damage coefficient had reached 62, combined with an attack power of 489. Delivering over 3,000 damage was effortless. Furthermore, considering factors such as headshots, inertia, and impact, the resultant damage of over 3,500 was entirely reasonable. Without a word, the familiar combo unfolded. The hammer strike descended. The stun was triggered. During the daze, the hammer was drawn back, charging for another blow. Boom. A powerful strike sent the fat cold corpse flying, uprooting the stone tiles beneath it. 6,823. An astonishing damage figure appeared once more. The charged blow reached its maximum, yielding substantial damage. 2,719. 2,876. 2,633. 2,922. Moreover, the fat cold corpse, propelled by the force of the hammer, crushed 4 or 5 level 5 cold corpses behind it. Boom. The massive, bloodthirsty zombie succumbed instantly to its demise, taking with it the first wave of frozen corpses in a devastating impact. Kill frozen corpse, LV5, gain 101 experience points. Kill frozen corpse, LV5, gain 103 experience points. Kill Frozen Corpse, LV5, gain 112 experience points. Kill Frozen Corpse, LV5, gain 106 experience points. Kill Pork Shop Owner Zombie, LV6, gain 449 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained the Bone Cutting Knife, Bronze Grade, LV5. Congratulations, you have acquired Premium Pork Consumable, LV5. Did it drop equipment? Zheng Yu glanced at the newly added Bone Cutting Knife in his inventory. Equipment name, Bone Cutting Knife. Required level, 5. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Strength 30, Agility 2. Equipment effect. Attack has a 5 chance to inflict bleeding, causing a loss of 20 health per second. Zheng Yu contemplated but ultimately resisted the urge to use the equipment forging device. After all, this was merely a level 5 piece of gear. A bronze grade. Level 5 weapon was not worth utilizing the forging device. However, this bone-cutting knife was ideally suited for a bleeding warrior, and its price was highly inflated in the temple market, promising a lucrative sale. Chapter 19. Awful Cake, Level 9 Frozen Corpse. To be frank, Zheng Yu was not in want of funds. It was not that he lacked money at present, but rather that he had demonstrated ample talent and potential, ensuring future resources would be covered by the state. This was precisely why he had only charged Tao Qian and the others 300,000. Of course, an additional motive was simply to provoke those outside who gossiped about him. Stowing the bone-cutting knife away, he noticed another consumable in his backpack, a piece of premium pork. Premium pork. Consuming it restores 1,000 health points and grants an additional 500 shield points. It is best to cook pork thoroughly, if you lack the time to cook. Consuming it raw is permissible, though it may lead to gastrointestinal distress. With an extra ingredient at hand, Zheng Yu deposited the premium pork into the ingredient storage. Meanwhile, the Goblin General had cleared all frozen corpses from the entrance of the cold street. Congratulations, your level has increased. Level, LV6, LV7, 2450, 2,441 experience points needed for next level up. Health, 500, 800, 450 from equipment attributes. Mana, 310, 320, 150 from equipment attributes. Intelligence, 78, 86, 35 from equipment attributes. Strength, 18, 19, 2 from equipment attributes. Agility, 14, 15. Remaining free attribute points, 3. Indeed, in the Nightmare level abyss, one could level up significantly in a single wave. Leveling was paramount for practitioners, not only due to the comprehensive attribute enhancements that accompany it, but also because levels 10, 25, and 50 represent critical milestones. At level 10, exclusive skills can be learned, unlocking diverse play styles within the same class. At level 25, professions evolve. At level 50, a profession awakens. It is said that at level 70, even more potent abilities can be unlocked. However, only the globally unique player, Manhwaedit, has reached beyond level 70. He merely mentioned that level 70 is a watershed moment, marking a stark division between the realms before and after. In summary, ascending levels is the sole path to becoming stronger. As they ventured forth, the Goblin General led the way, with Zheng Yu and his companions trailing behind. As they delved deeper into the cold street, the temperature plummeted further. The ground was nearly encased in a thick layer of ice. Upon entering the cold street, they encountered an increasing number of frozen corpses, appearing not in waves, but rather manifesting wherever they roamed. These were no ordinary frozen corpses. Each held a distinct identity. For instance, the rotund frozen corpse encountered at the entrance was known as the pork shop owner zombie. Just moments ago, they had vanquished a fishmonger zombie. Now, they faced a chef zombie, the most formidable frozen corpse Zheng Yu had encountered thus far. Clad in blood-stained chef's attire, his face bore the marks of severe burns, resembling a gruesome visage, and his strength was formidable. Abyss creature, chef zombie. Level, LV9. Health, 17,000. Attack power, 300. Skill, level 4 slow aura. Skill, enhanced ice armor. Skill look, a kitchen knife. Throws a kitchen knife. Skill look, a bunch of kitchen knives. Naturally, as a chef, possessing a multitude of kitchen knives is quite normal. The staggering 17,000 health was indeed daunting. While its attack power was not particularly high, the chef's kitchen knives seemed endless, perpetually hurled at them. The level 4 slow aura surpassed that of the simpler boss frozen corpses, thus rendering the Goblin General unable to maintain his unscathed status. He bore numerous wounds, with a kitchen knife embedded in the leg of the giant wolf. Howling in pain, the giant wolf emitted a mournful cry. Truly, this was the Nightmare level abyss. At this moment, huddled in a corner sheltered from the wind, Zheng Yu and his 5 companions gathered around the twin fire spirits, warming themselves while indulging in grilled sausages. This was the first time I had witnessed the giant wolf injured, and the first time I had seen the goblin engage in such intense combat. You go. Do we really not need the twin fire spirits to join the fray? Tao Qian inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian and then glanced at the grilled sausage in the twin fire spirits' hands, smiling as he replied, if the fire spirits go to battle, who will grill the sausages? Tao Qian conceded, that is a sound argument, and I cannot refute it. Rest assured, this is just the beginning. The Goblin General is quite frugal with his skills. If he truly wishes to deal with this chef zombie, it will be a trivial task, Zhengyu remarked, taking a bite of the sausage and speaking leisurely. Every summoned beast possesses its own personality. The Goblin General is more cautious and conservative with skills, possibly sensing a more perilous presence ahead, thus conserving its abilities for them. Although skills do not have a cooldown, they generally cannot be cast consecutively, whether it be practitioners, summoned beasts of summoners, or the beasts of druids and skeletal minions of necromancers. All operate under two mechanisms that cannot be quantified by data: stamina and energy. Therefore, the frequency of skill usage, the intervals between spell casting, and the stamina expended in constant movement vary widely, especially for skills like the cavalry charge, which are highly taxing. Each use tests both stamina and energy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Goblin General chose to engage in a shootout with the chef zombie. The giant wolf utilized its nimble positioning to evade the kitchen knives. While the chef had an abundance of knives, each throw was preceded by a preparatory motion. After only a few attempts, the Goblin General had discerned the pattern, deftly avoiding the kitchen knives while loosing arrows. Whoosh. Skill: Archery Mastery, LV7. Precisely loosing an arrow. Dealing 3,066, 57538 Goblin Attack Power, points of damage. 3,450. A single arrow dealt 3,005. Whoosh. Whoosh. 3,519. 3,443. Each arrow struck for 3,005. Despite the high health of the level 9 chef's cold corpse, 3 arrows swiftly reduced it to half health. Another volley of 3 arrows shattered its icy armor. And yet another trio of arrows sent the chef's cold corpse to the afterlife. You have slain the butcher's cold corpse, LV9, earning 771 experience points. Congratulations. You have acquired the bloodied chef's hat, a bronze-grade armor, LV5. Armor, hat, name, bloodied chef's hat. Required level, 5. Grade, bronze. Attributes, health 500. Equipment effect, chef skill effect 10, 15 chance to create special food. Warning, do not wear this chef's hat in the abyss of cold streets. It is loathed by many. Zheng Yu's eyes brightened. The warning seemed like a clue. The history of the abyss of cold streets remains a mystery, as no one has ever successfully completed the nightmare level abyss. This chef's hat evidently holds significant ties to the tale of Cold Street. Has the goblin uncovered something? Wu Zong inquired. Only then did Zheng Yu notice that after dispatching the chef's cold corpse, it had discovered a cake in the restaurant where the chef had appeared. A blood-red cake. Typically, cakes are adorned with fruits or chocolates, but this one was topped with entrails. Gross indeed. Tao Qian, upon witnessing the cake brought by the Goblin General, nearly retched. The overwhelming scent of congealed blood emanated from the entrails, frozen atop the cake due to the frigid temperature. Human entrails? Unlike Tao Qian and Ku Ying's revulsion, when Ren Xingyu, a recent high school graduate, scrutinized the entrail fragments atop the cake with an earnest and discerning gaze. Zheng Yu remarked, it appears to be that of a child, perhaps around 7 or 8 years old. So what exactly is this? When Ren Xingyu questioned, Zheng Yu glanced at the cake's attributes and replied, it's a quest item, inscribed with the words, a delectable cake crafted by the chef to commemorate the centenary of Fortune Street. Delectable? Well, that is what it says. So this place, originally named Fortune Street, was actually a culinary street built by a tribe of cannibals? When Ren Xingyu speculated, Zheng Yu shook his head. That seems unlikely. They consume pork and slay fish. It should resemble a typical agricultural market area. That makes sense. When Ren Xingyu concurred with Zheng Yu. Hey, could you two analyze that cake from a greater distance? Anyone unaware might think you're salivating over it, Kuing quipped. Observing the excitement on Zheng Yu and when Ren Xingyu's faces as they examined the entrail-laden cake. Chapter 20. The Might of the Goblin General. The General's Command. Roar. Unlike simpler quests, there was no prolonged wait. As soon as the Goblin General stepped into Central Park, a massive elite cold corpse charged forth. Elite cold corpse. Level, LV13. Health, 39,000. Attack power, 600. Skill, level 4 slow aura. Skill, enhanced ice armor. Skill, ice shockwave. Skill, ice axe throw. The skills remained unchanged, as did its size and attack patterns. Only its health and attack power had escalated. Wow, level 13. 39,000 health is rather intimidating. It has transformed from a boss creature into an elite one. Yet, it seems manageable. If a quintet of level 10 high-talent warriors teamed up, this level 13 cold corpse wouldn't stand a chance. The real challenge lies ahead. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the current simplicity, Zheng Yu urged his companions to hasten their preparations, stating, a man is made of iron, and food is steel. One must be well-fed to have the energy to enjoy the show. I brought lamb chops, Wu Zong announced, retrieving a fresh piece from his inventory. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up, and he promptly summoned the twin fire spirits, handing the lamb chop to them. Wu Zong tossed the lamb chop to the fire spirits, one of which held it while the other enveloped it at the perfect temperature. Within mere seconds, the lamb chop began to change color, emitting a sizzling sound. Your fire spirit summons are incredibly convenient. You go, Wuzong remarked enviously. They cook quickly without the worry of burning, charring, or undercooking. Zhengyu replied with satisfaction. The fire spirits are truly reliable for barbecuing. Tao Qian glanced anxiously at the level 13 cold corpse below, wondering if they should really let the goblins handle so many cold corpses alone. At that moment, Central Park was not devoid of monsters. Hordes of cold corpses emerged from the forest behind the park. This was no mere trickle, and the lowest ranked cold corpses were all over level 3. With even 2 level 10 cold corpses eyeing the goblin general menacingly. Zhengyu chuckled. Who told you it was just the goblins? As he spoke, a sound akin to a howl echoed. Tao Qian and the others looked down to see the goblin general holding a horn, from which the sound emanated. With the horn's call, a chorus of wolf howls accompanied it. Clop, clop, clop. Behind the goblin general, a squad of goblins emerged, ready for battle. Leading the charge were 5 goblin shield bearers wielding enormous silver shields. 2 goblin wolf riders flanked the general, followed by 5 goblin archers and 5 frenzied, bloodthirsty goblin assassins. Bringing up the rear was a goblin mage, staff in hand. A perfectly orchestrated battalion constituted entirely of goblin kind. The goblin general's new skill. VIP steward level, general's command. Goblin archers, prepare. With the general's command, the 5 goblin archers positioned behind the shield bearers knocked their arrows, aiming carefully. The bows were drawn to their fullest extent. Fire. Whoosh. Whoosh. 5 arrows soared forth. 1,190. 1,281. 1,308. 1,554. 1,421. Damage values materialized above the nearest cold corpse's form. Although these figures paled in comparison to the goblin generals, they rivaled the damage inflicted by ordinary professionals. Whoosh. 3,158. Whoosh. 2,100. Whoosh. 1971. Another volley of 3 arrows. This time from the goblin general himself and the 2 wolf riders by his side. Continue. Aim. Shoot. Whoosh. 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 The arrows flew incessantly, each one striking down another cold corpse. You have slain a cold corpse, LV3, earning 32 experience points. You have slain a cold corpse, LV4, earning 70 experience points. You have slain a cold corpse, LV4, earning 69 experience points. Slay. Except for the higher level cold corpses, none managed to reach the vicinity of Central Park. They had barely emerged from the forest. With only a few steps taken, at least 2 or 3 arrows would find their mark upon me. The level 4 frost corpse possesses approximately 2,000 health points. I could not withstand even 2 arrows from a mere goblin archer. It was only upon reaching level 8 that one could endure a few more arrows before succumbing to the goblin general's finishing blow. Frost corpse, LV8, slain. Experience gained, 602 points. Frost corpse, LV7, slain. Experience gained, 499 points. Frost corpse, LV8, slain. Experience gained, 617 points. Kill confirmed. I leveled up once more. Tao Qian, while preparing instant noodles, wore an expression of delight. What level are you at now? Zhengyu inquired. I've reached level 5. Just level 5? Zhengyu responded with surprise. He was on the verge of attaining level 8 himself and had not anticipated that Tao Qian and the others had only just achieved level 5. Tao Qian explained. We have not engaged in any battles from the beginning, so our experience is naturally lower. However, we are progressing swiftly, mind you. In a party tackling the abyss, the experience is merely shared amongst 5 members, which only gives us a slight edge over you. Remember, I have only been in my new class for less than a day. In truth, the pace was rapid. Of course, it cannot be compared to your progress. You have cleared the abyss and slain the monsters, competing for the leaderboard, thus your level naturally ascends faster than ours. Tao Qian felt quite content with the current rate of leveling. No, not merely content, it was beyond expectations. Within less than a day, he had reached level 5. Moreover, upon completing the entire nightmare level abyss, reaching at least level 7 would put him leagues ahead of 90 of new adventurers. Wuzong interjected. I just took a look at Li Feng and his team's levels. Li Feng is only at level 6, and they have cleared dungeons consecutively twice. In other words, once the nightmare level abyss is cleared, the levels of the 4 of us would only trail slightly behind you and Li Feng. The most significant aspect is that our leveling is effortless. Indeed, it is quite effortless. Enjoying lamb chops while traversing the abyss. And it's the nightmare level abyss. It is something unimaginable. One Ren Qingyu gazed enviously at the goblin combat squad below, exclaiming, I am finally beginning to grasp the terror of the summoner. I recall reading in the summoner's textbook that if a summoner possesses true talent, one individual can be akin to an entire army. At the time, I dismissed it. But now, it appears to hold true. Initially, they harbored concerns about whether a single goblin could fend off the multitude of frost corpses in Central Park. Those worries proved unwarranted. Not only did they defend successfully, they were slaughtering at an astonishing rate. Indeed, if anyone dares to claim that summoners are weak, I will simply show them this video, leaving them utterly speechless. Is this weakness? This is, in fact, invincibility. Wuzong could not help but exclaim, his excitement palpable. It was no wonder they were so astonished, for even Zheng Yu had not accurately predicted the combat capabilities of this goblin squad. They could both endure and retaliate. The goblin shield bearers could withstand nearly all projectile attacks, even the ice-based shockwave skills of the level 13 elite frost corpses. Goblin archers, goblin wolf riders, and even goblin assassins all possessed remarkable archery skills. Their range was extensive, damage substantial, and firing rate rapid. What else could be deemed invincible? Furthermore, despite the goblins being creatures of relatively low intelligence, their tactical prowess was impressively high, primarily due to their unwavering obedience to the commands of the goblin general. There was no disobedience. They were the epitome of a war machine. The horde of frost corpses had not even set foot into Central Park before 2/3 of them were annihilated. Only the level 13 elite frost corpses and a few higher-level frost corpses were left struggling. Their demise was imminent. The frost corpses were inherently slow-moving. As wave after wave of arrows descended, the level 13 frost corpse was reduced to half health, and several level 10 frost corpses had already succumbed, with one lying lifeless on the ground. Frost corpse, LV10, slain, experience gained, 954 points. Congratulations. Your level has increased. Level, LV7 LV8, 4400, 4062 experience points required for next level. Health, 800, 1100, 450 equipment attribute. Mana, 320, 330, 150 equipment attribute. Intelligence, 8695, 35 equipment attribute. Strength, 1920, 2 equipment attribute. Agility, 1516. Remaining attribute points, 6. I have reached level 8. Zheng Yu's expression brightened. Chapter 21, The Head Spider. Astonishing. Observing the multitude of fallen frost corpses, Tao Qian and the others experienced a peculiar illusion. The nightmare-level abyss didn't seem so daunting after all. Of course, this was merely an illusion. A frost corpse with 40,000 health points would take them an entire day to fell. However, a single ice shockwave could inflict 2,000 damage. Even 2 monks capable of delivering ice shockwaves would struggle to withstand that. Yet, the shield bearers had managed to endure multiple ice shockwaves. The ice armor's effectiveness was rendered negligible under the archer's onslaught. Nevertheless, every strategy guide noted that frost corpses detest ice armor, as it can block any damage, creating an illusion for the adventurers. It almost seemed like they could secure a kill, but the damage dissipated against the ice armor, ultimately resulting in a counterattack from the frost corpses. Additionally, there was the level 4 slow aura. Once ensnared by a frost corpse, one could only describe the experience as being unable to move an inch. I'll go, but I can't. Tao Qian eventually awoke from his illusion. I'll go, and I'll be obliterated, Kuing added. Same here, when Ren Qingyu concurred. It could only be said that witnessing Zheng Yu slay frost corpses was indeed a simple affair. For oneself to engage would undoubtedly lead to instant death. Not to mention that formidable level 13 elite frost corpse. Even the low-level frost corpses continuously emerging from the forest were beyond the capability of ordinary adventurers to withstand. While feasting, a vast array of frost corpses had already collapsed. Experience points surged rapidly. The chilling discomfort of the cold street abyss was dissipated thanks to the presence of the twin fire demons. Ultimately, the frost corpses failed to approach the goblin general. Even the level 13 elite frost corpse fell under a barrage of arrows, collapsing 30 meters away from the goblin frost core. Under the skill general's command, they nearly cleared it without sustaining any injuries. The only damage incurred was to the shield held by the goblin, now marred with ice shards and cracks from the ice axes and shockwaves. The goblin general had not even taken a single step. Boom. With the goblin general's final arrow, the level 13 elite frost corpse was taken down, its icy body crashing heavily to the ground, accompanied by the sound of shattering ice. Elite frost corpse, LV13, slain, experience gained, 1,547 points. Congratulations. You have obtained the weapon Ice Blade, silver grade, LV10. Level 10 equipment. Zheng Yu was elated. He immediately opened his inventory to inspect this new piece of gear. Weapon, Ice Blade. Required level, 10. Requirements, Assassin Shadowblade, Grey Warrior, or other dagger mastery classes. Agility of 35 or above required for equipping. Grade, silver. Attributes, Strength 50, Agility 30. Movement speed 20. Equipment effect, attacks possess ice properties, dealing 200 ice damage, and triggering a freezing effect upon critical hits. An ice dagger? Zheng Yu glanced at Kuing and Wen Qingyu. Their SA dagger. Do you wish to purchase it? A dagger? Both Kuing and Wen Qingyu's eyes lit up in unison. Zheng Yu remarked, however, the requirements for wielding it are rather steep. I believe you won't be able to use it just yet. He then transmitted the attributes to the team chat. Indeed, the requirements are somewhat high. It calls for 40 points of agility, and I currently have only 22. Kuing responded, expressing her inability to acquire it. Yet Zheng Yu countered. Although the attribute requirements for this dagger are elevated, its effects are quite remarkable. I recall that assassins possess a backstab skill, which has a high critical hit probability when executed from stealth. coupled with the weapon's freezing effect upon critical strikes. It ensures that your target will be frozen after a backstab, allowing you to unleash a full combo of damage. Ku-ing, and when Renqing you exchanged astonished glances at Zheng Yu. I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable about assassins. Zheng Yu shrugged. I have an understanding of all classes, except the summoner. I just looked it up. This ice blade is available at the temple auction house for a modest price of 300,000. I can procure it for you at 200,000, considering it as compensation for the cost of your invisibility potions. If you wish to proceed, seek me out after we conclude our expedition in the abyss. However, since both of you are assassins, you should discuss amongst yourselves who will wield it. The attributes of the ice blade are commendable, yet its price is not exorbitant. For a dagger that can be utilized between levels 10 and 15, a market price of 300,000 is indeed reasonable, especially considering that most adventurers find themselves stuck at this level. The affordability is also due to the rarity of assassin players. Had it been a warrior's weapon, it would likely start at a minimum of 800,000 with an excessive markup. Ku-ing and Wen Renqing, you seem to be privately deliberating whether to acquire the dagger. Zheng Yu chose not to intrude upon their discussion, but instead addressed the goblin general. Rest for a moment. Once we have finished our meal, we shall enter the forest. Central Park serves as the sole resting area. Once one steps into the forest, they must traverse it until the end. Thus, this is the optimal time to recuperate, allowing both the goblin general and his combat team to regain their strength while they consume their lamb chops. An hour later, having indulged in their feast, Zheng Yu mused that since summoned creatures do not require sustenance, he ought to provide some lamb chops for these valiant companions as well. Once everything was tidied up, they proceeded into the forest under the guidance of the goblin general. Before entering, Zheng Yu produced a training dummy and handed it to a goblin wolf cavalryman, instructing it to bind the dummy behind the giant wolf. The forest represents the final challenge within the difficult abyss. As long as they can guard the spring and deliver the female corpse to the frozen lake, they will have completed the quest. In nightmare mode, the forest signifies not the end, but the commencement of difficulty. To be prudent, Zheng Yu released the training dummy, which would absorb damage on his behalf. Training dummy level possesses 5,000 health points, capable of withstanding all damage directed at the summoner. 2 identical dummies can be fused to upgrade to a higher level training dummy. This effectively serves as a 5,000 point shield, ideal for Zheng Yu at this juncture. Upon entering the forest, the temperature plummeted once more. The twin fire spirits elevated the ambient temperature, ensuring that Zheng Yu and his companions would not suffer frostbite while avoiding excessive warmth. The forest proved far more expansive than they had anticipated. Following the map from the difficult strategy guide, they located the spring. Upon nearing the spring, they collectively gasped in horror, for beside the spring lay a colossal spider. The giant spider of the cold corpse was a creature they had long been aware of from their strategizing. However, they had not anticipated the nightmarish variant to appear in such a grotesque form. Its head was that of a human, with its body bearing the unmistakable evidence of sewing. Upon closer inspection, the skin that should have been covered in black, hairy spider fur was, in fact, human scalps. Pieces of human skin were stitched together, and the black hair was not spider silk, but rather human hair. Ugh! Ku-ing nearly retched at the sight. No wonder the cold corpses were missing their scalps, with their bloody, exposed heads frozen and laid bare, as they had been sewn onto this monstrous entity. This was no mere creature. It resembled a twisted act of vengeance. Zheng Yu recalled the grotesque organ cake crafted by a human child and the corpse of the woman they needed to retrieve from the well. He began to comprehend why this street had devolved into such a macabre scene. With the goblin general stepping into the vicinity of the spring, the human skin spider emitted a threatening roar directed at him. It did not initiate an attack, but rather sought to drive them away. It became clear they were not eager to engage in combat, but felt compelled to do so, as there were far greater terrors looming over them. Human skin spider. Level, LV 15. Rank, Elite. Health, 60,000. Attack power, 1050. Skills, Synthetic Spider Silk. Skills, Ice Venom. Skills, Brutality. Skills, Grievance Infusion. Skills, Hatred. Zheng Yu scrutinized the attributes of the human skin spider, finally grasping the true difficulty posed by the nightmare abyss. He turned to the twin fire spirits beside him and urged, "You should join in." With a surge of flames, the twin fire spirits, having long restrained their fiery energy, rushed onto the battlefield, watching their fellow summoned creature, the goblin general, wreak havoc. While they merely assisted in roasting meat and sausages, they were desperate to unleash their pent-up fury. Chapter 22. The Twin Fire Spirits. The human skin spider exhibited remarkable speed. Upon detecting the goblin general, it swiftly repositioned itself to evade the arrows that flew toward it. With a sudden spurt, it expelled a glob of white, sticky substance, synthetic spider silk, immediately adhering a shield-bearing goblin's shield to the ground, rendering him immobile. The human skin spider then unleashed 3 more webs, which, before they could ensnare the shield-bearing goblin, were instantaneously reduced to ash. The twin fire spirits arrived at the battleground, flames blazing vigorously around them. The icy ground, rendered solid by the cold, melted away under the intensity of their heat, causing the terrain to dry and the temperature to rise. As the heat increased, the human skin spider's body, woven from human scalps, began to show signs of scorching. Being an ice-type creature, fire was its natural nemesis, which also elucidated Zheng Yu's choice of fire for his second summoned beast. 1441, 1528, 1359, 1259. A series of damage figures erupted on the human skin spider's body. Fire aura, inflicting 1186 burning damage per second, with 456 fire spirit attack power and a 26 multiplier. And this was not just a single instance of damage per second. It was double. The twin fire spirits unleashed a dual fire aura. The burning damage from the fire aura, combined with the fire type's inherent advantage, alongside the twin fire spirits' double fire damage, resulted in nearly 3000 damage per second. The health bar of the human skin spider visibly diminished. Not only the human skin spider suffered, but the ground and surrounding trees ignited into flames. Boom. The flames nearly engulfed everything in their vicinity. Even the goblin general retreated with his troops, directing the goblin archers to continue their relentless assault. The human skin spider, its body ablaze, seemed impervious to pain. Yet as a creature of the ice, steeped in malevolence, it harbored a profound aversion to fire. It unleashed a web, attempting to ensnare the twin fire spirits. However, before the strands could reach their targets, they were consumed by the flames and reduced to ashes. Observing the ineffectiveness of its web, the human skin spider charged forward, braving the flames to protect the twin fire spirits. Zheng Yu remarked, as the goblin sorcerer at the back raised his staff, a green light emanating from its tip. Suddenly, the human skin spider halted, its head, sewn onto its body, drooping as it succumbed to slumber. A sleep spell? Wu Zong recognized the magic. This was a level 5 skill of a mage, a commendable control ability typically learned by mages in their early stages as a supportive skill. It was surprising to find that a goblin could wield such a spell. The duration of the slumber was brief, lasting only about 15 seconds. Yet for the twin fire spirits and the goblin general, this time was more than sufficient. Fire cage, wolf cavalry charge. Faced with the human skin spider boasting 550,000 health points, the twin fire spirits and the goblin general had already received Zheng Yu's command for a full-on assault without restraint. Their mightiest skills were unleashed. A fiery circle materialized beneath the human skin spider, deep crimson flames swirling within. With a thunderous roar, the flames erupted, enveloping the spider entirely. Fire cage level 8, inflicting 645 damage per second, with the fire spirit's attack power at 456 and a coefficient of 58. Damage numbers flashed: 3, 0, 18, 2, 985. In an instant, 2 damage outputs appeared. The explosive damage from the twin fire spirits was not particularly high, but their sustained damage was terrifying, with double damage and a per second interval. Coupled with the human skin spider's negligible magical resistance, the damage inflicted by the twin fire spirits was bewildering. Roaring, the human skin spider awoke from its slumber, frantically retreating in an attempt to escape the fire cage. Yet by this time, the goblin general had already entered the fray. As a creature summoned by Zheng Yu, the flames of the twin fire spirits posed no threat to the goblin general, a perfect synergy. With an unstoppable charge, the giant wolf surged into the fire cage alongside the goblin general, delivering a powerful blow. 14,891. A staggering damage figure of nearly 150,000 appeared. A gasp escaped the lips of Tao Qian and the others, who were spectating from behind. What on earth is this? A single strike dealing 150,000 damage. This is incomprehensible. Who could withstand such a blow? They whispered among themselves, keeping their distance. Not necessarily, Wu Zong rationally analyzed. Abyssal creatures are one thing, and professional fighters are another. Abyssal creatures generally have high health and low defense, while professionals possess various equipment and skills, making them difficult to eliminate instantly. Who can endure 150,000 damage at the same level? Tao Qian countered. Wu Zong. Indeed, no one can. This was merely one skill. It should be noted that behind the goblin general stood a combat squad ready to supplement the damage, alongside a fire spirit continuously inflicting damage every second. Ku Ying remarked. Based on what you're saying, if Zheng Yu participated in a professional fighting competition, wouldn't he be guaranteed victory? When Ren Qingyu replied, not necessarily. The only requirement for participation is to be above level 25, and after the second class advancement, there are no further level restrictions. Wu Zong made a valid point. Zheng Yu's damage was indeed high, but it might not yield the same results against professionals. There were several factors to consider: elemental weaknesses, defensive capabilities, and most importantly, professional fighters would not simply stand still to take damage. Under the constraints of level disparity, equipment superiority, and professional advantages, I do not believe Zheng Yu could continue to dominate as he does now. Of course, he would achieve commendable results, but standing at the pinnacle is another matter. I believe the summoner's strength lies in traversing the abyss, while in combat competitions, he would face significant disadvantages. After all, As long as the summoned beasts are disregarded and only Zheng Yu is targeted, the problem resolves itself. In the abyss, creatures solely attack the summoned beasts that pose a threat to them. This is why they can so easily stand back and watch. However, combat competitions are entirely different. Professionals are not merely abyssal creatures. Why would they target the summoned beasts when they could eliminate the summoner directly, thus neutralizing the threat? Moreover, aside from warriors, no profession is flawless. Balancing both abyssal and combat skills is an impossible feat when Rin Qingyu analyzed. It was precisely because Zheng Yu was not among them that she dared to voice such bold analyses. At that moment, Zheng Yu was nearby the spring, observing something. Chapter 23. The Realm of Flames. No entry for the cold corpse. Zheng Yu was engaged in a grim task. The Goblin General and the twin fire spirits were locked in battle, while Zheng Yu was responsible for retrieving the female corpse to complete the mission. This task could not be entrusted to others, for only a professional who retrieved the female corpse could obtain the mission item necessary to access the unfreezing lake. Using a rope by the well, he fashioned a lasso and cast it down. He discovered a patch of unfrozen water below, revealing the pale visage of a woman's head. "Fear not, I shall guide you to your rightful place." Although he was mentally prepared, this was indeed his first experience with corpse retrieval, and he felt somewhat unsteady, harboring some trepidation. The battle ahead was drawing to a close. The human skin spider, rendered unconscious by the Goblin General within the fire circle, was steadily losing health due to the relentless flames. Its health had nearly depleted. With not a single intact piece of skin left, all burned into a horrific sight. Just as the Goblin General prepared to deliver the final blow to the human skin spider, a piercing sound abruptly interrupted his attack. The sound resembled the collective wails of thousands. Blood began to seep from the human skin spider, and gray phantoms emerged around it. A chilling aura washed over Zheng Yu, sending a shiver down his spine. It seemed to completely disregard the fiery aura of the twin fire spirits. Zheng Yu glanced at the human skin spider. The cold was not mere frigid air, but rather a chilling resentment. The wails continued unabated. Blood oozed from the eyes and ears of the Goblin General, damage numbers appearing above its head. 1, 259. 1, 141. Two substantial damage figures emerged. Alarmed, Zheng Yu quickly ordered the Goblin General to retreat. This damage was alarmingly high. It should be noted that the level 8 Goblin General had a health limit of only 900. Merely hearing the wails had cost over 2,000 health points. Fortunately, the range of this vengeful aura was not extensive. Not only did Zheng Yu remain unharmed, but even the twin fire spirits, situated over 10 meters from the human skin spider, were spared from harm. Subsequently, the resentment surged into the body of the skin-wearing spider. Crack, crack, crack. The spider's form suddenly expanded. Its health restored dramatically by 2/3. This was the activation of the brutal mechanism. The brutal mechanism, a capability possessed exclusively by bosses, triggered when health dwindles, marking the commencement of the second phase. Remarkably, this ability, typically reserved for bosses, manifested within an elite creature. The skin-wearing spider, now infused with resentment, exuded an aura that warned all living beings to keep their distance. Indeed, it was a formidable presence, for anyone who dared to approach would be assailed by the resentment, suffering significant health loss. This truly resembled the essence of the nightmarish abyss. Zheng Yu couldn't help but voice his thoughts. He now understood why the strategy suggested fleeing with the female corpse rather than attempting to slay the skin-wearing spider. This brutalized creature had the potential to kill in an instant. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu administered a recovery potion worth 1,000 to the Goblin General and finally managed to haul the female corpse from the well. "You have obtained the frozen madwoman." A notification echoed forth, heralding the final phase of the Cold Street Abyss. All that remained was to deliver this corpse deep into the forest, where they would soon encounter the true boss of the nightmarish level of the Cold Street Abyss. Zheng Yu speculated that it was likely a child, as the hint had been exceedingly clear. "Brother Yu, shall we depart?" Tao Qian called out nervously from behind. After Zheng Yu pulled the female corpse from the well, the forest erupted with the terrifying howls of the cold corpses. The entire horde of cold corpses was mobilizing. "Let us go," Zheng Yu commanded. There was no possibility of remaining here. The cold corpses emerged from every corner of the forest. Staying would surely lead to entrapment, given their overwhelming numbers. The Goblin General could not guarantee their safety. Zheng Yu tossed the female corpse to the Goblin General. "Carry it, and do not lose it." "Understood," the Goblin General replied. Accepting the burden, Zheng Yu continued, "Keep the skin-wearing spider away from the twin fire demons. Let the shield bearers take the brunt of the assault." The twin fire demons were their primary source of damage. As long as they could withstand a few waves of the spider's attacks, and by sufficient time for the twin fire demons, the spider's substantial health would be quickly incinerated. The speed of the nightmarish skin-wearing spider was astonishing. While they could evade the cold corpses, they could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the spider. The only solution lay in swiftly eliminating it. Upon receiving the command, one of the shield bearers from the Goblin combat squad stood firm, brandishing his shield to confront the skin-wearing spider. 658, 699, 644. As he stepped into the spider's zone of resentment, a flurry of damage figures appeared above the goblin's head. Zheng Yu let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the damage numbers. Fortunately, the shielded goblin had commendable defense. The resentment inflicted over 1,000 damage on the goblin general, yet only around 600 on the shield bearer. The shield-bearing goblin, undeterred by death, stood resolutely before the skin-wearing spider. With a ferocious roar, the skin-wearing spider unleashed a terrifying aura, attacking indiscriminately anything alive in its sight. It charged at the shield-bearing goblin, delivering a vicious bite. 5,489. The shield-bearing goblin was torn to shreds instantly. What the hell? Even Zheng Yu gasped in astonishment. Had this been a professional, he would have met his demise in an instant. The shield-bearing goblins were summoned creatures, capable of being resurrected, so their loss was not particularly mournful. Yet, the combat prowess of the brutalized skin-wearing spider was genuinely alarming. No wonder no one had ever cleared the nightmarish abyss. A creature capable of instant kills was not even a boss, merely an elite monster. Who could possibly prevail against such odds? Tao Qian cried out in horror as he witnessed the second shield-bearing goblin meet a similar fate. Stop shouting and run, Zheng Yu urged, taking the lead in retreat. There was no choice. The cold corpses were overwhelming, swarming in a manner reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic zombie siege. The goblin combat squad had to contend with the most troublesome skin-wearing spider, and even if they had time, they could not stop the sheer number of cold corpses. Fire demons, strike swiftly and escape, Zheng Yu urged. The twin fire demons and the goblin general retreated while hurling fireballs and shooting arrows at the skin-wearing spider. The twin fire demons were seething with rage. They had anticipated the moment to unleash their power, only to encounter such a formidable adversary. Flames erupted as 2 fireballs were launched toward the skin-wearing spider. Boom, boom. The fireballs detonated upon striking the spider's visage. 3,548. 3,666. Keep it up. At this moment, only the twin fire demons could inflict significant damage. The third shield-bearing goblin was also annihilated by the spider. However, the twin fire demons' spellcasting required stamina, and the damage from their fiery aura began to diminish due to prolonged use. Just then, the goblin wizard astonishingly plunged his fingers into his chest, retrieving a bone and placing it atop his staff, which bore a groove. An esoteric incantation resonated through the air, and a violet light enveloped the twin fire demons. In the next moment, the twin fire demons regained their full vigor, their flames roaring back to life. Boom. The flames transformed into a terrifying purple hue. Any cold corpse that ventured near the twin fire demons was reduced to ashes within seconds. Fire domain. Cold corpses shall not enter. The twin fire demons have received a life sacrifice from the goblin wizard, enhancing their overall power. Size increased. Damage boosted. Health restored. Duration, 1 minute. The goblin wizard had intervened twice, once with a slumber spell that halted the skin-wearing spider's assault, and now with this life sacrifice that amplified the twin fire demon's capabilities. The twin fire demons grew larger, their flames morphing from red to a deep purple, incinerating any low-level cold corpses that dared to step within their fiery domain. The lower-tier level 5 cold corpses were reduced to ashes upon entering the flame's reach, while the higher-tier level 10 cold corpses could only endure for a mere 5 seconds. You have slain an elite cold corpse, LV10, gaining 921 experience points. You have slain an elite cold corpse, LV6, gaining 321 experience points. You have slain an elite cold corpse, LV5, gaining 129 experience points. You have slain an elite cold corpse, LV7, gaining 503 experience points. A cascade of experience points flooded in. The experience bar surged dramatically. In the brief span of a minute, nearly 3,000 experience points were accrued. Only a fraction remained until leveling up to level 9. As the cold corpses continued to perish and the experience points mounted, Zheng Yu found himself tempted to linger, eager to grind for experience. Yet, he understood that only with the goblin wizard's sacrificial enhancement could the twin fire demons achieve such feats. Once the wizard's assistance waned, the twin fire demons would quickly exhaust their stamina. Faced with the ceaseless tide of cold corpses emerging from the forest, the twin fire demons, bolstered by a mere minute of the wizard's enhancement, would be unable to withstand their relentless onslaught. Eliminate the human skin spider, and we shall retreat. Zheng Yu instructed the twin fire elementals. The human skin spider was of paramount importance. The closest human skin spider endured a barrage of fire-based spells. Initially, the twin fire elementals were at the brink of exhaustion, unable to unleash any skills. However, through the life sacrifice of the goblin wizard, they astonishingly regained their full vigor. A flurry of spells was unleashed upon the human skin spider, double fireball, double flame cage, resulting in double fire damage. Boom. The human skin spider was engulfed in purple flames, emitting acrid black smoke and a pungent odor reminiscent of burnt rubber. Eliminated elite human skin spider, LV15, gained 2,691 experience points. Congratulations. Acquired armor, chest, human skin spider armor. Gold grade, LV10. Congratulations. Acquired armor, hat, Human Skin Spider Hat, Gold Grade LV10. Congratulations. Acquired Armor, Pants, Human Skin Spider Pants, Gold Grade LV10. Level, LV8, LV9, 6800. Need 5298 experience points to level up. Health, 111410, 450 from equipment attributes. Mana, 330, 340, 150 from equipment attributes. Intelligence, 95, 105, 35 from equipment attributes. Strength, 2022, 2 from equipment attributes. Agility, 16, 17. Remaining free attribute points, 10. Excellent, excellent. Zhengyu beamed at the 3 pieces of gold grade equipment. At level 10, gold grade is already considered the apex of equipment. Each piece of gold grade gear at this level can fetch around $1 million, regardless of the profession. The inflated pricing is one reason, coupled with merchant speculation. However, the more significant factor is that level 10 gold grade equipment can be utilized until level 20. Only by safely navigating through levels 10 to 20 can one truly savor the fruits of a professional's labor. Most affluent professionals are willing to invest this sum. Zhengyu scrutinized the 3 pieces of gold grade equipment. Armor, chest human skin spider armor. Required level, LV10. Required profession, any. Grade, gold. Attributes, health 4000, physical defense 15. Magic defense 15. Equipment effect, when attacked, the human skin spider armor absorbs 10 damage. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, chest, hat, pants. A staggering addition of 4000 health. Zhengyu was momentarily taken aback. This single piece of equipment increased his health by more than double. Alas, the health boost from the equipment cannot be converted into talent. Otherwise, the twin fire elementals could have reached tier 4. Zhengyu turned to Tao Qian and Wu Zong. How much health do you both have now? Tao Qian replied, 4290. Wu Zong elaborated. I just leveled up to 6, currently at 5490 health. Why is your health over 1,000 higher than mine? Tao Qian exclaimed in surprise. Wu Zong explained. My highest potential is in constitution. With high constitution potential, my health growth cap is elevated. Monks are among the professions with the second highest health, just behind paladins. Zhengyu speculated that once they reach level 10, they might each boast around 8 or 9,000 health, making the 4,000 health boost from a piece of gold-grade equipment feel less outrageous. Equipment is the most crucial source of combat power for professionals. Additionally, it grants 15 physical and magical resistance, and even absorbs 10 extra damage. Its attributes are indeed formidable. A set effect. Zhengyu noted the final entry on the equipment. It was, astonishingly, a set, and it dropped 3 pieces simultaneously. The human skin spider is quite remarkable. Armor, hat human skin spider hat. Required level, LV10. Required profession, any. Grade, gold. Attributes, health 1500, stamina 10, stamina recovery rate 10. Equipment effect. The wearer or their summoned creature will replenish stamina once when it is critically low, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Set effect. Human skin spider 3-piece set, chest, hat, pants. A hat that increases stamina. The hat itself is fashioned entirely from black, velvety spider skin. Zhengyu had previously worried that the human skin spider set was made from grotesque human skin, but thankfully it appeared less repugnant. He holds no aversion to spiders. It is the human skin aspect that he finds distasteful. Armor, pants human skin spider pants. Required level, LV10. Required profession, any. Grade, gold. Attributes, health 2000, movement speed 15, agility 5. Equipment effect, reduces negative effects such as slow, binding, and sludge by 20, increases jump height by 30, and grants immunity to all slow and binding effects originating from webs. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, chest, hat, pants. The effect of the pants is average, as it cannot be applied to summoned beasts. This is one of the challenges for summoners. Equipment effects, aside from intelligence, rarely benefit summoned creatures. After all, summoned beasts are, strictly speaking, classified as skills. Health and speed enhancements do not significantly impact skills. Over the years, summoners have been overlooked for a reason. It is not that no one has sought to vindicate them. But the summoner profession itself has substantial limitations. All 3 pieces of equipment are level 10, and Zhengyu is currently unable to equip them. Nevertheless, he glimpsed the set effect of all 3 pieces. Set effect, human skin spider 3-piece set, chest, hat, pants. Equipping the human skin spider armor, hat, and pants simultaneously activates the set attributes, intelligence 50, strength 50, agility 5. Additionally, it triggers the set effect resentment. Resentment will mark the last enemy that attacked you, and your next attack will inflict resentment damage on that target, with the damage value being equivalent to critical damage, though it does not benefit from critical enhancements. Resentment? Zhengyu recalled that this should be a skill of the human skin spider. No wonder the human skin spider could eliminate a shield goblin with 6,000 health in a single bite. It must be due to this resentment effect. It can deal critical damage, but it is not a true critical hit. It merely has a numerical value. Yet, that is sufficient. This set effect will enhance the goblin general's burst potential. Simultaneously, the flames enveloping the twin fire elementals shifted from purple to red. The goblin wizard's life sacrifice effect dissipated. We retreat. Zheng Yu promptly recalled the stamina-weakened twin fire elementals into the summoner's space. The goblin shield soldiers covered the rear, while the goblin general and the wolf cavalry forged ahead. Zheng Yu and his companions hastened towards the frozen lake. Chapter 25. His son is Li Feng. All the shield soldiers perished. The two wolf cavalry that had been surrounded did not make it out either. The goblin wizard had sacrificed his life. Only 5 archers and 5 death knights remained. Escaping the encirclement of the icy corpses as they neared the frozen lake, the relentless horde ceased their pursuit, seemingly intimidated by the waters of the lake. This unexpected reprieve afforded Zheng Yu and his companions a moment to recuperate. Zheng Yu assessed the battle losses. The goblin general had sustained a significant reduction in health, while the dire wolf bore an injury to its right leg. The goblin combat squad had suffered considerable casualties, though fortunately, 5 death warriors remained. Zheng Yu's trump card for the formidable boss dwelling within the frozen lake. The twin fire fairies, having exhausted their energy, were recuperating in the summoner's space. Surveying the surroundings, Zheng Yu noted the absence of the icy horde. The placid surface of the frozen lake revealed no signs of life. They decided to rest until the twin fire fairies regained their strength before venturing into the lake. No one objected to Zheng Yu's plan. As he proposed a break, Tao Qian and others began setting up chairs and preparing food. This sentiment was not unique to Zheng Yu's group. Other teams were doing likewise. Abyssal encounters could stretch for hours, with some lasting over a month. Resting midway to recover stamina, energy, and heal wounds was imperative, unless one was embroiled in a relentless pursuit. Zheng Yu retrieved a collection of potions from his inventory. He tossed a choice piece of premium pork to the dire wolf, which devoured it with ease, visibly mending its leg injury. Zheng Yu selected various restorative potions, replenishing the goblin general's health by nearly 4,000 points, filling it to capacity. The twin fire fairies remained in the summoner's space, the optimal location for summoned creatures to recover swiftly. I'm exhausted, Tao Qian lamented, reclining within the tent they had erected. Zheng Yu chuckled. What are you complaining about? You haven't even fought. Tao Qian grinned sheepishly. It's just that lying down for too long makes it hard to adjust when I suddenly run. Zheng Yu chuckled again at Tao Qian's antics. Wu Zong, while preparing food, remarked, I can genuinely feel the difficulty of a nightmare-level abyss now. The sheer number of icy corpses we just faced would overwhelm any ordinary practitioner. Ku Ying, slicing fruit, added, I believe the true challenge isn't the icy horde. Any practitioner brave enough to enter the nightmare-level abyss must be exceptional and should find a way to escape. The real menace is that human skin spider. Its speed and damage are formidable, and its brutal state can kill in an instant. Who could survive that? No wonder no S-level practitioners have cleared it in Jianshui City despite the many years. It's exceedingly difficult, Zheng Yu interjected. By the way, have previous S-level practitioners ever attempted to enter the nightmare-level abyss? The rewards of the nightmare-level abyss were immensely lucrative. Successfully clearing it at each stage would lay a solid foundation for upgrading equipment in the next phase, as it guaranteed the finest gear of that tier. The pinnacle equipment of the 10th stage was a platinum warrior weapon, rumored to have fetched a staggering auction price of 20 million after its emergence from a nightmare-level abyss in another city. Such exorbitance was astounding. Currently, that weapon had changed hands multiple times and was now valued at 40 million, earning the title of the strongest warrior weapon at the 10th level. In essence, possessing this weapon could elevate even the most inept warrior to the 3rd stage of their profession with ease. This was precisely why Zheng Yu was determined to conquer the nightmare-level dungeon. Although the nation provided resources and subsidies, they were not truly unlimited. They merely ensured one would not be devoid of resources, not that one could acquire any resource desired. The strongest warrior weapon of the 10th level was a matter of merit. Regrettably, the formidable difficulty of the nightmare-level abyss meant that non-SS-level gifted practitioners had scant opportunities to succeed, and even SS-level practitioners required the right allies to stand a chance. It was clear why there were doubts regarding Zheng Yu in the outside world. Those who followed him into the nightmare-level abyss, like Tao Qian, were equally audacious and stubborn. Tao Qian speculated that no S-level practitioners had attempted it. When we ventured into the nightmare abyss previously, there were announcements about it. I didn't find any news of S-level practitioners entering the nightmare-level abyss in past years. Wen Renkinjiu regarded Zheng Yu with keen interest, suggesting, You'll need to ask our ostentatious captain about that. Announcements do come at a cost. Looking to Zheng Yu for answers, Tao Qian inquired, So, if you didn't announce it, who would know you entered the nightmare abyss? They might think you were afraid to team up with Li Feng, right? Of course. There had to be an announcement. Tao Qian's lips twitched as he processed this. I thought announcements were a passive action. It turns out they're an active skill? How much did that cost? Ku Ying curiously asked. It directly pushed to their faces, totaling 50,000. Ku Ying was taken aback. 50,000 just for an announcement? She felt it was somewhat wasteful. Yet, Zheng Yu considered it a worthwhile investment. Why should I be low-key? I'm so powerful. If I don't flaunt it, wouldn't that squander my talent? He joked. However, Tao Qian and Wen Renkinjiu perceived a lack of sincerity in his words. Wen Renkinjiu pondered for a moment before asking, Earlier, you mentioned you lacked a resurrection cross. I thought you were jesting, considering S-level gifted individuals usually receive a life-saving resurrection item as part of their subsidies. So, the resource department in Jianshui City hasn't provided you with your resources? Zhengyu glanced at Wenren Qingjiu, noting her surprising knowledge. She shrugged. Before my family fell from grace, the Wen family was considered a top-tier family. I'm aware of such matters. Zhengyu chose not to comment further on her family background or its decline. Everyone harbors secrets. Just as they wouldn't pry into why his summoned beasts were so powerful or how the goblin cavalry had transformed into the goblin general. To inquire further would be impolite. When Ren Qingjiu was correct, Zhengyu's subsidies had yet to materialize. The reason he spent 50,000 on the announcement stemmed from frustration. As an S-level gifted practitioner, he should have received his subsidies and resources promptly, ideally before entering the abyss. While others might experience delays, those with S-level talent were expected to be prioritized. This was a matter of respect for S-level practitioners. Zhengyu understood why he had not received his resources. No one had contacted him. It wasn't until he shattered the abyss record that the mayor of Jianshui City finally remembered him. What was this? It was blatant preferential treatment. Li Feng, an A-level gifted practitioner, managed to clear the ordinary abyss and refresh the record so swiftly because his supplies were already in order. The A-level practitioners received their provisions. He did not. Zhengyu remained silent. But that did not mean he was unaware or unperturbed. He could afford the cost of the announcement. It was also a warning to those who had withheld his resources that he bore grudges. I'm not one to hold back, and I dislike swallowing my pride. Since I can disclose information to everyone, there's no need to keep it hidden. Do you know? After we set a record for the simple level abyss, the mayor sought me out directly. When Ren Qingyu inquired, did he call you directly? Zhengyu chuckled softly and shook his head. No. It was the homeroom teacher who notified me, advising me to reach out to him. When Ren Qingyu responded with a thoughtful expression. Zhengyu, adopting a demeanor of understanding, remarked, I certainly comprehend. The resources in Jianshui City are rather scarce. Having allocated them to Li Feng, where would there be any left for a summoner? Thus, I am eager to ascertain how the mayor intends to respond should I conquer the nightmare-level abyss once more. After a brief contemplation, when Ren Qingyu replied, I recall that the minister of the resource department in Jianshui City bears the surname Li. Zhengyu, beaming with a smile, responded, I am aware. His son is Li Feng. Chapter 26. Are experts always correct? Tao Qian posed a question filled with curiosity. Surely, the mayor's perspective cannot be so narrow-minded. To ascend to the position of mayor, one must possess a professional level of at least 45. An official is responsible not merely for political governance over their jurisdiction, but also for protection and enforcement. The professional level signifies everything. However, that is not necessarily the case. It is crucial to acknowledge that the nation allocates resources to professionals with S-level talents not just once, but the subsequent resources can be astonishing. Moreover, the mayor is required to deliver results. He too desires advancement. In post-level 40, each level ascension becomes increasingly arduous. Jianshui City has not been performing well in recent years. Although you possess S-level talent, the summoner profession could be viewed unfavorably by certain individuals, and the resources may well have already been diverted to Li Feng. When Ren Qingyu rationally analyzed the situation, Zhengyu nodded in agreement. The mayor cannot simply siphon off my resources, yet this matter cannot proceed without his approval. It is a straightforward comparative principle. An S-level talent, albeit a summoner, versus an A-level talent in a sought-after profession, whose father happens to be the minister of the resource department. Zhengyu shrugged. With such connections, the answer is evident. Tao Qian, confused, inquired. Isn't the resource department under the mayor's jurisdiction? Why would the mayor need to curry favor with the minister of the resource department? Wen Rinqingyu shook her head. Firstly, you have misconstrued the relationship. The resource department operates independently, while the mayor is distinct in his role. There is no hierarchical relationship, and in fact, the resource department holds greater significance due to its control over resources. Furthermore, the term curry favor is misapplied here. Firstly, the mayor requires performance metrics from Zhengyu's profession. Although Li Feng's qualifications are inferior to his, he is undeniably a steadfast warrior class. Secondly, the relationship between the mayor and Li Nan is mutually beneficial. Years ago, before my family fell from grace, I had heard of Li Nan. You might perceive his presence in Jianshui City as a means of honing his skills before returning shortly thereafter. Understanding dawned on Wen Rinqingyu as she elucidated. It is not that the mayor's vision is limited, but rather that they are the ones lacking in perspective. They are well aware of the stakes involved. Accurately analyzing the pros and cons of offending an obscure summoner without connections or a promising future. It is far more prudent to allocate resources to the minister of the resource department, thereby nurturing relationships and stabilizing connections. They could also gain an A-level warrior. While his talents may not be exceptional, he is reliable. Regardless of whether resources are granted to Zhengyu, the rationale remains sound. The resources have not reached Zhengyu, and he lacks the support of the Summoners Guild to address these matters, rendering him vulnerable to whatever narrative others choose to construct. The homeroom teacher's call indicated that the mayor would personally bestow the rewards. However, Zheng Yu understands that the mayor merely acknowledges his potential as a summoner, which may not be as lackluster as it initially seemed, yet the resources have already been allocated. To placate him, a semblance of procedure must be observed, drawing a grand vision and offering some compensation. That would suffice. It is this very rationale that incited Zheng Yu's ire. Why should he relinquish what rightfully belongs to him to another? Thus, even when time permitted, Zheng Yu resolutely declined the mayor's invitation for a meeting. He harbored a grudge. There is no alternative. Zheng Yu has never been a magnanimous individual. Whether he needs the resources is inconsequential. What is rightfully his cannot be appropriated by others. Even if he is indifferent to it, such a rationale does not justify their attempts to seize it. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened to the phone call. Somewhat astonished, he declined to meet with me. The voice on the other end, the homeroom teacher, spoke cautiously. Zheng Yu mentioned he must enter the abyss. Time is of the essence. He will seek you out once he emerges. The homeroom teacher endeavored to phrase his words as diplomatically as possible. Mayor Zhou Yun chuckled, This lad is still holding a grudge. It's merely about resources not being allocated to him. Very well, when he returns from the abyss, I shall offer him some compensation. However, the other end fell silent for a protracted moment. Then the homeroom teacher's voice, tinged with an unusual tone, queried, Mayor, may I ask, did you genuinely allocate no resources to Zheng Yu? The tone was less reverent than before, resembling an interrogation. Mayor Zhou Yun furrowed his brow. He detected the firmness in the teacher's tone, feeling a surge of irritation. What gives you the right to question me? Yet after a moment's contemplation, he restrained himself. Recognizing that the other party's mood was likely not favorable, he patiently explained, Mr. Zhang, you are aware that resource allocations require a rating assessment. After evaluations by experts across Jianshui City, there is a consensus that Li Feng exhibits greater potential, although Zheng Yu possesses S-level talent. The summoner profession has historically yielded poor results for Jianshui City. We cannot afford to squander resources on him. The resources are indeed limited. You must understand the government's position and our decision. Upon hearing the mayor's words, the homeroom teacher responded with a hint of melancholy. Are experts always correct? Mayor Zhou Yun's tone began to grow impatient. Comrade Zhang Cheng, I shall reiterate, this is a decision made after thorough assessment, and it has been approved and dispersed by the Provincial Resource Department. If you have any objections, you may address them with the provincial authorities. Zhou Yun felt exasperated. Though he was the mayor, many matters lay beyond his control, particularly concerning political achievements. Did he not wish to allocate resources to Zheng Yu, the S-level talent? It was not a matter of desire, but of feasibility. The nation distributed a total of 4 S-level talent resources, one at level 1, another at level 10, one at level 25, and the last at level 40. Each reward is substantial. However, they harbored doubts about Zheng Yu's ability to progress to level 10. If they dispersed the first and second resources, to whom would they be allocated? Would they once again have to report to higher authorities that Jianshui City's key cultivator has faltered? What future could a summoner possibly have? To waste these resources would be folly. Conveniently, the Minister of the Resource Department's son is an A-level warrior, presenting a win-win solution. As for Zheng Yu, he is merely a summoner who will soon fade into obscurity. The choice to allocate resources to Li Feng would ultimately be hailed as the correct decision. He was acutely aware that both Zheng Yu and his teacher would harbor grievances. Thus, for a mayor to personally contact Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher and patiently elucidate the rationale behind these decisions was already a considerable concession. What more could they want? Did they truly believe he owed them? He was not lying. Once Zheng Yu's S-level summoner profession was reported, multiple other departments, including but not limited to the education department, high school principals, and the resource department, had sought him out. Numerous meetings had been convened, and many plans formulated. The final decision was made to report to the provincial department and to create an exception, allocating resources not to the S-rank Zheng Yu, but to the I-rank Li Feng. Upon realizing the silence on the other end of the line, Zhou Yun spoke earnestly. The provincial department has already consented. What can I do? I can only assure you that Zheng Yu will receive some form of compensation, but the subsequent resources must indeed be transferred to Li Feng. Please understand my position, as well as that of the provincial region. The number of professionals is steadily increasing, and those with exceptional talents are also on the rise. Zheng Yu's S-rank talent is no longer considered rare. With that, he concluded the call. Zhou Yun summoned his secretary. Prepare a resource package from our own supplies. Do not touch the resources from the resource department, and make sure it is for Zheng Yu. Acknowledging his own fault in this matter, he still intended to provide some recompense to Zheng Yu. However, the secretary interjected, Mayor, I believe it may not be necessary to prepare anything. Zhou Yun raised an eyebrow in inquiry. The secretary continued, Teacher Zhang Cheng likely did not inform you that Zheng Yu has entered a nightmare-level abyss. Zhou Yun paused. Taken aback. Is he seeking death? The secretary remained silent, proceeding to elaborate. Before entering the nightmare-level instance, he spent money to announce his entrance. All professionals in the Han Street Secret Realm Hall were aware that Zheng Yu had entered the nightmare abyss. Zhou Yun's expression turned peculiar. This young man has quite a temper. Is he planning to vent his dissatisfaction through self-destruction? He did not believe Zheng Yu possessed the capability to conquer the nightmare-level abyss. The Han Street abyss had not seen anyone clear the nightmare level in over a decade, let alone someone like Zheng Yu, a summoner. At that moment, the realization struck Zhou Yun regarding teacher Zhang Cheng's odd demeanor earlier. He had gone from being respectful to questioning. It was clear he knew Zheng Yu had entered the nightmare-level abyss, where survival would be exceedingly difficult. With no borrowed resources, a troubled family background, and no preparations, Zheng Yu was essentially walking into the nightmare abyss unarmed. Was this not a death sentence? Yet, Mayor Zhou Yun found himself smiling, not perceiving this as a negative outcome. Prepare an obituary. Do you know how to write one? The secretary, with years of experience, was well aware of the nuances involved. I will craft it with heartfelt sincerity, lamenting the loss of an S-rank talent for Jianshui City. Additionally, I will exaggerate the circumstances surrounding Zheng Yu's announcement, portraying him as prideful due to his S-rank talent, ultimately leading to his downfall. I will also highlight the drawbacks of being a summoner, who cannot disengage from combat and cannot utilize the resurrection cross. He would subtly mention Li Feng's accomplishments as well. Zhou Yun shook his head. Do not include Li Feng. Omit that part. Understood. The secretary noted down the adjustments. Also, prepare the resources I previously mentioned and deliver them directly to Zheng Yu's teacher. I recall teacher Zhang has a child in the first year of high school, correct? Let him handle the resources as he sees fit. Understood. Chapter 27. Digging Graves. In the Han Street abyss, Zheng Yu reclined in a lounge chair, eyes closed, seeking rest. As connectivity within the abyss was non-existent, even browsing forums was impossible. He could only sip coffee and recuperate. After approximately 2 hours, the twin fire demons regained their vigor. As a summoner, Zheng Yu could observe the status data of his summoned beasts. The Goblin General's mental and physical states, after a brief respite, reached 98, with health fully restored. The Goblin General had not entered the summoner's space for rest, yet this veteran warrior's resilience was its strength. Having witnessed the horrors of battle, the Goblin General remained ever vigilant and alert, refusing to let its guard down, hence not achieving a perfect state of 100. In contrast, the twin fire demons swiftly restored to a full state of 100 within Zheng Yu's summoner space. Their youthful, vibrant, and combative nature was both an asset and a liability, leading to rapid energy depletion and instances where they could not unleash skills due to exhaustion. Zheng Yu contemplated solutions to enhance the twin fire demons' combat endurance. Upon reaching level 10, summoners would gain access to exclusive training skills, allowing them to nurture their summoned beasts, modifying their attributes and refining their skills until they were suited for combat. However, this process was cumbersome, with costs far exceeding the practical benefits of the summoned beast's combat capabilities. Many summoners, after navigating the challenging novice phase and reaching level 10, ultimately chose to abandon the summoner profession. However, for Zheng Yu, no matter how he cultivated them, his innate talent would ultimately dictate his combat prowess, leaving him devoid of concern. At that moment, Tao Qian and the others were efficiently packing up camping equipment, tents, firewood, food, and hot water. Zheng Yu felt a sense of admiration. Where could he find such excellent teammates again? If only they were at the same level. He wouldn't need to search for new allies after level 10. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong were not particularly strong, Tao Qian's elder brother understood Zheng Yu's intentions well, often anticipating his needs before he even spoke. Just like when Zheng Yu expressed his desire to compete on the leaderboard, Tao Qian immediately began recruiting teammates without hesitation. Wu Zong's grilling skills had improved tremendously, especially with skewered kidneys, cooked to perfection and seasoned exquisitely. One Ren Qingjiu brewed tea with finesse, while Kuing, clearly a diligent worker, packed things up with remarkable efficiency. Moreover, these two young ladies were exceptionally beautiful. Capable and pleasing to the eye, they were also obedient. What more could one desire? Zheng Yu felt that it might be challenging to find such agreeable teammates in the future. Brother Yu, it's alright, we're all level 6 now. Once we clear the nightmare level abyss, we should easily reach level 7. And hitting level 10 will only require 1 or 2 simple instances. Tao Qian had already calculated. The level 2 abyss lay between levels 10 and 20. Even if Zheng Yu cleared another nightmare level instance, he could not exceed level 20. There was still hope. Moreover, it was said that after level 20, each level would require hundreds of thousands of experience points, and they had plenty of opportunities to cling to his coattails. Zheng Yu felt reluctant to part with this supportive group, while they were even more reluctant to let go of Zheng Yu's prowess. Following Zheng Yu's method of clearing the abyss, his level would rise rapidly. In pursuit of leaderboard rankings, rest would be a luxury. They couldn't continuously rely on him in the abyss, but they could seize every opportunity available. At the very least, during this stage of the level 2 abyss, they could still benefit from his strength. After everything was packed, Zheng Yu summoned the restored twin fire demons, positioning the Goblin General at the forefront. He glanced at the time. 6 hours had passed since entering the nightmare level abyss. They were now at the final stage of the abyss. The difficulty level of the abyss concluded at the human skin spider. To defeat the human skin spider, one would need to deliver the female corpse to the center of the lake. From this point onward lies a realm that no practitioner from Jianshui City has ever ventured. Zheng Yu tossed the training dummy to Tao Qian. You all can wait here. Should anything amiss occur, you will be able to promptly retreat from the abyss. Now, let us proceed. With that, Zheng Yu instructed a goblin assassin to carry the female corpse, while he and the goblin general mounted the back of a colossal wolf and entered the frozen lake. The lake was shallow, reaching only halfway up the wolf's legs. Despite the surrounding temperature plummeting to over -40 degrees, the frozen lake continued to ripple, crystal clear to the bottom. At the heart of the lake stood a small mound, an unknown grave, partially submerged, yet the apex remained untouched by moisture. Approaching the grave with the female corpse, they encountered no hindrance, no cold corpses, no skin monsters, only an all-consuming chill and the palpable aura of resentment. Suddenly, a crisp sound of ice forming echoed from behind. The temperature plummeted. The frozen lake instantaneously froze upon Zheng Yu's arrival at the grave. A torrent of resentment surged forth from the burial site. Zheng Yu swiftly retreated, stepping onto the now frozen surface of the lake, while the goblin general, twin fire sprites, and the goblin combat squad stood ready for battle. It was evident he had inadvertently activated the final boss of the Cold Street Abyss, nightmare-level monsters. Are you here to persuade me to spare them as well? A cacophonous voice erupted from the surroundings, not the voice of a single entity, but rather the anguished cries of countless souls. Zheng Yu retreated hastily, declaring, I merely seek to return what belongs to this place. As he spoke, he commanded the goblin general to set down the female corpse, yet the temperature continued to drop. Resentment, the frigid atmosphere, and an overwhelming fury coiled around the frozen lake. The twin fire sprites elevated their fiery auras to combat the cold. Return what belongs here. She ought to remain eternally within that abyss, never to see the light of day, just as she did to me. Do you wish to plead for her? The voice was piercing and filled with hatred. With a crackling sound, several cold corpses emerged from the edges of the frozen lake. Zheng Yu's expression darkened. These cold corpses were all level 15. Assassins, intercept them. Goblin General, dig up the grave. A single level 15 skin spider was already a formidable foe. A horde of level 15 cold corpses would be nearly impossible to dispatch swiftly. The boss within the grave must be vanquished to truly conquer this nightmare-level abyss. Chapter 28. The Source of the Curse, God of the Cold Prison. The Goblin General charged forth at remarkable speed, racing toward the grave. A roar erupted as the cold corpses obstructed his path. Boom. A cold corpse was sent flying by the wolf cavalry's charge. The Goblin General, at level 9. With an attack power of 656 and a 27-fold attack coefficient from the wolf cavalry, dealt nearly 20,000 damage, taking away 2/3 of its health. The cold corpses here possessed relatively low vitality. Zheng Yu retreated to the rear to observe the unfolding battle. This was a combat style characteristic of summoners, not only summoners, but also druids who summon beasts and necromancers who call forth undead beings employed such tactics. The farther back, the better. Were it not for the necessity of entering the frozen lake to trigger the boss mechanism, he would have preferred to remain on solid ground. The twin fire sprites, assassins, and archers cleared a path for the Goblin General. The two fire sprites unleashed their flames and fireballs to diminish the cold corpse's health. The goblin archers harassed from the back, dealing supplementary damage, while the goblin assassins blocked the cold corpses, buying precious time for the Goblin General. With a leap, the Goblin General brought his heavy hammer down upon the grave. Stop hiding. Your controlled cold corpses cannot withstand me. If you continue to evade, I shall unearth your resting place. Boom. The heavy hammer struck down, only to be caught by a pale little hand. At last it emerged. Zheng Yu gazed at the ghostly hand, small, akin to that of a child, approximately 7 or 8 years old, fingers ashen, nails stained with blood and dirt. The skin covered in a layer of frost, reminiscent of the other cold corpses. Its data materialized before Zheng Yu's eyes. Cursed Little Chi. Level, LV15. Grade, Level 1 Curse. Curse Source, God of the Cold Prison. Health, 200,000. Attack Power, 1,500. Skill, Absolute 0. Skill, Bone Chilling Cold. Skill, Master of the Frozen Lake. Skill. The sight of 200,000 health was indeed daunting. No wonder so few managed to conquer the nightmare-level abyss. This staggering health total was sufficient to intimidate even the so-called genius practitioners. The God of the Cold Prison. Zheng Yu recognized this term associated with the nightmare-level boss. It was not unfamiliar to him. Just like in the game, this sudden manifestation of a temple, abyss, and data-driven practitioners on Earth had a grand narrative behind it, one that stood in opposition to the divine. According to the narratives surrounding other nightmare-level abyss dungeons, one gleaned an essential truth. The abyss was a byproduct of divine emergence. Take for instance this child named Little Chi, who possessed the ability to freeze all and create cold corpses, only to find himself confined within a coffin at the bottom of the frozen lake. The favor of the gods was not a blessing, but a curse. This was the extent of Zheng Yu's knowledge regarding the abyss, after all. Even the highest-ranked Nanmu Yun had only reached level 71 and had yet to encounter an abyss truly inhabited by gods. Crack. A crisp sound of freezing echoed from the goblin general. As the boss Little Chi crawled from the grave, the surrounding temperature plummeted once more, instantly freezing the nearest goblin general. Effect of Ice Crystal Pendant has been triggered, granting immunity to 1 instance of freezing. Effect is now on cooldown, with the next activation in 1 minute. The effect of the Ice Crystal Pendant was now in play, though only level 5. This necklace was exceptionally effective within the confines of the Cold Street Abyss. Not only did it provide immunity to freezing once per minute, but it also added 10 points to ice resistance and mitigated 20 points of slowing effects. Without this pendant, the goblin would not have been able to remain standing before Little Chi. Boom. Once freed from the freeze, the goblin general wasted no time. Not waiting for the boss Little Chi to fully emerge, and unleashed a flurry of mighty blows upon the outstretched hand. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The spectacle was grand, yet not a shred of damage was inflicted. Zheng Yu furrowed his brow. The absence of damage was, in fact, expected, for the elite monsters within the Cold Street Abyss were shielded by ice armor. However, one would anticipate at least some damage output, even if it were a mere 0. Retreat. Zheng Yu immediately recalled something, and urged the goblin general to swiftly distance himself from the only solid ground atop the frozen lake. Alas, it was already too late. A piercing cry echoed around the graveyard. The frozen lake, which had remained solid, shattered completely, restoring the once undulating surface of the water. Zheng Yu, standing atop the lake, plunged directly into its depths. Although the water reached only his knees, the bone-chilling cold caused his body to tingle, a penetrating chill seeping from his legs to his spine. Simultaneously, the goblin general, along with his wolf, was sent hurtling backward. 4,187. Over 4,000 points of damage inflicted, nearly having the goblin general's health. 1,000. 2,500. Zheng Yu swiftly replenished the goblin general's health. He had previously discovered a considerable number of restorative items in the restaurant owned by the chef Han Shi, which now proved fortuitous. The reason he could not inflict damage earlier was due to the boss, Shao Qi, casting a skill. Biting Cold. It unleashed a wave of damage composed of resentment and icy energy. During the charge, the caster was impervious to harm. A skill of the boss. The mechanism was one of charging, rendering the caster invulnerable during this period. This mechanism was truly infuriating. Zheng Yu muttered a complaint and took a potion himself, the invisibility elixir gifted by Wen Rinqing Yu. A wave of biting cold struck the goblin general, inflicting 4,000 damage. Had it landed directly on him, the damage would have overflowed. Even with training dummies, one had to proceed with caution. If anything went awry, it would be a total loss. In the distance, Tao Qian and the others gazed in astonishment at the damage dealt. Holy crap, Tao Qian exclaimed. He had only witnessed the goblin general inflicting such damage on Han Shi, but had never seen the goblin endure such substantial harm. This was utterly absurd. 4,000 outright. Kuing glanced at her health and murmured, if it were me, I would have been instantly killed. No wonder the nightmare-level abyss was so challenging to conquer. It seemed insurmountable. Wu Zong looked anxiously at the flung goblin general and the frostbitten Zheng Yu. Can we win this? A profound silence ensued. Even Tao Qian, who typically held unwavering faith in Zheng Yu, refrained from speaking. They were anxious yet powerless, waiting impatiently, while hoping Zheng Yu possessed a trump card to turn the tide. Zheng Yu certainly had a trump card, yet now was not the time to reveal it. This was merely the first exchange with the boss from the Cold Street. Oh! The shrill cries continued unabated. At this moment, the boy named Shao Qi, cursed by the god of cold prison, had fully emerged from his grave. He floated in midair, surrounded by swirling cold. The resentment had transformed into visible black smoke, enveloping him. A boy, aged around 7 or 8, with his innards hollowed out. His face bore numerous scars, one arm bent at a 90-degree angle, grotesquely pressed against his chest, which was entirely hollow, revealing severed intestines and shredded flesh. Fortunately, due to the frigid temperature, everything within was frozen, sparing him from the horrors of congealed blood. Ugly, terrifying, and bloody. Yet Zheng Yu felt a pang of sorrow. That organ cake was undoubtedly crafted from this child's remains. It was unfathomable to imagine the suffering he endured in life. At that moment, the twin fire demons had dispatched 2 level 15 cold corpses and adjusted the temperature of their fiery aura, returning to Zheng Yu to dispel the cold enveloping him. As Zheng Yu remained in a state of invisibility, only the goblin general and the twin fire demons, along with the surviving goblin combat squad, were visible, floating in midair. Shao Qi stared blankly at the twin fire demons. It was clear he harbored an aversion to flames. You all deserve to die? The voice emanated from all directions, hoarse, rending, encompassing men, women, and children. Shao Qi commanded the souls of the entire Cold Street Abyss. He charged directly at the twin fire demons. The flames made him uncomfortable, and he sensed that the twin fire demons posed the greatest threat. Block him. Zheng Yu rapidly retreated, enduring the cold as he distanced himself from the twin fire demons to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The death warriors surged forward. A look of disdain crossed Shao Qi's scarred face as he flicked his right hand, unleashing icy energy that swept over the 5 death warriors like an ice dragon. Crash! They were instantly frozen. His skill absolute 0. Observing the frozen death warriors, Shao Qi's eyes, devoid of pupils, gleamed with contempt. However, in the next moment, he was taken aback. For only 4 death warriors had been frozen. One had inexplicably appeared behind him. Get away. Boom. Before he could react, the single death warrior detonated right before the boss. The purple flames engulfed him entirely. 5874. Zheng Yu's first trump card. A death warrior capable of utilizing the assassin's blink skill and self-detonating. The self-detonation damage of the goblin death warrior was quite considerable, dealing around 5,000 damage. However, against a boss like Shao Qi with 200,000 health, it was but a drop in the bucket. Nevertheless, the self-detonation's damage was inconsequential compared to the poisonous blood that erupted from the death warrior's body. Not only was it toxic, but it was also highly flammable. The goblin death warriors, unafraid of death, possessed the ability to explode upon demise. Having long consumed poison and injected special blood, the goblin death warrior's blood transformed into yet another weapon. Splat. The blood splattered onto boss Shao Qi, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. 109, 125, 158. The damage steadily increased, punctuated by 3 to 4 hits per second. The demise of this death warrior granted precious time to the twin fire demons. The fiery cage prepared to unleash its fury. Bang! The flames ignited the purple blood on boss Shao Qi, whose already corrosive blood ignited instantly. Like maggots gnawing on flesh, it tormented Shao Qi's skin and body. 258, 269, 3,684, 2,284. The burning of the death warrior's toxic blood, coupled with the damage from the fiery cage and the searing flames, resulted in a visible decline in the cold street boss's health. It was noteworthy that the twin fire demons dealt double damage, nearly 10,000 health points per second. This left Tao Qian astounded. The nightmare level abyss was indeed challenging, but Zheng Yu was simply monstrous. Was this a summoner? This seemed more like a battle between bosses. Previously, Tao Qian had underestimated the twin fire demons, dismissing them as mere sausage-roasting entities, but now he was taken aback by their ferocity. Yet it was still insufficient. Even though the twin fire demons held the upper hand, Zheng Yu had 4 more death warriors poised to intercept the cold street boss, granting the twin fire demons ample time to unleash their damage. Given enough time, the twin fire demons could incinerate anything. Yet when Rinqing Yu remained furrowed in concern. The boss in this chilling street possesses a state of brutality, yet it has yet to unleash any skills. Should it enter this savage state, even the goblin death knights would be unable to withstand its might. Both Tao Qian and Wu Zong displayed expressions of concern. Victory is imperative. At this moment, all Wu Zong and his companions could do was pray. Once again, a shrill cry echoed. A voice laden with resentment that instantly froze the death knights attempting to approach. Crack. The death knight was instantly encased in ice, meeting its demise without self-detonating. Zheng Yu remarked, so this is how you choose to play? He initially contemplated dispatching another death knight to impede boss Shao Qi. The twin fire demons boasted a high damage output, yet they were also quite fragile. A mere touch could spell their doom. Unexpectedly, this hollowed-out boy had anticipated the death knight's movement, demonstrating an uncanny ability to devise countermeasures. It seemed one could not merely perceive him as a game boss. Summon Beast's Frenzy. Zheng Yu revealed his second trump card, the sole active skill he possessed as a summoner. Summon Beast's Frenzy incites all summoned beasts of the summoner into a state of frenzy, significantly enhancing their overall power. The skill's description was straightforward, lacking numerical values or coefficients, merely providing a brief introduction. According to an unorthodox textbook, the amplification from summoned beast's frenzy correlates with the strength of the enemy. The stronger the foe, the greater the amplification, albeit with a reduced duration, leading to a state of weakness post-frenzy. The duration of frenzy is contingent upon the innate level of the summoned beasts. The higher the talent, the longer they endure. This insight was gleaned from the author's personal experiments as documented in that unconventional textbook. Summoned Beast's Frenzy is the summoner's ultimate skill. As the skill was activated, the flames enveloping the twin fire demons transformed into a vibrant purple, a high-level flame that multiplied their damage. How? Not only did the twin fire demons enter a frenzy, but the goblin general, the giant wolf, the death knights, and the goblin archers all succumbed to madness. Their eyes glazed over with insanity, their breaths chaotic. The most dramatic transformation was observed in the Death Knights. Originally irrational due to their unique classification, they completely lost their sanity, morphing into pure, frenzied beasts. They howled, their wild gazes fixated upon boss Shao Qi. A primal desire emanating from their eyes that instilled a flicker of hesitation in Shao Qi. This slight trepidation afforded the summoned beasts an opportunity to strike. All 4 Death Knights flashed before boss Shao Qi. Boom. The first self-destructed. Boom. The second followed suit. Boom. The third. Boom. The final one. For consecutive explosions obliterated 30,000 of boss Shao Qi's health. But that was not the end. The goblin general surged forward, a lance of steel piercing through boss Shao Qi's heart. An exaggeratedly massive damage figure erupted. 32, 489. A staggering 30,000 damage inflicted. Coupled with the continuous scorching from the twin fire demons and the subsequent damage from the goblin archers, boss Xiao Qi's health dwindled to just over 40,000. Splendid. Tao Qian exclaimed with excitement. This onslaught had drastically reduced the boss's health. Had they not known that this boss possessed 200,000 health points, they might have assumed it was merely in the thousands. Such was the alarming rate of health depletion. Incredible. When Rin Qingyu commented, I didn't realize summoners possessed such formidable skills. It's rather impressive. Are you sure it's the skill that is powerful, rather than Zhengyu himself? Tao Qian retorted. When Rin Qingyu nodded, both are formidable. I observed that Zhengyu's goblin charge could deal up to 180,000 damage. However, after employing this summoned beast frenzy, the damage nearly doubled. This is not a skill one would expect from a sub-level 10 practitioner. This skill signifies that the stronger the summoned beasts, the greater the enhancement post-frenzy. For other summoners, it may seem average. After all, doubling the strength of a weakling amounts to merely 2 weaklings. But for Zhengyu, it meant transforming one aberration into 2. That child has entered a state of brutality, Wu Zong interjected, interrupting their conversation. A bone-chilling aura enveloped them. The frozen lake rippled ominously. Just as Zhengyu's onslaught had reduced boss Xiao Qi to a quarter of its health, the cursed Xiao Qi entered a savage state, revealing 2 hidden skills. Skill, father. Skill, mother. I must ask, who is truly prevailing in this nightmare-level abyss? Wu Zong finally voiced the question that had lingered in his mind. With Zhengyu exhibiting such abnormal prowess, how could other practitioners hope to succeed? The reason for his inquiry stemmed from the resurfacing of the human skin spider, a formidable foe Zhengyu had painstakingly dealt with. He is the father. The female corpse, once drawn from the depths of the well by Zhengyu, rose slowly. She is the mother. The presence of both parents should shield their child from the tempest. While I was alive, you abandoned me. Now that I am dead, surely you must do something for me? For the first time, Xiao Qi revealed his true voice. A melodious childlike tone. Chapter 30, Utterly Hopeless. No levels, no health points. Upon the emergence of the human skin spider and the woman from the well, Wu Zong realized that the creatures referred to as father and mother by the chilling street boss bore no data. Hence, he questioned who was truly winning in this nightmare-level abyss, for he could discern no favorable outcome. Zhengyu's 5 death knights had all self-destructed, and the frenzied state seemed to be nearing its conclusion. They had only just triggered the boss's savage state. How could they proceed from here? At that moment, Wu Zong contemplated retreating from the abyss. Had the goblin general not been holding the front line, he might have truly retreated. One Rin Qingyu gazed intently at the center of the lake. You must understand, only Zhengyu possesses the strength to contend with this boss. We are of no assistance. Other cities that had conquered the nightmare-level abyss required at least 1 SS-level talent practitioner, with the remaining members needing a minimum of S-level talent to qualify for such an endeavor. Furthermore, this did not guarantee absolute victory. Frankly, Zhengyu's ability to reach this point was already commendable. One Rin Qingyu had begun to lose hope for a successful clearance. She had not anticipated the nightmare-level abyss to be so formidable. Her gaze, along with those of Ku Ying and Wu Zong, reflected a sense of despondency, especially since they had borrowed a considerable sum, betting on Zhengyu's ability to conquer the nightmare-level abyss. Money, while not an insurmountable issue, could be repaid over time as they had already advanced to levels 6 and 7 within a day, marking at least a beginning. Alas, it was the nightmare-level abyss that remained a source of regret. If they could conquer the nightmarish abyss just once, the rewards from completing the challenge, historical records, first-time completion bonuses, and special rewards for the nightmarish level would be ample to sustain their advancement to at least level 20, allowing them to enter the 3rd phase of the abyss. Alas, such dreams remain mere fantasies, for reality is often cruel. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Zhengyu had no opportunity for a turnaround. 2 indiscernible monsters loomed over him, alongside a boss that had succumbed to a state of savagery. Meanwhile, on Zhengyu's side, the twin flame demon was on the verge of exhaustion, and although the berserk goblin warrior could still fight, he was utterly incapable of holding back the 3 monsters. The goblin death knights had all self-destructed, and the goblin wolf riders, who had been left to cover the rear, were now surrounded by the swarm of frost corpses. The goblin sorcerer sacrificed his life only to slay the skin spider. Now, only the weakest goblin archer remained. After the length of this battle, Zhengyu had utterly lost all hope of victory. I must go to his aid, Tao Qian exclaimed, brandishing his monk's staff and charging forth. You're insane. Wu Zong grasped Tao Qian's arm firmly. What can you possibly achieve by going now? Can you slay the skin spider, or fend off the underworld woman? In other levels of the abyss, they, being at level 6, might still have been considered a fighting force, but this was the nightmarish abyss. Even if Li Feng were present, he would only serve as a hindrance. But I cannot just stand by and watch Zhengyu perish, Tao Qian insisted, urgency lacing his voice. They could withdraw from the abyss when not engaged in battle. But Zhengyu had no such luxury. As long as he could not escape the boss's assault, he would remain trapped in the abyss. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Qian prepared to rush in and assist Zheng Yu. You'll only be throwing your life away, Wu Zong urged. It matters not, Tao Qian replied, his gaze resolute. Lifting his monk's staff as he turned to enter the unfrozen lake, he was acutely aware that he was no match for the boss or the frost corpses. Yet he pressed on. For nothing else, if Zheng Yu were to die, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Damn it, this is madness. Wu Zong cursed through gritted teeth. In the next moment, he noticed Kuing also drawing a dagger. Her expression serious. You don't intend to throw your life away as well, do you? Kuing's youthful face nodded earnestly. For me, becoming a professional is the only way to turn my fate around. Otherwise, it's no different from being dead. With that, she entered a state of stealth, slowly submerging into the unfrozen lake. Wu Zong was momentarily taken aback. He could understand Tao Qian's desire to aid Zheng Yu, for they had grown up as brothers. But what was Ku Ying's motivation? Don't look at me. I have no idea. When Rin Xingyu commented casually as she noticed Wu Zong's gaze upon her. She then gestured around them, saying, You're looking to retreat, aren't you? You should do so as soon as possible. At that moment, Wu Zong became aware of the rustling sounds surrounding them. The frost corpses were reappearing due to the skin spider's revival. Damn. Wu Zong felt conflicted. He had indeed enjoyed his time with Zheng Yu and the others, but that had only been because Zheng Yu had been able to lead him to level up. Now, the situation had changed. With the frost corpses emerging, he found himself without a place to hide. And Zheng Yu's goblin general was also being overwhelmed by the skin spider and the underworld woman. He saw no glimmer of hope for victory. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Wen Rin Xingyu and asked, Aren't you leaving? Wen Rin Xingyu produced her dagger, stating, My sisters are here. If I leave now, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Wu Zong's gaze flickered between Zheng Yu and Tao Qian, a complex expression crossing his face. I want to survive. With a heavy sigh, Wu Zong ultimately chose to retreat. He felt he had already been reckless enough to accompany Zheng Yu and Tao Qian this far. Gambling was one thing, but risking his life was another. After all, he had already witnessed their formidable strength. Any further gamble would be foolish. He aspired to become a professional and was indeed enticed by the rewards of the nightmarish abyss. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed money from his brother to enter the abyss. But now, the die was cast, the outcome was predetermined, and there was no hope left. I advise you to withdraw while you still can, before entering combat. Preserve your life. There will always be another opportunity. Wu Zong gazed longingly at Wen Rin Xingyu, attempting to persuade her. Wen Rin Xingyu showed no effort to conceal her disdain. You should take care of yourself. Do not harbor any misplaced hopes towards me. You lack the qualification. Furthermore, I am under no obligation to relay any messages. Go away. Wu Zong. He indeed had feelings for Wen Rin Xingyu. But it was merely unfortunate to think that beauties like Ko Ying and Wen Rin Xingyu would perish alongside Zheng Yu. Very well, Wu Zong shook his head, choosing to forcibly exit the Abyss instance. Forcibly exiting the Abyss instance will result in a mandatory drop of 2 levels and incur a penalty of losing 60 experience points in the next Abyss encounter. If you understand the penalties for forcibly exiting the Abyss, please confirm. You will exit the Abyss in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed. Compared to life, this penalty was trivial. Confirm exit. Exiting from the Frost Street Abyss, Nightmarish Level, 1098. Chapter 31, 4th Stage, Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Team Notification. Member Wu Zong, Monk, has exited the team. Due to forced exit from the Abyss instance, Wu Zong will incur a penalty. Zheng Yu turned to glance back, discovering that Wu Zong had vanished in a flash of light. He then observed Tao Qian, clutching his monk's staff, shivering as he ran towards Zheng Yu across the unfrozen lake. Brother Yu, I come to assist you, he shouted while running. However, his legs, numbed by the cold, caused him to stumble and fall. Just as he attempted to rise again, he felt a foot imprint pressed down on his back. Thud. He was knocked down once more. Cooing. It was evident that the stealthy assassin had struck again. Before Tao Qian could get up, another footprint landed on his back. Damn, you two are too much. Tao Qian yelled. The assassin moved with remarkable speed, capable of stealth and flickering away, yet required a foothold, and the prone Tao Qian was the perfect target. Zheng Yu watched the two beautiful assassins in astonishment. What? You didn't think we would stay behind? Wen Rinxing, you raised an eyebrow at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu chuckled. Indeed. Given the current situation, his chances of victory were indeed slim. Tao Qian was truly a brother who would risk his life for him. However, as for Ku Ying and Wen Rinxingyu, their relationship was ultimately one of mutual benefit. Wen Rinxingyu pointed at the doll-faced Ku Ying beside her, saying, She believes in you. Zheng Yu glanced at Ku Ying. During their previous rest, he had overheard that Ku Ying had decided to join his team. Although Wen Rinxingyu had come from an influential family and knew much, she had always followed Ku Ying in her decisions. Why? Zheng Yu inquired, gesturing towards the beleaguered goblin general, who had been reduced to half health. Just based on them? Ku Ying pressed her lips together and remarked, I too am taking a gamble, wagering that you possess a hidden card. Zheng Yu chuckled. To gamble, one must at least hold a card. Without any cards, where does one place their bets? However, Ku Ying was not easily swayed by Zheng Yu's banter. She directly stated, It is because you are on the cusp of leveling up. Astute observation, Zheng Yu acknowledged. Neither Wu Zong, who preferred to endure the harsh penalty of forced withdrawal rather than remain in this place, nor the well-informed one Ren Yu had noticed that his experience bar was nearing level 10. Instead, it was this seemingly naive and endearing legal lowly who had picked up on that detail. Indeed, this was Zheng Yu's ultimate trump card. A grand gift he had prepared for the boss of Han Street, Xiaoqi. In truth, the strength of the Han Street boss had exceeded his expectations, likely due to the increased difficulty of solo dungeon runs. According to his strategy, the Summoning Beast Berserk skill was originally intended for use during the brutal phase. After all, holding back at level 10 to instantly enhance one's strength was far too perilous. Yet, with no other options left, he found himself compelled to play this card. It must be said, the Nightmare level Abyss had stripped him of all his hidden cards. Level 10? When Ren Yu inquired, puzzled. While reaching level 10 indeed enhances strength, it pales in comparison to the transformative evolution at level 25 and the awakening at level 50. Her concerns were justified. Level 10 was merely a minor enhancement. The significant leaps occurred at levels 25 and 50. It varies by individual. For me, each level gained represents a colossal improvement, Zheng Yu replied with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, the Twin Fire Demon had just dispatched another level 15 Cold Corpse. Kill Cold Corpse, LV 15. Gain 1681 experience points. Congratulations. Level up. Level, LV 9 to LV 10, 11,000. Need 10541 experience points to level up. Health, 1410 1750, 450 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 105 116, 35 equipment attributes. Remaining free attribute points, 20. Level up to 10. Gain Summoner Basic Specialization Skills, Summoning Beast Physical Training, Summoning Beast Skill Training, Summoning Beast Attribute Cultivation. At level 10, Zheng Yu surveyed the improved attributes, nodding in satisfaction. He temporarily set aside the 3 newly acquired specialization skills, as they would not provide him with immediate enhancement. The primary benefits were the increase in health capacity and the free attribute points. Level 10 granted him 10 attribute points, with each point translating to 50 additional health. Thus, the 20 free attribute points signified a staggering 100 talent points. This meant that by sacrificing an additional 500 health, he could elevate the Twin Fire Demon to a 4th-tier talent. This was Zheng Yu's foundation of confidence. Even a 3rd-tier Twin Fire Demon could contend with the Han Street boss. If elevated to 4th tier, it would dramatically alter the current situation. Most crucially, Zheng Yu discovered that each time he elevated a Summoning Beast tier, its state would reset to peak condition. Boom. A tremendous noise erupted as the Goblin General was hurled away by a human-skin spider. The female corpse in the well pressed her hands to the ground, summoning a massive ice spike from the frozen lake, piercing the abdomen of the giant wolf. Splash. Blood sprayed forth, only to be instantly frozen into icy shards. With a whimper, the giant wolf succumbed to its fate. The Goblin General was left to battle alone. Zheng Yu hesitated no longer. He swiftly allocated all his free attribute points to health, then sacrificed 1,500 health points to acquire 150 talent points, all directed towards the Twin Fire Demon. The Goblin General required 100 talent points to advance from 3rd to 4th tier. The Twin Fire Demon, however, needed 150. Yet, the greater the talent points required, the more significant the enhancement post-upgrade. A beam of light descended upon the Twin Fire Demon. Summoning Beast Twin Fire Demon, 3rd tier, Talent Evolution, Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, 4th tier. Summoning Beast Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. Level, 10, increased with Summoner's level. Health, 9,500. Attack Power, 696, 116 Summoner's Current Intelligence, 60 Coefficient. Talent, 4th tier, 850 talent points needed for upgrade. Skills, Flame Aura LV10. Can control the temperature within a 50-meter diameter range, dealing 2088 burn damage per second to all objects at maximum intensity, 696 Fire Spirit Attack Power, 30 Coefficient. Skill, Flame Breath LV10. Exhales ultra-high temperature flames, inflicting massive damage. Flame Breath possesses extreme adhesion, making it difficult to extinguish, dealing 4872, 696 Fire Spirit Attack Power, 70 Coefficient, Fire Damage per second. Skill, Twin Contract Special Skill, No Level. The Twin Fire Demons coexist symbiotically, capable of releasing skills simultaneously, with damage stacking and doubling fire attribute damage. Skill, Hellfire Serpent LV10. Creates a Hellfire Serpent area in advance. When enemies enter the range, it triggers automatically, enveloping the area in intense flames, dealing 7239, 696 Fire Spirit Attack Power, 104 Coefficient, damage per second, and summoning 20, 10 Summoner level, 2 Coefficient, Fire Serpent duplicates. Each capable of dealing 1392, 696 Spirit Attack Power, 20 Coefficient, explosive damage. Summoning Beast Equipment, none. A sound mingled with the roar of dragons echoed across the frozen lake. Hiss. The light of evolution faded. A 2-headed serpent emerged before the assembled crowd, its body measuring over 5 meters in length. adorned with two heads reminiscent of dragons, yet distinctly serpentine. Its crimson body was enveloped in deep red flames. The moment the twin flame dragon serpent appeared, the pervasive chill of the Han Street abyss was completely dispersed. Boom. Flames descended. The boss Shao-Chi, who had previously considered victory assured, now wore a grim expression as he regarded the two-headed fire serpent with trepidation. Fire inherently counters ice. The originally third-tier twin fire demon had already overwhelmed him, forcing him into a brutal state. Now, this twin flame dragon serpent instilled in Shao-Chi a palpable sense of impending doom. This time, Shao-Chi's cry was one of anguish. Fire counters ice. This was the absolute nemesis of the Han Street abyss. Chapter 32. What qualifications do you have to say sorry? Whoosh. Flames instantaneously engulfed everyone present. After evolving to fourth tier, the range of the flame aura expanded to a diameter of 50 meters. While it couldn't cover the entirety of the frozen lake, it was sufficiently vast. The fiery embrace not only elicited cries of terror from Shao-Chi, but also forced the human skin spider and the female corpse in the well, both of ice attribute, to retreat, seeking to escape the searing blaze, thus granting the goblin general a moment of respite. Tao Qian and the others fell into silence once again, gazing at the twin flame dragon serpent in speechless awe. Even though Ku Ying had long suspected that Zheng Yu might possess a hidden card at level 10, she never anticipated that this card would be so overwhelmingly powerful. As the twin flame dragon serpent made its entrance, it immediately subdued the ferocious state of the Cold Street boss. Regret was bound to emerge. Observing the boss being overpowered, Tao Qian relaxed, standing beside Zheng Yu with a sly smile. It was rather commonplace, he remarked. Zheng Yu understood that Tao Qian was referring to the recently departed Wu Zong. After all, he had no compelling reason to accompany me to the brink of death. Although Wu Zong had prepared for 3 years to become a professional and to enter the family lineage, borrowing heavily in the process, all of this paled in comparison to the value of life itself, rendering it an insufficient justification for sacrificing himself here. His departure was entirely understandable, and the consequences he faced were his alone to bear. Regardless of the outcome, it no longer concerned him. I am merely curious about the reasons that have compelled the two of you to remain. Zheng Yu directed his inquisitive gaze towards Wen Qingyu and Ku Ying. The wager regarding my level 10 trump card was not a sufficient incentive for you to stay. Sensing the seriousness in Zheng Yu's tone, which lacked any semblance of casual fabrication, Wen Qingyu replied, I seek vengeance, and naturally, I require strength. Initially, I held little hope for revenge. But if I can conquer the nightmarish dungeon, there may be a chance. Ku Ying, on the other hand, must become a professional. She has committed a grievous error within her family and is now being hunted by them. Without strength, the consequences would be scarcely preferable to death. Their reasons were difficult to refute. One sought revenge, the other sought survival, both necessitating strength. A family manhunt? Zheng Yu found this term intriguing. Particularly curious about the extent to which a family might pursue one of their own kin with lethal intent. Ku Ying refrained from explaining why she was being hunted by her family, but it was undoubtedly no trivial matter. In any case, both of them carried their own stories. Zheng Yu and Tao Qian exchanged glances, realizing that ordinary individuals lived more freely. In the midst of their conversation, the twin flame dragon serpent unleashed its most formidable skill, Hellfire Serpent. In an instant, the center of the frozen lake transformed into a raging inferno. The boss, Shao-Chi, found himself engulfed in flames, as if trapped in hell, suffering from the scorching onslaught. Damage surged from his form in a relentless torrent. With a roar, just as Shao-Chi appeared on the verge of incineration, the corpse of the woman from the well lunged at him, shielding him from the flames. However, even the well-dwelling corpse could not withstand the searing heat. Hissing echoed in the air as serpentine cries resounded around the fleeing human skin spider, attacking relentlessly. As a father, the first instinct of this human skin spider, when faced with danger, was to flee. Each hellfire serpent conjured 30 fire serpents, and with the doubling effect of the twins, a total of 60 fire serpents ensnared the human skin spider, wrapping tightly around it. The sound of burning crackled incessantly in the heart of the frozen lake. Everything succumbed to the fervent flames, drawing the curtain on this final battle, which was neither fierce nor the balanced confrontation one might have envisioned, but rather a one-sided suppression by the twin flame dragon serpent. With its fourth-tier capabilities, dual fire attributes, and the frenzy effect of a summoned beast, the twin flame dragon serpent possessed an unequivocal advantage, particularly within the abyss of Cold Street. The flames continued to burn as the human skin spider fought desperately. Yet, devoid of a health bar and life, it could not perish, only endure the torment. At the very center of the frozen lake, the true mother and son embraced amidst the flames of Hellfire Serpent, quietly awaiting death. No, it was the well-dwelling corpse that awaited death. She used her own body to restrain the struggling Shao-Chi, who, his skin charred and cracked, yearned to escape this fiery hell, yet was held fast by the corpse's relentless embrace. Let go of me. Let go of me. Shao-Chi snarled, contorting his body in a frenzy. At this point, his health was entirely depleted, yet he remained alive. Zheng Yu chose not to instruct the twin flame dragon serpent and the goblin general to continue their assault, for the matter had reached its conclusion. Do you wish to see me dead? Shao Qi seethed, realizing he could not break free from the corpse's grip. In his fury, he bit down on her shoulder. A flicker of tenderness graced the pale face of the well-dwelling corpse. Shao Qi, let this all end. Do not prolong your suffering. End. Why should it end? The pain I endure is of your making. Now you speak of an end as if it were so simple? Where's the logic in that? I am sorry. In response to Shao Qi's accusations, the corpse could utter only that single phrase, continuing to clutch him tightly. You should feel the most remorse for bringing me into this world. The corpse fell silent. I am sorry. After a long pause, she repeated the same words. Shao Qi's patience eroded by the corpse. He grasped her neck in a desperate bid to free himself. His expression a twisted mask of rage as he confronted her. What good is your apology now? What is done is done. You have never experienced the torment I have endured. By what right do you offer your apologies? When I was captured and tortured, where were you? When they eviscerated me, using my innards to bake a cake, where were you then? Now, you say you are sorry? You are unworthy. Shao Qi bellowed, his grip tightening around the corpse's neck, reiterating his accusations again and again. Yet the corpse offered no response, for she had long since perished, dead for countless years. Both the well-dwelling corpse and the human skin spider were mere figments of Shao Qi's own creation, manifestations conjured to satiate his unyielding resentment. Everything remained under Shao Qi's control, including the very act of being embraced by the corpse and the utterance of that apology. After all, how could a creation of his own bind him? With a whoosh, the flames dissipated, along with the cold and the frozen lake, revealing a street thick with oppressive atmosphere. Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Wen Rinxing and Kuing stood upon the street, observing the increasingly desolate Fortune Street and the throngs of angered faces. They surged past Zheng Yu and the others, advancing towards a child of 7 or 8 years. Was it you? They accused. The tourists are gone, the business is lost. I borrowed heavily to establish my shop, and now I have earned not a single penny, but rather lost a lifetime's savings. Stop with the chatter. The shaman said that if we kill him and use his entrails to celebrate Fortune Street's rebirth, it will return to its former glory. Seize him. A madman's child, killing him would be no loss. Among this crowd, Zheng Yu recognized many familiar faces: the cook, the fishmonger, the butcher, and the speaker, the village chief, whose head was that of the human skin spider. The expressions of these individuals were twisted, nearly devoid of all reason. Was this a memory of Shao Qi? Chapter 33. Let them return to their flesh and experience true hell. If I am not mistaken, this crowd has long since gone mad, Wen Rinxing remarked. It feels as though they have been brainwashed. Who is this shaman they speak of? Kuing inquired. Zheng Yu shook his head. Who knows? However, it is evident that all the malevolence stems from that soothsayer, or rather, from the curse that clings to Shao Qi. As he spoke, the scene shifted to the chef's restaurant. Shao Qi had vanished in the blink of an eye. The corpse lay carelessly discarded to one side, next to a red cake. A throng of people, as if possessed by madness, completely oblivious to the absurdity of their actions, gathered with exuberant expressions. Placing the red cake at the entrance of Fortune Street, following the soothsayer's instructions, they constructed an altar and personally renamed Fortune Street to Cold Street. It turned out to be their own doing. Zheng Yu's eyelid twitched. He had assumed it was Shao Qi who had made the change. The ritual reached its midpoint. Each person approached the cake, earnestly and frantically taking a piece of the blood-stained dessert, mumbling, "Next year will surely be better. I am so devout. The divine will assist us." Hearing this murmured refrain, Zheng Yu felt somewhat at a loss for words. The very curse from the gods that had transformed them into this was now met with fervent devotion. At that moment, a deranged woman approached the altar, her demeanor frenzied as she rushed to the sanguine cake. No one stopped her, perhaps out of guilt, but more so because the ritual had already concluded, and no one cared what the madwoman would do next. To everyone's astonishment, the madwoman cautiously picked up a piece of cake that was untouched by blood. With a smile, she turned to the village chief and asked, "Can I take this to Shao Qi? It's his birthday today." Shao Qi, well, he said he wanted to have a proper birthday. I asked him, "What is a proper birthday?" He said, "As long as there is a birthday cake, it counts. So, can I have this?" The village chief stared at the madwoman expressionlessly until he realized she genuinely did not know that Shao Qi was dead, and then slowly nodded. The madwoman glanced around and inquired of the village chief, "Have you seen Shao Qi? I haven't seen him all day. That child, always running about." Unable to control her facial muscles, her speech came out in fits and starts, yet the affection in her eyes remained unyielding. The village chief regarded her. "Perhaps he is playing by the well behind the street. If you wish, I could accompany you to look for him." The scene shifted once more. The village chief pushed the madwoman into the well. "Damn it." Finally resolved, he spat, cursing vehemently. "I never expected that after dealing with you once, you would end up pregnant, hiding in the mountains to give birth. And what came of it? Ultimately, a cursed spawn that has brought ruin upon us all. You should never have given birth to Shao Qi. You should never have lived." He spat into the well and turned to leave. The ensuing events unfolded precisely as Zheng Yu had anticipated. The cursed child was not so easily vanquished. The body of Xiao Qi, discarded in the kitchen, rose once more, freezing cold street and transforming all its inhabitants into lifeless husks. He condemned every villager who had consumed the cake to eternal suffering, relegating the madwoman to perpetual confinement in the well, for he believed she should remain there forever, because without her, he would never have come into existence, nor would he have endured such anguish. The cake was merely the conclusion of this tale, devoid of a father, and with a mother who was a lunatic, subjected him to inhumane treatment on this street. Hatred, coldness, and grievance forged the current incarnation of the boss, Xiao Qi. The scene returned. Xiao Qi's eyes glimmered with loathing. He despised everything, but most of all, he loathed the woman before him, his own mother. Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare Level, has concluded. Automatic settlement in 5 minutes. An exit from the instance. Is this how it ends? Tao Qian felt a sense of blockage and panic. The tragic conclusion of this history seemed to twist further with their arrival. Was something missing? It felt exceedingly unsatisfying. When Rinkinjiu sensed a void, her mood slightly irritable. They had ended the abyss, slain the boss Xiao Qi, which should have been a cause for celebration, yet joy eluded them. Zhengyu remarked, indeed, something is lacking. This should not have been the conclusion. He retrieved the blood-red cake from his backpack, locating a piece untainted by blood, and approached the charred, lifeless form of the madwoman. He placed the blood-red cake between them. Quest item has been triggered. A prompt appeared instantaneously. The madwoman, who had seemingly perished, suddenly opened her eyes. She wore a silly grin, offering Zhengyu a grateful smile, and rummaged through her pocket, producing a candle. She inserted it into the cake, and, summoning all her strength, directed it toward the charred remains. Xiao Qi, this is the birthday cake you wanted. Happy birthday. The madwoman's voice was exceedingly gentle, striving to fulfill the role of a true mother, yet her madness and cognitive deficits left her devoid of logical reasoning and reality. Nevertheless, she earnestly endeavored to embody the maternal role. A faint cracking sound resonated as the charred exterior of Xiao Qi began to crumble, revealing the visage of a child beneath, so innocent, so endearing, so beautiful, a face unmarred, devoid of hatred, and without a hollow body. Xiao Qi gazed blankly at the madwoman before him, his expression betraying emotions he himself could not comprehend. Come, Xiao Qi, blow out the candle, the madwoman encouraged, her voice halting and somewhat awkward. I've heard that on birthdays, one blows out the candles, and it is said that a wish can be granted. Mother hopes Xiao Qi can lead a normal life. Mother wishes to no longer be Xiao Qi's mother, so that he can always be happy, just like other children, celebrating a proper birthday each year. Mother hopes Xiao Qi has a normal mother, not me. Xiao Qi can carry a school bag and attend school with good friends, instead of hiding with me in the mountains. Little Xiao Qi, mother wishes not to be your mother, but how selfish I am. For I have never considered letting you go. You are my only, the one I once possessed and loved. Xiao Qi, forgive me for the selfishness that brought you into this world. You must wish to leave here, to a place where no one knows me. There. You will be exceedingly happy. Xiao Qi looked upon his mother, and at last, he realized that in this world, the only one who loved him was the very person he despised the most. He recalled the woman who had woven a floral crown to cheer him up when he was bullied, and the one who, despite her eccentricity, had always remembered his birthday, stealing food from Fortune Street to celebrate his unorthodox birthday. Suddenly, a wave of guilt washed over him, and he began to question whether he had truly erred. But at that moment, Zhengyu addressed Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, you are not at fault. You need not feel guilty. It is neither you nor your mother who is at fault, but rather that witch, the gullible villagers who heed her words, and the village chief who has encroached upon the madwoman's domain. Zhengyu produced the blood-red cake. He had long since realized that when Xiao Qi entered a state of critical health, the properties of this sanguine cake had transformed. Cursed, blood-red cake. After absorbing the resentful energy of Han Street for centuries, the cake has nurtured the original souls of Han Street. Feeding this cake to their bodies will grant them resurrection. Xiao Qi. Zhengyu smiled with an eerie yet liberating grin. He pushed the blood-red cake toward him, speaking with a grin. Initially, they consumed this cake and were forever bound to this place. Now, let them partake once more. The cold corpses lack sensation, thought, remorse, and cannot feel pain. This is far from sufficient to alleviate your resentment. To exact revenge, one must be thorough. Here you go. Zhengyu presented the cake. Its attributes entirely altered. To Xiao Qi, his smile radiant as he declared, let those demons, those creatures that once inflicted suffering upon you, truly experience hell. Allow them to return to their corporeal forms and once again endure pain. This, I believe, is the rightful conclusion. Chapter 34. A hellish feast belonging solely to Han Street. In truth, the entirety of the Han Street abyss was conjured by Xiao Qi himself, be it the chef's cold corpse, the fish-slaying lad's cold corpse, the butcher's cold corpse, or the human skin spider. The unfrozen lake was all of his making. The one entity remaining in its original state was the female corpse from the well, his mad mother. To Zhengyu, the Han Street abyss held two potential outcomes. One was the simultaneous demise of Xiao Qi and his mad mother, achieving a complete annihilation ending. However, Zhengyu found this conclusion unsatisfactory. The other was to utilize the cursed internal organ cake to enable the drifting souls within the Han Street abyss to return to the cold corpses. This would grant Xiaoqi a swift and gratifying revenge. It was also the conclusion Zheng Yu deemed most pleasing. He inherently possessed a vengeful nature, and regardless of the ultimate reward, he considered this outcome worthwhile. Congratulations on completing the unique achievement of the Han Street Abyss, Living King of Hell. Living King of Hell, Achievement Badge. You will be trapped in the Han Street Abyss, reviving the suffering souls who endured torment, allowing them to relive the agony of vengeance. Even the King of Hell would commend this as the true King of Hell. Achievement Base Attributes. Intelligence 1, Strength 1. Achievement Special Attribute. Damage inflicted by cold corpses is reduced to 50, while damage you inflict on cold corpses is increased to 100. After handing the internal organ cake to Xiaoqi, a special achievement was activated. The attributes were quite commendable, boasting a percentage bonus. Though it was merely 1, it would prove substantial in the later stages, as activating an achievement meant it would apply even without physically wearing the badge. Many professionals, upon reaching a level cap, would opt to complete various achievements to gain badge attributes and enhance their strength. Such professionals were dubbed achievement hunters, spawning a vocation dedicated to assisting others in completing achievements, which reportedly yielded considerable rewards. As for the special attributes of the achievement, Zheng Yu believed they would hold value, particularly since the attributes pertained to cold corpses rather than the Han Street Abyss. Cold corpses were created by Xiaoqi, yet they were birthed through the curse of the god of the cold prison. It was not inconceivable that he might encounter this deity in the future, and should that happen, he would possess an advantage due to this achievement. The Abyss has concluded. Exiting the Abyss 109. The system's voice resonated. Tao Qian, one Rin Xingyu, and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief, observing Xiaoqi embracing the madwoman. Alongside the writhing human skin spider on the ground and the scattered cold corpses in the lake, Tao Qian proclaimed proudly, Zheng Yu and I are truly formidable. One Rin Xingyu and Kuing nodded in agreement. As the countdown reached its end, Zheng Yu and his companions were sequentially teleported from the Han Street Abyss. Upon their departure, the various cold corpses lying in the unfrozen lake suddenly began to convulse, their previously vacant gazes flickering with a glimmer of life. The chef's cold corpse, the fish-slaying lad, the butcher, and the human skin spider all rose once more. This time, they were neither cold nor numb, but rather filled with terror. Xiaoqi assisted the madwoman to her feet, smiling as he addressed her. Mother, let us celebrate a proper birthday. The madwoman inquired, what constitutes a proper birthday? A cruel smile curved Xiaoqi's lips as he coldly yet eagerly replied, why, it must involve blood and entrails to be considered a proper birthday. Come, let us commence the banquet, a hellish feast solely for Han Street. Meanwhile, in the hall of the Han Street Abyss, a throng was gathered around a newly emerged team. Wow. Incredible. Is Li Feng truly of A-class talent? Not only did he break the ordinary level record of the Han Street Abyss, but he also shattered the difficult level record that had stood for several years. I must say, it is indeed remarkable. I recall that record being set 3 years ago by an S-class talent accompanied by 4 A-class talents. Indeed, it was deemed an insurmountable record. Yet now Li Feng has surpassed it. How enviable. The crowd surrounded Li Feng, who had just completed the difficult level of the Han Street Abyss, breaking the record. Wu Zong sat in a corner, observing the self-satisfied expression on Li Feng's face with a tranquil heart. Li Feng was Li Feng, and he was himself. Li Feng's ability to shatter the record was a testament to his own prowess. He felt grateful for his current choice, as it had at least preserved his life. Although the money might have gone to waste, he now possessed a level 6 status, easily able to find teammates in any group. Brushing through the simple level abyss would be a breeze. What a pity, someone remarked from behind Li Feng. Li Feng paused, as this was precisely what he had been thinking. He turned to see several unfamiliar professionals engaged in conversation, seemingly discussing Zheng Yu. I don't find it unfortunate at all. Zheng Yu brought this upon himself, insisting on entering the nightmare level abyss. Had he accepted Li Feng's invitation to team up, he would have received a reward for nothing. One could say Zheng Yu was rather arrogant. Huh, you know nothing. Oh, you have some insight, do you? I actually know a bit more than you realize. The relationship between Zheng Yu and Li Feng is far more complex than it appears. Is there some intrigue? Care to hear? Foster father. The speaker was evidently taken aback, as someone would lower themselves for gossip. Without hesitation, he divulged, why do you think Zheng Yu rejected Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance. No, you misunderstand. It's much deeper than that. What do you mean? Because Li Feng took the resources that rightfully belonged to Zheng Yu. What resources? The S-class talent subsidies. Do you have any idea what treasures an S-class talent subsidy entails? Not to mention the 5 million resurrection crosses, golden grade weapons, golden grade armor, and golden grade jewelry. Goodness. A full set of golden grade gear? Of course, this does not even account for the cash and potions included in the subsidy. Everything was given to Li Feng. But wait. Shouldn't the S-class subsidy go to Zheng Yu? This is what I wish to convey. Zheng Yu not only failed to gain anything, but was also openly invited by Li Feng to join his team. If you were Zheng Yu, would you accept such an invitation? I certainly would not. It is a profound insult. You are underestimating the situation. It is not merely an insult. You possess S-level talent, and your resources have been usurped. Would you be willing to tolerate that? Naturally, I would not. So what would you do? Report it. If the city ignores it, escalate it to the provincial level. If they dismiss it, then approach the central government. S-level subsidies are not singular. What he has taken from me is my future. Precisely. Your thoughts mirror those of Zheng Yu. Li Feng would also fear Zheng Yu's potential response, given that it could jeopardize his father's career. Could it be? Indeed. The only solution is to ensure Zheng Yu vanishes into the abyss without anyone noticing, and then there would be no repercussions. Inviting Zheng Yu. Do you think it was an act of kindness? In truth, it was a banquet of treachery. My goodness, are there so many intricacies involved? But how do you know all this? When questioned, the individual revealed a peculiar smile and said, because I am Li Feng's younger brother. Chapter 35, Completion. Nightmare Level Abyss Rewards. The person who claimed to be Li Feng's brother vanished after uttering those words. Wu Zong had listened to the entire exchange. He felt a tinge of regret, while also noticing that many were discussing Li Feng's appropriation of Zheng Yu's resources. No wonder Zheng Yu chose to enter the nightmare level abyss, to seek justice. Frankly, it seems rather foolish, even without the subsidies. He possesses S-level talent. Wouldn't it be better to remain alive? Not to mention, he is not dead yet. Why do you all assume that Zheng Yu is doomed? Look over there. Huh. Isn't that the monk who entered with Zheng Yu? What is he doing here? He must have withdrawn early, facing penalties for doing so. If he is here, how could Zheng Yu possibly survive? What if? There is no what if. It's unrealistic for Zheng Yu to clear the challenge, even if he were to survive. I would bet my life on it. However, to be frank, if I were Zheng Yu, I would not let my pride drive me into the nightmare level abyss. Such a temper. What options are there? Have you not heard? Li Feng's father is Li Nan, who is not only the Minister of Resources, but also the son of Li Chenggong from the Central District. Quite an impressive background. Li Chenggong, the level 65 flame warrior? Yes, indeed. I never realized Li Feng had such connections. Thus, Zheng Yu's loss extends beyond mere resources. It encompasses future prospects. Otherwise, do you think Li Feng would come to Jianshui City merely to seize resources? It is unlikely, as that would be too blatant. Perhaps it was a coincidence that Li Feng failed to awaken his S-level talent just as an S-level Zheng Yu, a seemingly worthless summoner, appeared. One could only say Zheng Yu was unfortunate. Alas, the whispers of the crowd reached not only Wu Zong's ears, but also Li Feng's. Brother Feng, should we teach them a lesson for their gossip? Inquired a buzzcut youth beside Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head. He was not particularly concerned about the rumors. After all, he would not be in Jianshui City for long, and once he departed, the gossip would gradually dissipate. The notion of appropriating Zheng Yu's resources was his suggestion. Initially, his father, Li Nan, had rejected it. However, with his mother's assistance and the threats from her family, his father casually mentioned it to Mayor Zhou Yun, and unexpectedly, the matter was resolved. They not only secured the resources smoothly, but also obtained provincial approval, transforming the act from theft to a legitimate acquisition. This was primarily due to Zheng Yu being a summoner, which simplified the process considerably. At that moment, Li Feng spotted Wu Zong seated in a corner, who, coincidentally, was also watching him. Li Feng approached with a smile. Wu Zong, in a disgruntled tone, remarked, "Why are you here? To humiliate me for betraying the team?" Although he disagreed with Zheng Yu's actions, he also held contempt for Li Feng's resource appropriation. Li Feng shook his head. "No, I lack the standing to insult you. As I too lack the courage to enter the nightmare level abyss. I merely came to remind you that some matters are best left unsaid." Wu Zong laughed in disbelief. "Do you think I am the source of these rumors? What else could it be?" Li Feng believed that only Zheng Yu and his teammates could possess such information. Wu Zong was the only one who fit the bill. Regardless of whether it was you who spoke it, just remember this. It saves you from unnecessary trouble. Faced with such a threat, Wu Zong hesitated, but ultimately swallowed the harsh words he had prepared. Zheng Yu was already dead. Even if he scolded Li Feng, it would hold no significance. He was merely curious about one thing. "I wish to know, did you genuinely intend to eliminate Zheng Yu when you invited him?" Wu Zong asked bluntly. He had no real expectation of a sincere answer. He only sought to mildly irritate Li Feng. Li Feng sighed and replied, "I do not understand why such rumors have circulated, but I genuinely invited Zheng Yu at the time. Consider it a form of compensation. After all, his abilities truly warranted him as my teammate. However, that opportunity has passed. He brought about his own demise and cannot place the blame on me." Wu Zong found himself somewhat believing Li Feng's words. "I just do not comprehend. With your advantageous background and powerful grandfather, shouldn't you have an abundance of resources? Why resort to stealing from Zheng Yu?" Li Feng, however, maintained a stoic expression and replied, "Stealing? Everything is reasonable and lawful. It has undergone provincial review, which determined that my potential in Jianshui City surpasses that of Zheng Yu, hence the allocation of resources to me." Li Feng did not directly address Wu Zong's inquiries. He could not disclose that the S-level resources provided by the state were so plentiful they drove one to madness. Nor could he reveal that most powerful families engaged in such conduct. Though this was a tacit rule among the upper echelons, it remained a secret not to be shared with someone like Wu Zong. Speaking of it would lead to swift downfall. Reasonable and lawful, Wuzong muttered those 4 words. Is it reasonable? Not at all. Is it lawful? Ironically, it indeed is lawful. Wuzong felt a pang of discomfort. On one hand, he believed he had uncovered truths that others were unaware of, yet felt powerless to express them. On the other hand, he mourned Zheng Yu's demise. Observing Wuzong, who hung his head in silence, Li Feng scoffed. He could see that this individual appeared tough on the outside, but was merely a coward at heart. However, just as Li Feng was about to leave, Wuzong sighed, and the crowd lamented the unfairness of the world when an announcement erupted like a bombshell. Announcement. Congratulations to the Summoner team for breaking the historical clearance time of the Han Street Abyss Nightmare level. Clearance time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu, Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian, Monk, Ku Ying, Assassin, Wenren Xingyu, Assassin. Team Member Wuzong, Monk, will receive no rewards due to early withdrawal and will face penalties for strong withdrawal. The remaining team members receive rewards, 15,000 experience points, a historical record gift package, Han Street Abyss Nightmare level, and a title of historical record keeper, Han Street Abyss Nightmare level version 1. Silence ensued. No one spoke. Many repeatedly opened and closed the notifications, seeking to confirm whether their eyes had deceived them. Is this a system error? Someone broke the silence to inquire. No one answered him. The only responses were gasps of disbelief and exclamations of no way. The system, of course, was not at fault. This was the sanctum, a place that had never aired in decades. Consequently, many began to suspect that the fault lay with themselves. How could this be? Zheng Yu had conquered the nightmarish abyss? A summoner, accompanied by 4 mere bystanders, had triumphed over the nightmarish abyss. Surely this was a jest? In Chapter 36, the extraordinary fortune had evidently befallen our city of Shanyu. Initially, disbelief prevailed. However, the leaderboard screen at the center of the Cold Street Abyss Hall soon displayed a new entry in its records. Meticulously documented by the Sanctum. First completion of Cold Street Abyss, Nightmarish level Zheng Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenren Xingyu, Assassin, Ku Ying, Assassin. Completion time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, 11 seconds. Members of the completion team, Zheng Yu, Summoner, Tao Qian, Monk, Wenren Xingyu, Assassin, Ku Ying, Assassin. Although Zheng Yu and his team had yet to be teleported out, the record was irrefutable. This summoner, once dismissed by all, had indeed conquered the nightmarish abyss. I must be dreaming, someone remarked. It feels unreal. Is Zheng Yu truly just an S-level talent? That is irrelevant. What I wish to know is whether Zheng Yu is indeed a summoner. Was it not said that summoners are the weakest? How did he manage to clear the nightmarish abyss? Who could say? After all, no one had believed in Zheng Yu before. This was no longer about belief. I recall someone saying that if Zheng Yu survived, he would be akin to a fan on the 5th gear. Now, not only had he survived, but he had also completed the nightmarish abyss. Let us see what unfolds. I mentioned Zheng Yu surviving, but I never suggested that his clearing the nightmarish abyss would lead him to become a fan. What difference does it make? After all, he survived. Indeed, there is a distinction. One merely survived, while the other triumphed magnificently, delivering a resounding slap to all our faces. The methods of survival differ. Speaking of which, I do feel some sympathy for someone. Who? Li Feng. Li Feng is not so bad, though he certainly has been dealt a harsh blow. He will face complications in future resource competitions, but his surname is Li. We need not pity him. You mean Wuzong, right? Indeed. Just look at his current complexion. Uft. It resembles that of pig liver. I can't take it anymore. I need to laugh for a moment. He's undoubtedly the unluckiest of all, the nightmarish abyss. Will he truly forfeit such immense fortune? Unlucky? He chose to withdraw. Who can he blame? That's true. Their discussions were loud, devoid of any attempt at discretion. Whether accidental or intentional, they preferred to revel in Wuzong's misfortune rather than envy Zheng Yu. What had once promised to be a grand opportunity had now morphed into a lifelong regret for him. No one knew what had transpired within the nightmarish Cold Street abyss, but they were certain that none of it pertained to Wuzong anymore. Gloating at another's misfortune was the sweetest delight. Wuzong's face was indeed the color of pig liver. He sat there dazed, struggling to catch his breath after the rapid fluctuations of fortune he had experienced within a single day. Alas, Wuzong could not contain himself, releasing a sigh of regret and anger. Just one more step. If only he had persevered a little longer, he too could have secured a spot on the leaderboard, basking in resources and the envy of others, rather than the glee of those around him. He lamented, if only I had held on a bit longer. Persevere? He suddenly paused, recalling how Zheng Yu had been suppressed by the Cold Street boss, while Tao Qian, with unwavering determination, had charged in without heeding his warnings. He remembered the courage displayed by Ku Ying and Wenren Xingyu, who were willing to wager their lives. If given another chance, could he truly have held out? Could he have, like Tao Qian, charged forth for the sake of his brothers? For his future, would he have gambled his life? He knew he could not. He gazed at the notification before him. Team member Wuzong, Monk, has been penalized for fleeing the battlefield and will receive no rewards. The words fleeing the battlefield, glaring like an insult, caused Wu Zong to black out and collapse. Someone come. A person has fainted from not receiving their reward. Is there a priest available for healing? Called out someone unafraid of stirring trouble. Perhaps it's best to leave him be. Waking him now would only subject him to the humiliation of facing Zheng Yu upon his return. That would be too cruel, wouldn't it? Haha, indeed, it is cruel. Let me handle this. I am a level 10 priest. Behold my grand healing spell. I am thoroughly entertained today. This is quite amusing. People love a spectacle. Especially one as exhilarating as this. They relished the chance to kick someone when they were down. This was what they called positive energy. A crowd gathered, chattering animatedly, while others began to voice their opinions on forums. The posts that had previously disparaged Zheng Yu were resurrected, as if from the grave. Original post. Zheng Yu has become arrogant, even refusing a team of 4 A-level talents. 126th comment. Li Feng has become arrogant, daring to seize Zheng Yu's resources. 127th comment. Haha, 4 A-level talents are nothing. If Li Feng hadn't robbed Zheng Yu of his resources, and if it weren't for his family's influence, how could he possibly have shattered the record? He's merely a common thief. Original post. As the only S-level talent in Jiangshui City, his actions are perplexing. 298th comment. Haha, perplexing? He possesses the ability to conquer the nightmarish abyss on his own. Does he need Li Feng's assistance? 299th comment. It is indeed perplexing. The true enigma is not Zheng Yu's choice, but his strength. Original post. A detailed analysis of the Cold Street Abyss's simple level completion time of 2 hours and 45 minutes. 1112th comment. So what did you conclude? 1113th comment. The original poster analyzed a plethora of data and ultimately concluded that Zheng Yu cleared the simple level of Cold Street Abyss purely by luck. Now that Zheng Yu has cleared the nightmarish level, what will your analysis reveal this time? 1114th comment. I never expected this nonsensical analysis post would garner over 1,000 replies. Original post. A rational analysis suggests that Zheng Yu's refusal of Li Feng's invitation is, in fact, a good thing, demonstrating his formidable confidence. 17th comment. What the heck? It's you again. 18th comment. Incredible. Among all these posts, you are the only one supporting the great Zheng Yu, and you happen to be right. It truly is formidable confidence. 19th comment. Only with great strength can one possess great confidence. The original poster is indeed insightful. 20th comment. Enough with the hindsight. This person is merely a pretender. I have read his posts, and they all go against the grain. He thrives on rebellion, and this time, he simply stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Original post. Coward Zheng Yu, a worthless summoner, pure disparagement post. Enter at your own risk. 154th comment. Come, let us debate. Building 155. Come out and face the wrath. Building 191. Cowardly topic initiator, rubbish. Purely scathing. Welcome to the battleground. Zheng Yu had not even teleported out yet. In the brief span of 5 minutes, all forums in Jiangshui City erupted. It was not merely the forums. The mayor's office was inundated with calls, as were the lines of the Minister of Resources, Li Nan. An emergency meeting was convened late at night in the mayor's office of Jiangshui City. Simultaneously, news of this event reached the neighboring city of Shanyu. Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shanyu wore a tense expression as he gazed at his secretary, who shook his head and replied. Zheng Yu did not answer the call. Zhang Zhan nodded and remarked, that means he has yet to emerge from the abyss. Rising to his feet, he lit a cigarette, and after a moment of contemplation, instructed his secretary, immediately send someone to Jiangshui City, block him at the entrance. Have Chai Fong go. He is swift, capable of reaching Jiangshui City in just 2 minutes. We must secure this genius. If Jiangshui City does not want him, then Shanyu City shall claim him. We shall seize this unprecedented fortune. Chapter 37. Securing Zheng Yu is an imperative. Among professionals, competition is rife. Competition for resources, for rankings. The same holds true between cities. Shanyu and Jiangshui have long been rivals, consistently vying for the top 2 positions in Jiangnan province, yet lacking in quality talent, resulting in insufficient resource allocation from above. With outdated equipment, subpar healthcare, and inadequate education, no one wishes to settle there, leading to a vicious cycle. If there are no notable achievements, Zhang Zhan may find himself unable to retain his position as mayor. Today, however, he was troubled by the absence of any promising professionals. Then he discovered Zheng Yu. Having kept a vigilant eye on the situation in Jiangshui City, he was acutely aware of Zheng Yu's circumstances, a professional with S-class talent, robbed of his resources. The thief was none other than the grandson of Li Qinggong. Common folk might resign themselves to such misfortunes, but reclaiming resources? An impossible endeavor. Most crucially, Zheng Yu was not even an ordinary citizen. He was orphaned. His grandfather just deceased, residing in a slum. Upon learning about Zheng Yu, Zhang Zhan perceived an opportunity. Even if he was merely a summoner, he was worth taking a gamble on. Just as he hesitated, Zheng Yu broke the record for the basic level Cold Street Abyss, solidifying Zhang Zhan's resolve. Yet, a flicker of doubt remained, for he had learned that the provincial authorities had approved the transfer of Zheng Yu's subsidy qualification to Li Feng. His prospects seemed bleak. After agonizing all night, just as he contemplated giving up, the astonishing news arrived that Zheng Yu had cleared the nightmare-level abyss. He sprang from his chair, summoned his secretary, and immediately sought resources from above, convening with the resource department of Shangyu to strategize, determined to secure this genius. However, having already cleared the nightmare-level abyss, surely Zhou Yun would discern the gravity of the situation and would not relinquish him to us. Someone raised a query. Not relinquish? Who says he must? Are we not going to seize him? Must we seek his permission? Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that our offer would scarcely surpass that of Zhou Yun's, and with Li Nan's assistance. Should he decide to offer more resources to appease Zheng Yu, we would be at a disadvantage. This indeed posed a significant challenge. The difficulty of acquisition was substantial, as any professional capable of clearing the nightmare-level abyss has boundless potential, and Zheng Yu's accomplishment, achieving this feat with 4 companions, was particularly formidable. Such talent and practical prowess would compel the mayor to set aside his pride and earnestly soothe Zheng Yu's grievances. Zhang Zhan, however, smiled and declared, "It's not as dire as you perceive. I believe we have a considerable chance of securing this genius. Zheng Yu is not the type to suffer in silence. He has publicly announced his frustrations with Zhou Yun. Should he have no other options, he might endure the resource issue temporarily. However, if an alternative arises apart from Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City, he will undoubtedly refuse reconciliation." Zhang Zhan analyzed with an expression of deep understanding of Zheng Yu. "I know someone like him very well. To openly reject Li Feng and indirectly mock Mayor Zhou Yun through his announcement, entering the nightmare-level abyss, is akin to striking back at the resource department of Jiangshui City. Such a person is not to be trifled with, yet he is relatively easy to engage with. As we understand his needs." Zhang Zhan brimmed with confidence that, barring unforeseen circumstances, his proposal would provide Zheng Yu with an opportunity to gracefully decline Zhou Yun's attempts at mollification. At that moment, personnel from the Human Resources Management Department knocked and entered the office. "Mayor Zhang, we investigated, and there are indeed discrepancies regarding Zheng Yu's household registration. His parents went missing years ago, and the so-called grandfather is merely a scavenger who found Zheng Yu, with no blood relation." Zhang Zhan inquired, "So? Zheng Yu is not a resident of Jiangshui City? Not only that, but he hasn't even registered his household. No registration? An undocumented citizen? Not quite. It's merely pending. You know these procedures can be quite intricate. It's difficult to prove his relationship with his grandfather, and we cannot deprive Zheng Yu of an education. So the registration will have to wait until he turns 18 and manages it himself. So, it hasn't been done yet? No. Excellent. This is truly fortuitous for Shangyu City. Without Li Nan, Zhou Yun would never relinquish Zheng Yu. After all, compared to an S-class summoner, Li Nan and his family are far more desirable allies. This oversight has left us with a genius. Quickly handle the paperwork, ensure that all of Zheng Yu's documentation is completed, allowing him to become a resident of Shangyu City immediately. Furthermore, there are several other matters I need you to address. In Jiangshui City, at the office of the first high school, take your things back. I do not want them." Zheng Yu's homeroom teacher, Zhang Cheng, stared impassively at the secretary from the mayor's office, rejecting him without mercy. The secretary maintained a smile as he regarded Zhang Cheng. The smile was perfectly practiced, yet his words were frigid. "Teacher Zhang, you should think this through. If you accept this resource, it will be as if nothing has happened, and you can become the director of the first high school next year. If you refuse, what then? You could always expel me." Zhang Cheng replied nonchalantly. "This is not the first time. You have always manipulated funding resources, but in the past, it was B and C class resources. Now it is merely S class. It's all the same. My conscience cannot bear it." Zhang Cheng gestured towards the pristine desk and the nearby suitcase, clearly indicating his intention to leave. This was not solely about Zheng Yu. It was the culmination of long-standing grievances. "Huh." The secretary, a wolf in sheep's clothing, scoffed. "Since Teacher Zhang has made up his mind, I can only express my apologies." Just as the smiling secretary prepared to take back the gift intended for Zhang Cheng, a notification appeared before their eyes. Both were momentarily stunned, performing the same action of closing the notification, reopening it, then rubbing their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape in shock. There was no escaping this instinctive reaction of disbelief that seemed to permeate all professionals who had learned of the news. The secretary was bewildered. "What is happening? Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare-level abyss? Zheng Yu? Is that the Zheng Yu they were just discussing? Something feels amiss. This could lead to a significant crisis." The secretary, with keen perception, sensed an impending issue. All of his recent efforts were meticulously orchestrated based on the assumption that Zheng Yu would perish in the nightmarish depths of the cold street abyss. Yet, he had never anticipated that Zheng Yu would conquer that very abyss. Everything was in disarray. His immediate concern was Zheng Yu's household registration issue. Certain complications had obstructed Zheng Yu's status, not due to governmental incapacity, but because the ambiguous nature of his registration could actually mitigate the repercussions of Li Feng seizing Zheng Yu's resources. However, this had now become the most troublesome matter. Damn it! The politically astute secretary, disregarding decorum, was about to turn and leave when he was halted by Zhang Cheng. "Leave the items." "What?" "I said leave the items. Aren't they meant for me?" Zhang Cheng had reversed his decision, He wanted the resources to compensate Zheng Yu. The secretary had no time to debate with Zhang Cheng. He needed to expedite the aftermath of this situation. He dropped the resources and swiftly exited the school. Zhang Cheng gazed at the resources before him. His previously heavy heart suddenly felt lighter. Who would have thought that after enduring so much, finally standing firm would lead to such fortuitous luck? A professional who had conquered the nightmarish Cold Street abyss was now his student. Zhang Cheng felt a swell of pride. Although he understood that his time in Jianshui City was coming to an end, he harbored no regrets. Just then, a phone call came through. Hello? I don't know who is calling. Hello, are you Zhang Cheng, the teacher of Xingyu? Yes, that's me. Would you be interested in teaching in our Shangyu City? Chapter 38. Once you have taken my resources, you must pay a price. Before Zheng Yu had even exited the abyss, currents were already stirring outside in his favor. Shangyu City was eager to snatch talents and was in the process of reapplying resources for Zheng Yu. Those who reveled in the spectacle were enjoying the unprecedented buzz on the Jianshui City forum. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Jianshui City remained eerily quiet. At this moment, Zheng Yu was in the teleportation space, contemplating his rewards. You have cleared the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, and received the Cold Street Treasure Chest, Nightmare level, along with 15,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have received the reward for your first completion of the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level. You have obtained the first completion gift pack for the Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level, granting you another 15,000 experience points. One reward for clearing. Another for first completion. 2 Nightmare level treasure chests from a level 1 abyss equated to 2 pieces of platinum level equipment. Additionally, there were the historical record rewards notified prior to teleportation. In total, 3 rewards, amassing 450,000 experience points. Ascending from level 10 to 11 requires 110,000 experience points. So Zheng Yu estimated that the 450,000 experience would at least elevate him to level 13. Exhilarating. The rewards from the Nightmare level abyss were indeed splendid. However, as he was still in the midst of teleportation, he could not claim his rewards just yet. As the dizziness subsided, Zheng Yu and his companions finally emerged from the abyss. Zheng Yu is out. I must say, he is quite handsome. Spring fever, perhaps? But have you not noticed the 2 beauties by his side? They far surpass you in looks. Damn it, a Nightmare level abyss, and he has hit the jackpot this time. Moreover, having cleared the abyss for the first time, coupled with the historical record rewards, it was unimaginable how outrageous the rewards would be. Surely, this was far superior to the resources provided by Jianshui City. The quality is one aspect. The fact remains that these resources were earned by Zheng Yu himself. The government's resources should rightfully belong to Zheng Yu, not Li Feng. Principles aside, reality is reality. Before Zheng Yu cleared the Nightmare level abyss, did you not also consider summoners to be worthless? On the forum, 99 of the people believed it was perfectly acceptable for resources to go to Li Feng. And now they are backpedaling. This is not my concern. Isn't this a decision made by the mayor? What I wish to know is what Mayor Zhou Yun plans to do. Rumor has it that the resources Li Feng acquired were obtained through proper channels, having been analyzed by Jianshui City experts who unanimously deemed Li Feng the most suitable candidate for the resources, with the approval of the provincial authorities above. There will be entertainment to watch next. Indeed, who would have thought Zheng Yu would prove so formidable, directly slapping those experts in the face? Experts? Merely a bunch of fools. I recall those so-called experts suggesting we sell our unoccupied properties to afford equipment. Is that even sensible? They are inept at accomplishing anything and excel only in causing failures. Wait, do you see that? Are those government officials? Someone noticed several men in suits, briefcases in hand, approaching Zheng Yu at the entrance of the Cold Street Abyss. Isn't that Chai Fong? Who is Chai Fong? He is currently a professional in Shangyu City, having just been promoted to the head of the resource department, now at level 42. What is he doing here? What else could it be but to poach talents? Poaching Zheng Yu? Is that even an option? Goodness, Shangyu City has the audacity to come here and steal an S-level talent? Perhaps you should ask Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan why Shangyu City dares to poach. Did they not treat Zheng Yu as if he were trash, allowing us to discard him while forbidding them from picking him up? If they wish to poach, let them. It doesn't concern me. How can it not? It is of great concern. How so? Every city has a powerful professional. For us, it is Zhou Yun, who originally hails from Jianshui City, but has been stuck at level 45. If Zheng Yu surpasses level 45, he will replace Zhou Yun and become the mayor of Jianshui City. What does that have to do with me? The connection is this. For every abyss cleared at the 4th stage, which is exceedingly challenging, the temple will provide resources to the entire district surrounding the abyss. Do you not understand? The reason every city invests so many resources into cultivating professionals is precisely for this. Hiss. At last, someone grasped the significance of having an S-level talent. Doesn't this mean that if Zheng Yu is taken away, then every abyss he clears from here on out will no longer concern us? Not a single bit. That simply cannot happen. Our Jianshui City has only this one professional who has cleared the nightmare level abyss in decades. This is a guaranteed awakening, and we cannot let this golden opportunity slip away. Some began to grasp the implications. They started to panic. If Zheng Yu were to grow powerful on his own, it wouldn't affect them much. They were originally from two different worlds, and their futures would likely have no connection. But now things had changed. Zheng Yu was not only an S-level talent, but also the first professional in over a decade to clear the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss. He would undoubtedly surpass level 40. Every abyss Zheng Yu cleared would yield benefits for them. Zheng Yu feasts while they merely sip the broth. Even the broth would be akin to a pie falling from the sky. It's over, it's over. Why haven't the people from Jianshui City arrived yet? Someone noticed Zheng Yu was already engaged in conversation with Chai Fong from Shanyu City's resource department and felt immediate urgency. I must call the mayor. You still have the mayor's number? Isn't there a complaint line? It's unreachable. I've tried. What about the petition office? There is surveillance. And the petition box is locked with a fist-sized padlock. Do you think this is a joke? Do you truly believe that Zhou Yun and Li Nan would bow their heads? Damn, how disgusting. Someone muttered under their breath. Indeed, Zhou Yun, in pursuit of her own future, chose Li Feng, forsaking Zheng Yu in the process. Yet, Li Feng is not without merit. After all, his family is situated in the central district, and his arrival in Jianshui City is a clear indication of his intent to seize Zheng Yu's valuable resource slot. Regardless of Li Feng's strength, it bears no significance to us. Zheng Yu encountered a professional from Shanyu City, a level 42, second transformation mage. Upon meeting Zheng Yu, his first words were, "Do you wish to make Zhou Yun regret her decision? Come to Shanyu City, and let Zhou Yun bear the scorn and vitriol of all Jianshui City's citizens. We can assist you in securing an S-class resource slot." This statement struck a chord with Zheng Yu. This Chai Fong was indeed a negotiator, for it was precisely the outcome Zheng Yu desired. If one takes my resources, they must pay a price. Chapter 39. Zhou Yun's perspective is rather narrow. While Zheng Yu and Chai Fong were discussing subsequent matters, Wu Zong looked on from a distance with envy, feeling both aggrieved and conflicted. He did not envy Zheng Yu, who had rightfully earned everything through his capabilities. After all, it was not Zheng Yu who forced him to withdraw, but rather his own misjudgment. His envy lay with Tao Qian, Wenren Qinjiu, and Ku Ying, who stood beside Zheng Yu. Just hours prior, they had been gathered together, enjoying barbecued delights, sharing laughter. Now, he found himself hidden in a corner, wistfully observing them. He dared not approach Zheng Yu, for he felt he had lost face and was at a loss for words. Apologies? At this point, words were futile. His lack of faith in Zheng Yu's choice to retreat from the abyss had already led to his exclusion from Zheng Yu's circle. It was a choice he had made himself. Ultimately, Wu Zong opted for a quiet departure. He would not return to the Cold Street Abyss for the time being. At least until Tao Qian and the others reached level 10 and advanced to the second-tier abyss, would he dare to come back. Tao Qian noticed Wu Zong's retreating figure and felt a twinge of regret for his friend. After 3 years in the martial arts school, sacrificing food and comfort, all for the chance to once again tread the path of a professional, it was disheartening to see him squander this hard-won opportunity due to his own choices. What a pity, Tao Qian sighed. Beside him, Wenren Qinjiu remarked with a smile, there is no need for regret. These are all personal choices. As adults, we must take responsibility for our decisions and bear the consequences they bring. In truth, Wu Zong had gained something, having at least reached level 6. Indeed, Tao Qian nodded. He was not seeking to plead on behalf of the cowardly Wu Zong. He merely lamented that some decisions could irrevocably alter one's life, such as his own resolute choice to support Zheng Yu. To be honest, he had initially supported Zheng Yu simply because he was a close friend, someone with whom he had grown up, skipped classes, and fought alongside. Little did he anticipate that his steadfast support would pave the way for his own journey as a professional. It is worth noting that throughout the entire Jiuzhou, the number of professionals who could conquer the nightmare-level abyss was exceedingly rare. Now he was one of them. By the way, where's Li Feng? Ku Ying inquired eagerly. Unable to contain her curiosity about Li Feng's reaction and Jianshui City's handling of Zheng Yu's resource replacement. He must have left, Tao Qian observed, scanning the area for Li Feng's presence. If I were him, I would have departed early too. There's no way he would want to stick around to witness Zheng Yu's expression. Indeed, the absence of Li Feng was a disappointment. However, they soon noticed a group of individuals entering with great fanfare. Is that the secretary of Mayor Zhou? Yes, I've seen him before. He recently spoke on behalf of Mayor Zhou at our school, Tao Qian noted, frowning. Wait, they sent only a secretary? Wenren Qinjiu chuckled. It seems that Zhou Yun, the mayor of Jianshui City, has quite a limited vision. Shanyu City has triumphed. Ku Ying questioned, perplexed. I find it hard to understand. Do they truly not care about Zheng Yu? He is a conqueror of the nightmare-level abyss. Wenren Qinjiu rationally analyzed, they have likely given up. The power of the Li family and Zheng Yu's future are mutually exclusive. They can only choose one. Moreover, do you think Zheng Yu would accept Zhou Yun's apology? Well, Ku Ying pondered. It would depend on the sincerity of the apology. Exactly, Wenren Qinjiu continued, given Zheng Yu's temperament. Zhou Yun would at least have to draft a formal apology letter and make it public for Zheng Yu to even consider accepting this unjust treatment. But do you really think a prominent mayor, a level 45 professional, would do such a thing? Thus, The arrival of Shanyu City provided Jingyu with a valuable opportunity, preventing a complete breakdown of relations. Now, they awaited the slow unfolding of events. Zhou Yun might one day become a source of shame for Jianshui City. The stronger Zhengyu became, the more Zhou Yun would be condemned by his hometown and even his own kin. In this world, power is paramount. Level serves as a proxy for strength. The higher Zhengyu's level, the more Zhou Yun's decision to expel him would lead to his own disgrace. Zhengyu. The mayor's secretary called out urgently, approaching Zhengyu with a group. First, let me congratulate you on conquering the nightmare level abyss. On behalf of all of Jianshui City, we will host a grand celebration in honor of your achievement. The citizens of Jianshui City will rejoice in your success. Regarding your S-class subsidy, it is true that our mayor's office has erred by not providing you with immediate resource compensation. However, rest assured, we will provide you with an equivalent resource from Jianshui City that will not be inferior to the S-class subsidy. The secretary rapidly outlined all the compensation he could think of, yet he failed to mention Zhengyu's resources being usurped by Li Feng. Before Zhengyu could respond, Chai Feng interjected, "This is utterly laughable. Is this truly the extent of your proposed compensation? You genuinely believe that flattering Li Nan will yield you benefits? Oh no. It may bring benefits, but only to Zhou Yun. The people of Jianshui City gain nothing, given the number of onlookers." Chai Feng's comments were made in the presence of the young professionals of Jianshui City. The secretary recognized that Chai Feng was exacerbating the situation and chose to ignore him. Directly addressing Zhengyu. "Zhengyu, you must think carefully. You are now a citizen of Jianshui City. If you were to move to Shanyu City, are you trying to morally coerce me?" Zhengyu retorted, cutting off the secretary. "No, I mean, do you believe that if I leave Jianshui City, I would be the one at a loss, rather than you?" Zhengyu smiled. He looked at the secretary and said, "If you wish for me to remain, it is not impossible. I have two conditions." "What conditions?" the secretary inquired. Chai Feng, standing nearby, watched Zhengyu with keen interest. "First, return the resources allocated to Li Feng to me intact. Second, I demand a public apology from both Zhou Yun and Li Nan." The secretary fell silent. Zhengyu's demands are, in essence, the most fundamental of requests. However, he is acutely aware that they are utterly unattainable. The secretary fervently elaborated. "You must understand that Li Feng's acquisition of this resource is beyond reproach, both procedurally and logically. Are you implying that I am at fault?" Zhengyu retorted. "No. I merely inquire whether this resource originally belonged to me." He pressed on. The secretary fell silent. "Very well, if you choose not to answer, that is acceptable. For you are not the one making the decisions. Please relay to Zhou Yun that I have two conditions. Should he acquiesce, I shall remain." Zhengyu shrugged and continued. "You see, I am not being aggressive. I am not even asking for any form of compensation. I merely seek what is rightfully mine, my resources and an apology. Yet, you are unable to fulfill my request. So, I ask again, is it I who departs Jianshui City, or are you forcing me to leave?" The secretary was at a loss for words, acutely aware that they were in the wrong. Chapter 40, Level 13, The Third Summoned Beast. The conversation had reached an impasse, with no room for negotiation, as Zhou Yun would never apologize. As the mayor and a Level 45 professional, how could he possibly offer an apology to a novice summoner? Even if this summoner had just conquered a nightmare-level abyss, the accomplishment was insufficient to warrant a public apology from a mayor. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Zhou Yun's Level 45 prowess is both his pride and his currency. Even with potential, one must translate that potential into actual strength to claim fairness. If Zhou Yun could not publicly apologize, then Li Nan certainly could not. As for the resources, they were irretrievably lost. Zhou Yun had allocated these resources to Li Feng in exchange for a foothold within the Li family faction. Reclaiming them would only alienate both parties. He could only choose between the Li family and Zhengyu, and naturally, he would not opt for Zhengyu. A perfect resolution? Such a concept does not exist. The secretary was well aware, having served under many mayors, that Zhou Yun was the most arrogant and impatient professional he had ever encountered. He glanced at Zhengyu and sighed, abandoning his formal tone. "If I were in your position, I would also reject this. However, if I were in Zhou Yun's shoes, I would not yield either. Therefore, I can only hope that your future holds no promise. Otherwise, I may find myself similarly vilified by Zhou Yun." Ultimately, this was merely the secretary's duty. He departed with his entourage, and after Zhengyu exchanged contact information with Chai Feng, he left the Cold Street Abyss Hall alongside Tao Qian and the others. In the Jianshui City mayor's office, Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned of Zhengyu's two demands from the secretary. Noticing Li Nan's silence, Zhou Yun took the initiative to say, "This kid Zhengyu thinks that merely by fortuitously conquering a nightmare-level abyss, he can make demands of me. The future is long. I do not believe a summoner like him can achieve significant development." Li Nan, exhaling a puff of smoke, replied with a dispassionate expression, "One must not be so dismissive. Successfully clearing a nightmare-level abyss cannot be attributed solely to luck. However, a Stage 1 abyss, even if classified as nightmare level, can only be considered a novice abyss. In our central district, There are countless prodigies who have cleared nightmare-level abysses, though such feats may seem rare in a backwater city like yours. Backwater city? Zhou Yun wanted to scoff. While Jiangshui City may not rival the Central District, it certainly does not merit the label of a backwater. Li Nan, oblivious to Zhou Yun's subtle expression, continued, "You may choose your course, and I shall not interfere, but I, Li Nan, have but one son, Li Feng. Rest assured." "Minister Li, I understand," Zhou Yun replied. That as well, Li Nan extinguished his cigarette and exited Zhou Yun's office. The moment Li Nan departed, a shadow fell upon his otherwise smiling visage. At his level, to continue advancing without sufficient strength necessitated allegiance. Li Nan's arrival in Jiangshui City represented a prime opportunity for him. Aligning with the Li family faction would provide not only political protection but also priority in forming teams. Decades of development had allowed certain individuals to monopolize segments of abyssal authority, namely, the right to form teams, which is referred to as a faction. The difficulty of Stage 4 abysses renders the composition of teammates exceedingly luxurious, compelling most capable professionals to join factions to solidify their positions. Only members of the same faction have the opportunity to assemble powerful allies, a crucial condition for clearing abysses. Within the entirety of Kyushu, the strongest factions are few, one of which is the Li family faction, led by Li Changgong at level 65, compared to the resentment of an S-level talent summoner. The opportunity to join the Li family faction through this matter is of paramount importance. Nothing surpasses the significance of strengthening one's own power. As for why Li Nan dotes on Li Feng, it is not solely due to having only one son, it is also about the family standing. For a family of Li's caliber, status is fiercely hierarchical. To vie for prominence within the family, Li Nan must not only possess strength but ensure that his offspring do not fall short. Clearly, Li Feng's A-level talent is a blemish on Li Nan's ambitions. Having only one son is not a testament to his affection, but rather a reflection of his singular choice. Likely hoping to provide Li Feng with ample upgrade resources independent of family assistance to consolidate his status. Zhou Yun pondered for a moment before picking up the phone. "Secretary Wang, please ensure that the Human Resources Bureau halts Zheng Yu's household registration. If he wishes to go to Shanyu City, let us prevent that from happening." "Mayor Zhou, that might not be feasible." "What? Not feasible? Why?" The secretary explained. Zheng Yu is not originally from Jiangshui City. His grandfather was merely a scavenger without legal status. He has never possessed a household registration. Then how did he attend school? Zhou Yun inquired. Due to his exemplary academic performance, he consistently ranked first in all assessments at the top school. Zhou Yun understood. The school had overlooked Zheng Yu's registration issues in pursuit of academic excellence. What are they doing? Zhou Yun felt an urge to lash out. By the way, ensure that Zheng Yu's teacher, Zhang Cheng, is removed from the school. The secretary paused before responding. Zhang Cheng has already relocated to Shanyu City. Why can't you manage even this minor detail? Why must I handle it? Zhou Yun erupted in frustration. The secretary felt aggrieved, having devoted himself tirelessly in the government. Whenever issues arose, he was the one to resolve them and clean up the mess. Do you not consider who has brought us to this point? Yet you only criticize me? The secretary suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to resign. Enough, it has come to this, let it be. A new professional is nothing to worry about. Issue a notice that I will be entering Jiangshui City Stage 4 Abyss in a few days. Once cleared, all professionals in the city will benefit. By then, no one will remember who Zheng Yu was. As for his future as a summoner, it holds little promise. Zhou Yun continues to believe that Zheng Yu's success in clearing the nightmare-level dungeon was merely a stroke of luck. He does not believe that Zheng Yu could genuinely threaten his future position. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Moreover, he has now effectively aligned himself with the Li family faction, and his future prospects appear exceedingly bright. What is there to fear about the future? Nonetheless, Zhou Yun still unleashed his frustrations upon that group of inept experts. They were to be dismissed immediately. And a formal notice should be drafted to announce this to all professionals. You should know how to compose such a communication. Although the secretary still harbored some grievances. Work must continue. After all, one must earn a living. Understood. We shall downplay the Zheng Yu incident. Omit any mention of Minister Li Feng and Li Nan. Shift the blame onto the experts. Unearth their scandals to divert attention, and then silence them. This is a routine he knows all too well. Well then, proceed. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Yun ultimately expressed his gratitude. For while Jiangshui City could do without Zhou Yun or Zheng Yu, it absolutely could not function without Secretary Wang. In the impoverished district of Jiangshui City, at Zheng Yu's residence, Tao Qian skillfully entered Zheng Yu's home, retrieved some ice cream from the refrigerator, and inquired, "Would you like some?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Have a stick," Tao Qian urged. "Not in the mood. Haven't you frozen enough in the depths of the cold streets? Coming out and eating ice cream? What about you two? Care for some?" Tao Qian asked when Ren Qingyu and Ku Ying, who had also accompanied Zheng Yu home. When Ren Qingyu shook her head, Ku Ying curiously remarked, "Isn't this Zheng Yu's house? Why does it feel like yours?" Tao Qian, familiar with the surroundings, filled a glass with water and settled onto the sofa. "Since Zheng Yu arrived in Jiangshui City, we have been neighbors. I know his home well." Zheng Yu nodded in agreement, indicating that this was quite normal. Let's discuss serious matters, Zheng Yu said as he set his phone down. I just had a conversation with Chai Fong. Teacher Zhang Cheng has already been transferred to Shanyu City, and you two are next. I'm not sure if you were originally from Jiangshui City. Zheng Yu inquired of Wen Rinqing Yu and Kuing. Wen Rinqing Yu shook her head, responding, we are not. Then after you reach level 10, you should come to Shanyu City. There are 2 tier 2 abysses there, and you can work on strategies then. Great. Kuing eagerly replied. This signified Zheng Yu's agreement to continue guiding them, presenting a remarkable opportunity. Although they were mere bystanders and rewards would not be equitably distributed, even so, the rewards from Zheng Yu's challenging abyss runs would far surpass those of ordinary participants. It would be an understatement to describe the disparity as one of heaven and earth. However, Wen Rinqing Yu expressed her concerns, but the difficulty level of Tier 2 abysses far exceeds that of Tier 1. Can you really continue guiding us? Yes, was Zheng Yu's succinct reply. His 2-word assurance was enough to quell the anxieties of Wen Rinqing Yu and the others. Zheng Yu required obedient teammates like them. He had previously inquired about the rewards received by Tao Qian, Wen Rinqing Yu, and Kuing, and learned that they had only obtained a historical record abyss box. The first completion reward was a random gold tier equipment box, while the nightmare level completion reward allowed for the selection of any gold tier weapon of their choice, restricted to those produced in the Cold Street Abyss. Experience rewards were also 3 times lower than Zheng Yu's. This meant that the sanctuary would humanely allocate rewards based on combat performance and results within the abyss. Nevertheless, even the reduced rewards were enough to incite envy among others. Honestly, we don't need to wait for you. I see that the 150,000 experience points are sufficient for us to reach level 10, Tao Qian remarked. Then what are we waiting for? Let us claim our rewards and open the boxes. Zheng Yu was equally anticipatory. After all, this was his first time clearing a nightmare level abyss. He had long awaited a box that would guarantee the emergence of platinum tier equipment. Claiming the rewards, Zheng Yu directly accepted all 3 rewards at once. Historical record reward, 15,000 experience for professionals, 1 historical record gift pack, nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss, and the title of historical record keeper, nightmare level version. First completion reward, Cold Street Abyss first completion gift pack, nightmare level, 15,000 experience for professionals. Nightmare level completion reward, Cold Street treasure chest, nightmare level, 15,000 experience for professionals. First, he received a total of 450,000 experience points. Congratulations. Level up. Level, LV10 to LV13, 27, 400, 26,900 experience points still needed for the next upgrade. Health, 12, 502, 800, 450 equipment attributes. Mana, 3, 403, 70, 150 equipment attributes. Intelligence, 1, 161, 61, 35 equipment attributes. Strength, 202, 6, 2 equipment attributes. Agility, 1, 619. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Just as Zheng Yu had initially estimated. He surged 3 levels directly to reach level 13. The increase in health and free attribute points signified that he now had talent points to evolve his summoned beast. What should his 3rd summoned beast be? Chapter 41, Platinum Weapon, Frost Prison Staff. Zheng Yu did not rush to choose a summoned beast. He first opened the historical record gift pack. It was said that the historical record gift pack guaranteed a top-tier platinum weapon, which made Zheng Yu quite excited, as he was in need of a suitable weapon. Upon opening the pack, a dazzling array of lights flashed across the panel. You have opened the historical record gift pack, nightmare level of the Cold Street Abyss. Detected that your profession is summoner. The reward pool is locked to the staff series. Congratulations. You have obtained the weapon, Frost Prison Staff, LV10, Platinum Tier. Congratulations. You have received 10 enhancement stones, 10 forging stones, 100 ice crystal materials, and 5,000 health potions, restoring 10 health points. Directly a staff? Zheng Yu's expression brightened. He had initially thought that if another type of weapon emerged, he would exchange it for his own weapon using the equipment forger, but unexpectedly, the gift pack was quite considerate and directly provided him with a staff. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable, as Tao Qian and the others had a self-selected gold-tier weapon gift pack to choose their profession's weapon, as the one with the highest achievements. He had every reason to receive one as well. A transparent staff crafted from ice crystals appeared in Zheng Yu's inventory. Frost Prison. Gazing at this name, Zheng Yu recalled the Frost Prison deity he had cursed upon Little Qi. This staff should be regarded as the strongest weapon within the Cold Street Abyss. Zheng Yu examined the attributes of the Frost Prison Staff. Weapon, Frost Prison Staff. Required level, 10. Requirements, Staff Mastery Profession. Tier, Platinum. Attributes, Intelligence 150, Casting Speed 50. Skill Damage 10, Ice Damage 150. Equipment Effect, every 3 skills released, automatically triggers the Frost Prison skill, a powerful ice ability that locks onto enemies, dealing 3,000 fixed ice attribute damage and freezing them. Forging, 0, Enhancement, 0, Refinement, 0 runes. No runes embedded. Quite impressive. Zhengyu was thoroughly satisfied with this staff. Just the increase of 150 in intelligence was remarkable, considering that his current intelligence was only 161 points. After deducting the 10 points of intelligence added by the novice staff, the intelligence increase from the frost prison staff was nearly equivalent. Moreover, the skill damage and ice damage. For a summoner, the damage inflicted by skills equates to the damage dealt by their summoned beasts, marking a significant enhancement. However, the casting speed holds little utility for Zhengyu. The effects of the equipment are surprisingly potent. Upon unleashing 3 skills, an additional control-type skill with fixed damage is bestowed. The summoned beast skills can also trigger the effects of the cold prison staff. As for forging, enhancement, refining, and runes, all remain at 0. Equipment of platinum grade and above can undergo 4 types of cultivation. Forging necessitates forging stones and corresponding attribute materials, such as the ice stones from the Cold Street Abyss. Forging stones are obtained through the disassembly of equipment, which can augment the basic attributes of the gear and alter its properties to enhance elemental strength. Enhancement requires enhancement stones and appropriate attribute materials, produced from the second stage and above of the Abyss, allowing for an increase in the weapon's damage-ignoring attributes and the defense attributes of armor. Refinement demands core stones and corresponding attribute materials, available from the third stage and above of the Abyss, which can also be purchased directly from the temple to elevate the weapon's quality. Runes, obtainable from the fourth stage of the Abyss or directly from the temple, carry formidable additional effects, with divine runes rivaling the forbidden spells of a sorcerer. All of these items can be procured at the temple, albeit at generally exorbitant prices. Yet, regardless of the cost, individuals are inclined to cultivate. A level 10 professional wielding a cultivated platinum-grade piece of equipment could navigate the second stage with relative ease, if not dominate. Fixed rewards of enhancement stones and forging materials can also be found in treasure chests. Zhengyu promptly replaced his novice staff with the cold prison staff, resulting in a substantial increase in his overall intelligence to 301. Subsequently, he opened the remaining 2 nightmare-grade Cold Street treasure chests. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss first completion gift, nightmare grade. Congratulations. You have acquired the engagement ring exuding vengeful energy, level 10, platinum grade. Congratulations. You have received 5 enhancement stones, 5 forging stones, 25 ice stone materials, and a healing potion that restores 5,000 health points. You have opened the Cold Street Abyss nightmare grade treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained the summoned beast equipment, the fish killing blade, level 10, platinum grade. Congratulations. You have received 5 enhancement stones, 5 forging stones, 25 ice stone materials, and a healing potion that restores 5,000 health points. Ah, splendid. I never anticipated acquiring equipment for summoned beasts. Such items are rare indeed. Should other professionals stumble upon this gear, it would likely incite their ire. Useless for them, unsellable. And if priced too low, it would be a shame to diminish the value of its platinum grade, as among level 10 equipment. Platinum does not qualify as top tier due to its market scarcity. Summoned beast equipment, fish killing blade. Equipment level, level 10. Equipment attributes, health 5,000, attack power 350. Equipment effect. The summoned beast equipped with the fish killing blade will possess the exclusive line, for 30 years of fish killing, my heart is as cold as my blade. After which its next 3 attacks will witness a 100 increase in speed. Ah, it seems this must be the signature weapon of that fish killing fellow, Han Sure. Zhengyu immediately equipped it on the goblin general. He then turned his attention to the platinum grade ring. Ring, engagement ring exuding vengeful energy. Wearing level, level 10. Wearing requirements, none. Grade, platinum. Attributes, intelligence 100, strength 100, magic power 500. Equipment effect 1. Spirit shield, a shield formed from vengeful energy, capable of withstanding 10,000 points of spell damage. Equipment effect 2. Shield break. Upon breaking, it deals 2,500 points of fixed damage to surrounding enemies. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, unenchanted. The attributes of the ring are, to be frank, quite commendable, significantly surpassing other level 10 equipment. An increase of 100 points in intelligence is indeed enticing. The shield value of 10,000 points is exceedingly high. The 2,500 points of fixed damage can be considered negligible. Gazing upon this formidable shield value, Zhengyu recalled previous videos of professional competitions, where a high-damage assassin struck a warrior and inflicted merely a few hundred points of damage. Initially, he found it perplexing, but now he comprehends. Equipment suppression. With this vengeful ring, it would be challenging for an ordinary assassin to eliminate him in one strike. Adorning the ring further boosts his intelligence by 100. With 2 pieces of platinum-grade equipment, his intelligence now soars to 401. He then donned the 3-piece set of human skin spider gear, enhancing his attributes comprehensively. Name, Zhengyu. Title, record holder of the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. Living King of Hell. Profession, summoner. Level, 13, 26,900 experience points needed for the next level up. Health, 10, 307, 950 from equipment attributes. Magic power, 370. Intelligence, 451. Strength, 180. Agility, 28. Remaining free attribute points, 15. Skills, contract formation, summon beast frenzy, summon beast constitution cultivation, summon beast skill training, summon beast attribute cultivation. Summon beast space, goblin general, dual flame dragon snake, uncontracted. Talents, demon contract, steward's heart, emphasizing companionship, library card. Equipment, human skin spider 3-piece set, ice crystal pendant. Engagement ring, exuding vengeful energy, cold prison staff, novice mage armor, novice mage boots. Summon beast equipment, sharp fangs, fish killing blade. Chapter 42, the 2 million golden shield. The human skin spider 3-piece set raised his health to a staggering 10,000. However, his usable health is only 350 points. Including the 15 talent points and an additional 10 points from training dummies, he can sacrifice a total of 320 talent points. Zheng Yu glanced at the goblin general. Talent, level 4, 500 points needed for upgrade. He then looked at the dual flame dragon snake. Talent, level 4, 850 points needed for upgrade. One requires 500 points to evolve to level 5, while the other needs 850 points for the same. There remains a considerable distance to cover. To achieve solo capability in the second stage of the Abyss, a level 5 summoned beast is essential. Though he could navigate the Abyss with his current strength, he remains steadfast in his ambition for the Nightmare level. Having experienced the challenges of the Nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, he approaches the Nightmare Abyss of the second stage with increased caution and trepidation. Fortunately, he now possesses numerous avenues to enhance his strength, cultivating equipment, nurturing summoned beasts, acquiring a third summoned beast, and claiming 2 hex enhancement runes awaiting him at level 10. All can contribute to his growth. Forging, enhancement, refining, and runes can all be purchased, and as soon as the resources applied for in Shangyu City arrive, he can initiate a minor enhancement spree. Regarding the third summoned beast, Zheng Yu has discovered 4 level 10 summoned beast skill books within the temple: Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Wasteland Wolf, and Rain Butterfly. The Shadow Bat belongs to the assassin-type summoned beasts, while the War Horse and the Wasteland Wolf are classified as warrior-type summoned beasts. The Rain Butterfly is categorized as a support-type summoned beast, and Zheng Yu leans towards the Rain Butterfly. After engaging in combat with Shao Qi, he realized his deficiencies in sustainability and recovery capabilities. The dual flame dragon serpent inflicts considerable damage but is rather fragile. Its skill activation consumes a great deal of energy, necessitating a support summoned beast that can both protect and restore vitality. The goblin general possesses explosive damage potential but lacks speed, making the Rain Butterfly, which can enhance group speed, a fitting choice. Zheng Yu hesitated not at all and promptly selected the Rain Butterfly, as he already had sufficient damage output at his disposal. His choice of the Rain Butterfly was also motivated by the fact that it did not require a substantial investment of talent points at this juncture. After all, he was contemplating accumulating talent points to elevate the Goblin General to the 5th tier. In the early stages, talent points are insufficient to simultaneously enhance 3 summoned beasts, necessitating the concentration of resources on a single summoned beast. The Goblin General emerged as the optimal choice, capable of absorbing damage and dealing output, while the Goblin Combat Squad maximized its functional potential, requiring fewer talent points for advancement. It was, in essence, a near-perfect selection. Most importantly, after reaching level 10, the summoner would acquire 3 additional skills for cultivating summoned beasts, but could only enhance 1. Naturally, the Goblin General was the primary candidate. Upon reaching level 10, each profession gains specialized skills, allowing for the development of diverse skill branches within the same profession. For instance, warriors receive 3 distinct specialized skills: vitality, burst, and a combination of offense and defense. Choosing different skills results in completely divergent developmental paths. One can pursue a mixed or comprehensive development approach. The summoner is similarly categorized into 3 branches: constitution cultivation, skill cultivation, and attribute cultivation. Constitution cultivation can be further divided into the giant beast branch, primarily focused on enhancing the summoned beast's size, health, and defense. Skill cultivation is mainly concerned with the cultivation methods for the dual flame dragon serpent, encompassing branches such as nuclear dan, magic bombardment, pure element, and mixed element. Attribute cultivation is the simplest approach, merely stacking attributes. The Goblin General follows the attribute branch. The higher his attribute values, the greater his damage output. Historically, summoned beasts have predominantly pursued the attribute branch due to limited resources, as purely stacking attributes is the most straightforward method. However, it is also possible to develop the Goblin General through constitution cultivation, resulting in a goblin of formidable size. Nevertheless, cultivating summoned beasts necessitates various expensive materials and the sacrifice of summoned beasts with similar talents. More importantly, there is the time cost involved. A significant investment of time and money is required to cultivate a truly perfect summoned beast. This has been a substantial obstacle hindering the growth trajectory of past summoners. The inability to cultivate effectively has prevented summoners from fully showcasing the potential of their summoned beasts, relegating the summoner profession to one of the least esteemed roles. Talented individuals do not even consider the summoner profession, while those lacking talent find it even more challenging to cultivate formidable summoned beasts. In summary, it is a vicious cycle. Zheng Yu first purchased the Rain Butterfly Summoned Beast skill book from the temple shop. Summoned Beast, Rain Butterfly. Skill book, learnable at level 10. Single-use item, once learned. The skill book disappears. Summoner professionals can learn it to obtain a cultivable Rain Butterfly. Price, 30,000 yuan. To be fair, it is a bargain. Skill books are exceedingly rare. Zheng Yu has cleared the abyss twice, including a nightmare-level abyss, yet he has not obtained a single skill book. Normally, the most basic warrior skill, Fireblade, costs 200,000 yuan, and it is not a fixed price. It must be acquired through auction. The average transaction price hovers around 300,000 yuan. Although the warrior profession is popular, its popularity drives up the prices of related equipment, consumables, and skills. Zheng Yu discarded all unnecessary materials and equipment into the temple shop, keeping the enhancement stones and forging stones. The remainder, including novice mage robes, novice mage boots, and gloves, was sold off. The Cold Street Abyss yielded a plethora of materials from the cold corpses, all of which were sold to the material merchant. Materials deemed useless by ordinary professionals hold great value for merchants. All told, he earned a considerable amount. Just from cold ice stones alone, he made nearly 200,000 yuan. Ice blade sold for 270,000 yuan. Due to one Ren Qingyu and Ku Ying acquiring a golden grade weapon selection box, previous trades became redundant. And Zheng Yu directly listed items at the temple, where they were swiftly purchased at a fixed price of 270,000 yuan. The bloodied chef's hat, priced at 120,000 yuan, was bought by a player with a general culinary secondary profession. A level 5 bone-cutting knife astonishingly sold for 150,000 yuan. A large batch of novice equipment, including a complete set of warrior gear, was listed for a fixed price of 100,000 yuan. In the Nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, novice equipment dropped as if it were worthless. A single run through the Nightmare level Abyss netted him enough to purchase a house. Although Tao Qian and his companions earned relatively less, they still managed to gather around 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. This does not even account for the equipment they obtained from opening chests. Tao Qian opened a platinum-grade robe, a golden-grade monk's staff, and a golden-grade shield warrior shield from the historical record chest. Platinum-grade equipment is explicitly non-tradable, making it a coveted rarity. The monk's staff was obtained from a selection chest. One could say that with this weapon, Tao Qian could no longer be viewed as merely a bystander. As for the shield warrior shield, for 2 million. Tao Qian discovered the past trading price of this shield. His initial reaction was one of disbelief. Why on earth would someone spend 4 to 5 million on a level 10 piece of equipment? Chapter 43, Tier 3, Giant Winged Spirit Butterfly. Have you not noticed that a level 20 golden grade shield only costs 2 million? Zheng Yu pointed to another piece of equipment in the temple shop. You must understand that at level 10, golden grade equipment represents the best available on the market. Platinum grade equipment can only be obtained by clearing the Nightmare level Abyss and is generally not for sale. Thus, golden grade equipment commands a high price. Tao Qian shook his head in disbelief. Damn, there are really so many wealthy people. Look, this level 10 platinum grade warrior weapon sold for 13 million. It's terrifying. You cannot comprehend the world of the wealthy. Zheng Yu recalled the tycoons from his past life, where a mere car could cost several million. The price of such equipment is not dissimilar to their luxury goods. Holy moly, someone has made a bid. A fixed price of 4 million, should I sell it? Just as Tao Qian had listed the shield in the temple, someone made an offer. One Ren Qingyu analyzed. Shield warriors may not be considered top-tier professions, but many affluent players choose the shield warrior profession because it is less likely to result in death and is easy to operate. You could try auctioning it. Alright, I'll follow your advice. Tao Qian was quite receptive to suggestions, as when Ren Qingyu was the most knowledgeable among the four of them. Tao Qian immediately rejected the fixed price offer. The auction house displayed the shield, commencing bidding at a minimum price of 3 million, with the auction lasting 24 hours. A thought struck me suddenly. Tao Qian, while monitoring the auction price, turned to Zheng Yu and inquired, "This shield is already worth several million. How many pieces of gold-grade equipment did Li Feng take from you?" "One set," was the reply from Wen Ren Qingyu. Tao Qian pressed further. "How many pieces constitute a standard set?" "A complete set includes a weapon, armor, gloves, helmet, pants, and boots, 6 items in total." Tao Qian's eyes twitched. "Wouldn't these 6 pieces fetch around 20 million? One Ren Qingyu reminded him, Li Feng is a warrior. The pricing for warrior equipment is considerably higher. Thus, the cost for that entire set would be doubled. Li Feng is quite the scoundrel," he exclaimed, finally grasping the value of S-grade resources. He understood why someone from Li Feng's background would resort to seizing resources, their worth far exceeded his expectations. Wen Rinxingyu explained. Due to the continuous emergence of abysses and the expansion of large-scale abysses, if left unchecked, the entire world would be consumed. Therefore, the government's primary objective is to cultivate more professionals, nearly depleting the national treasury to nurture those with high potential. This is merely the first phase of resources. The second, third, and even fourth phases will only surpass these, never fall short. One could say that the market price for level 10 gold-grade equipment is artificially inflated, not reflecting its actual value, which seems somewhat exaggerated. Tao Qian nodded in comprehension. Whether he truly absorbed the information was uncertain, as his focus was now entirely on the auction. The shield he had just placed in the auction house had already begun to attract bids, illustrating the high demand for level 10 gold-grade equipment. Wen Rinxingyu and Ku Ying each acquired their professional gear and auctioned off a surplus piece of gold-grade equipment. Wen Rinxingyu sold a pair of gold-grade ranger boots, while Ku Ying auctioned her gold-grade warrior armor. Although defensive gear is generally less valuable than weapons, Ku Ying's warrior armor still fetched nearly 4 million. With the money earned, the two hurriedly departed from Zheng Yu's residence to repay their debts. As each day of delay incurred additional interest, Tao Qian, however, reclined on Zheng Yu's sofa, beginning his selection of silver-grade equipment. One piece of gold-grade weaponry could be exchanged for an entire set of silver-grade gear, leaving him with a substantial surplus. He delightedly perused the options. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu entered the room to contract his new summoned beast, Rain Butterfly. Buzz. The contract took effect. A rain butterfly, adorned in soft blue hues and possessing enormous wings, materialized at the center of the summoning circle. Its wings, extending over 2 meters when fully spread, were quite substantial for a level 1, tier 0 summoned beast. Zheng Yu had limited knowledge about the rain butterfly, as no previous summoner had ever chosen it as a familiar. It was likely that it could be trained to enhance physical attributes. A massive auxiliary butterfly, Zheng Yu recalled the Butterfly Queen from the Godzilla films. If he could indeed cultivate the rain butterfly to such an extent, it would provide significant support. Its size alone would be overwhelming. The rain butterfly was stunning. Even Zheng Yu, a self-proclaimed straight man, had to admit its exceptional beauty. Summoned beast, rain butterfly. Level 13. Increases with the summoner's level. Health points, 7,800. Attack power, 1353, 451 summoner's intelligence x 3 coefficient. Talent, tier 1, requires 20 more talent points for upgrade. Skills, rain butterfly guardian LV13. The rain butterfly will bind in a guardian relationship with a summoned beast, providing a shield worth 5412, 1353 rain butterfly attack power x 4 coefficient points. Upon shield breakage, it inflicts 2030, 1353 rain butterfly attack power x 15 coefficient points of damage and helps absorb 50 of the damage. Skill, spirit butterfly LV13. As an ethereal being, the rain butterfly possesses rapid recovery abilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50. Active, instantly restores 4,059, 1353 rain butterfly attack power x 3 coefficient health points, with healing effects enhanced by 25 during self-recovery. Skill, butterfly song LV13. The rain butterfly consumes 3 health points per second to chant, increasing all summoned beast agility by 130 points and movement speed by 130 points. Summoned beast equipment, none. Incredible. Zheng Yu gazed in astonishment at the attributes of the rain butterfly. 3 skills, health recovery, shielding, and speed, were all present. However, the true marvel lay not in the rain butterfly itself, but in Zheng Yu's exceedingly high intelligence, which granted the rain butterfly an attack power of 1353. Both the shield and healing capabilities hovered around the 4 to 5,000 mark. With the Goblin General in conjunction with the rain butterfly, there was sustainability and recovery. The Goblin could unleash explosive damage while the rain butterfly absorbed damage. Moreover, this was only at tier 1 talent. Zheng Yu calculated that advancing the rain butterfly to tier 3 talent would require 90 talent points. Without hesitation, he sacrificed health points to consume talent points. Summoned beast, rain butterfly, tier 1. Talent evolves into summoned beast, spirit butterfly, tier 2. Summoned beast, spirit butterfly, tier 2. Talent evolves into summoned beast, giant winged spirit butterfly, tier 3. Chapter 44, Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps. Summoned beast, giant winged spirit butterfly. Level 13. Increases with the summoner's level. Health points, 11,500. Attack power, 2,706, 451 summoner's intelligence x 6 coefficient. Talent, tier 3, requires 300 more talent points for upgrade. Skills, spirit butterfly guardian LV13. The giant winged spirit butterfly will bind in a guardian relationship with a summoned beast, providing a shield worth 13530, 2,706 giant winged spirit butterfly attack power x 5 coefficient points. Upon shield breakage, it inflicts 5,683, 2,706 giant winged spirit butterfly attack power x 21 coefficient points of damage and assists in absorbing 50 of the damage. Skill, Spirit Butterfly LV13. As an ethereal being, the giant-winged spirit butterfly possesses rapid recovery abilities. Passive, recovery speed increased by 50. Active, instantly restores 10,824, 2,706 giant-winged spirit butterfly attack power x 4 coefficient, health points, with healing effects enhanced by 50 during self-recovery. Skill, Butterfly Song LV13. The giant-winged spirit butterfly consumes 3 health points per second to chant, increasing all summoned beast agility by 260 points and movement speed by 260 points. Skill, Spirit Art Nourishment. The giant-winged spirit butterfly transfers its energy to the summoned beast with the lowest energy, restoring its mental power. The giant-winged spirit butterfly's mental power increases by 100. Summoned beast equipment, none. The Tier 3 giant-winged spirit butterfly not only acquired the additional skill of Spirit Art Nourishment, but also saw its attack power soar to 2706. The current giant-winged spirit butterfly could unleash nearly 140,000 in shields and restore 10,000 health points in a single breath. This was already an astonishing level of capability. The Platinum Staff and Platinum Ring significantly enhanced intelligence, yielding a notable improvement in numerical values. Advancing to the 3rd tier. The colossal winged spirit butterfly boasts an impressively large physique. At the moment of its successful evolution, Zhengyu, anticipating the potential collapse of the floor, promptly summoned the giant butterfly into his summoning space. Within this ethereal realm, the butterfly flitted its wings, greeting the goblin general and the twin flame dragon serpent. The summoning space of a summoner is an expansive domain, unlike the rigid grid of a conventional game. Here, all summoned beasts reside, resting, living, and idling in tranquility. Prior to the arrival of the winged spirit butterfly, interactions between the twin flame dragon serpent and the goblin general were virtually non-existent, primarily due to the dragon's reclusive temperament. Zhengyu had discerned during its twin fire elemental stage that this fiery creature possessed a rather solitary and irritable disposition, which deterred the goblin general from engaging, lest he provoke an explosive reaction. The goblin general, characterized as a seasoned warrior with a penchant for merriment, found joy in the presence of the butterfly, relishing the reprieve from the scowling fire serpent. Meanwhile, the twin flame dragon serpent remained oblivious to the butterfly's arrival, continuing its slumber in a coiled position. Summoned beasts possess distinct personalities. They are not mere skills, but rather living entities encapsulated within the pages of a skill tome. In addition to nurturing their strength and engaging in battles alongside them, it is imperative to foster emotional bonds and intimacy. This notion resonates with the teachings penned by Zhang Anxuan in that instructional tome. As Zhengyu's level ascended, he increasingly recognized the value of that textbook, which he had previously dismissed as insignificant. The complexity of the summoner profession far surpasses that of other classes. Exiting the summoning space, Zhengyu activated the Hexdeck enhancement runes. You have 2 Hexdeck enhancement runes awaiting collection. Would you like to claim them now? With a nod, he confirmed. These runes had been retained since he reached level 10, awaiting their activation. Congratulations. You have drawn the 5th rune of the prismatic grade, an unexpected fortune. Congratulations. You have drawn the 6th rune of the prismatic grade, a golden egg. Unexpected fortune, prismatic grade enhancement rune. Grants 100 talent points upon reaching summoner level 100, with an additional 100 talent points awarded during the subsequent 3 level ups. Golden egg, prismatic grade enhancement rune. Grants a golden egg, requiring 22 abyss encounters for hatching, yielding substantial high-quality rewards based on the summoner's level post-hatching. Friendly reminder, hell-level abyss encounters count as 2. By the heavens, Zhengyu could hardly contain his astonishment. A dual prismatic reward, 1 unexpected fortune and 1 golden egg. The unexpected fortune, needless to say, heralds a dreamlike beginning. Now at level 13, it is hardly too late. Instantly acquiring 1,300 talent points signifies that the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent now possess the requisite points to advance to the 5th tier. As for the Golden Egg, it requires 22 encounters, still quite a distance to cover. However, the rewards it promises are well worth the wait. He opened the 2 enhancement runes. You have gained an unexpected fortune, 1,300 talent points. You have received a Golden Egg, 22 encounters remain before it can be opened. He placed the golden egg into his inventory and then summoned forth the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, initiating their evolution. The Twin Flame Dragon Serpent expended 850 points to directly evolve into the 5th tier. Summoned Beast Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, 4th tier, has evolved into the Summoned Beast Twin Magic Fire Flood Dragon, 5th tier. The 5th tier evolution transformed the serpent into a Flood Dragon, completely shedding its serpentine attributes and acquiring the skill, Flood Dragon Breath. Flood Dragon Breath. The Twin Magic Fire Flood Dragon gathers fiery energy, unleashing a scorching breath that inflicts an instantaneous damage of 27,706, with 3,958 being the attack power multiplied by a coefficient of 7. This represents a quintessential burst of fire damage. Coupled with the fiery burn and the doubled damage from its twin nature, Zhengyu could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the damage this breath would inflict. The most significant change in the twin magic fire flood dragon lies in its form. The 5th tier flood dragon retains its dual-headed appearance. Yet both serpent heads have fully transformed into dragon-like shapes, with its body adorned in dragon scales. Its composition remains elemental fire, with its attack coefficient escalating from 60 in the 4th tier to 80 now. Furthermore, with the summoning beast equipped with a fish slayer knife, its attack power surged to 3,958. While its health increase was modest, it epitomized the archetype of a fire mage, immensely potent yet fragile. Nevertheless, with the goblin general standing guard, the twin magic fire flood dragon was shielded from harm. Zheng Yu contemplated, glancing at the goblin general. There remained 450 talent points from the unexpected fortune. He decided to push his life value limit to 500, trading it for 50 talent points, thus accumulating the necessary 500 to initiate advancement. The goblin general required 500 talent points to evolve to the 5th tier. Sufficient indeed. Summoned Beast Goblin General, 4th tier, has evolved into the Summoned Beast Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps, 5th tier. In Chapter 45, the Goblin General, now at the 5th tier, retained its name, the only alteration being the addition of the Heavy Cavalry Corps. No new skills emerged, but the core skill, Commanding General, underwent significant transformation. Skill, Commanding General, Heavy Cavalry Corps. Commanding General, Heavy Cavalry Corps. Summons a Goblin Army, 26 units. The number summoned scales with level, to battle. The army composition includes 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Assassins, 8 Goblin Shield Bearers, 1 Goblin Wizard, and 1 Troll Goblin, with an unlimited summon time until the entirety of the Goblin Army is defeated. Additionally, it summons a Goblin Heavy Cavalry unit, 26 units. The number summoned scales with level, to engage in combat. The composition consists of 26 heavily armored Goblin Wolf Riders. Ah, what a windfall. Zheng Yu was thoroughly pleased with this Heavy Cavalry Corps. In ancient times, it was said that having 50 heavy cavalry units was a remarkable feat, and a rebellion led by 500 heavy cavalry was a force to be reckoned with. 1,000 heavy cavalry could sweep away any army. Though he currently commanded only 26 goblin heavy cavalry, it was an absolute boon for monster grinding in the abyss. If the 5th tier was this formidable, how powerful would the 6th tier be? Zheng Yu then glanced at the advancement requirements for the Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Corps. Talent, 5th tier, requires an additional 3,000 talent points to level up. Excellent. He then surveyed the Twin Magic Fire Flood Dragon. Talent, 5th tier, requires an additional 5,000 talent points to level up. Splendid. 5,000 talent points translate to a health ceiling of 50,000. This is not insurmountable. To date, historical records reveal that no summoner has ever achieved a 5th tier talent for their summoned beasts. The 5th tier indeed represents the theoretical pinnacle, leveling from 12 to 13. He gained an increase of 400 to his health ceiling. As one's level ascends, the increase in health becomes progressively substantial. By solely utilizing the demon contract, one could possess a 6th tier summoned beast by level 20. However, at level 15, an additional summoning space for beasts can be unlocked, requiring a certain allocation of talent points. The giant winged spirit butterfly is merely a 3rd tier summon. Zheng Yu calculated that talent points are far from adequate. Fortunately, there exists a stroke of unexpected fortune. The prism grade enhancement runes greatly pleased Zheng Yu. The forthcoming levels 14, 15, and 16 would each yield 1,400, 1,500, and 1,600 talent points respectively, cumulatively. This secures a 6th tier summon with certainty. Imagine, a level 16 summoner wielding a 6th tier summoned beast would deliver a dimensional blow to other practitioners. The Rain Butterfly, obtainable at level 10, is a 1st tier talent, while the Shadow Monster, available at level 15, is a 2nd tier talent. Following this pattern, a summoner adhering to a methodical approach would require at least level 40 to acquire a 6th tier summoned beast. Yet, the demon contract's unforeseen bounty effectively maximizes the early stages. In truth, summoners possess alternative means to enhance their summoned beast talents, such as the 3 skills available at level 10, which, with continual nurturing, can also lead to improvement, albeit with a longer time frame. According to Zhang Anshuan's understanding from textbooks, a summoner is a profession that necessitates patience and the gradual passage of time. However, in Zheng Yu's hands, there has been an accelerated development. After tallying his spoils, Zheng Yu, slightly exhilarated and devoid of drowsiness, casually authored a guide. Deep Cold Abyss, Nightmare Level Guide, detailed explanation with video and images. A step-by-step tutorial to conquer the Nightmare Abyss. Paid post, 100 gold beans per hour. The forum teams with various paid posts, guides, gossip, secrets, equipment analyses, career development, and even fortune-telling. 100 gold beans translates to 100 yuan. Since he had time to spare, Zheng Yu had recorded his battles. And such guides accompanied by footage and images typically sell remarkably well. He composed an extensive 10,000-word guide, and upon its release, it soared to the pinnacle of the forum's popularity charts. What a surprise. A nightmare-level guide. Is that really him? Obviously, with videos and images included. How could it not be? A step-by-step tutorial? Does that mean if I learn it, I too can conquer the nightmare abyss? It's astonishing that someone dares to teach. While others are willing to learn, frighteningly, there are those who believe it. Am I lacking in guides? What I truly lack is combat power. Although this guide may be of no use to me, I am still inclined to purchase it out of curiosity, primarily to uncover the complete historical narrative of the Cold Street Abyss. I am even more intrigued as to how Zheng Yu, a summoner, managed to clear the nightmare abyss. The forum of Jiangshui City suddenly surged in activity, with the number of purchases rapidly escalating. In truth, the majority of purchasers were driven by curiosity regarding Zheng Yu's abilities, while a segment sought to critique. Even if Zheng Yu successfully navigated the nightmare abyss, many still believed it was more a matter of luck than skill. Or perhaps, they speculated, he must have discovered some shortcut to victory. After all, Zheng Yu is a summoner, often dubbed the weakest of all summoners. Yet he conquered the most formidable nightmare abyss. A day later, many remained skeptical. At the Jiangshui City Martial Arts Hall, Wu Zong, unaware that Tao Qian and the others had long reached level 10, intended to return to the hall first to avoid mismatched party timings. His colleagues regarded him with peculiar glances. There was no malice, merely a hint of schadenfreude. They were all colleagues, individuals who had not embarked on the path of a practitioner. Should he truly latch onto Zheng Yu's coattails and successfully conquer the nightmare abyss, they would no longer be of the same ilk. Fortunately, such a scenario did not transpire. Otherwise, it would be they who felt discomfort. Wu Zong had grown somewhat accustomed to such scrutinizing gazes. After all, he had been viewed similarly in the hall of the Cold Street Abyss. Even those who had yet to reach level 1, or would never possess the courage or opportunity to enter the abyss, found amusement in his plight. He consoled himself, reminding himself that patience would eventually grant him entry into the abyss. The only person who did not regard him differently was his elder brother, who reassured him, "It's all right. If I were you, I would do the same." This was not mere comfort. He had also spent the previous night perusing the forum and understood that under life and death circumstances, Wu Zong would not be the type to flee in the face of danger. "Brother, about the money," Wu Zong stammered. "It's fine. Return it whenever you have the means. I'm not in a hurry. I've saved quite a bit over the years running this martial arts hall. At worst, I'll just receive a tongue lashing from your sister-in-law. Besides, you've not come away empty-handed. You've reached level 6, which marks the beginning of your journey as a practitioner." Wu Zong's spirits were still somewhat dampened. Had he truly embarked? Not quite. To be considered a true practitioner, one must reach level 25. Without Zheng Yu, he doubted he could achieve level 25. "Hey, have you seen? Zheng Yu has posted a guide." "What guide?" "Of course. It's the nightmare level guide." "What use is that? I can't even clear the easy abyss. No one wants me. What if there is a chance?" "True. It's just $100. Looking at it 1T hurt. Now that you mention it, I'm genuinely intrigued." Upon hearing the discussions, Wu Zong and his brother opened their phones, discovering that the most popular post on the forum was indeed Zheng Yu's guide. Wu Zong's brother promptly purchased the post. Wu Zong refrained from buying. Having experienced it firsthand, he was well aware of how Zheng Yu managed to clear it. A guide? Nonsense. It was merely brute strength that secured the victory. Even if you know the guide, it won't help you. You can't even get past the butcher at the entrance, let alone the fish killer or the human skin spider. Wow. However, when they opened the post, they both gasped in astonishment. Zheng Yu had cheekily included photographs from their barbecue gathering on the first page, followed by images of the goblin general battling the cold corpse. Zheng Yu, Wen Rinqingyu, Ku Ying, Tao Qian, and Wu Zong all appeared in the images, beaming with smiles, surrounded by food and drink. Wu Zong's brother couldn't help but glance at him. "Did you all go on a picnic?" He genuinely wanted to ask why. Having enjoyed such a delightful outing, Wu Zong had still chosen to withdraw. Chapter 46. One dares to teach, the other dares to learn. Fortunately, someone astutely noted that these were photographs from the Easy Abyss. As when Rinqingyu had previously posted them on the forum, Zheng Yu shared them purely to incite envy among those who had once declined to team up with him. Scrolling further down revealed the authentic nightmare level Abyss guide, detailed and segmented into 5 phases. 1. The butcher cold corpse and the fish killer. 2. The chef cold corpse. 3. The human skin spider. 4. The corpse of a woman in the well. 5. The hollowed out small chi. Each phase featured videos and images, and Zheng Yu provided meticulous explanations, including strategies to thwart the human skin spider and how to confront the 2 forms of small chi, its ordinary phase and its brutal phase. A meticulously crafted strategy guide. Yet the ensuing comments are rather irreverent. Zheng Yu is genuinely intent on imparting knowledge to us. I initially believed it to be a mere display of ostentation, only to discover that Zheng Yu is sincerely engaged in providing a guide. You are overthinking it. This is indeed a post for Zheng Yu to showcase his prowess. Consider this. Even if you follow his guide, can you withstand the flying daggers of the frost chef? Or evade the relentless pursuit of the human skin spider? No. Can a summoner be that formidable? The summoned beasts seem more powerful than the SS-class warriors I observed just 2 days ago. If encountered in reality, I would be in awe. However, in the realm of the internet, I can only say, the young man is lacking. Just this, he still needs to hone his skills. Although this group may engage in bravado online, they can discern from the videos and records within the post that the nightmare-level abyss is indeed treacherous. Zheng Yu's summoned beasts are remarkably potent. In the initial phase of the guide, they witness Zheng Yu leisurely dining and slaying monsters alongside Tao Qian and others. Yet, as they progress to the human skin spider, the difficulty escalates dramatically. The terrifying human skin spider nearly commands a horde of frost zombies from half the forest. Here, many who consider themselves somewhat skilled, believing that if Zheng Yu, a summoner, can conquer the nightmare-level frost street abyss, so too can they. But the truth is, they cannot. In the video, the human skin spider devours goblin shield soldiers in a single bite, inflicting 6,000 damage with astonishing speed, control, defense, velocity, and damage. It is truly a nightmare for novice adventurers. Do not even mention killing the human skin spider. They lack the strength to escape this forest. Is this truly the abyss of humanity? No wonder no one has cleared the nightmare-level abyss in Jianshui City for over a decade. It is evidently insurmountable. I previously encountered a faction on the forum claiming that Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare-level abyss through sheer luck. Come now, clarify this notion of luck. Luck? Is a goblin capable of inflicting over 10,000 damage merely a stroke of luck? One can only conclude that Zheng Yu's summoned beasts are astonishingly formidable. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the nightmare-level abyss is truly perverse. The human skin spider possesses no weaknesses. How can other professions possibly contend against it? Apart from freaks like Zheng Yu? To the individual above, your astonishment is premature. We have only begun. Are there truly greater masters? The bosses are even more grotesque. Hiss. Those who have previewed the entire strategy begin to spoil the plot. To them, this post is not merely a strategy guide, but resembles a narrative-driven, first-person perspective of an abyssal tale. Viewing through Zheng Yu's lens, it transforms into a quintessential tale of triumph. Spoilers are a standard accompaniment to such narratives. As the guide progresses, slaying the human skin spider and evading the horde of frost zombies to arrive at the unfrozen lake, the true challenges are just beginning. Zheng Yu describes a boss, Xiao Qi, using a term that even I find daunting. Many echo the sentiments once expressed by Wu Zong, who exactly is conquering the nightmare-level abyss. The appearance of the boss Xiao Qi in the video, the attributes displayed in images, alongside the resurrected human skin spider and the vengeful frost zombies returning from the woods, silenced all who doubted Zheng Yu's capabilities. Regarding the approach to defeating boss Xiao Qi, Zheng Yu succinctly stated that sheer strength suffices. There is no strategy, only raw power. Young man, this is not your fault. Wu Zong's elder brother, witnessing the brutal onslaught from the Frost Street boss against Zheng Yu, realized that there was no sanctuary left within the abyss. He finally comprehended his brother's actions. It was not that Wu Zong was cowardly. Rather, he made a rational and reasonable choice. Anyone would have made that decision. In the face of demise, what is a mere punishment? As for Tao Qian, Wenren Xingyu, and Ku Ying, one can only say that these three are not quite normal. The perception of Wu Zong online has also shifted. How should I put it? If I were in his shoes, I would have retreated even faster than Wu Zong. Wu Zong's actions were commendable, even risking himself to dissuade Tao Qian and the others. It is only natural for anyone to choose to withdraw. It is those who disregard their lives who are truly abnormal, is it not? Yet the final outcome is that Tao Qian and his companions received rewards, while Wu Zong, who made the prudent choice, gained nothing. Where is the justice in that? Is it reasonable for a summoner to clear the nightmare-level abyss? Is it not rational for Tao Qian to fight for his brothers? Were I Wu Zong, I would not have retreated. Giants online, yet clowns in reality. Those who revel in the spectacle do not shy away from stirring trouble. At this moment, Zheng Yu is also perusing the comments on the forum. Observing Wu Zong's reputation begin to improve, he felt a sense of relief. Frankly, he harbored no ill will towards Wu Zong's departure from the team. In his view, such behavior was entirely reasonable. When faced with danger, prioritizing one's safety is a rational response, is it not? Wu Zong is no kin of his. Charging a fee of 300,000, albeit below market value, was a price Zheng Yu himself proposed. Ultimately, their relationship is one of mutual benefit. A mere alliance of convenience. There exists neither enmity nor grievances. In other words, he may be criticized. Tao Qian may be criticized. But what right do those outside the fray have to condemn? Zheng Yu's motivations for posting are twofold. To respond to those who assert he succeeded through luck or shortcuts, and to clarify Wu Zong's position. There are no grievances between them, and Zheng Yu is indifferent to Wu Zong's withdrawal. Ultimately, it is Wu Zong who will likely regret the decision. He merely wishes to convey to those watching from the sidelines that, were their roles reversed, they might not endure as long as Wu Zong did. The most heated discussions within the post do not revolve around the boss battles, but rather the final reflections of Xiao Qi. Oh, I had no idea that beneath such a fearsome exterior lay such a tragic backstory. No wonder Xiao Qi harbors such resentment. Were I endowed with his spirit, my grievances would surpass his. So this is the purpose of the internal organ cake. I have learned something new and shall endeavor to try it next time. Surely, there are those who believe they can survive long enough to utilize such a cake. I am uncertain whether Zheng Yu is genuinely teaching me, but I know that some have taken him at his word. How moving. I adore Zheng Yu's sentiment of allowing those beasts to experience true suffering. It carries a certain satisfaction in vengeance. When he confronted Mayor Zhou Yun, I recognized his unyielding spirit, and I must admit, I admire it. Not only did he refrain from blaming the retreating Wu Zong, but he also posted to vindicate him. I have now become an admirer. However, some may feel discomfort upon reading this. I wonder what thoughts Li Nan, Li Feng, Zhou Yun, and the others will have upon encountering this post. They are perched high above. Can they truly intervene in these matters? Indeed. Chapter 47. Objective, Stage 2 of the Nightmare Level Abyss. The post has garnered immense popularity, selling over 10,000 copies in just one night. Not only practitioners from Jianshui City purchased it, but those from Shangyu City, intrigued by the mayor's recruitment of an S-class prodigy, also flocked to read. After all, S-class talent is treated like treasure in every city, making it challenging to acquire. Once they learned that Zheng Yu is a summoner, their curiosity intensified. As the news spread, curiosity about this summoner named Zheng Yu flourished in surrounding districts. Zheng Yu never anticipated that a single post would yield over $1 million in profit. After deducting the forum's share and paying some taxes, I was left with over 700,000. No wonder professionals earn so much. Even a simple post can rake in hundreds of thousands. Zheng Yu happily withdrew his money. At Yizhong, tales of Zheng Yu were circulating widely. After being deprived of resources by Li Feng, he, in a fit of rage, tackled a nightmare-level abyss, confronting Li Nan head-on and rejecting Mayor Zhou Yun's apology, directly joining Shangyu City. Following this series of actions, Zheng Yu even garnered a following. His departure from Jianshui City to Shangyu City was not met with scorn, but rather praised as a display of integrity. I have often imagined myself in Zheng Yu's shoes. Had I been in his position, deprived of resources by Li Feng, I would likely have succumbed to impotent rage. I would have reported the incident and unfurled banners to inform all professionals in Jianshui City. Isn't that still a form of impotent fury? Those who lack the ability to resolve issues resort to tantrums, while capable individuals like the Minister of Resources in Shangyu City directly come to poach talent. It is said that not only Shangyu City, but also Qinan City and Xia City have dispatched representatives. I wonder, does Li Feng feel at ease using resources that rightfully belong to others? What could he possibly have to worry about? I came across a post detailing the subsidy list for S-class resources, and I must admit, it made me green with envy. A complete set of golden tier warrior equipment. If I had that, I could conquer the difficult level abyss with ease. Enough of this. Li Feng has arrived. What on earth is he doing at school? Today is the day for third-year professionals to receive their vocational certificates. How enviable. The vocational certificate, however, is not a graduation certificate. It signifies that the student is embarking on the path of a professional. Yet, obtaining this certificate is no trivial matter. It requires the principal's endorsement, affirming that one is qualified to pursue the professional path and capable of making a living through upgrading and clearing the abyss. Additionally, there is an examination that includes political knowledge, akin to the civil service exams from Zheng Yu's previous life. This implies that those who possess this certificate may also enter politics. After all, merely having strength without intelligence would hardly inspire public confidence in entrusting leadership roles to these powerful individuals. Students who do not receive vocational certificates must continue their studies. For 90 of professionals, upgrading is merely a means to facilitate job hunting. The school will continue to train them for 3 months, encompassing combat training, archery, agile movement exercises, and other physical training. They will also develop specialized skills, such as potion crafting and equipment repair, should they lack the talent or luck to clear the abyss during this period. They will switch to cultural subjects and study other disciplines. I have heard that this year, only 3 certificates were issued at Yizhong. Just 3? Isn't that rather few? Do you think vocational certificates are easy to obtain? Once you have that certificate, even without upgrading, you can earn a monthly base salary of 5,000. What a secure job. Envy fills the air. If Zheng Yu were here, that would make 4 certificates. Alas, what a pity. Li Feng, of course, overheard the discussions surrounding him. As these conversations permeated the atmosphere, he could hear them in the restroom, during meals, everywhere he went. People were using Zheng Yu to belittle him. Li Feng's expression was complex, filled with anger and resentment, but predominantly a sense of grievance. He had thought that coming to Jianshui City with his father would free him from the clutches of those perverse prodigies in the factions, and that he would no longer be a topic of gossip. Back in the Central District, he had lived this way. Yet, unexpectedly, arriving in this impoverished backwater, he still encountered a prodigy. He harbored hatred towards Zheng Yu, yet he also respected him. There was nothing he could do. He had read that strategy guide. It was an undeniable display of overwhelming strength. His only frustration was his own misfortune. Because of Zheng Yu, he had received a beating from his father last night. Despite his relentless efforts and having improved his time in the difficult level abyss, it still proved futile. To his father, he was a waste. To his classmates, he was the petty thief. To Zhou Yun, he was merely a tool to curry favor with his father. I had invited him. Why did he refuse? Li Feng pondered. Had Zheng Yu accepted his invitation back then, he would have likely met his end at the hands of Zheng Yu in the difficult level abyss. In truth, He believed that would have been the best outcome. Sigh. Li Feng let out a deep sigh. As noon approached, Zheng Yu was awakened by the bickering of Wen Kinjiu and Kuing, who were laden with a mountain of luggage. You two aren't planning to move in, are you? Do you have some ulterior motives towards my brother Yu? Tao Qian, who was preparing lunch, remarked upon seeing the duo. He then turned to Zheng Yu and said, Brother Yu, I don't think these two are up to any good. You should be cautious. Shut your mouth. No one thinks you're mute. When Ren Kinjiu shot back, Brother Yu sent us a message saying we're heading to Shanyu City tonight, so we should pack our bags and go together, Kuing explained. Is it that urgent? Tao Qian looked at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu replied, We need to move, complete the paperwork, obtain our vocational certificates, and settle in. It will take at least 2 days. That's enough time for my summoned beasts to fully recover. I want to level up quickly. The nightmare level abyss is extremely draining. And even though my dual fire dragon and goblin general have reset their energy after reaching tier 5, they won't be at peak condition. They need rest and recuperation. 2 days is just right. Plus, I plan to dive into the nightmare level abyss next, so we need to get to Shanyu City promptly and prepare. Wait. Tao Qian set down his spatula and approached Zheng Yu with a serious expression. Nightmare level? Yes. Tier 2 abyss? What else? We're already level 10 and can't even enter the tier 1 abyss anymore. No, what I mean is, do you feel confident? Tao Qian hesitated to voice his concerns, fearing he might jinx himself. After all, he had once doubted Zheng Yu's ambition to compete on the rankings. Since then, he had refrained from bringing it up. Questioning Zheng Yu's strength would only invite a slap to the face. Zheng Yu shook his head, saying, To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. After all, it's my first time reaching level 10. How about we play it safe? When Ren Kinjiu suggested, let us clear a difficult level abyss first to practice our skills. Kuing, overhearing this, almost scoffed. A tier 2 difficult level abyss is practice? However, Zheng Yu smiled and said, Though I am unsure of the true strength of the tier 2 nightmare level abyss, my own power has improved significantly. I estimate my chances at around 50. This time, I'll charge you 1 million to guide you through the nightmare level abyss. Are you in? Ignoring any objections, Zheng Yu made his offer. Tao Qian, who had been worried and resistant just moments before, immediately agreed without hesitation. It's a deal. Wenren Xingyu was remarkably straightforward, directly transferring the funds. Zheng Yu inquired, Aren't you all concerned? Tao Qian replied, You know, my brother, I will undoubtedly support you. If you say go, we shall go. Wenren Xingyu added, There's a 50% chance, after all. Let us take the gamble. Only Ku Ying remained earnest, with 1 million on the line. Even a nightmare-level abyssal deity would not be able to refuse. Danger? What abyss isn't perilous? With Zheng Yu present, the risk is merely 50%. Is that truly danger? Furthermore, the three of them had evidently realized that they could not sway Zheng Yu's resolve. If he was determined to plunge into madness, they would accompany him in his folly. At this juncture, Tao Qian recalled a pertinent point. If you truly manage to lead us through a nightmare-level abyss, you shall undoubtedly claim the top spot on this year's newcomer rankings. Historically, it has always been newcomers from the Central District who have secured this accolade. I can already envision the astonished expressions of those lofty Central District prodigies when they see that the first place isn't Jiang Shui, but rather a practitioner from Shanyu City. And a summoner at that. Chapter 48, The Chicken Blood Exorcism, I comprehend. Shanyu City. Wow, this house is truly grand, complete with a yard and a swimming pool. Brother Yu, have you already stepped into the life of a wealthy heir? After completing the necessary formalities, Tao Qian and the others arrived at the villa. Wealthy heir? I built this from the ground up. Indeed, indeed. Tao Qian promptly retrieved a bottle of beer from the ice bucket beside Zheng Yu and gulped down a generous mouthful. This is the comfort I seek. Did you purchase this house? Zheng Yu reclined on a lounge chair, gazing at his phone. Not bothering to lift his head as he replied, the resources department provided it temporarily. Tao Qian surveyed the villa's expanse. It was indeed spacious. And the rent must exceed 10,000. A 3-story building with a vast yard, a lawn, and a swimming pool. By the way, did you receive your S-level resources? Zheng Yu shook his head. Not yet. The resources department indicated that my application lapsed, and since I had previously submitted a request, but the resources ended up with Li Feng, it's rather complicated. Tao Qian frowned. So you can't secure them? Though not his own resources. It was still closely tied to him. Zheng Yu's strength would enhance their safety in traversing the abyss. Thus he felt anxious. It said that the mayor of Shanyu City, Zhang Zhan, personally went to the provincial district to facilitate the process. But I'm uncertain if the application will be approved. Tao Qian, holding his beer, reclined on the lounge chair and remarked, If Shanyu City fails to secure your resources, wouldn't our journey here be in vain? It's all the same to me, Zheng Yu replied nonchalantly. Regardless of whether Shanyu City can acquire these resources, I will not remain in Jiangshui any longer. I can apply again at level 20. But wouldn't that mean you've lost out on the resources for the first stage? Tao Qian protested indignantly on Zheng Yu's behalf. The resources department stated that if the application fails, they will personally compensate me with resources equivalent to the provincial offerings. This was the agreement made when the resources department first met Zheng Yu. It seems Shanyu City truly values you. Primarily because Shanyu City's performance has been dismal in recent years. Not to mention S-level talents. Even A-level practitioners are scarce, and those that exist are not flourishing. If this continues, there may not even be newcomers to participate in the practitioner competitions, which has understandably caused Zhang Zhan and the resources department to be anxious. Indeed, Tao Qian further inquired, what about Wenren Xingyu and the others? Since he needed to handle his household registration procedures, he was the last to arrive in Shanyu City. They went shopping. I sent them to procure essential items for venturing into the abyss. The girls are better at bargaining. They can save us some money. Having grown accustomed to frugality, Zhengyu naturally sought to economize. Tao Qian's eyes lit up. Have you decided which abyss to enter? Zhengyu nodded. Yes. We shall go to the Shanyu Shrine. Hiss. The most dreadful one? Although Tao Qian feigned shock, he was not surprised at all. The Shanyu Shrine was the only abyss with a nightmare-level strategy. However, it was also the abyss that Wenren Xingyu, Ku Ying, and even Tao Qian dreaded the most. For it was indeed haunted. Zhengyu explained, there are 3 Stage 2 abysses in Shanyu City, the Shanyu Shrine, the Blood-Soaked Film Studio, and the Dark Abyss. Among these, only the Shanyu Shrine has a record of successful completion, with a comprehensive strategy detailing the plot branches, how to obtain rewards, and shortcuts clearly outlined. I understand that some of you may fear the shrine, but to enhance our success rate, it is the most suitable abyss for practice. Thus, I made a rather prudent decision. Prudent? Tao Qian felt Zhengyu was posturing, but he had no evidence to support his claim. To practice in a nightmare-level abyss? And he claimed it was prudent? Unheard of. Yet Zhengyu genuinely seemed to be considering their welfare. Zhengyu elaborated, there is a complete strategy, and it was crafted by Zhang Zhan during his youth, which lends it a high degree of credibility. So are you at ease now? Zhengyu even felt quite considerate. Tao Qian replied, of course, the first clear reward for the Shanyu Shrine is no longer available, but there is still hope for the Blood-Soaked Film Studio and the Dark Abyss. Do you intend to clear them all? Why not? Leaving such splendid rewards unclaimed would be a pity. Very well then. Tao Qian chose to support Zhengyu, realizing he had little authority in the matter. Ultimately, whatever abyss Zhengyu wished to tackle was of no concern to him. His sole role was to maintain a cheerful atmosphere, capable of cooking and enjoying a drink. The shrine, being a haunted type abyss, necessitated that he send Wenren Xingyu and the others to prepare some tools to deal with ghosts. As such items were rather expensive in the Sanctum shop, but could be found at a lower cost in the offline market. Additionally, the shrine is known for its heavy yin energy, so you should find some chickens. Tao Qian understood. Chicken blood exorcism. I comprehend. Zhengyu shook his head. Who said anything about exorcism? The ghosts in the abyss have health bars. What is there to fear? I suggested you procure some chickens because I heard that the free-range chickens from Shanyu are a local specialty. We can roast them while at the shrine. In the afternoon, Chai Fong brought good news. The provincial district had approved his resource application and was in the process of facilitating it. It was said that Zhang Zhan directly contacted influential figures within his faction to coordinate certain relationships to ensure its passage. Such procedural matters are indeed difficult without connections. Chai Fong lamented on the phone. So, are you interested in joining our faction? Seizing the opportunity, Chai Fong directly posed the question. Zhengyu neither declined nor accepted, but merely inquired. Isn't it only practitioners at level 40 and above who are eligible to join a faction? A faction can be understood as an organization formed by powerful practitioners to monopolize certain resources. They are formidable and unbreakable, as their interests are intricately linked. However, not just anyone can join. The simplest requirement eliminates 99% of practitioners. A minimum level of 40 is required to enter a faction, as those below level 40 cannot be considered strong. Chai Fong chuckled. Ah, this is merely an attempt to recruit a talent ahead of time. Being able to conquer a nightmare-level abyss, reaching level 40 is assured. By the way, have you decided which abyss to enter for stage 2? Chai Fong shifted the focus from Zheng Yu's potential membership to another question. The shrine. Ah, a rather calm choice indeed. In the eyes of Chai Fong, this choice is rather conservative. The Shanyu Ancestral Hall is the abyss where the practitioners of Shanyu City have achieved the most completions. Its strategies so numerous that they are countless. It is the favorite abyss for the Stage 2 practitioners of Shanyu City. Chai Fong felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated that Zhengyu would explore other abysses in Shanyu City, perhaps breaking some records. After all, the attitudes of Shanyu's practitioners towards inviting Zhengyu varied. Despite his accomplishments in conquering the Nightmare Abyss, many still believed that the summoner profession held little promise for the future, and allocating resources to Zhengyu was deemed a misguided decision. Thus, if he could break records and achieve notable results, those dissenting voices would be silenced. However, from Zhengyu's perspective, the Ancestral Hall was undoubtedly the best choice due to its safety. Hence, Chai Fong remarked that this was a rational choice, unfettered by external influence. He chose what suited him best. Such a choice seemed difficult to reconcile with the impulsive Zhengyu who had previously recklessly ventured into the nightmare-level abyss. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the provincial area, inquired, did he not choose the blood color film factory? Chai Fong nodded. I also thought he would opt for the film factory abyss. Breaking the record there seemed most likely. This child appears rather reckless, yet paradoxically overly composed. Reckless? I don't think Zheng Yu is reckless, Zhang Zhan chuckled. He simply prefers not to be overly accommodating. That is not a flaw. If young people were to behave like us, constantly hesitant and fearful, they would no longer embody youth. In fact, whether he chooses the ancestral hall or not, if he breaks the historical record there, wouldn't that hold even greater significance? Zhang Zhan remained optimistic. Yet Chai Fong bluntly replied, I find that rather unlikely. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss is the most familiar dungeon to the people of Shangyu, its records repeatedly shattered by countless practitioners. It is not easily refreshed, unless he intends to venture into the nightmare-level abyss. Moreover, I gather he wishes to bring along Tao Qian and those two girls, breaking records solo? Impossible. Let alone entering the nightmare-level abyss. At this point, Chai Fong pondered a thought. Wait a moment, is his team not missing a member? Zhang Zhan confirmed, yes. They are short one. Currently, there are 4 of them. A young man forcefully withdrew from the nightmare-level abyss. Huh. I bet he is regretting it deeply now. Chai Fong stroked his chin, contemplating, what if I send someone his way? A helper? Perhaps Zheng Wenchang could do, an A-level gifted warrior, currently around level 18. To his surprise, Chai Fong outright refused, who said I was sending him a helper. With Zheng Yu's strength, adding someone is of little significance. None of our Stage 2 practitioners in Shangyu City are S-level. How could an A-level be of any assistance? Since Zheng Yu intends to solo, he would undoubtedly refuse any help. Zhang Zhan, perplexed, asked, then what are you planning? Chai Fong replied, I have a distant cousin who changed professions last year. Due to some family matters, she has been delayed for a year. I'll have her join in. Zhang Zhan remarked, but you just expressed doubt regarding Zheng Yu. Chai Fong chuckled, I do not believe he can break records, but in the Stage 2 realm, he is a significant asset. I must ensure my cousin latches onto this opportunity, much like how I teamed up with you back in the day. Chapter 49. In need of a companion who can roast kidneys. In Shangyu City, within the hall of the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss, after 2 days of tumult, Zheng Yu and his companions finally completed all necessary tasks and were ready to focus on the main event. There are rather few people here, Tao Qian remarked. Observing the sparse gathering of practitioners in the hall, a nearby staff member, idly engaged, explained, this year's first batch of practitioners is still in the Stage 1 abyss. There are queues just to enter Stage 1. As for the veteran practitioners, they have either leveled up or completely given up. Isn't it normal for there to be fewer people? Tao Qian nodded, acknowledging, that makes sense. I had not considered that. After all, I am new to Shangyu City, and my earlier comments may have been somewhat ambiguous. Upon entering the hall, the number of people was indeed limited. However, some were holding signs in search of teammates. One Rinxinyu stated, we are short 1 teammate. Ordinarily, for can enter the abyss, but lacking one means that both experience and rewards will diminish proportionately. If you wish to compete on the leaderboard, it is best to bring along a filler. Filler players in Stage 2 are quite easy to find, and they are willing to pay. Almost 60 to 70% of practitioners become stuck at this stage. Some unwilling to risk their lives in the abyss, while others simply cannot succeed and opt to find work, saving money while waiting for more seasoned players to guide them. Tao Qian inquired, puzzled, no one to guide them? That shouldn't be the case. I saw many during the Stage 1 abyss. That was the Stage 1 abyss. With level suppression, bringing someone through a simple or even ordinary abyss is a breeze. Even so, it requires a standard configuration of 2 warriors with a priest to escort. When it comes to Stage 2 abysses, capable practitioners tend to form their own teams for leveling up. Who has the time to guide fillers? Unless they are those who do not wish to enter Stage 3 and instead want to trade their strength for money. Or perhaps Zheng Yu, who seeks leaderboard recognition. But the problem is, in a small city like Shangyu, it has been years since a leaderboard genius emerged. I understand now, Tao Qian expressed, his expression indicating comprehension. He then pointed to the practitioners within the Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss Hall. Let us just choose one of them. Tao Qian directly approached the staff and requested an announcement on the hall's screen seeking teammates. Looking for a filler, for missing one. Requirements. Obedient, no monster or item theft. Capable of cooking and barbecuing, preferably skilled at roasting kidneys. Not unpaid, price negotiable. Upon seeing this announcement, Zheng Yu gave Tao Qian a thumbs up. Indeed, Tao Qian understood him. He did not require a teammate with strength. He merely needed someone capable of roasting kidneys to fill the gap left by Wu Zong. As soon as the announcement was made, several practitioners privately messaged Zheng Yu. Anonymous, warrior need a teammate? Zheng Yu, summoner yes. Anonymous, warrior wait, you are a summoner? Anonymous, warrior hold on. Who is your main C? The warrior who contacted Zheng Yu was taken aback. He had never encountered such an unusual team configuration. With a summoner as the leader and 2 assassins? Only the monk seemed somewhat credible. Before Zheng Yu could respond, the anonymous warrior stated, let me speak with the monk. He should be your captain. Zheng Yu asked, why talk to him? The anonymous warrior sent a facepalm emoji and replied, I need to negotiate the price. Zheng Yu responded directly, you can negotiate with me. Can you make decisions? Yes. I'm a B-level talent with a fire affinity, capable of suppressing the negative energy in the Ancestral Hall. I am level 18 and have completed the simple Ancestral Hall Abyss 5 times and the ordinary abyss once. After a brief self-introduction, He immediately stated, I'm asking for 800,000. Not too expensive, right? What? Zhengyu sent a giant question mark. Wait, can you even make decisions? In light of my abilities, a fee of 800,000 is hardly exorbitant. Although your team's composition is rather mediocre. With the inclusion of myself and that monk, and by substituting one of the assassins for a priest, we would effortlessly conquer a simple abyss without encountering any difficulties. Zhengyu, the summoner, perhaps you might take a closer look at the announcement I posted? Zhengyu felt somewhat reluctant to explain. How could someone approach him for money without even reviewing the announcement's contents? The other party remained silent for a moment before responding with a question mark emoji. Anonymous, the warrior, seriously, brother? Are you out of your mind? Or am I? With your team's configuration and level, you expect to carry someone through the abyss? Anonymous, the warrior, and you expect us to roast skewers too? I find it quite absurd that you think you can toy with me like this. The other party was evidently quite irate. Zhengyu found it peculiar that someone could not recognize a summoner when staring directly at one. Zhengyu, the summoner, don't you frequent the forums? Anonymous, the warrior forums? It's merely a gathering place for a bunch of failed professionals to boast and engage in idle chatter. What is there to explore? You haven't stumbled upon some post claiming there's a shortcut in the shrine, have you? Anonymous, the warrior, let me offer you a piece of advice. Don't believe it. If you do, you'll meet an untimely end. Anonymous, the warrior, I'm out of here, playing games with a bunch of kids here. And I thought I'd finally encountered a business opportunity. The warrior then ceased any further communication with Zhengyu. Zhengyu glanced at Tao Qian, who wore a grim expression, clearly having received unpleasant private messages as well. It seemed that finding a genuine support would not be an easy task. One Rin Qingyu remarked, I too did not anticipate this outcome. She had assumed that finding a support would be rather straightforward. Zhengyu replied, it appears that the mayor has gone to great lengths to suppress news of my arrival in Shangyu City, probably fearing that I might not succeed. There is another possibility. One Rin Qingyu suggested. They likely did not foresee that the nightmare level abyss would yield such substantial experience. They must have been astonished to learn you have directly advanced to a second-tier professional. So what now? Tao Qian inquired. We have found several candidates. But either they directly ask for money or see you as the captain and promptly withdraw. One individual was somewhat intriguing. He acknowledged your triumph over the first stage of the nightmare level abyss, but still refused to join the team, feeling that being asked to roast skewers was an affront to his dignity. Ku Ying, who stood nearby, chuckled. If Wu Zong were to hear this, he would be furious. Indeed, he currently lacks the opportunity to roast skewers himself. Primarily, it's because your reputation hasn't yet been established, and second-tier professionals tend to be a bit prideful. Perhaps I should search for someone on the forums. Just as when Rin Qingyu was about to browse the forums for a support, Zhengyu received a call from Chai Fong. Xiaoyu, I've heard you intend to venture into the abyss today? Chai Fong's tone was exceedingly courteous. Zhengyu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, I plan to enter and am currently seeking teammates. Ah, you're short one teammate. Chai Fong feigned surprise. Zhengyu clarified. To be precise, I need someone who can roast skewers. Chai Fong, what? Roast skewers? Chapter 50, The Nightmare Level Abyss Shrine. After some negotiations, they ultimately reached an agreement with the phrase, what a coincidence. I happen to have a sister who can roast skewers. The price was set at 3 million per person. Although Chai Fong believed Zhengyu's asking price was somewhat steep, he hesitated not at all, as he felt compelled to ensure that the genius he had recruited was well taken care of. He assumed this was likely due to Zhengyu's dissatisfaction with their failure to provide resources adequately thus far. It was only natural to offer a little extra. So it's settled then. I will transfer the money to you shortly, so please wait a moment. All right. Zhengyu hung up the phone and remarked with a smile. A support has been found. Who? Chai Fong's distant cousin. The one from the resource department? Indeed. Wait. She can roast skewers? Tao Qian inquired. Chai Fong mentioned that his cousin's family specializes in barbecuing, so she should be more proficient than Wu Zong. That is no problem then. One Rin Qingyu. Is it really appropriate for you to discuss whether she can roast skewers so earnestly? Chai Yun, Ranger, has applied to join the team. Captain has agreed to Chai Yun, Ranger, joining the team. Chai Yun, Ranger, hello, Captain Zhengyu. And everyone else. I'm Chai Yun, and I'm delighted to meet you all. Smiles, Tao Qian, monk, how adorable. Zhengyu, summoner, welcome. Wen Rin Qingyu, assassin, welcome, sister. Ku Ying, assassin, welcome, sister. Upon hearing the term sister, Chai Yun, who was en route to the Shangyu shrine by taxi, gritted her teeth. She was indeed a year older than one Rin Qingyu, and had been stuck at level 12 since becoming a professional last year. With no teammates available and no prominent figures to rely on, she struggled for over a month to form a team and nearly perished in the shrine. Subsequently, due to some family matters and her own lack of talent, she decided to give up. She had no intention of continuing down this path until last night when her cousin Chai Fong called, claiming he had found a master to guide her through the abyss. There would be no risks involved, and she wouldn't need to lift a finger. All she had to do was play the support role. Being referred to as a master by Chai Fong clearly indicated that the professional in question was reliable. However, the thought of someone being a year younger than her made her feel slightly awkward. Upon arriving at the Shangyu City Shrine Abyss Hall, she quickly spotted her team. It was hard not to notice the group of four, who appeared quite youthful, thanks to Wen Yu's striking figure. Zheng Yu also recognized Chai Yun, a very fit young woman with sun-kissed skin, long legs, and a sharp bob haircut. Bandages wrapped around her wrists, and the muscles in her forearms and calves were clearly defined. Zheng Yu nodded at Chai Yun and remarked, "The chat group contains the documents I sent. Please review them to avoid any mistakes." Understood. Chai Yun's first impression of Zheng Yu was that he was dependable, at the very least. He wasn't putting on a facade, and was not entering the abyss without consulting a strategy. However, she didn't pay much attention to the materials Zheng Yu had shared, considering it somewhat unnecessary. After all, the Shanyu City Shrine Abyss was essentially a course taught at the local schools, and every student was well acquainted with it. There was no need to consult a strategy. Chai Yun's disdainful thoughts remained unspoken, as she learned from her brother that Zheng Yu was the genius who had been recruited from Jianshui City. It was only natural that someone from Jianshui City would be familiar with the abyss of Shanyu City. 1 hour. Zheng Yu stated, "We will enter the abyss in 1 hour." He allowed Chai Yun some time to review the materials. Having just joined the team, Chai Yun felt it inappropriate to voice any concerns. Chai Fong had instructed her to speak sparingly, as Zheng Yu preferred a pure support role. But the more she read, the more she felt something was amiss. Why was it all about strategies for the nightmare level abyss? She suspected that Zheng Yu had chosen the wrong strategy. Such strategies for the nightmare level abyss were merely entertaining for ordinary professionals and offered no real technical insight. To truly learn the techniques, one would need to consult strategies for the challenging abyss. Unable to restrain herself, Chai Yun cautioned Zheng Yu. "And what is it?" Noticing Chai Yun's hesitance, Zheng Yu directly inquired. Chai Yun boldly articulated her thoughts. "Have you perhaps mistaken the strategy? The guide circulating in the group pertains to the nightmare level abyss." Zheng Yu nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is that particular guide." Chai Yun appeared somewhat puzzled. Observing her confusion, Zheng Yu elucidated. "Although combat is not a necessity, the Shrine Abyss is fraught with numerous mechanisms and traps, particularly at the nightmare level, which significantly differs from the ordinary abyss you are familiar with. The nightmare level abyss leans towards realism, thus the guide's efficacy is paramount in aiding us to set new historical records." Surprised, Chai Yun emitted a peculiar sound. "Nightmare level. Your brother did not inform you?" Zheng Yu inquired. At that moment, Tao Qian countered, "Brother Yu, did you inform Chai Fong that you intend to conquer the nightmare level shrine?" Zheng Yu paused, realizing, it seems I did not. It dawned on him why Chai Fong had reacted oddly when he requested 3 million. He had deemed it exorbitant. Chai Yun stared at Zheng Yu in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Zheng Yu, slightly exasperated, replied, "You are the third professional to pose this question to me today. Let me clarify. This is indeed a communication oversight on my part. My team and I are venturing into the nightmare level shrine abyss in Shanyu City. Should you perceive any risks, you are welcome to withdraw from the group. I shall refund Chai Fong accordingly. As for additional members, feel free to seek them in the forum. There will always be valiant souls." Chai Yun stood in contemplation, wavering, until Zheng Yu remarked, "Given the calluses on your hands, it is evident you have persevered in your training throughout the past year. As a ranger, strength is of utmost importance. Will you take a chance with us?" This was an overture from Zheng Yu, a professional who had rested for a year yet maintained her physical training, developing thick calluses on her palms. Indicated her unwavering commitment to the path of a professional. Thus, Zheng Yu decided to extend her an opportunity. If she was willing to take the gamble, the path of a professional would unfold before her. Chai Yun gazed earnestly at Zheng Yu, her eyes reflecting doubt, confusion, and above all, aspiration. "Do you have confidence?" 50. "It's either life or a successful completion." A splendid understanding, he replied. "I might withdraw midway," Chai Yun stated candidly, without any reservations. Zheng Yu waved his hand dismissively. "That is of no concern. I have experienced such situations before, but the money cannot be refunded." Chai Yun remarked, 3 million. "If you truly manage to conquer the nightmare level shrine, would indeed be a fortuitous bargain for me." She fell into a long silence. "I must be out of my mind," she murmured, rationality reminding her that a summoner accompanied by 4 mere spectators could not possibly conquer the nightmare level abyss. Even if Zheng Yu possessed a glorious track record, it was implausible. The difficulty between the first and second stages of the abyss was incomparable. Yet, a voice in her mind constantly urged her to take the risk. Ultimately, she chose to reject rational judgment. "I'll take the gamble." Zheng Yu smiled and declared, "Congratulations, you've boarded the pirate ship. Shall I inform your brother?" Chai Yun responded, "I will tell him." She promptly sent a message to Chai Fong. "I am entering the nightmare level abyss. If I cannot return, please take care of my parents." "Done?" "Yes. Then let us embark." Zheng Yu opened the page and selected the Shanyu Shrine Abyss, nightmare level. Zheng Yu, summoner in. Tao Qian, monk. To be honest, I feel a bit anxious this time. Kuing, assassin. Good luck. Wen Yu, assassin. Don't be nervous. It's either a grand fortune or death in the nightmare level abyss, which isn't a disgraceful demise. Tao Qian, monk. Poo. You're a jinx. Chai Yun, ranger. Entering Shangyu Shrine Abyss, nightmare level. Please wait. Meanwhile, during a meeting, Chai Fong received Chai Yun's message. At first glance, he failed to discern its significance, merely chuckling. This girl is still playing the melodramatic card with me. However, upon a second glance, what the hell? He leapt from his chair. The speaker, Zhang Zhan, expressed his displeasure. We are in a meeting. What kind of conduct is this? Yet, Chai Fong paid no heed to Zhang Zhan, for he had spotted the pivotal keyword, nightmare level. Zheng Yu was headed to the nightmare level shrine abyss. No wonder he had audaciously demanded 3 million from me. Zhang Zhan was taken aback by Chai Fong's words. Are you saying that the summoner we brought in is entering the nightmare level abyss? Chai Fong nodded. My cousin Chai Yin just sent me a message, and she even left a farewell note. Zhang Zhan asked. Do you recall the level at which we entered the nightmare level abyss? Level 19, Zhang Zhan replied. Zheng Yu is only level 13, and he is bringing along 4 spectators. Has he lost his mind? While Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong were contemplating Zheng Yu's sanity, the 5 had already entered the shrine abyss. Zheng Yu found himself enveloped in darkness, with an elderly voice resonating in his ears. The shrine, primarily used for sacrificial rites, weddings, funerals, longevity celebrations, festivities, honoring ancestors and sages, prayers, offerings, celebrations, and blessings, believing that ancestors and deities will bestow protection upon them. In Shangyu village, it is no different. Their ancestors have safeguarded them through generations, ensuring official success, freedom from famine, and escape from war and disaster. They express gratitude to their ancestors, revering the shrine. Until one day the ancestors also begin to have requests. I guarantee your safety if you sacrifice life. Do the ancestors you worship truly protect you? Or do you worship your ancestors? The voice was deep, akin to recounting a ghost story, unfolding the narrative of the shrine abyss. Chapter 51. It seems I've latched onto a true powerhouse. You have entered the nightmare level difficulty of the Shangyu Shrine Abyss. This difficulty restores the abyss's true appearance at 100 and recreates the entire history of the abyss, presenting formidable challenges and extremely high mortality rates. Please exercise caution. A chilling wind swept through, accompanied by an almost imperceptible tug, as Zheng Yu and his companions found themselves on a dimly lit forest path. Zheng Yu inexplicably shivered. The wind here was far less biting than that of the cold street abyss, yet it sent a chill down his spine, as if something were intently watching him. Filled with resentment and greed. I'm watching? No, who told you to watch me? Zheng Yu scolded as he glanced towards the pitch-black side of the path. Not speaking. Are we? Without further ado, Zheng Yu summoned the Goblin General. Goblin, charge at them. The Goblin General wasted no time, urging the massive wolf steed forward, launching an assault towards the right side of the forest path. With a piercing wail that echoed through the air, you have slain the blocking ghost LV-15, gaining 2,094 experience points. Ah, it's cleared. The oppressive sensation of being watched vanished instantly. Trying to scare me? Who gave you the audacity? Tao Qian interjected. Brother. The Shrine Abyss just crafted that atmosphere for you, and you shattered it. It was just starting to evoke a sense of traditional horror, only to be disrupted by Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu arrived at the site where the roadblock ghost had perished, gazing at the pile of white ash on the ground, his hands clasped behind his back. Ultimately, this place was but a chasm. As long as there was a health bar, I am Lin Zhengying. Tao Qian hastily caught up, exclaiming, Brother you are incredible. By the way, who is Lin Zhengying? Zheng Yu replied curtly. At that moment, the rustling of leaves echoed throughout the forest, and faintly, the laughter of children could be heard. How audacious, to dare laugh at me. Zheng Yu fumed, cursing directly. Hee. The children's laughter gradually faded away amidst the swirling, eerie winds. In truth, Zheng Yu was merely toying with the situation, having perused the strategy guide. He was well aware that upon entering the Shrine Abyss, this narrow forest path leading to Shangyu Village posed no real danger. It was merely a theatrical device to enhance the atmosphere. The roadblock ghost could cause players to encounter phantom walls, inflicting no harm, but delaying their entry into Shangyu Village. The children's laughter served merely as a warning, akin to the chilling specter of the butcher in the previous Cold Street Abyss, designed to instill fear. As Zheng Yu immersed himself in the role of Lin Zhengying, Wenren Xingyu and Kuing had already unfurled the prepared copper coin strings and talismans. According to the strategy crafted by Zhang Zhan, the malevolent aura of the nightmare-level abyss gradually eroded their mental faculties. Translated. This meant that the sinister energy would impair the recovery of their mental strength. The longer they lingered in the Shrine Abyss, the greater the impact. Wenren Xingyu distributed 5 copper coin strings. Zheng Yu accepted the copper coin strings, noticing they were somewhat sticky. Copper coin string, crafted from copper coins of the shrine, soaked in the blood of dogs from Shangyu Village for 49 days, and linked with the hair ties of newlywed women from Shangyu Village. Then coated with sticky rice paste used in grave offerings. This can stave off the encroachment of malevolent spirits. Beside him, Wenren Xingyu elucidated, the copper coins, dog blood, hair ties, and sticky rice are materials sourced from other difficulty levels of the abyss, exclusively available in Shangyu City. Zheng Yu inquired, is it expensive? Since the funds were provided by Wenren Xingyu and Kuing, he was unaware of the price. 3,000 for 5 strings. So cheap? Interjected Chai Yun, a local of Shangyu City, Only the nightmare level abyss requires such items. To be frank, if it weren't for you, no one would buy them at all. Ah, I see. Subsequently, when Ren Xingyu handed all the talismans to Zheng Yu, he glanced at the talismans, all mentioned in Zhang Zhan's guide, collecting them while saying, "You all have reviewed the strategy." According to Zhang Zhan, the theoretical completion time for the shrine was unlikely to be less than 3 days. Once they entered Shanyu village, they would have to engage in the storyline, remaining for at least 3 days to trigger the boss mechanism, that is, the ancestor of Shanyu village controlled by the malevolent spirit behind a shrine. The first day involved a ritual. The second day, a ghostly marriage. The third day, the procession of 100 ghosts. After the procession of 100 ghosts, they would encounter the boss of the shrine. Thus, to break the record, they needed to strive for time during the boss fight. If they strictly adhered to Zhang Zhan's strategy, they could only compete on the speed of defeating the boss, with the risk of failure to break the record. Therefore, they needed to explore ways to activate the boss early, such as provoking the false ancestor behind the shrine. However, Zheng Yu currently had no leads, so he resolved to proceed step by step. As he articulated his plan, he summoned the twin fire serpents. Their appearance instantly dispelled the surrounding malevolence, warming his body anew. "Let us go. Let's enter the village." The goblin general led the way, while the twin fire serpents brought up the rear. The group advanced along the pitch-black forest path towards Shanyu village. As Chai Yun was the last to depart, she cast a lingering gaze back at the spot where the roadblock ghost had fallen, her eyes filled with astonishment. Chai Yun held no objections to Jing Yu's plan. Even if any professional from Shanyu City had heard Jing Yu's notion of provoking the false ancestor of the shrine to hasten their progress, they would have mocked him as fanciful. Yet, Chai Yun did not, for she had witnessed firsthand how the goblin general's charge had instantaneously annihilated the roadblock ghost. Although the roadblock ghost was only level 15, the fact that a single charge could obliterate it was indeed somewhat absurd. That staggering damage exceeding 50,000 left Chai Yun in disbelief. Was that damage truly dealt by a summoned creature? 50,000. She suddenly felt that her so-called gamble was entirely invalid in Zheng Yu's case, for entering the nightmare level abyss was not a gamble for him. It was a testament to his confidence and strength. The thought that he might genuinely break the historical record of the shrine swirled incessantly in Chai Yun's mind. It seemed she had truly latched onto a formidable ally. Chapter 52. Brother, are you shopping in the cemetery? The path to Shanyu village required traversing this forest trail. Occasionally, a few roadblock ghosts would appear, posing little danger, but constantly reminding the professionals that there were indeed spirits here. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, striking the ghost squarely in the face. Such roadside roadblock ghosts were exceedingly easy to deal with, according to other strategy guides. These apparitions were merely unfortunate passers-by on their way to Shanyu village. A damage output of 10,745. An arrow dealt 10,000 damage. The 5th-tier goblin general possessed over 3,000 attack power, and with an archery proficiency multiplier of 57 times, normal damage could exceed 20,000. However, spectral beings were an exception. In the simple level abyss, specters could ignore 10 points of damage. In the ordinary level abyss, they could dismiss 15 points. At the difficult level, they ignored 25 points. By the time one reached the nightmare level abyss, this skyrocketed to 60. Ignoring 60 points of damage, coupled with factors like hit rate, evasion, and attribute resistance, made the spirits in the nightmare level abyss exceedingly challenging to vanquish. This limitation deterred many professionals from Shanyu City from challenging the nightmare level abyss. Fortunately, the health of spectral beings was not particularly high. A level 15 human skin spider had a health pool of 60,000, while a common roadblock ghost had only 20,000. Hence, it could be dealt with in 2 arrows. Whoosh! The goblin general raised his hand and fired another arrow, sending the roadblock ghost at the end of the path into a state of utter disarray. Killed roadblock ghost LV-15. Gained 244 experience points. The goblin general continued to shoot arrows at the fragile roadblock ghosts, and Zheng Yu, intrigued, asked Tao Qian and the others, "Would you care for an orange? Oranges?" Tao Qian could not recall if they had purchased any during their provisions gathering. Zheng Yu handed him an orange. Without a second thought, Tao Qian consumed it. After a moment, Zheng Yu inquired, "How about some cookies?" He offered Tao Qian a few pieces. Tao Qian responded, "Wait, where did you get these?" Just as he spoke, Tao Qian realized that they had unwittingly wandered into a graveyard, and the orange and cookies in Zheng Yu's hands had been taken from the tombstones. Tao Qian hastily discarded the cookies in his hand. He looked up to see Zheng Yu dashing towards another grave, selecting offerings. "No, brother, are you shopping in the cemetery?" Zheng Yu replied nonchalantly, "This is a graveyard?" Chai Yun immediately recognized their location. The cemetery serves as the inaugural challenging location within the depths of the ancestral hall, where a formidable high-level specter is summoned. This specter embodies the spirit of the former village chief of Shanyu, possessing immense power and proving to be quite a formidable adversary. In order to confront the chief specter, we must first create a diversion outside the cemetery. Otherwise, we shall be assailed by the multitude of specters within. Chai Yun exclaimed anxiously, "Wait, we shouldn't have arrived at the cemetery so soon," she added, stepping back hurriedly. To her dismay, She noticed that neither Zheng Yu nor Tao Qian had made a move. Only Wen Yu glanced at Chai Yun and remarked, "Did you not see the strategy that Captain Zheng sent you?" Chai Yun fell silent, acknowledging that she had scarcely perused it, primarily because she had been unaware that Zheng Yu intended to enter the nightmarish depths and thus had not taken it seriously. Zheng Yu, however, patiently elucidated. Zhang Zhan's strategy for the nightmarish depths indicated that in other difficulty levels, the cemetery has a fixed location. With a bit of caution, it can always be discovered. Yet, in the nightmarish depths, the cemetery appears at random. The earlier it manifests, the greater the peril. Fortunately, we have entered the cemetery within 10 minutes. A full half-hour ahead of Zhang Zhan. Chai Yun retorted, "Are you certain this is fortunate? Does it not pose an even greater danger?" Zheng Yu chuckled. "Of course it is fortunate, for the sooner we encounter the cemetery, the sooner we can unlock the main storyline of the Ancestral Hall and expedite our passage through the depths. Although it remains uncertain whether this will yield results. If we eliminate every specter that obstructs our path, we shall encounter the cemetery ahead of schedule. It seems my hypothesis was correct." Chai Yun gazed at Zheng Yu in astonishment, having previously been puzzled by his relentless pursuit of eliminating the obstructive specters, even those far off in the forest. She had assumed he merely coveted the scant experience points, unaware that he had a specific objective in mind. Observing Zheng Yu, she felt a peculiar blend of madness and reliability emanating from him. Yet, the pressing question remained, how would he contend with them? At that moment, Chai Yun discerned the faint, ominous silhouettes of specters beginning to materialize within the cemetery, many of them. Zheng Yu, smiling, advised Chai Yun, "After we pass this challenge, you must thoroughly review the strategy once sent. Otherwise, you will become a hindrance in the subsequent stages." Furthermore, he corrected her misconception, stating, "In the nightmarish depths, it is not merely a high-level specter, but rather an elite high-tier monster." As for how to tackle them, Zheng Yu snapped his fingers, and the twin magical fire serpents erupted in flames, enveloping the entire cemetery. "The plan is to charge straight through," Zheng Yu declared. He had conducted extensive research on the Ancestral Hall's depths and had a firm grasp of the cemetery's difficulty. It could be swept through. To expedite the dungeon's progress, one could not simply adhere to Zhang Zhan's strategy. The narrative of the Ancestral Hall's depths was quite straightforward. No exploration or problem-solving was necessary. Merely enduring the ordeal for 3 days, disrupting a sacrificial ceremony, and inciting the false ancestors lurking behind the Ancestral Hall would suffice. Thus, from the very outset, there could be no hesitation. One must approach with unwavering boldness. The more forceful, the better. By provoking the tainted false ancestor prematurely, the potential for record-breaking refreshes could be achieved. Incinerating the entire cemetery was Zheng Yu's initial step. As the twin magical fire serpents unleashed their fiery halo, it engulfed the entire cemetery, causing the terrified specters to emit piercing shrieks. The upgraded 5th-tier twin magical fire serpents expanded their fiery halo's radius to a staggering 50 meters, easily covering the relatively modest cemetery. Moreover, the dual fire damage attributes inflicted a tormenting burn effect upon the specters within. Against cold corpses, the twin magical fire serpents were their nemesis. Against specters, they were akin to a paternal figure. The ground of the cemetery ignited instantaneously, with the dual effects of the doubled fire halo damage obliterating 50 points of damage immunity, coupled with the fire damage that inherently countered them. The cemetery was engulfed in a sea of flames. The anguished wails of the specters echoed relentlessly. Once a hell for professionals, it had now transformed into a hell for the specters. Damage numbers erupted throughout the cemetery. 5,741, 5,329, 587, 698. Burn damage. 5,339, 5,788. Over 10,000 damage per second. Witnessing such damage outputs, Chai Yun felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Was this not more ferocious than a mage? Beside her, Tao Qian, Wenren Yu, and Kuing watched with satisfaction as Chai Yun's astonished expression unfolded. Indeed, that slack-jawed, bewildered gaze, the trembling pinky finger. This was precisely the reaction they had hoped to evoke. Chapter 53. The finest ingredients often require the simplest methods of preparation. Just right, Tao Qian remarked cheekily. Initially, when they had witnessed Zheng Yu's damage output, they had shared a similar astonishment. Mechanisms and dangers paled in comparison to the explosive damage wrought by Zheng Yu's summoned beast. Not only was it a swift execution, but it was also a sweeping annihilation. The flames continued to rage. The ordinary specters emerging from the cemetery were all level 20 entities, with health multiplied threefold. Incinerating them all at once proved unlikely. Moreover, the piece de resistance of this spectral roast had yet to make its entrance. A chilling wind arose, accompanied by mournful howls. A faint, sorrowful melody echoed through the air. From the largest mound within the cemetery, an emaciated, smoke-wreathed elder crawled forth. Like the other specters, his form was semi-transparent, but the black smoke trailing behind him vaguely resembled a peculiar creature. Spectre, former village chief of Shangyu, the first to offer his soul in sacrifice to the ancestors. Level, LV 20. Tier, Elite. Health, 150,000. Attack power, 2, 500. Skills, Shadow Cloak. Skills, Shadow Poison. Skills, Possession. Skills. This level 20 elite monster was nearly comparable to the boss Shao Qi Xiang within the nightmarish depths of the Cold Street. It is worth noting that this was merely the first stage of the Ancestral Hall's depths. This esteemed guest from afar. May I inquire where my village of Shangyu has wronged you? The village chief's specter glared at Zhengyu ominously. Zhengyu, gesturing towards the surrounding wailing specters, replied, I find this place rather ominous. There are too many unclean entities. Allow me to cleanse it for you. The village chief's specter erupted in fury as the black mist surged forth, enveloping the entire cemetery in a cloud of malevolence, momentarily suppressing the flames of the twin magical fire serpents. The surrounding specters finally seized the opportunity to assault Zhengyu and his companions. Chai Yun, witnessing this scene, felt her legs weaken. She could hardly fathom how Zhengyu would contend with this horde of specters. You old fool. I was trying to help you rid your space of filth, yet you repay my kindness with disdain. Very well, if you do not appreciate it, then you shall burn alongside it. Twin magical fire serpents. Zhengyu commanded the serpents behind him, burn with abandon, with a resonant sound reminiscent of both serpent and dragon. The fire serpent from the depths of hell finally descended upon this graveyard. Yet this time, it was not merely a fire serpent, but a far more formidable fire WYRM. Boom. Flames engulfed the surroundings. Now that the soul of the village chief had manifested, it was time for the dual magic fire WYRM to unleash its fiery inferno. Doubling the flame's radiant aura, doubling the fire serpent from hell, doubling the fiery attributes of incineration, even with a high health pool. This sequence would swiftly turn the soul into charred remnants. Defeated soul of the village chief LV20, gained experience 3,786. Defeated soul of the village chief LV20, gained experience 3,587. Defeated soul of the village chief LV20, gained experience 3,444. Defeated. A grand conflagration ensued. Experience was harvested delightfully. No one shared in the bounty. And thus, the experience surged exponentially. Before all were vanquished, his level soared to 14. Congratulations. Level up. Level, LV13 to LV14, 59600, 56,500 experience points needed for next level. Health, 940,09970, with 7,950 equipment attributes. Mana, 870,880. Intelligence, 451,469. Strength, 126,130. Agility, 2,930. Remaining free attribute points, 5. The speed of leveling was astonishing. This was precisely why it was essential to bring 4 companions for the leaderboard contest. 5 adventurers entering the abyss increased the overall difficulty and thus the total experience gained. However, if others refrained from engaging in battle, the leading contender would reap a more substantial share of experience. Soloing the nightmare level abyss enabled a leveling pace unimaginable to others. Just a wave of souls had propelled him up a level. A piercing shriek shattered Zhengyu's revelry in his newfound level. The village chief's soul, witnessing the relentless demise of his fellow spirits, unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy, enveloping the entire graveyard. He sought to contest the dual magic fire WRM's inferno. Yet, the innate attributes that countered his malevolence rendered the fire WRM impervious. The flames only grew fiercer. Realizing the futility of suppressing the fire and feeling the searing heat himself, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke, lunging towards Zhengyu with astonishing speed. However, the goblin general, tasked with safeguarding Zhengyu, remained vigilant. In such chaotic skirmishes involving summoners, one must always be prepared with a guardian beast. The goblin general hefted his heavy hammer and struck the cloud of smoke. Wham! The hammer crashed into the body of the village chief's soul, dealing 8,742 damage. Yet, the soul remained undeterred. The transformed village chief, now a wisp of black smoke, disregarded the hammer and charged directly at Zhengyu. Professionals could inflict direct damage upon spirits in the abyss, but fundamentally, a ghost remained a ghost. Physical means were often inadequate to thwart them. Zhengyu, shouted Tao Qian and the others anxiously, as this was their first instance witnessing Zhengyu confronting danger directly. Summoners possess a critical vulnerability. All their strength is concentrated in their summoned beasts, leaving their own health and defenses exceedingly frail. However, in the next moment, Tao Qian realized their worries were unfounded. Though Zhengyu was weak, they had entirely overlooked that he bore 3 pieces of platinum-grade equipment. The village chief's soul's assault struck the shield of the Wraith Ring. Wraith Ring. Equipment Effect 1. Mental Shield, a shield conjured from resentment, capable of absorbing 10,000 points of spell damage. Equipment Effect 2. Shield Break, upon shattering, inflicts 2,500 points of fixed damage to surrounding enemies. A shield of 10,000. The village chief's soul could not breach it, even if the shield were broken. Zhengyu's defenses from the human skin spider set, and the taunting defense of the training dummy would still stand. To reach Zhengyu, one must first surmount these layers of protection. 6,458. White damage appeared above Zhengyu's head, indicating a reduction in shield value. 6,000 was indeed significant. The village chief's soul employed possession, but failing to breach the shield of the Wraith Ring rendered him suspended in midair. In that fleeting moment, the dual magic fire WYRM prepared its most potent breath. WYRM's breath. Zhengyu observed the village chief's soul, ensnared in the crimson breath, wailing in agony, and remarked with a smile, "The finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Charred soul, merely necessitating the addition of a breath capable of melting iron." Defeated soul of the village chief LV20, gained experience 7,848. Chapter 54, a terrifyingly profound thought, the perfect strategy for completion. The entire graveyard resonated with the crackling sounds of burning. The once boastful spirit, intent on ending Zhengyu's life, had utterly lost its essence. After the demise of the village chief's soul, the dark smoke that had clung to him spiraled upward, swirling twice in the air as if etching Zhengyu's visage into memory before dissipating into the ether. Congratulations. Acquired the decorative item, Village Chief's Pipe, LV0, Silver Grade. Congratulations. Acquired the armor, Robe of the Dead, LV20, Silver Grade. 2 pieces of equipment had dropped. 1 decorative item, an antiquated pipe that seemed ill-suited for adventurers, given its filthy mouthpiece, which appeared difficult to use. Decorative item, Village Chief's Pipe. Equip level, none. Equip requirement, none. Grade, silver. Attributes, none. Equipment effect. With this pipe in your possession, you shall be granted treatment akin to that of the village chief in Shanyu village. Is it truly meant to be used in such a manner? Zhengyu gazed at the grimy pipe with distaste. Clearly, it served as a quest item. Despite its unseemly appearance, it could prove useful in dire circumstances. While he mentally recoiled, he recognized this item was not mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. As they had never defeated the village chief's soul, the village chief would unleash his final skill when his health dropped to 5, a skill invisible on the attribute panel, known as Yin and Yang separation. This skill would render him immune to further attacks, leaving one to helplessly watch as experience and loot slipped away. Thus, Zhengyu had initially commanded the dual magic fire WYRM to hold back, employing the flame aura to simmer slowly, ultimately delivering the lethal WRM's breath when the village chief's soul was caught off guard, resulting in his swift demise. This exemplified the advantages of having a strategy. Zhengyu contemplated the pipe in his hand, formulating a plan. To shatter Zhang Zhan's record, this pipe would serve as the most crucial item. As for the Robe of the Dead, Zhengyu promptly stowed it in his inventory, categorizing it among items for sale. As he was unable to equip a level 20 silver item, Zhengyu had just finished clearing the yield, while beside him, Chayan still seemed to be in a daze. Was it truly over? The level of the village chief, notorious as the first formidable obstacle of the nightmarish abyss, had been incinerated by Zhengyu in a single blaze. She stared blankly at the 2 summoned beasts beside Zhengyu, the robust goblin general and the 2-headed fire dragon, both enveloped in flames. These creatures shattered her preconceived notions about summoners. It turned out that summoners could be so formidable. At that moment, Tao Qian overheard Chai Yun muttering to herself and promptly recited a phrase he had repeated countless times. It is not the summoner who is strong, it is Zhengyu. Moreover, your astonishment is premature. If my brother you were merely this capable, how could he possess the confidence to challenge the nightmarish abyss? As an ardent admirer of Zhengyu, Tao Qian spared no effort in extolling his virtues, and his praise was neither unfounded nor baseless. In the confrontation against the village chief, the only beasts contributing to the battle were the twin fire dragons. The goblin general's suicide squad had yet to make an appearance. The summoning beasts had not unleashed their frenzy skills, indicating that Zhengyu had held back more than 1 card. Furthermore, the 3rd summoned beast, which had reached level 10, had yet to be called forth. Just wait, the true battle lies ahead, Tao Qian remarked with an expression that suggested, just watch and see. Let us go, enough boasting. Zhengyu interrupted Tao Qian. After the village chief's disappearance, through the woods of the graveyard, they could see the dim yellow lights of Shanyu village illuminating the mountainside. Shanyu village has appeared, the main quest begins. Let us hasten our pace. All right, Tao Qian replied immediately, following Zhengyu. Chai Yun, reflecting on Tao Qian's earlier words, felt a mix of skepticism and burgeoning excitement. Although she sensed a hint of exaggeration in Tao Qian's claims, the calm demeanor of Tao Qian when Renkinjiu and Kuing suggested that Zhengyu was indeed deserving of their trust. The anxiety she had previously harbored began to morph into a subtle thrill. If Zhengyu could truly conquer the nightmarish abyss, it would be an immense gain, despite the daunting difficulty and the fact that this was merely the first level. What if, in the early hours of the morning, Shanyu village was aglow, yet the lights cast a ghostly yellow hue. The streets were deserted, doors securely locked, and a chilling wind swept through. After more than an hour of travel, Zhengyu and his companions finally descended from the cemetery to Shanyu village. Before entering the village, Zheng Yu recalled the twin fire dragons, leaving only the goblin general. The fire attribute of the twin fire dragons would dispel the ominous energy, which would hinder his search for the shrine. To locate the shrine, they first needed to find the paper effigies. You have entered Shanyu village. Please exercise caution, as everything you encounter may pose a threat to your life. Upon stepping into Shanyu village, the system provided a considerate reminder. We should start by looking for the shrine. Chai Yun quickly interjected, eager to demonstrate that she had diligently studied Zheng Yu's strategy during their journey, clutching at straws, or rather, clinging to Zheng Yu's guidance. Zheng Yu nodded, encouraging her to continue. Given the eerie desolation of the streets, she lowered her voice, hesitant to speak too loudly. According to Zhang Zhan's strategy, the first order of business upon entering Shanyu village is to find a shrine. Once the shrine is located, hiding within it will trigger a sequence, allowing us to witness the villagers' entire sacrificial ceremony. However, the shrine's architecture is not prominent and lacks a fixed location, requiring a stroke of luck to discover. If we enter the wrong building, we risk becoming trapped. The second difficulty of the Shanyu Shrine abyss lies in the inherent dangers present in every household. Just as the system warned, everything poses a threat. The quickest and most efficient method is to use talismans. They will ignite in accordance with the strength of the ominous energy within the rooms. The more fervently they burn, the more likely a powerful spirit resides within. The house with the most intense energy is likely the shrine. Having reached this point in her explanation, Zheng Yu interjected, indeed. This aligns with what Zhang Zhan's strategy outlines. Find the shrine, conceal ourselves within the wooden coffin inside, and then proceed through the narrative. However, our objective is to surpass the record left by Zhang Zhan, which necessitates deviation from the original strategy and implementing change. Chai Yin inquired, how do we implement that change? Zheng Yu explained that to genuinely break the record and obtain the rewards, they must alter their approach, and the most significant change would involve the flow of the story. From my perspective, Zhang Zhan's method of clearing the level was somewhat of a shortcut, viewing the entire story of Shanyu village's ancestral worship through a third-party lens. Yet his strategy fails to elucidate why the ancestral worship was misguided, who was being worshipped, and why Shanyu village had devolved into a ghost town. Nor does it clarify why the village chief would obstruct us in the graveyard. Such information is conspicuously absent from Zhang Zhan's strategy. Thus, it cannot be deemed a comprehensive guide. It may allow passage through the abyss, but it is far from perfect. As Chai Yun listened to Zheng Yu's assertions, she inexplicably began to trust his perspective. However, she was acutely aware that if such opinions were presented on the Shanyu City Forum, they would likely be met with fierce backlash. After all, Zhang Zhan's records of clearing the Shanyu Shrine were revered as gospel among the practitioners of Shanyu City. Who was a mere summoner like him to challenge that? Yet, having witnessed Zheng Yu's strength and his distinct thought process, this native practitioner of Shanyu City began to question whether Zhang Zhan's strategy was indeed flawless. So, what do you intend to do? Chai Yun asked. Zheng Yu replied. From Zhang Zhan's perspective, every decision he made was correct, yet it still failed to explain the entire narrative. This indicates a flawed perspective. A flawed perspective? Precisely. Zhang Zhan observed Shanyu village from a third-person viewpoint, focusing on the 3 stages of worship, ghost marriages, and the procession of spirits. But what if we were to shift our perspective and participate in this game from the viewpoint of the worshippers? Upon hearing this, Chai Yun was momentarily taken aback, and both Tao Qian and Wen Renkinjiu were left speechless. Before they could voice their objections, Zheng Yu's next statement sent chills down their spines. Or rather, what if we directly become the sacrificial offerings? Would that not allow us to confront that false ancestor head-on? Chapter 55, The Goblin Combat Squad, More Terrifying Than Ghosts. What expressions are those? Zheng Yu observed that no one was responding to him. Chai Yun opened her mouth, but remained silent. Only Tao Qian, who had developed a rapport with Zheng Yu, remarked, this seems outside the plan, doesn't it? Wasn't it previously agreed that we would use the intensity of the talisman's flames to locate the shrine? Isn't it too perilous to directly become offerings? Such words could only come from Tao Qian. After spending time with Zheng Yu, both Wen Renkinjiu and Ku Ying had come to realize that Zheng Yu's character was rather unwavering. Once he made a decision, it was challenging to alter. Zheng Yu regarded their expressions and chuckled. Fear not. I am not a lunatic. I will not put you in life-threatening situations. Tao Qian replied, are you certain? The 4 of them silently questioned Zheng Yu's sanity, yet none dared to voice their doubts. Zheng Yu explained with a smile. This plan indeed sprang from a moment of inspiration, yet it is rooted in solid reasoning, and should be the singular correct approach to solving our dilemma. He produced a grimy pipe and tossed it to Tao Qian. Here, take this. What is it? Tao Qian asked, eyeing the pipe with a hint of disdain. However, upon discerning its attributes, his expression transformed into one of surprise. This is the most crucial item that Zhang Zhan overlooked. It is the sole artifact that allows us to partake in the ritual. I'll have you puff on it shortly. You'll do just that. What? Me? Tao Qian was momentarily taken aback. Yes, it is a pivotal item. Do you not want it? Upon hearing this, Tao Qian immediately exclaimed, I do. This indicated that he would contribute to the dungeon run, and thus the rewards he would receive would not merely be trivial. Although the pipe was undeniably filthy, One could not deny that, at the moment Zheng Yu uttered these words, the young ladies nearby looked on enviously at the pipe. Dirty? As long as there are rewards. Who cares about dirt? Besides, it is merely a pipe. To enhance rewards by smoking a pipe is far less daunting than some women adventurers who would go to bed with powerful allies just to join a party for a descent into the abyss. Puffing on a pipe is surely preferable to that. Yet alas, there is but one pipe. What shall we do next? When Yu and the others had also noticed the pipe's attributes. With the identity of the village chief, they could indeed join the ritual. Zheng Yu declared, "We shall search for the shrine, much like Zhang Zhan. However, our intentions differ. He seeks the shrine to hide, while we seek it to stir up a commotion. The more raucous, the better." According to Zheng Yu's strategy, they needed to locate the shrine without actually finding it. The 5 of them, each holding a talisman, stood before different villagers' homes. As long as it was not the time for the ritual, the frenzied villagers would not emerge. Approaching the doors, the talismans would ignite. Zheng Yu glanced at the talisman in his hand, which flickered with a few sparks, indicating that there were few, if any, malevolent spirits within, only villagers. The villagers were the weakest entities in the entire shrine abyss, nearly dying upon the slightest touch, and did not carry any penalties, akin to innocent bystanders in a GTA game. Of course, there were no rewards either. The distance between the 5 was considerable, and the village was eerily quiet, making shouting impractical. Hence, they opted to communicate via their chat group. Tao Qian, monk, my talisman has burned 1/4. There should be something in this courtyard. Kuing, assassin, mine has burned 1/3. When Rin Qingyu, assassin, my talisman remains still. Chai Yun, ranger, my talisman has completely burned. Zheng Yu, summoner, Chai Yun, remember your door number. It is likely the shrine. Chai Yun, ranger, understood. Zheng Yu, summoner, let us gather at Ku Ying's house. Tao Qian, monk, okay. They congregated at the entrance of Ku Ying's dwelling. The burning talisman indicated the presence of a malevolent spirit within. Entering the room would trigger a mechanism, prompting the spirits to attack the adventurers. The more vigorously the talisman burned, the stronger the spirit. The most vigorous would signify the shrine. However, this was not entirely certain, for a powerful spirit might also burn a talisman, indicating a potential shrine or a level 20 elite monster. Luck would play a significant role. Zheng Yu's objective was to create a disturbance. Thus, they would first eliminate the rooms most likely to be the shrine. Let us vanquish the ghosts first. Bang! The goblin general kicked the door open. A gust of chilly wind surged forth, accompanied by a foul stench, causing Zheng Yu and the others to hastily cover their noses. Crack! One of the copper coins on the string in Zheng Yu's possession shattered. The string contained 18 coins. Each time it resisted a mental attack, one would break, allowing for a total of 18 protections. After the chilling wind passed, Zheng Yu and the others finally beheld the layout of the room. Before them lay a spacious courtyard, with a wealth tree in the center, suggesting the family was not impoverished. The door directly facing the courtyard was ajar, within which they could vaguely see an elderly woman in a gray cotton garment, sitting in the hall and glaring at them. Most unsettlingly, blood tears flowed from her eyes. The scene was undeniably eerie. Zheng Yu felt no fear or concern, not only because he could see the health bar above the old woman's head, but also because he had no intention of entering the courtyard himself. What is the strength of a summoner? The answer: they need not enter the battlefield personally. Goblin General, charge. The Goblin General, undeterred, declared, "What monster specters dare to confront us? Prepare to meet your demise." He rode his wolf steed straight towards the eerie old woman sitting in the hall. Zheng Yu turned his back, choosing not to witness the ensuing battle, and said to Tao Qian and the others, "We shall wait here. You may frighten yourselves as you wish. If I feel even a twinge of fear, I'll take your surname." The shrine abyss of Shan Yu possessed a peculiar trait. It was prone to face-to-face assaults. Just as the malevolent spirit of the village chief could evade the Goblin General's obstruction and rush directly towards Zheng Yu. It mirrored the chilling scenes often seen in horror films, where one knows a terrifying moment is imminent, yet still jumps when a ghostly visage suddenly appears. Tao Qian and the others were averse to entering the shrine, and rightfully so. Many second-stage warriors who had traversed the shrine felt lingering trepidation, despite having strategies in place. This experience was far more immersive than playing a horror game. However, Zheng Yu was a summoner. This meant that, as long as he possessed overwhelming strength, he need not observe the battle to direct it. Bang! Zheng Yu even thoughtfully closed the door behind the Goblin General and the old woman. Continue your battle. I shan't intrude. Tao Qian, is it possible to play like this? Kuing, so we just wait here? One Rin Xingyu. There's more than one ghost in here. There's another by the wealth tree, and one hanging from the beam. It's bound to take some time. Zheng Yu, who wants an orange? Tao Qian, not me. One Rin Xingyu, how about some tea? Zheng Yu, excellent. As they observed one Rin Xingyu setting up the tea table, Kuing produced some snacks, while Chai Yun felt an incongruous sense of reality. In the courtyard, the wails of ghosts echoed. Outside, Zheng Yu and his companions were drinking tea. This was the abyss. A nightmare-level abyss? How had a perfectly terrifying dungeon transformed into this? Chai Yun suddenly sensed that perhaps being a summoner had its advantages, at least in this type of horror-themed abyss, where the summoner need not confront terrifying scenarios directly. Inside the courtyard, the ghosts howled. Outside, a serene tranquility prevailed. After about 10 minutes, Zheng Yu had barely finished a cup of tea when he received notification of the kills. Defeated LV-20 Blood Tier Ghost, gained 5,744 experience. Defeated LV-20 Hanging Ghost, gained 5,871 experience. Defeated LV-20 Wealth Guard, gained 6,022 experience. Creak. The door swung open. Chai Yun gazed into the room, where, aside from a formidable goblin general, there were also deathly goblins cloaked in black rags with eyes akin to those of ravenous beasts, a band of goblin cavalry riding ferocious wolves with green faces and tusks, and a war troll towering over 3 meters in height, grotesque and menacing. This was an evolved goblin combat squad. Observing this assembly of goblins, more fearsome than apparitions, Chai Yun felt that ghosts no longer seemed so terrifying. Chapter 56. The twin spirits knock at the door, yet it is the twins who fall. The ensuing scene unfolded as the goblin general led a gang of ruffians, knocking on doors and inspecting dwellings. Guided by the state of the burning sigils, they pinpointed 3 homes engulfed in flames, each harboring a substantial number of restless spirits, while others were simply swept aside. Just as the system had described, danger lurked everywhere. Withered branches in the corners, dolls on beds, red lanterns hanging from trees, a child submerged in a vat gazing at giants, and the half-bodied female specter embedded in the wall, various forms of hanged ghosts, drowned souls, those who met untimely ends, and spirits of the ill. According to the accounts of professionals who had traversed the harrowing depths of the Shrine's abyss, even if one knew of the presence of ghosts, the terror would still be overwhelming, for everything that should and should not exist was present. Fear was the prevailing theme of the Shrine's abyss. Yet, when confronted with a more fearsome assembly of goblins, the ghosts ceased to be ghosts. The goblins possessed no comprehension of specters. They recognized only health bars, not phantoms. In Chinese folklore, ghosts are concerned with atmosphere, eerie environments, and tales of death. In terms of sheer ugliness, Zheng Yu still found the troll to be the more horrifying creature, primarily because a single blow from the troll could obliterate half the health of a ghostly specter. Now that was true terror. This troll had once encountered the twin spirits knocking at the door, yet it was the twins that crumpled. What were ghosts, after all? Against a health bar? Zheng Yu scoffed, outright refusing to gaze at the giant child fished out from the vat or the blood-stained doll that had suddenly risen from the bed. The frightful surprises were quite bothersome. Zheng Yu declined to observe and turned away. The spirits occupying the villagers' homes were not particularly powerful. A single goblin general with a combat squad could easily dispatch them. These ghosts delighted in startling their victims. Upon entering the yard, they would suddenly emerge from some corner, launching a frightful ambush. This was due to a certain trait of ghostly beings. They collected the fright value of professionals, and upon reaching a certain threshold, they too would evolve. Thus, these spectral entities tirelessly engaged in scaring people. Zheng Yu, however, would not fall prey to such tricks. He preferred to remain blissfully ignorant. If one could scare the goblin general, then they would truly be formidable. Zheng Yu simply knocked on the door of a home devoid of restless spirits. Only the villagers remained. As the elderly and the young trembled in fear at Zheng Yu and his companions, he set about constructing a grill to prepare their evening meal. The aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. Zheng Yu inhaled deeply and remarked, "Is it burnt?" Chai Yun hurriedly flipped the skewers. Moments later, Zheng Yu took a bite of the kidney that Chai Yun had grilled, only to set it down in silence. "Isn't your family supposed to run a barbecue shop?" Zheng Yu could not help but inquire. Chai Yun was taken aback. "Who said that?" Zheng Yu mused, "That trickster Chai Fong." It's evident that Chai Fong was lying. Chai Yun could not grill kidneys at all. Chai Yun was also somewhat bewildered, as upon first meeting Zheng Yu, she had been asked if she could grill kidneys, and she had dismissed the idea. After all, who would think of grilling kidneys in the abyss? Indeed, it was possible. Moreover, with ample time at hand, she could learn. Chai Yun's attitude was earnest, and her eagerness to cling to someone was most commendable. Let us leave it to Tao Qian. Grilling meat is an art. To prevent Chai Yun from wasting the exquisite meat they had purchased, Zheng Yu hastily handed the task over to Tao Qian. Minutes later, the fragrant aroma enveloped the entire courtyard. A distinct rumble echoed from the corner as a child's stomach growled. Zheng Yu turned to find it was the child from this household. Within this yard, there were no restless spirits, just an elderly person and a 7 or 8-year-old girl. The elder held the girl tightly, trying not to disturb Zheng Yu and his group. Yet, no one could resist the allure of grilled meat, especially not a child who had gone days without food. The little girl gazed longingly at the skewers of meat beside Zheng Yu. "Would you like a piece?" Zheng Yu inquired. The little girl did not respond, instead retreating into the elder's embrace, startled by Zheng Yu's sudden question. Zheng Yu looked at the elder. "I have a few questions for you. I can exchange them for grilled meat." The elder stared vacantly at the ground, as if he had not heard Zheng Yu's words at all. Zheng Yu smiled, and said, "You should have no reason to refuse. Nor would you want to discover the consequences of turning me down." Zheng Yu was quite direct. He had no intention of forging a heartfelt connection with the villagers here. It was often seen in stories that protagonists could establish good rapport with local villagers, extracting various information in the process. Zheng Yu believed such an endeavor was utterly unnecessary. Firstly, he was acutely aware of how extreme and insular the mindset of these villagers was. To put it bluntly, their thoughts could be described as terrifying. Genuine connection? If one truly sought to connect, they would be inviting their own doom. Secondly, he did not consider himself to possess the charm of a protagonist, capable of coaxing information simply through charisma or words. The most effective method was force, swift and convenient. Thus, Zheng Yu presented the elder with two choices: either bring the child to enjoy some grilled meat and divulge the circumstances of the village, or meet the same fate as the ghosts outside, torn asunder by goblins. It was then that the elder lifted his head, gazing at the beaming youth. As if he were seeing a child from the village long ago, he embraced the little girl and approached Zheng Yu. A wise choice. Zheng Yu handed a skewer of grilled meat to the little girl. She looked up, intending to thank him, but only managed a garbled sound. Zheng Yu noticed that the child had no tongue. What is wrong with her? Zheng Yu inquired. The elder, understanding the question, reached out to stroke the child's head and replied, because she was too talkative, her right to speak was taken away. By whom? The elder remained silent. At this moment, when Rin Xingyu joined in, asking, was it your ancestors? The elder glanced at the group and then gave a bitter smile. No. He is not our ancestor. Then who is he? Rin Xingyu sensed the answer was imminent and pressed on. The elder simply pointed at the child's mouth. The answer was evident. She could not speak, for if she did, her tongue would be taken as well. Zheng Yu looked down to see the child finishing her skewer. He picked up another and offered it to her, but the little girl shook her head. The elder explained, she has no tongue and cannot savor the flavor. She relies solely on her muscles to chew. Moreover, we do not require food. When Rin Xingyu furrowed her brows and inquired, I just heard the sound of a child's stomach. Are you still trying to deny it? The elder shook his head and replied, we may feel hunger, yet we shall never be satiated. Is it because of your false ancestor? When Rin Xingyu questioned, the elder hesitated for a considerable time before responding, I am unaware of your purpose for coming here, nor do I comprehend why you must arrive on this day of sacrifice. However, I implore you, do not partake in the forthcoming ritual. Seek refuge in a hidden place. I know of a spot within the ancestral hall, where 3 wooden coffins lie. If you lie within, they shall not see you. Zheng Yu and Wen Rinkinjiu exchanged glances. Finally understanding why Zhang Zhan had chosen to conceal himself within a coffin, it appeared that someone had lured him. Chapter 57, Sacrifices, Plagues, Interests, and the Ghost Village. What if we choose not to hide? Zheng Yu directly asked. The elder glared at him with bloodshot eyes, declaring, if you do not hide, you will surely die. By whom? Zheng Yu pressed further. I cannot say, the elder replied. Zheng Yu observed the elderly man, who seemed to be in his 70s, clad in a navy blue linen coat, his fingers trembling slightly, as if gripped by fear. Zhang Zhan's strategy had explicitly stated that one must hide within the coffins to evade the nightmare-level abyss. Yet, the consequences of not seeking refuge therein remained a mystery. It was evident that Zhang Zhan had inquired about this from a villager. They would lead outsiders to the coffins, whether out of goodwill or malice remained indeterminate. Please tell me, why is your village transformed into this state? Zheng Yu did not frame it as a question. The elder raised his head. Seeing Zheng Yu's smiling countenance and the 2 lovely young girls behind him, both brandishing daggers, a shiver ran through him, and he quickly responded, 10 years ago, our village was not as it is now. Due to years of drought, our harvests dwindled, and we could scarcely survive. Thus, we ascended the mountain and unearthed the coffins of our ancestors. Wait, Zheng Yu interrupted, if you were struggling to survive, why disturb the ancestral graves? Is that not a grave taboo? The elder shook his head. This is a tradition passed down through generations in our village. Whenever we face insurmountable difficulties, we open the grave of our oldest ancestor and bring the coffin, along with the remains, into the ancestral hall. A sacrifice? When Rinkinjiu pondered aloud. Yes, a sacrifice. The elder continued. This was a desperate measure. Had it not been for our dire circumstances, we would not have entertained such thoughts. And then? Zheng Yu inquired. The elder coughed violently twice, clearly in poor health. After the coughing fit, he resumed. The sacrifice was remarkably successful. On the mountain to the south, purple tea leaves sprouted overnight, their aroma unforgettable. Once harvested and sold, they not only provided us with food, but also allowed everyone in Shanyu village to live well. A smile graced the elder's face as he recounted these events. Zheng Yu nodded. It is evident that in such an insular village, every household could afford to build such grand estates. Indeed, you must have known prosperity. Prosperous, yet not lasting, the elder continued, echoing Zheng Yu's sentiments. The tea trade attracted numerous calamities, such as unequal distribution of profits and theft by outsiders. To protect the hard-won good life, you did not conduct another sacrifice, did you? The elder sighed, indeed. To drive away competitors, outsiders, and those within our village who sought to monopolize the tea. The village chief secretly summoned us elders for a second sacrifice. We unearthed another ancestor's coffin. That year, a plague descended upon our village. With the protection of our ancestors, Those loyal to Shangyu village were spared from the plague, while any outsiders or those with ulterior motives perished. Zhengyu contemplated. So your current isolation is related to this plague? Yes, the elder affirmed. Shangyu village, now sealed off, grew wealthier as the tea trade became a monopoly. Will anyone still purchase your tea? Are they not afraid of contracting the plague? When Rinkinjiu inquired. They are fearful, yet they cannot resist the allure of our tea. No one can turn down the taste of Shangyu village's tea, and due to the plague, it has become even rarer and more precious. Thus, unscrupulous merchants are willing to take risks for profit. Zhengyu nodded. A profit margin exceeding 100% is indeed sufficient to tempt individuals into peril. Thus, the elder concluded, even though we are sealed off due to the plague, we continue to live in abundance, for these black merchants provide us with everything we need. Everything, including people? Zhengyu scrutinized the elder's eyes, searching for signs of deceit. The elder hesitated and nodded slightly. A village tainted by plague was not one they wished to isolate. Rather, the outside world had severed ties with them. For a village to thrive, it must either interbreed or seek individuals from beyond its borders. Who would come? No one returns. But there are black merchants, faced with substantial profit. Capturing a few women and bringing them into the village is hardly a formidable task. It was evident that this village bore the hallmarks of the most nefarious kind Zhengyu could envision: human trafficking, isolation, and incest. As he recalled the little girl's vanished tongue, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed his gaze. Continue. Zhengyu suppressed his emotions, urging the elder to proceed. The elder fell silent. Zhengyu scoffed derisively, stating, "You previously mentioned that there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall, which indicates that you have conducted 3 sacrifices in total. When was the last one, and why was it performed?" Faced with Zhengyu's aggressive demeanor, and when Rinkinjiu, who waved her dagger in front of him, the elder sighed helplessly and began, "Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. Following the plague, Shangyu village was sealed off for 3 years. Everyone in Shangyu village lived blissfully. We relied on the mountains for sustenance, and whatever we desired, the black merchants would fulfill, including..." The elder glanced at Zhengyu, "including the individuals you mentioned. Yet, there were always those dissatisfied with the blessings of our ancestors, who remained in this sanctified village." Blessings? When Rinkinjiu found it increasingly difficult to comprehend, her brow furrowed. A village plagued by disease, severed from the outside world, relying on the trafficking of people for survival. Could this truly be perceived as a blessing? She was profoundly shocked and expressed her bewilderment. Zhengyu, however, perceived the elder's words as heartfelt. Lacking knowledge and exposure to the world beyond, the impoverished villagers, within this village where they could attain whatever they desired. Was it not a blessing? In other words, setting aside the plague for a moment, to the elder, this village was indeed a paradise. It must be the youth who wished to escape, Zhengyu speculated. Indeed, a group of youngsters, at the age when they should marry, have disrupted the village's customs, wishing to leave this place. And then, Zhengyu was curious about how they managed to quell the rebellious spirit of these vigorous youths. The elder replied, "The village chief, adhering to village regulations, broke their legs." Well, Zhengyu thought, that was even more direct than I had anticipated. Like oneself, they resorted to direct, forceful conquest. However, from that day forth, the purple tea leaves ceased to flourish. Then came the 3rd sacrificial ceremony. From the trembling hands and quavering voice of the elder, Zhengyu discerned that the village had been irrevocably transformed into a ghost town, a transformation precipitated by that very 3rd ceremony. It was highly probable that those few young men, whose legs had been broken, had disrupted the rite. Chapter 58, Breaking the Deadlock. The true nature of the ghost village. After the elder had spoken, he fell silent, adopting an expression that conveyed a resolute unwillingness to divulge further, even at the cost of his life. Zhengyu did not press him or the child. The elder exhaled in relief and retreated once more to the corner with the child, seeking refuge. Thus, today marked the 4th sacrificial ceremony. Following the elder's departure, when Rin Qingyu reflected, based on the villagers' account, that the transformation of the village was due to the 3rd ceremony, likely because it had been disrupted. Hence, those who had disrupted the ceremony were likely the very young men who bore a grudge due to their injuries. To restore the village to its former state, today's ceremony was necessitated. When Rin Qingyu's analysis closely mirrored Zhengyu's prior conjectures, Zhengyu concurred with her assessment, affirming that the villagers were adamantly opposed to outsiders disrupting this ceremony. This indicated that the elder's mention of the 3 wooden coffins indeed signified a sanctuary. Zhang Zhan must have also deduced this information, ultimately opting to trust the villagers' words, thereby temporarily avoiding conflict to allow the ceremony to proceed. One Rin Qingyu remarked, "I believe Zhang Zhan thinks that as long as the ceremony is completed, the village will revert to its original condition, enhancing the likelihood of a successful resolution." Zhengyu nodded, acknowledging the possibility of such reasoning. Yet, the outcome was known. Even if the ceremony succeeded, Shangyu village would remain a ghost village, still destined to endure the 2nd day's ghostly wedding and the 3rd day's procession of spirits. Their analyses pointed directly to the direction Zhengyu had previously indicated, the disruption of the ceremony. One Rin Qingyu contemplated for a moment before stating, The ancestor who could fulfill the wishes of Shangyu village must be that spectral deity, akin to the god of the cold prison who cursed Shaoqi in the depths of the cold street. Indeed, it was the emergence of this spectral deity that had transformed Shangyu village into its current state. Zhengyu, however, proposed a divergent line of thought. Perhaps, initially, there did not exist any spectral deity at all. When Ren Xingyu inquired, puzzled, "Why do you say that?" Zhengyu smiled and replied, "Do you not find that the intoxicating purple tea, which compels one to risk life and limb for a taste, bears resemblance to something?" When Ren Xingyu was momentarily at a loss. It was Ku Ying, who had been silently absorbing their discourse, who interjected, "Poppy." Zhengyu nodded in agreement. It should indeed be a similar substance, as only such a thing could yield such substantial profits. The so-called sacrificial rites involving grave exhumation were merely superstitions concocted by the village chief and his cohorts. Mysterious phenomena invariably have origins, and the sacrificial rites were the most effective means to dupe the uneducated villagers into willingly cultivating these illicit substances. Subsequently, they would employ the second ceremony to ensnare these individuals. You see, once entangled with such things, escape would not be so easily achieved. The purpose of the third ceremony was equally straightforward, to provide a pretext for dealing with those who wished to depart. As Zhengyu's analysis unfolded, Wen Rinqing gradually pieced together the historical tapestry of Shangyu village, finding it remarkably coherent. Indeed, it should be just so. She relished this process of unraveling mysteries. In the previous Cold Street Abyss, she had engaged in continuous analysis but had not foreseen the application of the organ cake. This abyss, it seemed, had not outpaced Zhengyu in devising a solution. She regarded Zhengyu, realizing that not only did he possess formidable strength, but his acute awareness of the abyss's intricacies was also extraordinary. Yet, Tao Qian appeared somewhat perplexed. If we understand all this, what is the use? Zhengyu elucidated. This implies that, all along, there has been no ancestor capable of granting wishes. The most plausible scenario is that the entire village perished due to certain events, ultimately becoming a ghost town. You must grasp one thing. Within the framework of the abyss, certain conditions must be met for a deity's curse to take effect. For instance, Shaoqi's entrapment and his mother's demise in the well, steeped in resentment, anger, and hatred, combined with the curse of the god of the cold prison, birthed the cold street. Shangyu village follows suit. A spectral deity can only manifest in a place rife with malevolent spirits. Do you now comprehend my meaning? Zheng Yu's gaze drifted toward the elder and the child as he spoke slowly. It is not that the spectral deity existed prior to the formation of Shangyu village, but rather that the ghost village emerged as a fitting habitat for the deity's curse, leading to the creation of the Shangyu ancestral hall abyss. The causality is inverted. Tao Qian furrowed his brow, contemplating Zheng Yu's words. Are you suggesting that they too are ghosts? But if they are ghosts, why do the sigils not burn? And why are there no blood bars? The explanation did not come from Zheng Yu or Wen Rinqing, but from the previously silent Chai Yun. Chai Yun remarked, "There is a theory that has been proposed on forums. If ghostly beings are unaware of their own nature, they may present themselves in human form." Thus, Zheng Yu's hypothesis was indeed plausible. Tao Qian began to grasp certain concepts, realizing that this meant that regardless of how they conducted the sacrificial rites, they were ultimately futile. Much like in the Cold Street Abyss, where it was a particular individual wielding the spectral deity's power, punishing the villagers. You have finally come to understand, Zheng Yu said with a smile. Thus, the purpose becomes abundantly clear. The sacrificial rites are utterly ineffectual. They are merely the obsessions of these villagers, who believe themselves still alive, hoping to find solace and return to their former lives through these ceremonies. This explains why the village chief is absent from the village and instead resides in the cemetery. It is that individual possessing the powers of the spectral deity who has confined the spectral village chief to the graveyard, preventing him from revealing the truth to the villagers. Here, the villagers repeat this sacrificial behavior day after day, year after year. What does a sacrificial rite require? Grave exhumation? Indeed, the exhumation of the village chief's grave. Hiss. Tao Qian inhaled sharply. The logic was clear. The sacrificial rites would involve daily exhumations, forcing the instigator, the village chief, to be unearthed from his grave each day and brought to the ancestral hall for torment. The villagers would remain eternally ensnared in the terror of the ghost village. Most tormenting of all, they would persistently believe that the fourth sacrificial rite would yield results. The most despairing often lies in that elusive hope. Tao Qian slapped his forehead in realization. So, the ghostly wedding on the second day and the procession of spirits on the third day are not aimed at us outsiders at all, but rather to torment these villagers? Zheng Yu regarded Tao Qian with a look of mentorship. Then let me ask you again, who in the entire village harbors such immense resentment towards Shangyu village? Tao Qian pondered. Those young men who broke their legs? Zheng Yu shook his head. To turn an entire village into a ghost town. Do you think they possess that level of animosity? These young men are merely obstinate youths reluctant to continue with the drug trade, seeking independence. Tao Qian was suddenly reminded of the question Zheng Yu had posed to the elder earlier. They bought people, Tao Qian murmured. So they were trafficked in? Zheng Yu nodded. Tao Qian, You have uncovered a blind spot. Zhang Zhan has always believed that the boss he must contend with is the false ancestor, but in truth, the false ancestor is the village chief, who was eliminated long ago at the cemetery. The real boss is the mastermind behind the transformation of Shanyu village into a ghostly settlement, one who harbors a deep-seated hatred for it. Once we locate her, we won't even need 3 days. We shall conquer the abyss of this shrine. Chapter 59. Come, let me see what is amiss. The elder is gone, Kuing reminded. The group turned to the corner where the elder had been, only to find the pitiful figure of the tongueless little girl huddled there, while the elder had mysteriously vanished. Tao Qian spoke with a hint of agitation. Could it be that he overheard our conversation and went to inform on us? Zhengyu chuckled. He couldn't have heard our words. After all, the curse of the shadow deity has been watching us. How could she allow the elder to learn the truth? However, you were correct in your latter assertion. He indeed went to report us. From the elder's perspective, our presence poses a threat to their rights. When Rinxingyu added, these ignorant villagers firmly believe in the lies spun by the village chief, convinced that the rites must yield results, and would never permit outsiders like us to disrupt them. Initially, he sheltered us in the coffin out of good intentions, not to evade the ghosts, but to protect us from the other villagers. For who would suspect someone hiding in a sacrificial coffin? Yet, our attitude just now was a clear refusal of the elder's ostensibly benevolent offer, indicating our intent to participate in the rites. This must have crossed his threshold. By now, he should have informed the other villagers. After when Ren Xingyu finished speaking, she looked at Zhengyu, her expression seemingly inquiring if her analysis was accurate. Zhengyu nodded in approval. Among the group, only when Ren Xingyu could assist him in deciphering the abyssal logic. Zhengyu finished the last bite of his kidney and rose, saying, let us depart, having dined well. It is time to create a ruckus. The elder had been intentionally released by him. Someone needed to alert the villagers to expedite the rites. The goblin general, along with the trolls, had wreaked havoc in Shanyu village for quite some time, and their failure to emerge indicated that these villagers were indeed lacking in capability. As long as the rites could be completed, they would endure anything. However, should anyone attempt to disrupt the rites, they would undoubtedly take action. Zheng Yu desired just that, for the villagers to initiate a response, which would be far more manageable than dealing with them as mere turtles retreating into their shells. By the way, bring her along, Zheng Yu instructed, pointing to the little girl in the corner. Tao Qian volunteered to carry the girl, following Zheng Yu out of the courtyard. At that moment, the streets were in disarray. Without the goblin general's restraint, the goblin combat squad, led by the trolls, had gone berserk. To the trolls, ghosts were merely playthings. Aside from the goblin shaman, the remaining members of the squad were bloodthirsty, especially the death warriors, whose eyes turned crimson at the sight of ghosts. Although the ghosts in Shanyu village were all level 20, their small numbers and reliance on fear rendered them lacking in combat prowess, making them easy targets for the goblin combat squad, which could overwhelm a single ghost with a dozen goblins. The squad comprised ranged attackers, melee fighters, fearless warriors, spellcasters, and trolls serving as formidable meat shields to draw aggro. Whether it was a hanging ghost, a ghost who died of illness, or a seemingly powerful ghost of unnatural death, none stood a chance against the goblin combat squad. The ghosts were treated as mere prey. As the chaos unfolded in the streets, when Ren Xingyu remarked, this mastermind behind Shanyu village remains remarkably composed. Their original plan had been to create a disturbance, hoping to unsettle certain elements and hasten the conclusion of the narrative. Yet, it appeared that the more they stirred up trouble, the less the shadow deity curse boss cared. The only casualties were the weak ghosts. She was indifferent to the extent of the chaos. After all, Shanyu village is merely a repetitive space, tormenting its inhabitants in a cycle lasting 3 days. The rites are a sham, the ghost marriages are false, and the procession of 100 ghosts is merely a means to punish the villagers. Allowing Zheng Yu to wreak havoc was of no concern to her. Zheng Yu smiled and said, her ability to endure is rooted in her indifference. The rites themselves are false. Even if we disrupt them, she can still carry out ghost marriages and the procession of 100 ghosts. One Ren Xingyu comprehended Zheng Yu's words, realizing that their current objective was indeed to sabotage the rites. With force, Tao Qian inquired, already brandishing the golden level monk's staff. Since becoming a professional, he had yet to engage in combat. As a mere bystander, he was acutely aware of his role. He considered himself no match for the level 20 ghostly beings, but he felt confident about intimidating a few villagers without usurping Zheng Yu's experience. Zheng Yu retorted, do you honestly believe that force will yield results? Has it ever? Tao Qian had just witnessed Zheng Yu using force to coerce the elder into divulging information. Zheng Yu questioned, this village teeming with ghosts, this ritual repeated countless times, has it ever led to even one villager discerning the truth? Do you think your staff is more effective than the shadow deity? Tao Qian hesitated. Let us not even mention these villagers, who have been isolated and have never seen the world. Even people in the city are willing to die for their so-called beliefs. They are beyond awakening. Zheng Yu shook his head, recalling how he had witnessed his relatives straying from the right path, with no one able to dissuade them, not even their children or parents. Tao Qian was about to retort when he caught sight of the villagers emerging from the fog, each wearing a look of madness, their terrifying eyes seeming to want to devour him. He shuddered and asked, "What if we resort to lethal force? I refuse to believe they have no fear of death." Tao Qian contemplated using the method of killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Unless you eliminate them all, it would be utterly pointless. They are, after all, ghosts. If you slay them, they will only become more terrified, placing their last vestiges of hope in the very rites that once aided them. However, slaughtering them all presents its own issues. For in doing so, you would be avenging the mastermind, and everything would reset, restarting the rites, the ghost marriages, and the procession of 100 ghosts. We would not only fail to locate the boss, but would also waste even more time. Tao Qian was at a loss. Then what should we do? The pipe? You fool, when Ren Xingyu interjected, exasperated. Your memory is quite lacking. They do not trust relatives, children, parents, or the police. But they absolutely believe in the village chief, the one who led them down the wrong path. The village chief's position is not unlike that of a cult leader. After when Ren Xingyu's reminder, Tao Qian recalled the elder's pipe. I hurriedly took out the pipe and looked at Zheng Yu, asking, "Did I bring it with me?" Zheng Yu nodded and advised, after taking it, refrain from uttering a word. Find someone to guide us to the ancestral hall. We must engage in battle there. Just as Tao Qian was about to grasp his pipe, a familiar voice echoed through the air. It's them. They seek to disrupt the sacrificial rites. They must be the unscrupulous merchants from outside, intent on seizing our tea. The speaker was none other than the elderly man. However, Zheng Yu's attention was not on him, but rather on the mute little girl. Upon the sight of the old man, the girl did not exhibit any signs of reliance or excitement. Instead, she took a step back. A flicker of understanding crossed Zheng Yu's gaze. Just as the villagers approached Zheng Yu and his companions, brimming with anger and ready to question their identities, Tao Qian emerged, pipe in mouth, shaking his head. Come, let me see what is going on. Chapter 60. He is not a man, but a ghost. Zheng Yu remarked, you were told to impersonate the village chief, not to act like a rogue. Tao Qian now bore the unmistakable visage of a lecherous old man, cleaning his teeth, ruffling his hair, and shaking his head like the local ruffians loitering by the school gates. Wen Renkinjiu, Ku Ying, and Chai Yun instinctively took a step back. This man could not afford to lose face, even if faced with a horde of ghosts. Yet, despite such poor acting, under the guise of the village chief's pipe ornament, the villagers remained unperturbed, even expressing their excitement. Chief, you have finally returned. Many elderly villagers were moved to tears. The chief has returned. Good days are ahead. They exclaimed. Chief, you are back at last. I feared that you had fallen victim to those unscrupulous merchants. The villagers crowded around Tao Qian. Only the elderly man, who had seen Tao Qian's true face, stared at him with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, whoosh, an arrow pierced the old man's throat. Splash, blood sprayed everywhere, leaving the once lively villagers in stunned silence. Upon witnessing this scene, Tao Qian immediately grasped Zheng Yu's intent. The village chief's pipe had a flaw. Those villagers who had seen Tao Qian's appearance prior to the pipe would recognize him. The solution was straightforward: eliminate them. Tao Qian stepped forward, announcing, everyone, do not panic. He pointed at the old man's body, now lifeless on the ground, and proclaimed loudly, this is a traitor. A traitor? Indeed, a traitor. Tao Qian had fully embraced his role. These individuals are my esteemed guests, summoned to conduct the true sacrificial rites. Not the unscrupulous merchants he claimed were here to disrupt the rituals. Someone raised a doubt, but killing him outright is not permissible. Tao Qian rebuked, you dare question me? The man recoiled, silenced by fear. At that moment, Zheng Yu stepped forward, pointing at the deceased elder's body, declaring, he is not a man, but a ghost. Upon uttering these words, the villagers witnessed the old man's body dissipate into ethereal wisps in midair. Of course, this was not Zheng Yu's doing. He merely emerged at the opportune moment. For all present were ghosts. This also indirectly validated Zheng Yu's earlier speculation. This ghostly village housed no living souls. In a place teeming with life, how could one simultaneously encounter the ghosts of the hanged, the starved, and the sick? They were truly specters, seeing the corpse vanish. The villagers instantly believed Tao Qian's words and began to regard Zheng Yu with newfound respect. Zheng Yu then typed in the chat group, loose lips sink ships. Let us proceed to the ancestral hall. Tao Qian, martial monk understood. Zheng Yu had already sensed the intensifying aura of malevolence surrounding them. Clearly, the unseen antagonist was beginning to grow restless. She could witness the villagers being slain, the sacrificial rites failing. Yet, she must not allow an outsider, one who was not a villager, to lead them by the nose, nor let these villagers uncover the truth. This was the reason behind the little girl's tongue being severed. She had once spoken the truth. The deity demands the curse-bearer to fulfill a task, granting them power to assist in achieving their desires. But should the curse-bearer fail, they would lose their strength and face punishment. This was a phrase all practitioners would memorize, encapsulating the core essence of the abyss's existence and serving as the fundamental prerequisite for practitioners to navigate through it. Within the Cold Street abyss, Shao Qi's task was to create cold corpses and maintain the frigid temperature of Cold Street. The same applied to the Yin Goddess curse bearers in Shangyu village. In Zhang Zhan's strategy, he had mentioned that the Yin Goddess curse bearers might need to ensure the existence of Shangyu village to receive the Yin Goddess curse. Should the villagers learn the truth, Shangyu Ghost Village would cease to be Shangyu Ghost Village. She would undoubtedly obstruct any revelation of the truth. However, throughout this ordeal, no practitioner had dared to challenge the nightmarish abyss, following Zheng Yu's strategic path. They had simply hidden within their coffins, adhering to the 3-day limit. Thus, the possibility of revealing the truth had never arisen. Moreover, no one had ever proposed the hypothesis that the villagers could indeed be ghosts. Yet, the truth could not be divulged here. Firstly, the villagers were unlikely to believe it. Secondly, the entirety of Shangyu village was the primary battleground for the Yin Goddess curse bearers. Only the ancestral hall was exempt. At this juncture, Zhang Zhan's strategy proved invaluable. The ancestral hall was indeed a suitable location for combat. Tao Qian deliberately walked among the villagers, allowing them to lead the way to the ancestral hall. Oblivious to its location, the villagers were all abuzz with excitement. In the past 3 sacrificial rites, whenever the chief was present, success was guaranteed. In their eyes, the chief was the pivotal figure capable of communicating with their ancestors. The ancestral hall resided within the largest structure in Shangyu village. From the outside, it bore little distinction from other houses, yet the interior space was far more expansive than one might imagine. At the center stood a copper vat, over 2 meters wide, within which bluish flames danced. In the main hall lay 3 coffins, the very ones used in previous sacrificial rites for their ancestors. Curiously, the coffins remained uncorrupted to this day. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zheng Yu distinctly felt that the malevolent energy was being repelled from the premises. This courtyard harbored something peculiar, Zheng Yu mused quietly. The malevolence pervaded all of Shangyu village, which was precisely why Zheng Yu asserted that the Yin Goddess curse bearer was ever vigilant. The malevolent energy was the very essence of the Yin Goddess curse bearer's power. However, upon entering the ancestral hall, the malevolence diminished significantly, indicating that something resided within. No wonder Zhang Zhan insisted that they must fight here. It made perfect sense. As they spoke, Tao Qian had already been ushered into the hall by the villagers, while Zheng Yu and the others maneuvered past the coffins to enter the main hall. The hall had long been transformed to resemble an ancestral temple, adorned with various altars and inscriptions for their ancestors, yet at the center stood a clay sculpture. The sculpture was half black and half white. The black side bore glaring eyes, while the white side was devoid of eyes and mouth, hands clasped together in prayer. Yet, within the palms of this prayerful figure, a knife blade was distinctly visible. Chapter 61. The most formidable elite monster. The bride ghost in red. Is there truly someone who worships such a bizarre entity? When Renkinjiu remarked in disdain. This is the sculpture referred to as the dual-faced Yin spirit by professionals in the forum. It has been speculated that this may represent the true form of the Yin spirit, yet such assertions remain mere conjecture. In this second stage of the abyss, the professionals have yet to earn the right to confront the deity directly. Upon entering the shrine, Zheng Yu instructed the goblin general to remain outside the door. Approaching Tao Qian, he remarked, "Before the ritual commences, I have a question to pose to you. Answer me truthfully, and I shall assist you in completing the rites, granting you peace in return." As the village head, Tao Qian felt compelled to assure them, stating, "You may respond freely. This is part of enhancing the success rate of the ritual." With the village head's assurance, the villagers lowered their guard. Zheng Yu then inquired, "How many of the women you purchased are still alive?" A gust of ominous wind violently battered the doors of the shrine. Even without receiving an answer, Zheng Yu understood from the commotion outside that he had posed the right question. The mastermind behind this must surely be one of the abducted women. "Are you referring to the piglets?" a villager asked. The term piglets, laden with condescension, provoked a desire in one Ren Qinyu, standing behind, to retort vehemently. But she was timely silenced by a glance from Zheng Yu. "Piglets," Zheng Yu replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. He recalled seeing news reports that described women abducted from villages in such derogatory terms, likening them to mere breeding animals. "I do not comprehend. What do you mean by piglets?" Zheng Yu feigned ignorance. A peasant woman explained, "They are women bought from merchants who can bear children. The village head declared that such women are unworthy to live among us, so they were all confined to the pigpen on the eastern side of the village." Zheng Yu's gaze turned vacant. "The pigpen," he echoed. "Ah, it is merely named a pigpen, but it is not a real pigpen. The women brought there are kept for anyone who desires one to take home for the purpose of procreation. If they are no longer wanted, they can simply be returned." Zheng Yu felt a surge of restrained emotion. One Ren Qinyu, unable to contain herself, vented in their chat group, "These beasts are even worse than I imagined." Ku Ying added, "I no longer wish to progress. Let these wretched creatures suffer here, just like that group of cold corpses." Zheng Yu and his companions were nearly beside themselves with rage, yet the villagers perceived this as entirely normal. They harbored no objections to Zheng Yu's inquiries. However, the entity outside was a different matter. Boom! Just as Zheng Yu broached the subject of the pigpen, a tremendous rumble erupted outside. She was growing desperate. Zheng Yu gazed at the howling winds outside, firmly convinced that her hiding place was indeed within the pigpen. The wails of the lost souls echoed outside the shrine. Zheng Yu instructed the goblin general to guard the entrance, as he had another question to ask. "Where's the pigpen?" he inquired, his demeanor growing increasingly apathetic. At the eastern edge of the village came the reply. "Are there still people alive inside?" "There shouldn't be any, since the village had disappeared. The pigpen became the most haunted place in the village, and no one dares to go there. The last time you visited, how many were still alive?" Two, perhaps." Boom. The noises outside grew increasingly intense. "Your goblin wolf cavalry has perished. Your goblin death squad has been slain." 2 system notifications arrived, indicating that the assault outside was becoming more ferocious. Zheng Yu had essentially asked all the pertinent questions. It was clear that she was no longer interested in continuing the ritual. Concealing the truth had become imperative for her. That's enough, Zheng Yu decided. Having received several death notifications from the goblin combat squad, having gathered crucial information, he commanded the goblin general, "Let them in. The battle outside is too passive." Boom. With a deafening crash, a troll's body was hurled into the courtyard of the shrine. Standing outside was a form shrouded in darkness, amorphous and grotesque, an exaggerated figure. Within the black mist, various ghostly visages could be discerned, resembling a fusion of specters. Spirit Collective. Level, LV20. Rank, Elite. Health, 280,000. Attack power, 3,000. Skills, Hanged Ghost. Skills, Drowned Ghost. Skills, Frozen Ghost. Skills, Burned Ghost. Skills, Wrong Ghost. Skills, Malevolent Spirit. An elite monster. This was the second elite creature they had encountered, aside from the Spirit Village Chief. Furthermore, this entity named the Spirit Collective was entirely absent from Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. The good news was that a new plotline had emerged, indicating they were on the right path. The bad news was that this elite creature appeared formidable. Zheng Yu immediately summoned the twin demon fire serpent. At this juncture, they had already achieved a semblance of success. Not only had they identified the true location of the boss, but they had also successfully provoked it, bypassing the so-called ritual plot entirely. All of it was a facade. There was no point in following the story. Engaging in battle was the only matter of importance now. This was the moment to truly showcase their strength. A phase Zheng Yu relished. With a whoosh, the twin demon fire serpent made its entrance, launching fireballs at the Spirit Collective. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted upon contact with the Spirit Collective. Ack! The spirits entwined around the Spirit Collective shrieked in agony. The wails of the ghosts carried a damaging effect and inflicted area damage. One Ren Xingyu, Ku Ying, and others were all harmed by the spectral cries, suffering damage. Fortunately, both Wen Xingyu and Ku Ying wore golden grade armor, which mitigated some of the damage, while Chai Yun was not so fortunate. Merely a single wail of the ghostly attack stripped away a third of her health. "You all need to hide," Zheng Yu commanded immediately. At that moment, Chai Yun realized this was not a battle she could involve herself in. Previously, having witnessed Zheng Yu wreak havoc throughout the entire Shanyu village with just a goblin general, she had subconsciously relaxed her guard. She had even begun to believe that the abyss of nightmares was merely ordinary. But now she was awakened to the reality. She was but an onlooker, and had no cause to feel at ease. Perhaps sensing that Chai Yun was the weakest among them, the Spirit Collective directed its attack toward her. Whoosh! A rope shot forth from the body of the Spirit Collective, wrapping tightly around Chai Yun's neck. Ugh! Chai Yun was instantly choked, her face turning purple as her health plummeted. The Hanged Ghost skill. Swish! A flash of cold light appeared. When Ren Xingyu saved Chai Yun just in time, she stepped onto a whirlwind, moving swiftly to slice through the rope with her dagger. "Thank you. I almost met my demise." Chai Yun expressed her gratitude, her health dangerously low. Had Wen Xingyu been even a moment later, she would have had to expend a resurrection cross worth 5 million to return. In comparison to life, money was truly of little consequence. The crux of the matter is that the resurrection cross can only be utilized once within the abyss. Once employed, the danger becomes all too real. When Ren Xingyu's voice was chilling as she remarked, "You didn't just almost die. You nearly brought harm to everyone. Do not hinder Zheng Yu." Her tone was nearly a rebuke. "Can't you even manage to stay inconspicuous? Were you unaware of the need to hide promptly?" Chai Yun was about to retort, but her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a mournful melody emanating from the farthest reaches of the street. The sound was piercing, the shrillness of the Swana causing the very ground of Shanyu village to tremble. She has arrived. Within the depths of the Shanyu ancestral hall, the most formidable elite creature, the bride of the underworld in red attire, made her entrance. Chapter 62, The Bride in Red, the Yellow Weasel, and the Death Warriors. The gathering of souls and the bride of the underworld in red appeared simultaneously, a day earlier than anticipated. Zheng Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. The bride's premature arrival indicated that he would undoubtedly surpass the record left by Zhang Zhan. However, the immediate priority was to vanquish the bride in red. The mournful melody drew ever closer, and the atmosphere thickened with malevolence. A sudden gust of sinister wind swept through. The red sedan, which had been at a distance, appeared before the ancestral hall in the blink of an eye. 4 yellow weasels bore a coffin. Inside the sedan was none other than the bride of the underworld. Clad in red. In the realm of spectral entities, the title of bride in red denotes a tier far exceeding that of the village chief and the collective of souls. Zhang Zhan's strategy had advised evasion and utilizing the shelter of the hall for combat. A chime resonated from within the sedan, the origin of which Zhang Yu could not discern, prompting him to engage directly, summoning beasts into a frenzy. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Yu unleashed the summoning beast's frenzy skill. Boom. The flames engulfing the twin demon fire serpent transformed into a vibrant purple, instantly dispelling the malevolent aura enveloping the area. A fiery halo erupted forth. The walls, floor, and beams of the ancestral hall ignited under the influence of the halo. Zhang Yu commanded, "Goblin archers, fire upon the sedan. Force the bride in red to reveal herself. Shield bearers, block the weasels. Goblin generals and twin demon fire serpent, eliminate the gathering of souls." Typically, Zhang Yu's forces did not require his guidance, as they would sweep through their foes with ease. Yet facing 2 level 20 elite monsters necessitated strategic planning. By eliminating the gathering of souls first, he could then focus his efforts on the bride in red. Roar. Surprisingly, the first to strike were the 4 weasels carrying the sedan. These weasels, akin to upright weasels, bore one emerald green eye, while the other 3 exhibited a dark red hue. Each had a deep scar running through their brows, with long claws and swift movements. Yellow weasel, level, LV20, tier, elite, health, 140,000, attack power, 2,000, skills, spirit calling, possession, ghostification. They too were elite monsters. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow. Including the 4 weasels, he now faced 6 level 20 elite creatures. Fortunately, these 4 weasels possessed only 3 skills. Even among elite monsters, there exists a hierarchy of strength. These weasels represented the weakest tier of elite creatures. Bang! In response to the rapidly advancing weasels, 8 shield bearers formed a wall of shields, successfully blocking the attack of the first weasel. 0. The weasel's strike against the goblin shield bore no damage. After the goblin general advanced to the 5th tier, his goblin combat squad had also evolved. The goblin shield bearers could absorb fixed amounts of damage, making them formidable frontline defenders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The combat squad executed their maneuvers with remarkable synergy. The shield bearers held firm, while the archers swiftly released their arrows. The goblin wolf cavalry flanked the foes. For elite monsters, what they faced was an entire combat unit. Moreover, this was a well-trained summoner squad led by a general, stronger than any ordinary army, for they exhibited absolute obedience, devoid of fear, unflinching in the face of death. The goblin death warriors could attest to this. Swish. The death warriors activated their blinking skill, instantaneously appearing around the bride of the underworld in the sedan. Roar. Witnessing the death warriors' incursion, the 4 weasels hastily turned to retaliate, but the goblin wolf cavalry would not allow them the chance to escape. Charge. Seasoned from countless battles, the goblin warriors, alongside their massive wolf mounts standing over 3 meters tall, charged forth, sending the 4 weasels flying. 24,158, 26,584, 19,854, 21,147. The high damage numbers exploded forth, reducing one of the weasels to a state of near death. Roar. To their astonishment, the critically injured weasel suddenly swelled, its limbs touching the ground as malevolent energy surged into its form. It transformed into a giant weasel, comparable in size to the great wolf, exuding a foul miasma as it entered a ghostified state. Roar. Simultaneously, a tremendous roar erupted, overshadowing the cries of the ghostified weasel. It was the ogre. Zhang Yu had refrained from deploying him until this moment. Among the goblin combat squad, the ogre possessed the highest combat prowess. With its immense size, tremendous damage potential, and vast health pool, it could serve as a trump card for Zhang Yu. The weasel had entered a ghostified state, yet it was also on the brink of death. To minimize casualties, the ogre needed to enter the fray now and commence its harvest. Boom. The ogre leaped mightily, crashing down upon the ghostified weasel. Another strike. Bang. The ghostified weasel was dispatched in an instant, leaving it no opportunity to retaliate. You have slain the elite monster yellow weasel LV20, gaining 9 for 117 experience. Congratulations. You have acquired the armor top yellow weasel code, LV20, golden grade, 9,000 experience gained. The experience obtained from slaying the village chief of souls was similar, indicating their comparable strength and rewards. Zhang Yu had no time to examine the attributes of the equipment. However, a level 20 golden grade item would surely fetch a small fortune. With the demise of the weasel, a plume of black smoke surged from its carcass, darting into the sedan. As the death warriors closed in, the archers created diversions, and following the weasel's death, the bride of the underworld in red finally made her move. From within the sedan, several strands of red silk suddenly emerged, ensnaring the goblin death warriors that had ventured too close. With an eerie force, they were yanked into the air, only to be violently slammed down. Simultaneously, the malevolent energy from within the sedan surged outward like a tangible force, scattering the shield-bearer's wall. Hiss! Seeing the swarm of damage values appear was a sight to behold, and upon witnessing the 3 fallen death warriors, Zheng Yu could not help but exclaim that Zhang Zhan was not exaggerating. The red-clad spectre was indeed formidable. Yet, little did the red spectre anticipate that it was not she who had dispatched the death warriors, but rather, the death warriors had willingly embraced their demise. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 deceased goblin death warriors erupted in a series of detonations. Flesh, venom, and black smoke enveloped the crimson palanquin. The evolved death warriors possessed an even greater explosive power upon their death, their bloodied venom exuding a more grotesque aura. Hiss! The highly corrosive blood began to erode the red satin, spraying its noxious essence onto the palanquin. 2548. It actually inflicted damage. At this moment, Zheng Yu finally comprehended that this crimson palanquin was, indeed, an elite monster. Chapter 63. The Frost Prison Staff, the Explosive Goblin General. Crimson Palanquin. Level, LV20. Rank, Elite. Health, 300,000. Attack Power, 3,000. Skills, Sanctuary. Skills, Lament. Skills, Red String. Skills, Palanquin Bearer. Good heavens. It truly is an elite monster. This is something to behold. Zheng Yu immediately urged the twin demon fire serpent and the goblin general. Hurry up, we can't hold out against this giant troll any longer. Meanwhile, the twin demon fire serpent and the goblin general were not idle either, for this spectral conglomerate exhibited myriad tricks. Momentarily, a drowned ghost emerged, dragging the twin demon fire serpent into the water. Then, a frozen ghost appeared, encasing the goblin general in ice. Shortly thereafter, a wronged ghost manifested, confusing the duo and leading them to launch misguided attacks. Although this spectral conglomerate seemed weak, its relentless array of spectral skills was not easily dispatched. Fortunately, the flames of the twin demon fire serpent had undergone a frenzied evolution by the summoner, rendering the drowned ghost's water-based abilities ineffective against it. The spectral conglomerate was persistently scorched by the fiery aura and the flames of hell, rapidly depleting its health. When the goblin general was encased in ice, the ice crystal pendant worn by Zheng Yu activated just in time to break the freeze. The only formidable foes were the wronged ghost and the hanged ghost, one responsible for control and the other inflicting damage with its noose. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's urgent call, the goblin general drew forth a fish-slicing knife. Zheng Yu had previously swapped the goblin general's and twin demon fire serpent's equipment, as the goblin general was far more suited for this fish-slicing knife. A somewhat awkward and unclear voice emerged from the goblin general's lips. I've been slicing fish for 30 years. My heart is as cold as my blade. To be honest, with the general's stature and demeanor, whatever he said held a certain gravitas, even if it was such a line. Hiss! Suddenly, the muscles in the goblin general's arm bulged, and the fish-slicing knife gleamed with a silver light. As long as he uttered this phrase, the next 3 attacks would see a 100 increase in attack speed. The goblin general charged forth. Boom! The twin demon fire serpent, in perfect synchrony with the goblin general, launched fireballs to clear the path, directly obliterating the wronged ghost that sought to confuse the goblin general once more. The giant wolf leaped back and propelled itself into the air. The goblin general leaped down from the giant wolf, attacking from above while the wolf attacked from below. The first strike, infused with the force of the leap, inflicted 741 damage. The second strike activated the effect of the human skin spider 3-piece set. Set effect, resentment. Resentment will mark your enemy. Your next attack will inflict additional resentment damage on the target, equal to the value of a critical hit, but without enjoying critical hit bonuses. Critical hit, 417. Thud. The second strike shattered the skull of the wronged ghost that had just poked its head out to impede the goblin general, causing it to dissipate into black smoke. With the wronged ghost's blinding technique no longer in effect, the goblin general's third strike landed almost instantaneously, inflicting over 10,000 damage, albeit it was a standard attack. Simultaneously, the charging skill of the giant wolf struck the spectral conglomerate. Boom! An explosive damage value materialized above the spectral conglomerate. 488. An outrageous damage total. Had it not been for the damage reduction from the ghostly beings, this charge could have easily dealt upwards of 80,000 damage. With the speed enhancement from the fish-slicing knife, the 3 strikes were swiftly executed. The charge, combined with a set of minor skills, directly depleted 100,000 health from the spectral conglomerate, showcasing a plethora of skills, yet only a few seconds had elapsed. Coupled with the continuous fiery assaults from the twin demon fire serpent, the spectral conglomerate's health plummeted rapidly. Hiss! In the distance, Tao Qian and the others gasped in astonishment, their admiration palpable. While they had grown accustomed to such sights, it was simply their duty. Chaotic slaughter. Zheng Yu was responsible for the mayhem while they provided the cheers. Those who failed to shout 666 were not true bystanders. The only one left astonished was Chai Yun, whose naive demeanor brought a sense of comfort to Tao Qian and the others. Crack. Simultaneously, the effects of the Frost Prison staff activated. After casting 3 skills, it would automatically unleash the Frost Prison skill, utilizing its powerful ice abilities to bind the enemy and deal 3,000 fixed ice damage, freezing the target. 3,000. 3,000. As the Goblin Generals and Twin Demon Fire Serpent skills overlapped, 2 Frost Prison skills erupted simultaneously from the Frost Prison staff. Zheng Yu then realized that fixed damage skills could bypass all forms of defense and damage mitigation. While 3,000 was not a significant figure, the freezing effect was assured. The spectral conglomerate exhibited no resistance, becoming instantly frozen. Seizing the opportunity, the Goblin General wasted no time and charged up. Bang! The fully charged warrior's heavy strike boasted a 13-fold multiplier, combined with the Summoner's Frenzy enhancement and the critical effect of resentment once again activated. The blow landed heavily upon the spectral conglomerate. Boom! It sent the spectral conglomerate flying over 10 meters, crashing into the enormous copper basin at the center of the courtyard. 41,478. Phew! Witnessing the spectral conglomerate sent flying, the Twin Demon Fire Serpent seized the moment, rushing in to claim its life. It toppled the copper basin over the spectral conglomerate, pressing down on it, and then ignited the flames. The anguished cries of several specters echoed incessantly. Yet they were utterly unable to escape the 2-meter diameter copper basin that was now firmly affixed upon them. Flames engulfed the basin. 7,415. 1,475. 9,874. A cascade of damaged figures emerged. The enormous copper basin glowed a fiery red as the spectral conglomerate within resembled a roasted duck in an oven, gradually succumbing to its fate. This was rather brutal. Even Zheng Yu found himself taken aback. This was akin to the torture of the brazen bull. From within the copper basin, the chilling screams resonated, and astonishingly, it managed to force the basin open. The spectral gatherer, its entire form ablaze with a crimson hue, was reduced to but a thin veneer of blood. Yet, it was precisely in this weakened state that it unleashed a ferocity akin to that of a savage beast. The Vengeful Spirit. Chapter 64. The Female Ghost, surely drenched in perspiration? The vengeful spirit emerges. A chilling wind sweeps through. The ominous energy swirling in the heavens coalesces into phantoms, descending upon the shrine. The courtyard became a veritable congregation of specters. With the piercing wails of the vengeful spirit echoing, they surged toward the Goblin General and the Twin Fire Serpents. Zheng Yu's gaze darkened. Just as he was about to reveal his trump card, a remarkably clear chime resonated from within the shrine's spirit hall. The sound rang out, reverberating through every corner of the shrine, instantly immobilizing all phantoms, including the Vengeful Spirit Collective and the Golden Weasel engaged in combat with the trolls. Only the red-clad female ghost within the Crimson Palanquin remained unaffected. Indeed, Zheng Yu turned his attention to the shrine, not to the clay effigy of the dual-faced spirit, but to the dusty black-and-white photograph beside the spirit hall. Your descendants have descended to such a state, and yet you continue to shield them. Truly a devoted protector. Zheng Yu scoffed, then addressed the Goblin General and the Twin Fire Serpents. Aren't you going to collect the harvest? This is a rare opportunity. The immobilized Vengeful Spirit Collective, in its most savage phase, rendered helpless, became a veritable target. What was more crucial was the multitude of phantoms conveniently provided, ripe for the taking. Kill Spectre LV-20. Gain 5,879 experience. Kill Spectre LV-20. Gain 5,547 experience. Kill Spectre LV-20. Gain 5,802 experience. Kill. The Twin Fire Serpents unleashed their fiery aura and hellish serpents at maximum output, greedily reaping experience. Zheng Yu noted that the ancestors within the shrine were surprisingly formidable. The immobilization lasted impressively long, even subduing the elite red palanquin and restraining the reluctant red-clad ghost. This provided Zheng Yu with ample time to accumulate experience. Advancing from level 14 to 15 required a staggering 590,000 experience points. He had initially anticipated a daunting challenge in leveling up. However, this bout nearly filled his experience bar to the brim. Ultimately, with a powerful blow from the Goblin General, the Vengeful Spirit Collective was vanquished, and Zheng Yu received a system notification. Kill Elite Monster Spectre Collective LV-20. Gain 14,452 experience. Congratulations. Acquired Bracelet of the Spectre, LV-20, Platinum Grade. Congratulations. Acquired Material Soul Orb. Congratulations. Level up. Level. LV-14 to LV-15, 73,600. Still requires 56,500 experience points to level up. Health. 997, 010-1, 610. 610, 7, 950 Equipment Attributes. Magic. 880-890. Intelligence. 469-485. Strength. 130-134. Agility. 30-31. Remaining free attribute points, 12. Level has risen to 15. Activating the 4th summoning beast space. Level has risen to 15. Gaining 2 hex enhancement runes. Please select. Zheng Yu's heart leapt with joy. The Spectre Collective had granted him an astounding 140,000 experience. Previously, slaying a village full of spirits had yielded a significant amount of experience, but this Spectre Collective had catapulted him to level 15. For practitioners, leveling up every 5 levels represented a substantial enhancement. For a summoner, this meant the addition of a 4th summoning beast space. Yet, at present, this new summoning beast would not substantially augment his power due to a lack of resources for nurturing it. Zheng Yu finally comprehended why so many summoners abandoned their path around level 15. The burden of nurturing for summoning beasts was simply too great. He himself was already struggling to sustain 4, let alone those lacking talent and resources who could not conquer the nightmarish abyss. Moreover, he had not prepared his 4th summoning beast in advance. The resource department of Shanyu City had promised to procure a level 15 summoning beast from the National Treasury. If he could find one with high potential, it would save him a considerable number of talent points. Zheng Yu had no time to inspect his gear. He placed the platinum-grade bracelet into his storage and locked it away, wary of inadvertently selling it in the temple. A level 20 platinum-grade item was top tier. With the Spectre Collective dispatched, the Goblin General and the twin fire serpents could finally join the fray against the red-clad female ghost. At this moment, the battlefield lay in shambles. 6 dead soldiers, 3 fallen goblin shield bearers, and nearly all the wolf-riding goblins had perished, leaving only one to exchange blows with the ghostly golden weasel. The trolls were battered by the ceaseless onslaught of red satin emerging from the palanquin. To be frank, had it not been for the assistance from the shrine moments ago, the trolls would have already met their demise. However, the situation had shifted. The Goblin General, the twin fire serpents, the trolls, and the goblin wizards poised to unleash their spells were ready to counterattack. Suddenly, a wave of black mist surged forth from the palanquin, pushing back all the goblin combat squads surrounding it. For the first time, the red-clad female ghost emitted a sound, a melodious, beguiling laugh. Yet, to Zheng Yu's ears, it sounded like derision. Clearly, this red-clad ghost did not regard the Goblin General or the twin fire serpents with any seriousness. Though formidable, both had expended significant energy in the previous battle. Perhaps sensing this, the ghost in the palanquin ceased her assault and spoke. Such a handsome young man. Would you care to spend a delightful evening with your elder sister? Her voice was laced with temptation. Zheng Yu recalled Zhang Zhan's strategy, which had mentioned that the red-clad female ghost would use seduction to lure practitioners out of the shrine, only to slay them. He suddenly realized that the crimson palanquin had never actually entered the shrine, remaining at its entrance while attacking with red satin. Contemplating this, he summoned the giant-winged spirit butterfly. Initially intending to save it for the boss fight, he now recognized the necessity of its deployment. Eliminating her would likely bring this encounter to a close. A haunting call resonated throughout Shanyu Village. A magnificent, oversized butterfly, towering over 4 meters, materialized behind Zheng Yu. Wow! Even the seasoned Tao Qian and his companions could not suppress their astonishment. It was understandable. Anyone who beheld this colossal butterfly would be left in awe. Not only was its size impressive, but its beauty was utterly captivating. With the emergence of the giant-winged spirit butterfly, an ethereal melody resonated, sequentially unleashing a series of restorative abilities. Spirit Butterfly Guardian, a bond of protection forged with the troll. Among all of Zheng Yu's summoned beasts, the one with the most substantial health was surprisingly the troll, the summoned beast of a summoned beast. A thick shield materialized around the troll, replenishing its health. Butterfly's Call. The giant-winged spirit butterfly began its chant, bestowing an augmentation of 260 agility points and 260 movement speed to all summoned beasts. It is noteworthy that Zheng Yu's own agility was merely 30 points. This constituted a nearly 10-fold enhancement in agility, affecting the entire army. Lastly, the spirit technique Nourishment, restoring vitality to the summoned beasts. After a series of supportive spells, the troll regained health, the twin demon fire serpent restored its energy. And with the goblin wizard's life sacrifice, the goblin general also fully recovered its vitality and health. Now, the crimson-clad female ghost faced an army of summoned beasts in peak condition, brimming with energy, and still in the frenzy phase of summoning. Zheng Yu gazed at the crimson sedan chair housing the female ghost and remarked, "If you invite me to share a splendid evening, you must possess the capability to do so. How about it, female ghost? Are you sweating profusely now?" Chapter 65. To deal with a straightforward man like Zheng Yu, one must be direct. The colossal giant-winged spirit butterfly completely altered the tide of battle. The red-clad female ghost ceased her laughter. The remaining 3 surviving yellow-furred creatures instantly entered a ghostly state, preparing for the impending confrontation. The crimson sedan chair, corroded by the Death Knight's toxic blood, emitted a creaking sound, evidently under tremendous pressure from the fully invigorated troll, goblin general, twin demon fire serpent, and giant-winged spirit butterfly. "Did you not ask me to accompany you? I shall oblige," Zheng Yu replied with a grin, then gently waved his hand. The summoned beasts surged forward. Roar! The troll led the charge, its massive form shielding the sedan chair, wielding a colossal hammer and bringing it down heavily upon the crimson sedan chair. Get lost! Came a melodious yet chilling voice from within the sedan. The sound was enchanting, yet accompanied by a palpable aura of malevolence, rendering it exceedingly eerie. Boom! A surge of powerful negative energy engulfed the troll. 9,871. A crimson damage figure appeared above the troll's head. 9,000 damage seemed substantial at first glance. Yet it barely breached the shield bestowed by the giant winged spirit butterfly. With the shield absorbing the damage, the red-clad female ghost's malevolent attack could not halt the troll's advance. Bang! The troll's heavy hammer struck the crimson sedan chair unimpeded. 5,587. The damage was similarly modest. When it struck the sedan, a layer of gray shield protected it. This was the elite creature's skill of protection. The damage was not high, which Zheng Yu had anticipated. This sedan chair was also a ghostly entity, akin to the red shoes and the doll, possessing the ability to mitigate damage inherent to ghostly beings, while the protection skill further reduced a portion of it. Inflicting 5,000 damage was commendable for a single strike. After all, this was merely one blow. Zheng Yu had an abundance of summoned beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second wave of assault initiated by the goblin archers commenced. 1,054, 1,112, 1,058. The damage was lesser but delivered in a rapid succession. Following that was the twin demon fire serpent's fiery aura, the hellfire serpent, the goblin general's charge, and the death knight's ambush. Suddenly, a crisp drumbeat resonated around the crimson sedan chair. A band clad in mourning attire emerged from the white mist. Mourning music. This was also a skill of the crimson sedan chair. Zheng Yu mentally recalled the 4 skills of the sedan chair. The bearer ghost must refer to those 4 yellow-furred creatures. Protection corresponds to that gray shield. Mourning music is the spectral apparitions in mourning attire that now appeared, capable of diminishing the attacking desires of summoned beasts, a status-altering skill. The red ribbon. Zheng Yu surmised that the previously manifested red satin must be the red ribbon skill. Zheng Yu squinted. This indicated that the red-clad female ghost within the sedan chair had not employed any skills, but had solely relied on negative energy. Zheng Yu then glanced down at the mute little girl beside him. Upon noticing the girl anxiously gazing at the crimson sedan chair, he began to piece together the truth. So that is how it is. No wonder you cannot enter this shrine. You are the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Zheng Yu had long pondered Zhang Zhan's strategy, particularly his description of the red-clad female ghost's skills, which were, in fact, entirely the skills of the crimson sedan chair. This meant that, from Zhang Zhan's perspective, the sedan chair embodied the red-clad female ghost. Hence, they were both labeled with the same name, ghostly marriage. However, in reality, the sedan chair manipulated the red satin, while the being within controlled the entire negative energy of Shanyu village. Upon reaching this conclusion, Zheng Yu promptly turned to Wenren Qinjiu and Tao Qian, saying, "Keep a close watch here. Do not allow any villager to leave." Tao Qian immediately inquired, "Where are you going?" Zheng Yu responded, "To ascertain whether the mastermind boss still lurks in the pigpen. Spirit butterfly, accompany me." Zheng Yu summoned a spirit butterfly and, taking the little girl's hand, confidently strode toward the shrine entrance. A wave of negative energy surged toward Zheng Yu. Whoosh! Crack! The shield of the grudge ring shattered. Zheng Yu observed the ground, where the negative energy had exploded, clearly avoiding the little girl. He smiled, cradling the child in his arms, and said, "This way, she won't dare to strike me." The little girl gazed at Zheng Yu with a complex expression. He continued with a smile, "Do not look at me like that. Truth be told, I harbor no ill intentions, merely needing to resolve certain matters. For you, it's just a repetitive 3 days. Perhaps I can alleviate more grievances during this repeated span. One of the curse bearers I previously served held me in high regard. If you ever meet him." Zheng Yu rambled on as he effortlessly passed by the crimson sedan chair, unscathed and unencumbered by negative energy. Seemingly oblivious to the myriad of spectral entities lining the streets, as he walked naturally toward the eastern end of the village while holding the little girl. Tao Qian, bewildered, queried, "What just happened?" Wenren Qinjiu pondered Zheng Yu's departing figure, realizing that after such an engagement, both parties had become clear about their positions. Clear positions? Wenren Qinjiu nodded. The red-clad female ghost in the sedan chair had never revealed her true form to Zhang Zhan, indicating that she was most likely the mastermind boss. This explains why Zhang Zhan's strategy included only rituals, ghostly marriages, and the night parade of 100 ghosts, without mention of a final boss battle. Because the ritual was a facade, and the ghostly marriage was a ruse. The crimson sedan chair was the true ghostly marriage. At this juncture, Zheng Yu's summoned beasts had already subdued the crimson sedan chair, which could be considered the climax of their confrontation. Only the final step remained, the pigpen. Tao Qian inquired, "What about the night parade of 100 ghosts?" Wenren Qinjiu's expression turned peculiar as she remarked, "The rituals and ghostly marriages are both false. The night parade of 100 ghosts should not be genuine either." To the pigpen. The so-called night parade of 100 demons likely refers to the savage celebration instigated by those women and children who were sold here. As they embark on a massacre of the villagers, Tao Qian feigned understanding, nodding slightly. Indeed, your conjecture aligns closely with my own. Wen Rinxingyu rolled her eyes. Ignoring Tao Qian, she glanced at the time. 7 hours had elapsed since their entry into the ancestral hall of Shangyu village. A decade-long abyss of nightmares had yet to see anyone surpass Zhang Zhan's record. Yet now, just 7 hours had passed. Wen Rinxingyu reminisced about the first time she was persuaded by Kuing to join Zheng Yu's team. At that moment, she had held a modicum of disdain for Zheng Yu, even expressing her distrust. In hindsight, her dear friend truly embodied great fortune, capable of securing such an extraordinary ally. When Rinxingyu scrutinized Kuing, who appeared somewhat awkward under her gaze, prompting her to inquire, "What troubles you?" When Rinxingyu continued, "I was contemplating how to irrevocably bind you and Tao Qian together." Kuing. Tao Qian instantly grasped when Rinxingyu's implication and pointed towards the crimson silk emerging from the red palanquin. "Why not simply tie you both up?" When Rinxingyu nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Dealing with a straightforward man like Zheng Yu requires a more direct approach." Kuing meow meow meow. Chapter 66. They are unworthy of the ancestors' protection. Zheng Yu made his way unimpeded to the pigsty, where the oppressive aura was heavier than that of the ancestral hall. Upon arrival, the little girl unexpectedly inquired, "How did you know I am from here too?" Her voice was a haunting amalgamation, not emanating from her throat. Sensing the chilling energy emanating from the girl in his arms, Zheng Yu felt no fear. Rather, he explained with keen interest, "Because you are a ghost." The little girl was perplexed. Zheng Yu gestured towards the specters trailing behind him, saying, "Look, the hanged ghost has its tongue protruding because it could not retract it at the moment of death. That limping specter succumbed due to its unsteady legs before passing. The elder claimed you lost your tongue as punishment. How could a ghost lose its tongue? Your ability to expertly chew food without one indicates that your tongue was severed while you were still alive. Such cruelty inflicted upon a child signifies that you do not belong within the ancestral hall." In fact, the little girl had exhibited abnormalities long before. The elder had gone to relay information without bringing her along, leaving her beside Zheng Yu. She did not panic upon encountering the gathering of spirits or the bride in red. Zheng Yu had already deduced that the girl was not one of the villagers. But neither was she a boss. In other words, there was no true boss within the depths of the ancestral hall. The night parade of 100 demons represented the final stage. The little girl pouted, conceding his intelligence. Previously, the outsiders who entered were utterly foolish. They believed hiding in coffins would keep them safe. They thought it a sanctuary, but I merely directed them there to witness their folly. Listening to her, a unique glint flickered in Zheng Yu's eyes. He asked, "Why take pleasure in their misfortune?" The little girl replied with indignation, "Because they sought to assist those wretched villagers." Thus, Zheng Yu clearly understood that Zhang Zhan and his companions had not unraveled the true background of the ancestral hall. They merely assumed it was a haunted village. Misled by the initial hints upon entering the abyss, they believed the disturbances stemmed from mistakenly honoring the wrong ancestors. From the outset, Zhang Zhan's problem-solving approach had been flawed. Zheng Yu casually inquired, "Have many other outsiders visited here?" The little girl shook her head. "Not many. They come periodically. You are the second wave of recent outsiders. The previous group was particularly amusing, fleeing in a panic as we pursued them." The little girl rarely revealed her childish nature, chattering incessantly. The most memorable time was when a formidable group of outsiders successfully survived the Night of Vengeance and expelled them before Shanyu village was reset. Zheng Yu contemplated this revelation. For over a decade, only Zhang Zhan and his companions had navigated the depths of the ancestral hall. All the practitioners from Shanyu City believed that the nightmare-level hall should be traversed in such a manner, yet they had been outwitted by the little girl and her ghosts. It could be said that Zhang Zhan had employed the most cumbersome method to clear the hall, prolonging the ordeal for 3 days until the bridal procession concluded and the night parade ceased. No, it should be termed the Night of Vengeance. However, these were mere trifles. Zheng Yu was more astonished by the fact that they retained memories of the outsiders. The ones who successfully navigated the Night of Vengeance had to be Zhang Zhan and his companions, while the foolish outsiders referred to by the little girl were practitioners who followed Zhang Zhan's strategy. He was the first to clear it in this manner and receive this astonishing news from the little girl. At the entrance of the pigsty, Zheng Yu could perceive the overwhelming resentment within. The so-called night parade of 100 demons comprised those who had once been imprisoned and ultimately perished here. Zheng Yu felt the wrathful spirits within the pigsty scrutinizing him, as if awaiting his decision. This was precisely why he had ventured into the pigsty. There were 2 potential conclusions to the ancestral hall, 2 choices. The first choice was Zhang Zhan's, to trust the villagers and endure within the hall for 3 days until the end. The second choice was to join the vengeance team. Confronted by the multitude of ghosts, Zheng Yu pondered for a moment before directly asking the little girl, "Who severed your tongue?" The little girl tilted her head. "Guess? Is it that old man beside you?" She seemed unimpressed when Zheng Yu accurately deduced the answer, displaying a look of dissatisfaction. "I'll help you kill him." "No need," she replied, showing no interest in his assistance. However, Zheng Yu added, not only will I kill him, but I will also help you retrieve what is within the ancestral hall. The little girl paused, then turned to Zheng Yu and asked, what else do you not know? Zheng Yu smiled. It was merely a guess. Yet your demeanor and their attitudes revealed that I was correct. He pointed towards the spirits in the pigsty, who no longer directed their negative energy at him. One must choose a side. I choose the side I deem right. Whether you are the curse wielders or the instigators of this Shanyu ghost village, you are all victims. The wicked must be punished. You are unworthy of the ancestors' protection. The depths of the ancestral hall required practitioners to make resolute choices, which is why he had traversed to the pigsty without interference from the spirits. They were awaiting Zheng Yu's decision. Chapter 67. The title of Living King of Hell is not wasted on you. Having made his decision, Zheng Yu garnered the support of the 100 ghosts. The oppressive energy that had persistently enveloped him dissipated entirely. The little girl looked at Zheng Yu and smiled. Congratulations, you have gained the approval of the elder sisters. It is my honor, he replied. Zheng Yu gently nodded at the myriad of spirits in the pigsty. The little girl gazed towards the ancestral hall and remarked, though we have garnered the favor of the Een God, granting us the power to summon spirits and transforming the entire village into a ghost town, we remain unable to truly punish those wretched beings while our ancestors linger in the ancestral hall. Zheng Yu inquired, what if there were no ancestors? The little girl sweetly smiled. That would be splendid. I would plunge them into despair from the very root, tearing them to shreds within the ancestral hall. I shall make them dwell in the pigsty while we enter the hall. I will compel them to worship me, to bow down to someone they deem the most despicable. I shall turn them into pigs, forcing them to live the lives we once endured. The little girl chattered incessantly, her voice the epitome of innocence as she uttered the most ruthless words. Clearly, this scheme of vengeance had been meticulously crafted in her mind for quite some time. Yet no professional had ventured down this path of retribution. For apart from the little girl, who had been adopted by the elder and had her tongue severed, none of the other spirits in the pigsty could enter the ancestral hall. To achieve this, the assistance of outsiders, the professionals, was imperative. Listening to the girl's cruel intentions, Zheng Yu expressed his admiration. Now this is what I call a plan. Vengeance should be thorough and unambiguous, not veiled in subtleties. In your previous methods of retaliation, they remain oblivious to their faults, entirely unaware of who seeks to avenge them. They are merely gripped by fear, without a trace of remorse. As a connoisseur of pettiness, Zheng Yu criticized their prior approach, deeming it more form than substance. You must instill genuine regret within them. Zheng Yu declared, leave this matter to me. The little girl glanced at Zheng Yu and then at the shattered red sedan chair, asking, but how will you deal with their ancestors? They are far mightier than my sisters. Zheng Yu confidently replied, that is quite simple. He embraced the little girl and returned to the ancestral hall. At that moment, the red sedan chair lay in complete ruins. He had already accumulated nearly 20,000 experience points and a piece of platinum-grade equipment during his conversation with the little girl. The red-dressed ghost emerged from the shattered sedan chair, hovering in midair, yet refrained from launching any attacks, fixating instead on the approaching Zheng Yu. At his behest, the summoned beasts also ceased their assaults. All eyes were curiously fixed on Zheng Yu, including those of the villagers hiding within. Zheng Yu entered the ancestral hall with the little girl. When Renkinji hurriedly inquired, what is the situation? Zheng Yu smiled and replied, all is essentially well. We merely need this group of villagers to make their own choice, and then we can depart from here. Choice. When Renkinji was perplexed, Zheng Yu gestured for her to observe. Goblin General, summon the heavy cavalry. Yes. With a thunderous sound, 30 heavily armored goblin cavalry emerged behind the Goblin General. Their massive wolves marching in perfect unison, standing resolutely in the center of the ancestral hall. In the sky, the red-dressed ghost furrowed her brow at the imposing display of the heavy cavalry. She had not anticipated that this outsider still possessed hidden cards. Indeed, reaching this point was solely due to the red-dressed ghost acknowledging Zheng Yu's strength, permitting him to take the little girl directly to the pigsty. She was the ghost king of Shanyu village, and decisions naturally required her consent. She recognized the outsider's power, but was taken aback by his greater strength than she had imagined. She secretly contemplated whether the myriad of spirits could withstand the charge of this heavy cavalry. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu addressed the villagers. You must remove the items from the ancestral hall. The villagers froze, paralyzed by disbelief. Move the ancestral hall. That is impossible. The ancestral hall is their sole protection. How could it ever be moved? The little girl chuckled. They cannot possibly move it. You truly believe they would carry the ancestral hall away themselves? Zheng Yu quietly responded. Ah, but you are mistaken. The little girl, puzzled, asked, are you going to resort to threats of force? Zheng Yu shook his head. Force would be futile. They would rather worship than succumb to threats. The little girl pointed in confusion at the goblin heavy cavalry behind Zheng Yu. He smiled and said, they were originally intended for the night parade of 100 ghosts, that is, your sister's trump card. I have held them back until now, but alas, they have not been utilized. He summoned them merely to demonstrate that he could navigate any path he chose, but he opted to support them. Zheng Yu stepped into the grand hall of the ancestral hall. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. He could feel that if he were to act, he would surely perish. The ancestors here were formidable. Zheng Yu surveyed the villagers and pointed at the clay statue of the dual-faced Yin god, stating, "Do you know why your sacrifices have consistently failed? It is because your offerings are too eclectic. Reflect honestly. Can your ancestors truly replicate those past glories? The irresistible tea leaves? The plague that barred entry to all? Your ancestors cannot. But he can." Zheng Yu passionately proclaimed, "Look at this ancestral hall. The Yin god who aids you resides here, yet you permit other entities to exist within these hallowed walls. Is that not an affront to their honor?" It seems so. Did the villagers actually believe him? Thus, the time has come for you to make a choice. Either remove the clutter from the ancestral hall, or I shall grant you release from your suffering. Choose for yourselves. Upon finishing, Zheng Yu gestured invitingly towards the depths of the ancestral hall, indicating the dusty spirit altar nestled in the corner. He sensed the chaotic energy emanating from the altar. He grew anxious, for it was evident to all that the villagers were genuinely swayed by his words, some beginning to stir with intent. Ku Ying, watching from the sidelines, expressed her astonishment. They can't truly be unaware of who is protecting them, can they? When Renkinjiu affirmed, they genuinely do not know. Alas, poor ancestors, silently safeguarding them all along, only to be forsaken by their own kin, Ku Ying lamented. Zheng Yu, however, smiled and remarked, "I believe this is the retribution they deserve. Ancestors who shield demons are not virtuous beings either." Indeed, as they conversed, the villagers began to lift the spirit altar, casting it outside as if it were refuse. Even a villager spat at the altar in contempt, declaring, "It is your fault. Had it not been for you, our sacrifices would have succeeded long ago." She then turned to Tao Qian, the village chief. "Isn't that right?" The pipe-smoking Tao Qian gave a thumbs up. "You are absolutely correct." With a resounding crash, the altar shattered. Not only that altar, but within the hall, apart from the dual-faced Yin god and 3 utterly useless broken coffins, everything else had vanished. Zheng Yu approached the entrance of the ancestral hall, gazing at the spirit altars piled at the threshold like refuse. Smiling, he remarked, "You were meant to safeguard the refuse. Yet now you have become refuse yourself. However, you could be said to deserve this fate. After all, as the upper beam is crooked, so too is the lower beam. You were never virtuous." Sensing the fragmented and tumultuous hatred emanating from within the altar, Zheng Yu remained unfazed and addressed the female ghost in red, saying, "I leave them in your capable hands. May you find joy in your endeavors." Upon finishing his words, a chilling gust swept past him. It turned out they had been eagerly awaiting this moment. One by one, they transformed back into their original forms and surged into the sacrificial hall. The sounds of their agonizing screams soon filled the air. Witnessing the horrific scene within, Zheng Yu chuckled with delight. Although the brutality was undeniable, when Ren Qingyu, still unsatisfied, exclaimed, "They truly got off too lightly. Such scum who engage in human trafficking deserve nothing less than the death penalty." Speaking of capital punishment, Zheng Yu posed a profound philosophical question. "Tell me, if it is indeed a death sentence, and cremation follows, why not skip directly to the cremation? It would save costs." Tao Qian, you truly do not waste the title of the living Yama.